And obviously, it's an all-time bad moment in the history of Philly sports. We'll always remember it. It was a total panic job. But it's actually not top of mind for me. Top of mind for me are the bats and the primary hitters and the tremendous letdown that Trey, Schwarber, and Bryce were in this playoff. 1 for 14 last night. Look, they flat out did not hit. Flat out did not hit in 3 of the 4 games in the series. And obviously, those are the 3 games the Phillies lost. The whole season, I felt the whole season like the Phillies were 1 or 2 hitters short. Too oftentimes, then they got Bader, and then it felt to me like 1 short. And that was the primary reason why I couldn't bring myself, other than in April when I initially said it, once the season kind of got going, I could never bring myself to say that I thought the Phillies were a great team. I thought they were a hitter or 2 short. And the shame of it, of course, is the Phillies blew one of the top 2 starting pitching rotations in franchise history. You know, even without Wheeler, the starting pitchers were absolutely World Series ready. They were World Series winning ready. I mean, these starting pitchers were incredible. But the hitters and key aspects of the bullpen were not. You know, we want to hear from you at 215-592-9494. What's sitting on your heart, rattling through your brain? I'll say this, the Rob Thompson thing, my early instinct is to bring him back. But I got to think more through that. I'm not all the way there yet. My early instinct is to bring him back because I think the hitters let him and all of us down a lot more than Topper let the squad and us down. But he made mistakes, and it's to be evaluated. And I'm sure many people, maybe most, will say get rid of him. But, you know, for me, the main thing is the hitters. They didn't do their job.
The hitters, how those top 3, the top 4, you know, the blamed, the ones that we focused our ire on, you know, the big stars, the ones who are paid $400 million. Yeah, why doesn't it matter as much? Like, I'm gonna base this off of Harrison Bader's chance yesterday, when he didn't get a hit, but he took 10 swings. You know, like he was at the plate for 10 pitches, I should say. Yeah. It mattered to him that much.
I don't think this was a matter issue, John.
I totally don't think that's fair.
Yeah,
Come on.
I don't. They didn't go through.
I
think they cared.
Well, your question is whether
of course they cared, but why can't the approach be that? Why can't the approach be to use up these pitchers like we did in the game that we won?
Well, I think their approach last night was faulty.
Use them up. And why was the approach so faulty, so fluctuating? Why was it so clear to us while watching what we needed to do, yet not as clear to Bryce as he's swinging for the fences on the first
Bryce
pitch,
killed him
night after night after night.
Bryce killed him. We'll take your reaction on the whole thing. I mean, you know, we're going to do the breakdown thing of it all, but for me, the emotional edge is my main. Like, obviously, I'm angry, but I'm more sad. I really have enjoyed this era of Phillies baseball. But, you know, to know that for the second consecutive year, they've gone out with a whimper where they only win 1 playoff game, when it otherwise could have been a World Series winning squad. James, what are you thinking right now?
I'm in a very different spot than you guys. I agree with your point. I'm much more sad than angry, but, like, the Dodgers are great, like capital G, great baseball team. The Phillies lost Harrison Bader in game 1 of this series. Like, they battled, man. Like, I'm annoyed with the top 3 of the lineup. I think that when people's ire should be there, and, you know, like, it's just such a shame that it ended the way it did. And I know, like, I feel both angry that it happened at Orion Kerkering, and I feel so sad for that kid who's 24, 25 years old, and I know the hell that he is going through and about to go through. And I'm angry about it, but I'm so sad. I thought that was an all-time great playoff game until it ended, man. Like, that is as locked in from pitch to moment for 3.5 hours or whatever it was that I have been in as long as I remember, Joe. Like, so, man, they fought back in game 2 and they lost, and there were bad decisions and bad moments. They fought back and won in game 3 and kicked butt in it. That was the only game where one team dominated. This whole series was game 3. They lost a brutal, tough game, and the bats came up small, and we'll get to that. I'll get to that, but I feel much more proud of how they fought, especially the pitching staff, like Luzardo. Like, I freaking love that guy. Sanchez, Ranger, Nola, like all the guys who battled. Like, I feel much more sad that this whole thing ended the way it did yesterday. Like Orion's boner, like Merkel's boner 115 years ago, like that will be a thing forever in the history of this city. Like to your point, Joe, I do agree. I think 1 through 3 get more blame than Orion Kerkering. But in 50 years, people are going to remember Orion's boner.
Yeah.
Like
No,
that
they
is
will.
going to be the thing from this series that will last forever. And it is absolutely devastating that this team that I fell back in love with, that won me back over, that I
Which,
think...
by the way, James, I'm still in love with.
Exactly, dude.
I
I
mean
love
that.
this
I
team,
mean
man,
that.
and I'm proud of the way they fought. Even if I'm disappointed in certain players on this team, I'm proud of how they fought. So I wake up tomorrow, I'm angry it happened, but I am so much more sad about all of it than anything else.
Rhea, what are you thinking right now? What are you feeling?
Proud is not in my vocabulary this morning. I will never unsee in my life JT Realmuto signaling to first and seeing that ball sail past him. Never in my life. I mean, we've had devastating losses in playoffs. You mentioned Joe Carter. Those were guys on the other team delivering a blow. This was a mental error at the worst possible moment. And James will tell you, I never wanted Orion in that game. And I was texting,
which I agree with, by the way. Where's
please.
David Robertson? Did he die in between the last series and this game? What happened to him?
You know, but I'm not blaming this on Thompson. You know, the hitters, they're a disgrace. They're a flat out disgrace. Brandon Marsh should not have been batting fifth. He was a black hole. But the other guys, no, I mean, the pitching staff, Duran can't walk in a batter. I mean, that was just brutal. But no, I'm not in love with this team like you guys. Not in any way, shape, or form.
So, look, emotions and analysis are going to be all over the map. And this is one of the reasons, you know, WIP for now close to 40 years has served throughout Philadelphia and the region as a spot for you to come to and let us know how you feel. And this is one of those, you know, days where we're all in it together. So we'll field your phone calls all through the show at 215-592-9494.
And by the way, the Eagles just thought they could show up last night and win an NFL game, and that's not how it works.
Here's my biggest takeaway from the Eagles. I'll just say this because we'll dabble in the Eagles, but it'll be pretty light. My biggest takeaway is they might miss the playoffs.
Things are bad with the Eagles. I think that is the takeaway.
Things are bad. I mean, they got a lot of injuries that are really piling up. Obviously, depletion from last year, losing a lot of players, and just all sorts of inefficiency all over the place. So if you missed it, just know you should be happy you missed the Eagles game because the second half was a disaster. And the Eagles once again got outgained, and they got seriously outplayed. And so, look, the Eagles thing's on the table, 215-592-9494. James, let's play the audio of the Kerkering thing. I mean, it's going to be an infamy moment in the history of Philly sports. Very, very high on the list.
Up there in the history of just baseball, man. I mentioned Merkel's boner, Joe. We grew up with that. The Ken Burns documentary, that was 1908 was Merkel's boner, and that was something that lasted forever as the ultimate example of a baseball player like fritzing out in the moment. And
listen,
this is one of those, man. Buckner, the ball went through his legs. To Rhea's point, Joe Carter hit a baseball out of a ballpark. Yeah. This is a guy losing his mind for a moment and a team season ending because of it. It is so rare, Joe.
Look, he panicked, to say the least. And one of the things in baseball, I mean, when I played, that was always critical when you're in the field, is just you got to know before the pitch, at least before the at-bat, where do you go if the ball comes
Joe,
to
it's
you?
the first thing my dad taught me.
Right, James? If it goes to your right, if it goes to your left, if it comes right at you. And one of the biggest keys, obviously, when there's two outs, you know, forcing any base, but simple math tells you the guy at home has to go 90 feet.
And he's running on contact.
The guy, right. The guy at third already has about a 15-foot lead, secondary lead. He's really freaking fast. He's going on contact. Like, it is not even close.
He's in a running stance. The other guy's swinging a bat. He has to let go of the bat and run. Like, it's not even
It's not even close. It's not even. James, let's listen to it. It is the agony of defeat. Let's listen to how it ended.
Swing at a broken bat, comebacker. Kerkering knocks it down, picks it up, throws wildly home to the backstop, and the season is over. The Dodgers rushing out past Orion Kerkering, who stands with his hands on his knees, bent over. And Kerkering, who had an easy out at first base, but he threw wildly to the plate all the way to the backstop. And the Phillies season has come to an end.
He totally lost his brain.
You can
Look,
hear,
we'll take
you
your
can
phone
hear that
calls.
call, Joe. You can listen the next time we play. You hear Fransky like stop for a second. He doesn't even know what to say.
We all were. I mean, everybody was like, "What the frickin' hell, man?" Like, just throw the ball to first. 215-592-9494. Let's be in it together today. What you're thinking, what you're feeling. It's very, 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 very heavy on my heart. This one really hurts, man. The starting pitching was ready to win a World Series, but other elements of the team were not, most notably the hitters. From Borgata today. Phone calls next. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie from Borgata on a horrible day. But we're in it together on 94 WIP.
Wild Fork Foods has everything you need for your baseball playoff watch parties without breaking the bank. Pick up some mouth-watering pork baby back ribs, $3.38 a pound. Let's make sure we use these for the Eagles tailgating. Grill them, bake them, slow cook them. These tender bone-in ribs are guaranteed to impress. They are so delicious. You can pair them with Wild Fork's family-sized mac and cheese, and man, you just scored a touchdown. Visit one of Wild Fork's greater Philadelphia locations, or online you can order as well at wildforkfoods.com for same-day delivery. Same-day delivery so you don't miss any of that postseason action.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown!
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter. And away go troubles down the drain.
Billy knows how to get game day ready. The jerseys, the wings, the oil change. Yeah, the oil change, because your car needs to perform too. At Meineke, we'll get your ride tuned up faster than a 2-minute drill. Brakes, tires, oil changes, exhaust, batteries, and more done right at the right price. Don't let car trouble bench you this season. Come to Meineke for all your car care needs. And right now, Meineke's offering a synthetic blend oil change for only $34.95 with free tire rotation. See your local Meineke dealer for details. Meineke, doing car care right.
Football season's back. Make Surfside your tailgate must-have. Real vodka, real brewed tea, just 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it wherever you tailgate. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A shooting near the sports complex leaves a man dead and another in critical condition. The Phillies end their postseason run after a heartbreaking loss in Los Angeles. A frosty start to this Friday with sunny, seasonable temperatures, but a coastal storm is threatening the region.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Red is the only color that matters this October. It's a Red October sales event here at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Car Czar. Now through October 31st, every vehicle on our lot is red tagged with deals guaranteeing a walk-off win. Step up to the plate and drive home your choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, or the award-winning Tucson for just $199 per month. That's right, just $199 per month only at Colonial Hyundai. Now's not the time to strike out with your trade. Colonial Hyundai will give you top dollar. In fact, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade guaranteed no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with a Gold Glove guarantee, America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Hurry in before the final pitch of the season to Colonial Hyundai of Downtown, or shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Lease Tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles per year. 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer for full details.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays are for football. That's why we're here to help you get your next DIY project done, even when the clock isn't on your side. Whether that's a new Filtrete filter or Bosch and Cobalt power tools, Lowe's has everything you need to feel like the MVP of DIY. So get it done and earn your Sunday. Shop now in-store and online. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Today, plenty of sunshine and cooler, high 65.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Lesson Fund.
Hess breaks his bat. Kerkering got to find it. Throws to the plate. Oh, my goodness. He throws it away. And the Dodgers have won. The Dodgers win.
CBS Brian Anderson, the calls. The Phillies season ends in brutal fashion in 11 innings to the Dodgers. Orion Kerkering inexplicably threw the ball to home on a comebacker as JT Realmuto was signaling to him to throw it to first, sailed past him. Game, series, season done. As if that wasn't awful enough, Eagles got embarrassed at the Giants 34-17 by a rookie quarterback in Jackson Dart and rookie running back Cam Scatterbo combined to run over the Eagles for 156 yards. Jalen Hurts threw his first pick. A.J. Dillon fumbled. Eagles without Jalen Carter. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport said pregame his absence somewhat of a surprise, adding the turf at MetLife Stadium played a part in the decision. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Mostly sunny, high 65. Need replacement windows? Buy two, get two for free, plus no payments until 2027. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com by October 31st. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the Morning Show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94.
At 592-9494 for your reaction to what went down. Jeff in Phoenixville kicks us off. Jeff, good morning.
Oh, I don't even know where to begin. First off, good morning, everyone. That's not a good morning, but, just to try to get the pleasantries out of the way. Rhea, thank you for pointing out something that I was screaming at all last night. Why is Brandon Marsh batting fifth?
It was a black hole. It was brutal.
It was
Well,
awful.
Jeff, I told you before the playoffs, that was one of my biggest worries, and he killed him.
He had a disastrous series.
He was horrible.
Disaster. Defensively, too. Bader put him into a bad spot. The injury did.
But Jeff, I will say this one thing in Rob Thompson's defense. It's not like he had a ton of guys to go to. You don't want to see Stott up there. You don't want to see Casty up there. You really don't want to see Kepler up there. I mean, like and again, that's why when I say I felt they were a batter or two light all year, that's what I meant.
Well, here's I'm going to take this in a totally different direction in regards to futuristic looking outlook. What do we have to look forward to? And I'll say it this way. The Eagles are broken. They're completely broken. Patullo needs to go because he's holding everything back, and I don't know what else is. I mean, there's something going on in there, and I think you're right, Joe. I think I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. The Phillies, that team, I think, needs to be broken up a little bit because do you bring Schwarber back? Do you bring some of the other guys back? I don't know. The Flyers, we have nothing to look forward to there. And the Sixers, god awful, because we don't even know if anybody's even going to play because they didn't want to tell us anything. So, what as a Philadelphia sports fan do we have to look forward to right now?
Well, the Phillies
Nothing.
will still be. Listen, Jeff, the Phillies will still be good. Okay, let's just start with that. And the Eagles certainly have a legit chance to get this back on track. But right now, they're a mess.
And I don't think an era of Eagles football is over because
I
they
don't
lost
either.
it Thursday night on against the Giants.
No, I'm not saying that
overreaction.
I'm not saying the era's over, but it's just like there's nothing positive to look forward to right now.
Immediately, there's nothing
positive. Listen, hold on, James. Hang on a second.
Long-term
Jeff, I
there.
disagree with you on that. But obviously, it's bleaker than it had been. I mean, I hear your point. I understand your point. I appreciate the call. I mean, just on a quick Eagles point, I did an accounting from who played in Super Bowl 59 to who did not play last night. And some of these guys aren't ever going to play again, and some of these guys aren't going to play for another month. I mean, consider the talent the Eagles had in Super Bowl 59. And no, these guys weren't there last night. Jalen Carter, now that's short term. Okay. Quinyon Mitchell, hamstring. I mean, sometimes that's a month, so we'll see. He played in the first quarter, had to come out. Nolan Smith's out at least a month. Landon Dickerson, it's obviously going to take time. I don't think it'll surprise anyone if that's about a month. Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, Brandon Graham, Darius Slay, Isaiah Rodgers, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Mekhi Becton. They lost a ton. I mean, that's
not even talking like Kenny Gainwell and like the other like
correct.
pieces off.
I'll add Kenny
right?
Gainwell. You're right, James.
Slay
Kenny
and
Gainwell.
Rodgers, one of them should have still
Yeah,
been here
Rodgers
for the
has
money.
been a stud for Minnesota so far. It's been great.
Yeah, I mean, they
to watch.
lost
It's really
a
fun.
freaking ton. Patrick in Tabernacle. Patrick, good morning.
Morning, everybody. Boy, just what an awful feeling. You know, it's just such disappointment and, you know, freaking ground ball back to the pitcher.
Yeah.
And Kerkering wasn't my choice either. And I don't know who said it. Where did Robertson go? Why do you get a guy like that?
Well, it's pretty, Patrick, I'll just say this. It's pretty clear that Rob Thompson lost faith in Robertson.
Yeah, well, he sure did. And, you know, it's just so obviously the disappointment. But, you know, again, 162 games, and you just it's not, you know, again, this isn't how you're supposed to lose a ball game. It's just the mental, you know, when the game finds you. And I feel bad for Kerkering. But you know who I got a target on is Bryce Harper, and it's just you know, again, our hits, and you know, we all know it was my fear and all our fears, and you know, it's just a huge disappointment.
He might not have it anymore. Like, it just might be that Bryce Harper is never going to be the guy again. Honestly,
Patrick,
probably.
He will not be the MVP type guy
Ever.
again. And, you know, I was saying that in the middle of the year. That, to me, was obvious. But
he might not be able to elevate the way he used to, even for the biggest moments anymore.
He really stunk this postseason.
Yeah, it's a shame because it's just like, you know, where was he in the moments? And, you know, listen, I can't completely rip the guy. I do credit him for, you know, getting me back into the love of the game I grew up with, you know, honestly. So, you know, you just hear the disappointment in everyone. And you know what? You got to shake it off, I guess. And for me, it's like with the Eagles, like, you kidding me now? And I got to hang. I'm not ripping the Flyers yet, but that's the only hat I have in my head right now where I can hang it.
Patrick, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Because I honestly don't know this answer, and I'm ashamed about it, but I'm going to be honest. Did the Flyers win or lose last
They
night?
lost.
They lost.
2-1.
Okay.
Yeah, and listen, they opened the
It was
season.
2-1, yeah, Rhea.
And by the way, can we get an opening game at home for the Flyers?
Yeah.
For once in my friggin' lifetime
Nope.
here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, I do
It's
know
just
what you
awful. They you know. But listen, it's just we're not going to. I don't know where we go with this team, man. But there's you got to break it up. You got to do something. We just
Well, you
can't.
don't break. You got to tinker, and it's more. I'll put it this way, and Patrick, good hearing from you always. It's more than tinker, but it's less than break it up.
I agree with you,
You don't break it up. I mean, the reality is they did the second best record in baseball. They did go to toe-to-toe with James's point, with perhaps the best team in baseball. So, you know, this is not a scenario where it's a break it up. Okay.
I mean, if Harrison Bader doesn't get hurt, they very likely might have won that
Yeah,
series.
no, I'm
like,
with
let's
you.
be honest.
One of the really tricky things, and I don't really ever remember anything in Philly sports like this. I don't know what the hell's going to happen with Ranger, but I tend to think this. He ain't going to be here. I don't know. I mean, it's like unless you want to trade Andrew Painter.
Which they won't.
Which they will not do and probably should not do. I don't know where there's room for the guy. I mean, the bottom line is you have Wheeler, but you don't have Wheeler. But you know, when I say don't
Well,
have
that's
him,
the question mark, right? You have no idea whether he can come back or if he wants to pitch past next year.
Hang on one
Yeah,
second,
go ahead.
James. Hang on one second. So Wheeler, like, you have to have a spot for him because he could pitch. Nola has a no-trade clause, so he ain't going anywhere. Luzardo's under contract for one more year. Painter obviously is going to be here soon, whether it's April 1st or soon thereafter. He's going to be here. And who am I forgetting right now?
Luzardo, did you say?
I thought I said Luzardo.
There's Sanchi.
Oh, and Sanchez. So, like, I just feel like we just saw the end of Ranger Suarez. And, John, that hurts, man, because this guy's a freaking stud.
Yeah, he was a monster. First pitch aside, once again, he came through for us just like it was nothing.
He always does.
Just, yeah, like it's breathing. But he will be far too expensive if we're going to be keeping these other big name around.
Yeah, I don't know how. I mean, theoretically, you could trade Luzardo. You could. I mean, let me put it this way. One of the strategies could be you go to Luzardo and his agent early in the offseason and say, we need you to commit to a long-term deal right now, which he probably won't do. But, like, you could present it to him and say, we need you to commit to a long-term deal, and if you don't, then we're probably going to trade you, and then we're going to sign Ranger. I mean, that is theoretically possible, but also not exactly something anyone's particularly in the mood to do because we love Luzardo also. That guy was awesome.
He was a stud.
Rhea, should Luzardo have been kept in the game? What was your instinct when they pulled him out? Keep him in, take him out. What'd you think?
My instinct was absolutely because of his mindset. He has something about him that there's a resolve in there. And Kerkering did not. I knew it was a disaster when he came in just because I haven't had the faith in him. Yeah. I mean, he had 11 inherited runners since August, and like 8 of them scored.
Yeah, and no, that's been bad. I was getting concerned that Luzardo could lose it fast.
He also, I mean, he pitched, 3 days ago or something like that?
That's my point.
As a start. I'm with you, Joe. I was fine with the decision to pull Luzardo. I would have been fine either way, keep him in, pull him, depending on how you felt about him in that moment. My issue is going to Kerkering.
Yeah, that's
Again,
it.
I understand that Rob Thompson must have lost faith in Robertson. Robertson's a 40-year-old dude who's been through battles, man. Battles. And the big thing that Orion Kerkering has stunk with all year is coming into situations with inherited runners. Like, it was like, what? Like, know your personnel, not to mention the fact that Kerkering pitched the night before and has pitched like 4 times in this series. Robertson hadn't pitched in 4 days. Like, it didn't make sense to me at all to go to Orion Kerkering.
If the choice is Luzardo or Kerkering, I'm staying with Luzardo.
Yeah, the Kimbrel thing may have been in Rob Thompson's mind. You know, an experienced, outstanding, long-time reliever who just hits a wall. That's how I felt that he felt about Robertson. John, did you think Duran should have gotten a 3rd inning? Because I did in the moment. Now, it worked out okay for 2 or 3 innings.
Real quick, the other option is you could have brought Banks in, even though it's not, lefty-lefty thing.
I got you.
I was all for as much Duran as possible, although it felt like he was missing high last night more than I'd ever seen before, which gave me pause. But, of course, I'm all for as much Duran as possible.
My instinct was to keep him in, but I also knew that would be risky. But here's what you knew. If you take Duran out and don't give him that 3rd inning, as the Dodgers closer got a 3rd inning, then you shorten your bullpen. And then it's at a certain point you're going to get to the guys you don't want to get to, which would be like the Taiwans and that whole crew. And the Kerkerings to an extent. Kerkering's not Taiwan, but did I want to see him in the game?
I feel like Kerkering has been shoved down my throat for the longest time.
Well, again, guys, let me say
feels like Topper really trusts him,
Well, how about this, guys? Alvarado?
Killed him.
Big time. Killed him. Alvarado.
That guy.
Killed him. Ugh. Coming up, Rob Thompson's press conference. I'm guessing many of you switched from the Phillies game to the Eagles game at a certain point last night and missed what Rob Thompson said after the game. It's about a 5 or 6 minute press conference. We'll play that. It is interesting. Covers a lot of ground. So we'll get to that, phone calls on all these topics from Borgata today on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about Gran Coramino Tequila, and you might need a serious dose of this weekend. So Gran Coramino Tequila is from Kevin Hart. He started it, obviously huge star, huge Philadelphia sports fan, and it's his tequila, and it is the official luxury tequila of the Birds. Gran Coramino is taking over game days at all 25 P.J. Wheelahan locations in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Make sure you check out the new 55 Saccharita cocktail named after Brandon Graham. Crafted with Gran Coramino's ultra smooth Tequila. Make sure you pair it with the new PJ's sample platter when you're there. It's awesome. Featuring their all-star lineup of appetizers, Gran Coramino Tequila, and the Birds on game day at PJ Wheelahan's. Make sure you get yourself to PJ Wheelahan's and start with their website, pjspub.com. That's pjspub.com. Celebrate responsibly.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with Mnexspike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get Mnexspike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. Mnexspike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. Mnexspike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by Acme, official supermarket of the Eagles.
The Giants routed the Eagles last night, 34-17. Kroll, as their rookie quarterback Jackson Dart, had the Eagles on their heels all night. And so the Eagles have now lost 2 in a row, and their record is now 4-2. It's tough to lose to a Giants team, a team that is now only 2-4, but the Eagles did. They have 10 days to get ready for their trip to Minneapolis. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
This Eagles season, get in the game at Acme. Enter their Swoop In and Win sweepstakes for your chance to win Eagles tickets, autographed jerseys, helmets, or more. Download the Acme app or visit acmemarkets.com/swoop in and win for more details. Plus, save 5% when you shop on game days wearing your Eagles apparel. Acme makes sure Eagles fans have all their game day needs. Don't miss the football deal of the week. Snyder's family-sized pretzels, Cape Cod chips, or Pepperidge Farm goldfish, all $1.99 when you buy 3. Acme, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles. Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and it's the perfect season for something truly one of a kind. At Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, custom jewelry isn't just a service, it's a passion. For 35 years, this family-owned business has created timeless, handcrafted pieces that tell your story, all designed and made in-house. And when it comes to jewelry that stands out, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
94 WIP Sports Update.
brought to you by Visit Delco.
Kerkering, who had an easy out at first base. The inning was over, but he threw wildly to the plate all the way to the backstop. And the Phillies season has come to an end on a broken bat roller back to the mound. 2-1, the Dodgers win it.
Stunning end to the Phillies season as called by Scott Fransky with the bases loaded in the 11th inning of a 1-1 tie. Orion Kerkering fielded a comebacker, and as JT Realmuto was pointing to first base, Kerkering panicked and threw home, sailed past him. Season, game, series come to a crashing end. Then we have the Eagles, also disastrous, but on an embarrassing level. Losers of 2 straight after the Giants took it to them 34-17 behind rookie quarterback Jackson Dart. At one point, ran 19 yards untouched into the end zone. No Jalen Carter. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reported Carter's decision in part due to the MetLife much maligned turf. Going to see the Birds, staying overnight in Delco? Get a $150 Uber credit to ride round trip with Delco's Game Day Getaway. Visit delco.com. Mostly sunny, high 66. It's currently 46. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP.
Got front board guide on this horrible Friday morning. Jetta Cameron, John Ritchie, along with Seltzer and Rhea. No Devin today. She was obviously up there in up in the Meadowlands last night. I still call it the Meadowlands, whatever the hell it is. As part of the Eagles broadcast, along with Merrill and Mike. So she'll be back with us next week. This one really hurts, man. It sits very heavy on the heart, and it's a little too early for me to assess exactly where it's at through the years. I just know that it's not Joe Carter and Rondé Barber, but James, is it third? Is it fourth? Like, is it Donovan throwing up in the Super Bowl? Well, he didn't throw up, but he dry heaved. Like, where is this? Because it's early, James, but where is this one going to go down?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's above Donovan. It's a Super Bowl. It's hard to judge the championship thing versus like Joe Carter. Nothing will ever top Joe Carter because it ended a World Series.
Yeah.
But to the point Rhea made before, and I said this on my pod last night too, it's worse in the fact that at least in the World Series, Joe Carter hit a home run to beat you. Like, This is an all-time guy just losing it in a moment, and it feels so much worse and such a crappier way for a season to end in a certain type of way. Joe, I'm with you. I think it's absolutely top 5, maybe top 3. I was going to ask you, I have like 2 historical questions I'm dying to ask you. One being off of that, do you ever remember in Philly sports history an individual athlete having a worse choke, lose your mental blunder, whatever moment?
Well, so not mental blunder, but the Ben Simmons, I'm afraid, to dunk the ball.
That was the only thing I came up with on the pod last night, and I was like, it's not as bad. Like, it's just not. I mean,
let me think about this for a second, if there's any other. So the one thing that makes the Ben Simmons thing maybe worse is that it was fearful. Now, the Ben Simmons thing wasn't the last play of the game. There wasn't 2 seconds left. So I tend to think this is worse, but I'll say this. I at least have respect for Orion Kerkering not having. I mean, he panicked. There's a difference between panic and I'm afraid to dunk the ball in basketball because I might get fouled and have to shoot 2 free throws. That's a different level of shame, in my opinion. But this is certainly more impactful because it was the very, very, very,
it's like
very
predetermined fear by Ben because we always knew he just wasn't going to do it.
Right.
But Kerkering, I gotta imagine he's made that play.
Thousands,
many
literal,
times.
like in his life,
Yeah, that's something they practice.
Yeah.
And look, the pitcher to first thing is sometimes one of the harder plays in baseball. The other team had one last night. Pitcher trying to find the bag, and it can get a little tricky. This wasn't that. This was just you initially fumbled the ball. Okay, take a breath.
Still had
reach
time.
down, pick it up, throw to first. Bing, bam, boom. So so James, to broaden out on your question, is there anything else that I can think of? No.
Yeah, I couldn't either. And Simmons was the only one I came up with last night. My second question, and obviously it's hard to the point about championships, losing a championship, there's nothing worse. But in terms of a 7-day, 1 week span, really 6 days, has there ever been a worse 6 days in terms of losses? You lose 3 horrendous, painful losses, two of them in the worst way possible. Phillies and the Eagles lose 2 games, one a horrible comeback, and then a loss to a bad team.
Probably an 80, James, because that's when the Sixers and Flyers both lost in the championship round.
Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call.
Same like 7 to 10
It has
day
to be up
stretch.
there, right? Like, this is one of the
there.
worst 7-day stretches we've ever had, man.
It's way up there. All right, what Rob Thompson said after the game, we're going to get to his press conference coming up in a moment. John, how do you feel? How are you processing this right now?
I'm angry in general. Like, I think I'm angry at everything because there's so much to be ticked off about. Like just all the minutia. It's like everything adds up to frustration, and that's just and there's like no outlet for that. Normally one team loses and then they rebound the next day, or
oh, this is it. This is done.
There's a chance for rebound. There's a chance for redemption. There's none of that. And then maybe you get saved by the Eagles dominating in some fashion,
or Joel might play.
Yeah, nothing like that.
All right, let's get
nothing that salvages the situation in any way.
To the phones we go. Rob Thompson's press conference from late last night. We'll get to that coming up short. I guess it wasn't even that late, but the reality is everyone switched to the Eagles game where I'm sure for a lot of kids went to bed in tears. I can't imagine how many 10-year-olds went to bed last night in tears. I didn't cry, but I thought I could. Like it got to the point where I was like, I could cry. I didn't. But my God, I got to imagine 10, 30, 50,000 7 to 15-year-olds just cried themselves to sleep last night.
Closest since Joe Carter for me, Joe. I said that last night. I didn't cry either, but like I felt it coming up in the moment, just how sad I was for everything.
Yep. Dennis in Mount Laurel. Dennis, good morning.
Hammer, I know how you're feeling, so I'm not going to do my normal line. I have a couple words, and they are the offense sucked for the last, actually 3 seasons.
Hey, Dennis, a little hard to hear you. You want a speakerphone?
No. Is that any better?
A little bit. Yep, a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Bryce puts up, a 210 batting average, no home runs, no RBIs, and Schwarber, and he had one good game. The offense is the same thing it's been the last 3 years. You look at the numbers for the last 3 years, and it's terrible. In clutch time, they're not playing fundamental, good, sound baseball. Now, Kerkering made a big error, but he should have never been put in that position.
Well, meaning it should have been a different pitcher?
Well, no, it should have been. We should have had a lot more runs.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, well, they right. Look, Dennis. Here's there's one thing I'm going to say in defense of the Phillies hitters. They were facing an incredible pitching staff. I mean, we can't act like the Dodgers were exactly knocking the ball all over the ballpark either. I mean, matter of fact, I would think the Phillies probably outscored them in the series.
They did. Yeah, they outscored. They won the run differential.
I mean, Dennis, I was texting my family during the game because everybody's freaking out, and I was making the point, this is not uncommon in postseason baseball. I mean, you see 3-2, 2-1 games frequently because it's the best pitchers that make the playoffs, and then they pitch. You don't get your fifth starter. You pitch your top guy. So, I give the Phillies bats a bit of leeway there, but only a bit, because the reality is we all needed them to do more. Looking back on it, they didn't have to do that much more. They just needed to do a little bit more, and the Phillies would have won the series, and those guys didn't get it done, Dennis.
I agree with you. All right, Hammer. Good talking to you.
All right, pal. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Let's listen
Dennis.
to Rob Thompson. We wonder if we're done talking to Rob Thompson. This one is, Rhea, do you agree with this statement? One of the more interesting will he stay or go ever?
Oh,
in
yeah,
Philly
no,
sports?
because I don't know if there's last night I don't particularly blame him. I didn't like Orion coming out, and he cost them with the bunt. But the way he managed Game 3 was, this is a tough one, and it all comes down to what kind of mood John Middleton is in.
Yep.
And the way that game ended and the devastation. Like, I'm not angry at Orion. I'm so devastated at what happened. Like, I'm stunned by it. And I'm just curious how Middleton is feeling. Whether
Absolutely.
he's angry or devastated, that will factor into it.
Yeah, I don't think this is a decision that the Phillies will make. I don't think they will announce that he's back or out in the next 3 days. I think this is going to be everybody go to your separate corners, cool your heads. And my guess is this thing's going to take a week or two. If you remember, Doug got fired a week after the season, a whole week after the season. And that was related, many of us believe, to the coaching staff and what kind of control he was going to have. And
how's Nick's coaching staff doing right now?
Yeah, not good, Rhea. Not good. So I'll be fascinated to see where this Rob Thompson thing goes. But let's listen to what Topper said after the game last night. Covered a ton of ground about the game. Let's listen.
Rob, obviously a heartbreaking way to lose. Looked like you had a long conversation with Orion coming off the field. Do you want to share a little what you told him? Or
just to keep his head up. He just got caught up in the moment a little bit. Coming down the stretch there, he pitched so well for us, and it's I feel for him because he's putting it all on his shoulders. But we win as a team and we lose as a team. So.
Rob, can you just take us through the decision to take Luzardo out at that point and put Kerkering in the game at that point?
Just with the two righties, and Zeus had 30 pitches on him with 3 days rest. I didn't want to push him too much further. Really going into the game, thought about just one inning for him, really, because it's kind of his side day. But he was so efficient in the first, we decided to send him back out in second.
Obviously, the devastation of it all is pretty fresh, but can you speak to the way this team fought until the end?
Yeah, I told him after the game, I said, I appreciate what they've done all year. They prepared, competed, picked each other up, true professionals the entire year. And I'm extremely proud of how they went about their business, and I'm proud that I'm their manager, to tell you the truth. That goes for the coaching staff. It goes for all the support staff. Just a really elite group of people.
What do you think of everybody coming to Orion after that play and supporting him?
That tells you about what they're made of, Like I said, they win as a team, they lose as a team, they support each other. As bad as you feel, it's good to see them be there for each other.
How impressive was Sasaki for the Dodgers, and were you surprised at all that he went out there for a third inning?
No, not really. I mean, he's been starting. He's been lengthened out. When you get into these games, you got to do some things that are a little unconventional. And, he was really good. Really good.
Can you just talk a little bit about the pitching in the series, how impressive it was from both teams?
Yeah, I mean, all the starters were tremendous. We got some great relief, especially today. Luzardo stepping up, coming out of the pen. Strom was really good today. Their bullpen was good. It was pretty impressive. 4 games.
Rob, obviously now 4 years in a row, World Series hopes, and the way this one ended. I mean, how does this one feel compared to the others? Is it harder to take with the way it ended?
I can't really compare because they all feel just awful. I mean, when this happens, it's like your entire world comes to a stop, and it's just a thud. And it's just not a good feeling. It really isn't. Especially, regular season, we were really good. We had a lot of wins, and we expected a lot more.
And you guys, typically a guy like Zach Wheeler has taken out a lot of innings in this series. I know you just talked about the pitching, but the starters, every plan you did pitching-wise seemed to work. I mean, does that make this even tougher to swallow?
It is tough, but I take my hat off to our starters for, picking it up. And when Zach went down, they just did a heck of a job. They just kept getting better and better as the season went on, and they pitched great in the playoffs.
Rob, take us back to I think it was the 7th inning, the decision to, obviously Ohtani's great, intentionally walk him there, load the bases, and then Duran walks the guy. Any concern about, I know sometimes you don't like to intentionally walk the bases loaded because it doesn't leave the pitcher a margin for error there.
Yeah, and that's Duran's first career bases loaded walk. So, I mean, you're not expecting that. And just his ability to throw strikes, really wasn't expecting that, but it happened.
And you made several decisions this series with the logical baseball reasoning behind it, but it just seemed not to work out a lot of the time. Did you feel kind of snake bit at all, or is that just part of managing and stuff?
I think it's just part of managing, and when something doesn't work, you're up for criticism, and I understand that. It's just part of the job. So,
Rob, you talked about how great the pitching was in this series, but when you look at your lineup, I mean, other than what you got a couple innings last night, they really struggled against the Dodgers. Is there anything that you can kind of identify as to maybe what didn't click for them against this team?
Dodgers have really good pitching, so I mean their lineup's good too, and they didn't score a whole lot of runs either. So it really comes down to the pitching. They pitched great, we pitched great. It was a well-fought series. They came out on top, unfortunately, and that's the way it is. And you feel awful.
This team has a lot of free agents. Obviously, there's a lot of work for the front office to do. But from your perspective, like, where does this team go from here? And do you think there's great years ahead?
Oh, I do. With and I don't know what Dave and John and Preston are going to do in the offseason. We haven't really talked about anything like that. But our farm system is being built up. I know that they're going to. John's going to spend money. He wants to win. He wants a world champion. So there's good years ahead, no doubt.
Do you expect to manage next year?
Do I? It's out of my control. I'm not even thinking about it. I got 60 people in there that are brokenhearted right now. So I'm thinking about that more so than my job right now.
All right, that's Rob Thompson last night. Well, that last question leads us to one of our 2 Twitter poll questions of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's got the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. First poll question, do you want Rob Thompson back as the Phillies manager next season? There's really only 2 opinions, and probably really only one that really matters. Middleton really matters really the most. I'm sure Dombrowski's going to make a recommendation to Middleton, but at the end of the day, I think it's Middleton's call. But what's your opinion? Do you want Topper back next season or not? Yes or no? Second poll question. With the way the Phillies season ended, I am curious, which emotion do you feel more this morning? Anger or sadness? To the phones we go. Gary in Whitehall. Gary, good morning.
Joe, they ripped my heart out.
Yeah.
Ripped my freaking heart out. I got 2 things. One, the decision to carry 12 pitchers in a 5-game playoff series killed them. They had no bats. They had no outfield help. The injury to Bader really hurt them.
Let me just say that, Gary, let me just say this. To be fair, there was nothing about last night's game that told me they were short on their regular bench. Meaning, it's not like they were going to insert Johan Rojas as a pinch hitter or whoever that other guy would be. I mean, I do think it impacted the game earlier in the series.
Game 2.
I'm with you there.
Game 2 for sure.
Yeah. But Gary, the reality is their bench was, let's put it this way. 3 or 4 of their starters were weak. Their bench was really weak. I mean, they were playing Castellanos because they didn't trust anybody else. So it's not like they had Babe Ruth ready to come off the bench as the 27th guy if they added him to the lineup. But anyway, go ahead.
There you said it, though. Castellanos. What did he do?
Well, he got 1 hit. He actually got 2 of the bigger hits in the series. We got to
some
give him
hits
that.
for us.
Gave him the lead, right?
Yeah,
he's the one who drove in our run.
And that press they just had with Topper, they brought it up, and that's what I wanted to bring up. In the 7th inning with Duran out there, you brought Duran in here for a certain reason. He was your closer. But now you're in the playoffs. You're in the 7th inning in a 1-0 game. You bring him in. His second and third.
I loved it, Gary. It was a smart move.
What, did he intentionally walk with Donnie? No.
Oh, well, that's different. If you're saying so look, I actually thought it was the right decision to walk him. So 2 different things, Gary. Is it the right decision to bring him in? I think it was. Is it the right decision to walk Ohtani? I mean, that's about 50-50. In the moment, wanted him walked, and I'll stand by that. But, you can make a case either way, clearly. Gary, appreciate the call. John, what'd you think? The intentional walk of Ohtani, yes or no?
I am certainly not a baseball strategist. I don't like giving anything away, but I felt like it was minimizing the risk. I felt like it was the smart move there. I felt like I wasn't opposed. Let's put it that way.
Fair enough.
I
Yeah.
wasn't up in arms at the time like,
Yep.
oh no, what are we doing?
Yep.
It seemed like it was logical.
James, in the moment, yes or no?
I was fine with it in the moment. Righty-lefty thing, take on the righty. And again, Topper said it. That was the first bases loaded walk of Duran's career. He had walked one guy in 20 innings with the Phillies this year. I think you got to trust your guy not to walk him in that spot.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. All right, coming up, what Kerkering said after the game. What did he say? You probably have not heard it. Well, you'll hear it next. Kerkering after the game on the play. That and more up ahead. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. No Devin today, as she's she was up at the Eagles game in New York last night. Rhea with us, and we're happy you're with us, but we wish under better circumstances. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with Fans of Philly. Join Fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Still spending on search ads, hoping to capture new customers? The truth is, search reaches people who already know your brand and is rapidly being replaced by AI. If you want real growth, you need to get in front of new customers on streaming TV, where attention is high on their favorite programming. Viant has proven technology to reach the right customers on the best programming, delivering real outcomes. Want better results? Visit ViantCTV.com today.
Autolender's inventory of one-owner, low-mileage vehicles is so huge, it would take about 10 links to hold them all. That's right. We're talking probably the world's largest inventory, all priced thousands less. It's in a league all its own. So it's only fitting Autolenders is the proud sponsor of the coin toss before every Birds game. See for yourself at any of our 10 locations or Autolenders.com. Go Birds and fly, Autolenders fly.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. My Lowe's Rewards members get up to 40% off hundreds of items, plus free standard shipping. Join for free today. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Think about it. You take thousands of steps every day. Shouldn't every single one of them feel amazing? Well, with Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins, they can. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists to design a shoe that provides amazing arch support for all-day comfort. And best of all, you get all this comfort, stability, and support with the ease of Skechers slip-ins technology. Just slip them on. There's no bending down and no struggling to tie your shoes. Just step in and go. Try Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included. for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays, call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Pete Carroll is probably reluctant to bench Geno Smith, who's guaranteed $66.5 million over 2 years, despite a raft of interceptions and 4 straight losses. But I know firsthand that nothing gets under Pete's skin more than turnovers. If Vegas trails Tennessee at halftime on Sunday, I'd switch to Kenny Pickett. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 94 WIP. And thousands more. Plus millions of podcasts are all on.
Well, one spot we
there
could.
were places to turn, and then you were let down there, too.
That's true. There were places to turn.
Gut
and it didn't work.
punches.
You're
Left,
right.
left.
Can a Eagles kick returner catch the ball?
No.
I mean, is that possible?
No.
Like,
And we gave how
catch
much
the
away
ball.
for the big B guy?
6, I think, Richie, a 5th and a 6.
2.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Guy can't catch the ball. I mean, you got to get rid of him. You got to get rid of that Bigsby guy. I mean, he's just got to go. He's horrendous. He's horrible. We're not doing the NovaCare rehabilitation injury report today because obviously our focus is on the Phillies and to a certain extent the Eagles game. But we'll certainly do that Monday. Rhea, obviously they're going to have some stuff to, is Jalen Carter a one-game absence or more? We'll see. But, Rhea, we look forward to talking on the NovaCare doc on Monday.
Yeah, from NovaCare Rehabilitation, the power of physical therapy. Want to thank Dr. Chu, was ready, and he'll be ready for us on Monday.
Yeah, I
Jalen
appreciate
Carter
that.
being a somewhat surprise scratch is very concerning.
John, I was really the wording by Ian Rappaport was interesting to me because he said he was a surprise, guy who wasn't going to play, and Carter's decision, the way he wrote it, was in part due to the MetLife turf.
Well, here's the one thing I'll say, Rhea. We can't complain after having the vet for 40 years.
Oh no, I know.
We don't have the moral
right?
we don't have the moral high ground on that one.
Oh no,
and the
I'm just-
Quignon too, man. That's terrifying. Like hamstrings, we know.
Oh, that's a disaster. That's not good. All right, so the Phil's obviously top of mind. Eagles certainly a secondary topic, but out there as well if you want to react. Obviously, what we're reacting to is the Phillies season ending. This wasn't the only thing that went wrong last night. The hitters didn't hit for 3.5 hours. But let's listen to how it ended as called last night, and then we'll get to what Kerkering specifically said about one of the all-time blunders in the history of Philadelphia sports. Let's listen to how it went down last night.
Swing at a broken bat, comebacker. Kerkering knocks it down, picks it up, throws wildly home to the backstop, and the season is over. The Dodgers rushing out past Orion Kerkering, who stands with his hands on his knees, bent over. And Kerkering, who had an easy out at first base, but he threw wildly to the plate all the way to the backstop. And the Phillies season has come to an end.
It was right there to be had. I mean, it was just pick up the ball, throw to first base. It wouldn't
Pick
even
up
require.
the ball. Look at your catcher. He's pointing where you should throw.
Yeah. It would not have even required a 98-mile-an-hour fastball to first base. Like, he could have gotten over there pretty
Underhanded.
comfortably. Really comfortably. Let's listen to what Orion Kerkering said after the game. Probably not since Mitch Williams in 93. Has there been a singular player where you wonder after the game, how's he going to handle it? Because, this is not just a Philly sports blunder. This is an American sports blunder. And I do feel bad for the kid. I really do. But he crushed our dreams, obviously, and his teammates' dreams and his own. And it's going to be a horrible stretch of time for him up ahead. Let's listen to how Kerkering handled it last night when he talked to the media about what happened.
Hit off my foot. Just kind of, once the pressure got to me, I just thought it was a faster throw to JT, a little quicker throw than trying to cross body to Bryce. So, just poor throw.
Yeah. Did you hear them telling you to go to first at all, or were you just in the moment? It wasn't even
just in the moment.
Yeah.
Can you see JT pointing in that moment, or is it just kind of looking up?
Just kind of looking up, just be ready.
I mean, a lot of guys like Managerial, one of the first ones there. Just what do guys say to you in that moment?
Just keep your head up. It's an honest mistake. It's baseball. It happens, and just keep your head up. You'll be good for a long time to come. It's not my fault. Just had opportunities to score. Just keep your head up.
In conversation with Rob too, what did he say? What does that stuff mean to you? Tell about those guys picking you up so quick.
It means a lot. It shows they care a lot.
It was nice that the guys all came to him. I mean, it was immediate. I mean, Rob Thompson, obviously, JT right away. I mean, that stuff was nice, but
was he breaking up at the end there? Sounded like he was.
No, he wasn't.
He
I can
didn't
tell you
end
why
up
I
breaking
know.
up, yeah.
Well, did he later, James?
No, I'm saying in that spot that went on further, right? There's another 30
Correct.
seconds.
That
clip,
went
but he
on.
doesn't- that's what
he did. Yeah, he did not thereafter because we ended it there because then it got into less interesting stuff and he was not crying after that. All right, let's get to Drew right now. Drew, good morning.
Hey, good. Yeah, good morning. They should have won that game 1-0, Joe. I mean, the intentional walk. There are a lot of reasons why you intentionally walk a batter. Last night, the double play wasn't in play. We didn't need to do it for that.
Yeah, but it's so tiny, Drew. You can't minimize the fact
yeah.
this guy's probably the second best hitter in baseball behind Judge. I mean, I know he didn't hit much in the series, but to act like Ohtani is Marsh would be foolish.
No, not at all. But to me, it's the opposite analysis in terms of who's up next. Okay, Mookie Betts is no slouch. All right, so yeah, if it was a big drop off, but it wasn't. Okay, it's no drop off based on how Ohtani was going. I mean, and Duran faced him in the late season series. He retired him on a comebacker the first game, and then I think he walked him the second game, not intentionally. But to me, in a 1-0 game, I just didn't want to put that in play, tying the game on a walk. If it was 2-0 and you want to walk Ohtani, fine. But I
It's
didn't
scary.
agree with
Listen,
that.
Drew, here's my retort, because I get your point, and it's scary, and you leave yourself out there on a limb. But if you don't walk him, think about how many plays last night Stott and Turner made that were really excellent, where they at least secured an out at second base, even if they didn't turn the double play. So by walking Ohtani, you do create a force at every base, which, happens a decent amount in baseball, where you just need to get it anywhere and you can get an out and that's it. So I understand your point, but I'll tell you this. I don't think it's a no-brainer your way.
The problem with Duran was that he just wasn't aggressive enough with Mookie. That's what bothered me. I mean, his command was not there.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it aggressive. I'd say his command. I mean,
Yeah.
he was wild.
He couldn't throw a strike when he
Yeah.
had to.
Yeah.
That's what it came down to.
Yeah.
He did not do his job.
And Drew, this is one of those things where there are things to look back and criticize, Rob Thompson on, and Drew, appreciate the call, on things that he did wrong that you could have expected to happen. But, I mean, think about what we're talking about here. It's trusting your best bullpen arm by far, who in his entire career had never walked a batter with the bases loaded. I mean, at a certain point, you got to acknowledge the athlete's got to do the job instead of it being the manager's fault.
Rob Thompson's experience, too. He had one walk in 20-plus innings with us. One walk.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think you can put that on Rob Thompson.
Kerkering's on Rob Thompson for putting him in.
Yeah, and again, let's not act like Shohei's a chump. And I get your
No.
point that you're going to Betts, but you're also going to a righty-righty matchup instead of a righty-lefty matchup, and that does matter. Lou in Mount Laurel. Lou, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everybody. What a horrible night.
Horrible.
And I know it's just the first night, but the Flyers also with a loss.
Yeah,
but,
0 for 3.
Everybody loses.
I don't know if this is going to come up or not, and I know this might not be the day to say it, but if this is next year with the automatic review, we probably win that game 1-0 because that was a disgraceful missed call on Sanchez for that third strike, and that was the run that scored their first run. I think that has to be looked at the same way, and I could care less about the Padres, their fans, or the city of San Diego. They got hosed too on that elimination game on a similar call. I think we have to look at that too, that did not go in our way at all.
Sanchez doesn't come out of the game if he gets
apparently
Yeah.
Sanchez said after the game that the umpire apologized to him for missing the call.
That's a problem.
Wow.
Because that run changes the game or
No
potentially the
question.
series.
Robo Joe, are you in for it now?
I'm still a no, but I hear your point,
could you
Lou.
be a no after that?
I'm still a no, but Lou, I hear your point. It had
It
a monumental
changes the
impact.
series.
I understand. I get it. I get it.
And unrelated, Joe, now that things are dying down and you're getting healthier, we got to make that book reading happen soon, brother. In my school.
I appreciate that, Lou. I'll be in touch with you, man. I got your info, pal.
Yeah.
Thank you,
guys.
Lou. Lou, appreciate
All right.
the phone call, man. What a brutal one. All right, up ahead an awful lot. Elliott, 7:30 on both the Phillies and the Eagles. More of what Rob Thompson said after the game last night. A little bit more on the Eagles, but heavy on the Phils today. Dick Vermeil later in the program calls on all of it. Heartbroken. We're all heartbroken. I mean, they really had a shot to win the series, to win the World Series, and instead they won one playoff game for the second straight year. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie from Borgata on 94 WIP.
Is your home ready for the energy demands ahead this fall? Cooler evenings, longer nights, extra devices, and of course that means more strain on your electrical system. Get ahead of potential electrical problems before it's too late by calling the experts at Horizon Services for all of your home's electrical needs. Horizon Services, they have same-day emergency repair service, which can make sure you get back to being comfortable fast. Plus, right now, get a free, no obligation electrical safety inspection with any paid service to catch any issues before they become a real scare. If it's a bigger job, say a new whole home generator, take up to $1,500 off installation plus 0% financing. With Horizon Services, you always know the job will be done right the first time with 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Horizon Services available 24/7, so don't wait. Click or call day or night. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
And Doug.
Limu and I always tell you to customize your car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. But now, we want you to feel it. Cue the emu music, Limu.
Save yourself money today. Increase your wealth. Customize and save, we say.
That may have been too much feeling.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A shooting near the sports complex leaves a man dead and another in critical condition. The Phillies end their postseason run after a heartbreaking loss in Los Angeles. A frosty start to this Friday with sunny, seasonable temperatures, but a coastal storm is threatening the region.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, college football fans, it's time to lock in on those Saturday showdowns. Take your excitement to the next level with a Parlay Boost token from BetMGM. Log in to your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then add any college football parlay to your bet slip and apply the token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted parlay hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Every play can change the game, so don't settle for ordinary this season. Feeling good about your college football parlay? Claim your Parlay Boost token and make this season unforgettable. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone. Lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. This is the show where your money is not scary. It's a show that's all about you. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Listen and follow Jill on Money on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about Gran Coramino Tequila, the official luxury tequila of the Philadelphia Eagles, founded by Phillies' huge super fan. That would be Kevin Hart, and, of course, a big-time American star. You know, Gran Coramino and the Eagles, they have teamed up to reward Eagles fans who really know how to roast our rivals. Make sure you upload your best roast to roastourrivals.com for a chance to win epic Eagles experiences. Make them some good, fun, creative roast, and get them to roastourrivals.com. Of course, get ready for the next game, Week 7 action, and pick up a bottle of Gran Coramino 100% Blue Agave Tequila. Celebrate responsibly.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Phillies and Dodgers battled into extras before the game ended in most devastating fashion for the Phillies. Bases loaded, bottom of the 11th. Orion Kerkering panicked on a comebacker. Instead of throwing to first, threw home, and it sailed past JT Realmuto as the Dodgers took the game and the series.
He just got caught up in the moment a little bit. He, coming down the stretch there, he pitched so well for us. And it's, I feel for him because he's putting it all on his shoulders. But we win as a team and we lose as a team.
Rob Thompson as his top hitters again went cold. Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, Alec Bohm, 2 for 17, no RBIs, and 4 strikeouts. Dreadful showing or no show by the Eagles in an embarrassing 34-17 loss at the Giants. For the Athletic, Zach Berman, Lane Johnson said, the last 2 weeks you kind of know what it is. You know when the pass is coming, you know when the run is coming, which is a pretty damning acknowledgement. If you are in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Visit PDQPOS.com. Sunny today, a high of 66, currently 47. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, there ain't no upbeat,
That's
happy music.
Manic depression.
Yeah, nothing good about today in Philadelphia sports. Nothing good. We'll talk to Elliot in about 10 minutes. We'll be heaviest on the Phils with him, but a little bit on the Eagles as well. I'll cover the Eagles quickly here, and then the Phils, and then to the calls. Eagles, I'll just tell you, and some people might have missed the game, but I watched all of both. It was obvious mid-third quarter the Birds were going to lose the game. They were getting whipped, and the whipping just got worse from that point on. And last night was the first time that I thought the Eagles really might miss the playoffs. They've now been outgained in all 6 games they played.
I'm not worried to that degree.
Okay. They might, man.
They're 4-2.
I know.
They've lost back-to-back games.
Very
which
lucky to
is
win some of those
a
games.
Problem.
Yeah.
But they've got an incredible roster, and I do believe they can figure some things out.
They might. I mean, they certainly might, but they got a lot to figure out. And they're now, it's not just the players they lost.
Jalen Carter really hurt.
Well, I know,
but the fact that he was a surprise scratch or a somewhat surprise scratch, that's problematic.
Well, and that tells me that's less problematic for me. That tells me he'll probably play next week. But who knows? I mean, maybe it's why he hasn't played as well. I mean, the combination of injuries. But look, we knew that they had a lot of guys missing from the Super Bowl team last year, and now you add Jalen Carter for however long he's out. Quignon's probably going to be out. I mean, a hamstring's never good.
Probably a month.
Nolan Smith is about a month. Landon Dickerson's probably about a month. It's not good. I mean, they don't even have a freaking kick returner and catch the ball. Anyway,
Lane Johnson saying that everyone knows exactly what they're running every play. Like, I mean, it's bad everywhere.
That's a real problem. The cornerback situation is abysmal.
Horrible.
Keely Ringo is problematic.
And Makuba's now starting to get exposed.
Oh, yeah.
He was probably the worst Eagle last night. He was horrible.
Okay, but Keely Ringo needs I don't know that he can be put back out there. He's going to be picked on, and teams are going to win. This guy is a liability.
He's horrible.
Oh, losing Darius Slay and Isaiah Rodgers mattered, huh?
Exactly. All right, so the Eagles thing, totally on the table. But the Phil's the main topic for all the obvious reasons. It's absolutely devastating. And, I have an aunt that was texting me earlier saying, 64 Phils for her will always be number one, and rightfully so for anyone that lived through that. But, this is really high on the list. In my lifetime, this is not Joe Carter's homer, and this is not losing to Tampa in the last game at the Vet when I was utterly convinced the Eagles were about to go to the Super Bowl. But this is top 5. It's the combination of having the pitching ready, having aging players who could have won a World Series but are likely to only get worse. Younger players who are not exactly lighting the world on fire to replenish the system. I mean, I'd like to. I'm happy that Stott and Marsh played better as the season went on, but it's not like they played well in the playoffs. You're probably going to lose Ranger. You got to figure out the JT and Schwarber thing. You got to figure out the Bader thing. I mean, the Phillies, let me be very clear. The Phillies are still going to be, at the very least, very good next year because you can't have this level of starting pitching and not be very good unless a whole new slate of injuries, wipes them out. But the problem is they're wasting opportunity, and they're doing so in very aggravating fashion, i.e. not hitting, bullpen issues, some managerial issues, although I don't think so last night. And then, of course, the topper is an all-time moment, an all-time 5 seconds that will go down in infamy.
Oh, forever, Joe.
Forever,
I mean, it was so routine. It was like you had just watched the worst train accident you've ever seen in your entire life.
I said before, Joe, as much as it sucks, in 50 years, Orion's boner will be the thing that people remember about this series. And honestly, probably nothing else.
Yeah, in 50 years, you're probably right, because that replay will be shown all the time. And, he just lost his head. I mean, you gotta know if the ball comes back to you where you're going with it, even if you fumble it. And the reality is the guy on third doesn't start on third. By the way, he was fast. Let's start with that. Number 2, the guy on third isn't on third. He's down the third base line as the sequence begins. So he already has probably a 15 feet head start. He's running on contact.
It was a pinch runner, Joe. That's a great point. You haven't pointed that out. It was a pinch runner.
Correct.
It's the fastest guy they had to put into that spot.
Correct. If there's one out, you have to come home.
Joe, didn't you guys say earlier they should have called a timeout and just, talked to him?
Didn't go through my mind. I guess they could have, Rhea. I did go through my mind.
Like somebody should have said, okay, here's what needs to happen on
But
this
he
play.
needs to know, Joe, to your point again, like literally when I started playing baseball as a kid, I remember so vividly the thing that my dad pounded into me first was know exactly what you're going to do in any situation. Wherever you're playing in the field, if you're on the base pass, if the ball goes to first base, what are you doing? To second base, to short, to third. If it's a fly ball, if it's a line, like know in any situation how you react and make it instinctual.
Totally. James, the only thing I'll say in the pitcher's defense is he has a lot more to think through than the right fielder.
True.
Because the pitcher's thinking about the pitches and less about the defense.
He's got a lot more
Definitely
to think
true.
about,
That's
but
definitely
he's got
true.
a real big hint with JT pointing it first.
He probably couldn't hear him, John.
Okay,
Probably
he's got
couldn't.
a real big hint with JT pointing.
Yeah, but his head-
I think
but his
that's
head
why
was
he threw
down.
it away. I
His
think
head
he
was
looked
down.
up, saw JT pointing, was already throwing, and that's why the ball went away, is my guess, and saw it was not going to be close. I think that was part of why he ended up throwing it away.
Yeah.
Not that it
He
matters.
was never going to get the guy at home anyway.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
he
He had
looked
no
up,
shot.
saw he had
Yeah.
no shot, saw JT pointing, and kind of just let go of the ball in a weird spot because he was like, damn. You know?
But I really do believe it's an example where home field advantage in that game mattered. I don't think he could hear. And communication broke down. Use a Led Zeppelin term. Communication breakdown, and that's it. And it's an all-timer. All right, let's go to the phones. Reaction on everything. Brandon right now in Brookhaven. Good morning, Brandon.
Wow, what a night. I was so looking forward to Thursday night to see the Flyers, Eagles, and Phillies. Let me start off with the Phillies. I mean, I don't really blame Rob Thompson as much as others probably do because the bats just didn't hit.
No question.
Besides Game 3.
And it wasn't
I
like
mean-
let's put Castellanos as the two hitter. I mean, in my opinion, he sequenced the lineup right. And the guys just didn't come through. They just didn't.
I'm not so sure about Marsh being as
who?
far.
Kepler? I mean, the guy hit 214 this year.
Kepler was hotter than Marsh was.
maybe just JT and go righties back to back.
Pretty
without-
much.
you
That's what
know.
I was thinking, yeah.
But even that's just a one-spot difference. I mean, you're still going to get to Marsh sixth. I mean, we can't act like he had all these great options at the bottom of the lineup. He didn't. And again, this is partly the effect of the Bader
Harrison
injury.
Bader, yeah.
Yeah, it really
That
hurt
makes
him.
a difference.
Yep.
But I will say this hurts more than I hurt more than anger because I loved that Phillies team.
Me too.
I really wanted to see Bryce get that World Series. He can pander to me all he wants. He won me over. I mean, it just hurts.
It does.
And to hear, I didn't know. I heard you guys say about the ref apology. I mean, not the ref. The umpire apologized to Sanchez about missing that call. That makes it worse even for me. That does not help me one bit whatsoever. Then the Eagles, I figured, okay, well, Flyers, I'm not expecting them to win, but, I mean, they worked. Then I turned the Eagles game. And see
I
that
expected the Eagles to win.
And-
but the Eagles expected the Eagles to win, too, and they showed up like it didn't matter.
I don't
the
think
way
so,
they
John.
played.
I disagree with you. I think they got whipped. I don't think they didn't show up. I think they got whipped.
They didn't show up.
I'll tell you what, man.
did
Those two young guys for the Giants are good, and I mean the Eagles are missing a tremendous amount
They're
of
rookies,
firepower.
Joe. They got bullied.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The Eagles are lucky that the Phillies season train
No,
wreck last night.
Rhea,
I think they took him lightly. I'm with
no,
John,
I
too.
don't, guys.
I really do.
I don't think the Eagles right now are that good. We got to remember they were exceptionally
that,
lucky to
too.
win some of those games earlier. Like I don't know that the Eagles are good.
I think both things can be true. I think they took the Giants lightly, and also I think that every team is going to give you your best shot. Like they got the Giants
exactly
came into that
right.
wanting to win that game
you see those
desperately,
kids?
and the Eagles were like, "It's the Giants. We got this."
I don't think so.
That
James.
entire
really do.
team is celebrating like they just won. That was their Super Bowl. That's what we get every week. That's why we can't just show up and expect to
I disagree with you guys, but all
dominate
right.
by our mere
Anyway,
presence.
Brandon, it was a brutal night, man.
Joe.
Just brutal.
Joe, if I just really want someone to ask, like, when you talk to Dick Vermeil later on today, why on earth is an NFL team calling plays that I, a fat guy who never played football on the couch, is watching, can predict? That's the only thing I cannot understand about this Philadelphia Eagles football team.
Well, it's not
The
the only
play
thing, because I'll
call-
give you another one. Why can't they get to
Well,
playing all
yeah,
the time?
well, yeah.
I mean,
There's
how about
another.
that? And Brandon, good call. I mean, that was all over the place again last night.
All season long, they've had 5 games going into that one to correct it. Like it's insane. They've talked about it being an issue, Joe, and it's still happening.
Rhea, what was the quote from Lane Johnson? Do you have it there? What
Yes. Hold on.
Lane
It's in
said
my
after the
update.
game
Yeah.
about
so,
play
it
calling?
was Zach Berman posted it. Lane Johnson said the last 2 weeks you kind of know what it is. You know when the pass is coming. You know when the run is coming.
Yeah, that's
Yikes.
very damning.
That's a yikes.
And here's
There
where
are a lot of people talking about that based on the depth of the back. There are people talking about, like I know from personal experience, you've got, you toes at 7 yards for certain runs, heels at 7 yards for other runs if you need, different degree of room.
Yeah.
If you're pass protecting, why would you be at 7 yards? You need to scoot up to 5 yards, so you're closer to the line of scrimmage just in case they try to come after
Yeah,
you
no,
quarterback
that's-
quickly.
that's good
There
insight.
are little things that you adjust that became very predictable to defense to everyone who was watching.
Yeah. And here's where it gets even more complicated for the Eagles.
every team's
It's
watching.
not like going to Sirianni as a play caller is what people would say,
Yeah, what are you
that's
gonna
great.
do?
I don't know,
What are you
Rhea,
gonna do?
Because 2 years ago when they changed coordinators in the season, obviously that didn't work out either. So there's a lot of different spots here where it's like, well, I don't like that option, I don't like that option, and I don't like that option. I don't know what they're going to do. I know this. Last night was the first time that I watched this year's Eagles team and said they might miss the playoffs. And you know why? Because they might. Let's go to Jordan right now in Princeton. Jordan, good morning.
Is it though? It is not.
No.
It is not. It is really challenging to wake up on a morning where not only did the Phillies lose, but I also attended the Eagles-Giants. I don't even want to call it a football game. The Eagles-Giants debacle last night. It's really not easy to watch 2 sporting events at once. It's really challenging to watch both of the teams just tank it at the same time. That's just how I felt about effort in both.
Well, I totally
thought
disagree
effort
with you on
is a-
effort, Jordan. I thought the Phillies tried their hearts out. They just lost. It was two excellent teams going at each other. It was not an effort issue in any way with the Phillies at all. And by the way, I don't think it was with the Eagles as well. I think these guys are overrating how good the Eagles are when they say the Eagles didn't show up. I think the Eagles tried their hardest. I think they're not that good right now. I really believe that.
Well, I mean, is it not that good, or that the Eagles didn't show up in a game where they thought they could breeze through it? But when I talk about the Phillies-
We're both, potentially. Jordan, I appreciate the call. We're both. All right, let's talk to Elliot Shore Parks. He was up there in New York last night, or I guess northern Jersey, but I know he had his eyes all over the Phillies game as well. And we love having Elliot on the program. I mean, Elliot, and by the way, Elliot, hang on one moment if you could, please, because I want to get to you in 1 minute. Let me say, Elliot joins us coming up in 1 minute because we got something to read right here. Elliot on both teams and the debacle of last night up ahead in 1 minute.
In Pennsylvania, no one wins bigger in workers' comp than Pond Lehocky Giordano. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lehocky, this powerhouse law firm is built on grit and real-life experience. Sam's not just a lawyer, he's a tough union kid from Northeast Philly. Sam's known for his courtroom fire, fighting like hell to win, and the fact that he's an actual boxer. His son's a boxer, just flat out tough and fair. This firm has recovered billions for injured workers and people like you. Call Pond Lehocky Giordano today for your free consultation. They'll fight like hell to protect your future.
All right, let's welcome Elliot to the show after just a devastating night last night of Philly sports. Good morning, Elliot.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
I mean, horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible. So let's start Phillies, and let's be predominantly Phillies. What is your reaction to the Philly season being over?
Yeah, if you would have asked me 2 days ago how I would feel when the season was over, I think I would come on here and say, I'm not shocked. This is what they do in the playoffs. The bats don't show up, to think this is the same group we saw in 2022. But I have to be honest, like when that game ended last night, like I did feel a sense of pride in that team. And I actually
they
think
fought like hell, Elliot. They fought so hard last night.
Yeah, and I think they showed me something they hadn't shown me really since prior to that Diamondback series. So I still think, like, when the emotion of it wears off, like, Dombrowski does have some tough decisions to make. But I also leave this series, I think they kind of have some new building blocks, or at least like players that I view as like the cornerstones of the franchise, like what Luzardo did last night, what Ranger did, what Sanchez did. Like, I know they're pitchers and not everyday players, but man, I'm more into running it back than I thought I would be. And I know it sounds crazy, but that's just genuinely how I feel after watching, these last two games.
Well,
running it back with Ranger is going to be
that's going to be hard. Elliot, here's where it's really, I don't know if tricky is the word. Their starting pitching is A+. They're hitters for a playoff team. Again, I've been saying this all year. I don't judge the Phillies versus the Pirates because the Pirates are irrelevant. There's about 10 teams that matter. The Phillies for a playoff team, hitters are about a C. They're not a very good group of hitting team collectively. I mean, when Brandon Marsh is your 5-hole hitter, you got a heck of a problem. And that, to me, is the main thing they've got to solve. They've got to get hitters. And given the contractual realities of some of these guys, it's going to be not easy to go from a C group of hitters to a B+ group of hitters. It's really not.
I agree with you on that, but I think that point would hit me harder if the Dodgers hitters were also pretty bad in this series. Like, Ohtani didn't really do much, right? Like, Freddie Freeman didn't do much. So it just feels like two great teams played with great pitching, and the hitting on both sides hurt as a result. But the other thing I think last night showed me, and this could be a good segue into the Eagles, unfortunately, is like I thought the main issue with this team was the bats and the fact that they went cold. I think ultimately when you write the obituary of this team, the main problem was they made silly mistakes and beat themselves. And obviously, ironically, the way they lose the game is the ultimate self-inflicted wound. But like, yes, the bats weren't great, but this team all season just made mistakes they did not have to make, whether it's base running mistakes, defensive mistakes. Yes, swinging at pitches they shouldn't swing at. Like, whether Topper goes or not, we'll find out. But I think 2 days ago, if you would have told me why should they fire him, it would be because he was unable to fix the plate discipline. But I actually think now that they're eliminated, the main reason he should probably go is they got away with stuff all year that then hurt them in the most crucial of moments in terms of just silly mistakes.
Yeah. And another word for that is sloppy. Like, you can call it sloppy baseball. And I hate to say that's what it was because we have so much veteran experience. It shouldn't look so sloppy. What do you think? Rumors Topper retiring, stepping back, that sort of thing. If he does not step back, do you think it's time to move on?
Yes. I would move on from Topper, and it's for the reason I kind of just said. Like, they're just a sloppy team, and I think they played hard enough, and Topper deserves credit for that. And I don't think you need to like completely blow it up because they did run into a great team and it was a competitive series and all that. But they do need somewhat of a culture change. Like, they need a little bit of a facelift going into next season.
I agree.
Look, it could prove to ultimately be like when the Sixers fired Doc Rivers for Nick Nurse. Like, it just doesn't matter. The players are who the players are. But you got to try something. And, talk about fixing the top of the lineup and all that. Like, Trey Turner's probably not going anywhere. Bryce is probably not going anywhere. We'll see what they do with Schwarber. So it's going to be hard to truly like reshape the face of the lineup. I think, and obviously the pitching you don't want to really do anything with because that's in good shape. So I think the only chance they have to make like a substantive change with that would be Topper.
Yeah, I think they can do some other stuff, but my main point is they're not going to be able to change 17 different things, and I think that's kind of what you're saying.
Yeah.
So, Ellie, let's get to the Eagles, and I want to keep it on the short side because I really want to prioritize getting as many callers on today as we can. But quickly on the Eagles, two things. One is last night was the first time this year I thought they might miss the playoffs. And I came up with an accounting of who played in the Super Bowl that didn't play last night, and it's an astounding list. And I'll just say this. It's like, to me, it feels like the only guy they added was Jihad Campbell. Like, adding some of these scrub cornerbacks doesn't count as adding something. That's just filling a spot. That's not adding someone quality. Here's who they're playing without. Jalen Carter, the shortest of the short-term injuries. Quinyon Mitchell's probably going to miss multiple weeks now. Nolan Smith's going to miss a month. Landon Dickerson's probably going to miss a month. Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, Brandon Graham, Darius Slay, Isaiah Rodgers, C.J. G.J., Mekhi Becton, and Kenny Gainwell all aren't coming back. I'm telling you, Elliot, when I see how they were lucky to win the games they won in September, I look at this team and say they could miss the playoffs, legitimately. Your reaction?
Yeah, I think the season is in serious trouble. And just being in the locker room, being around the team over the past 2 weeks, I would say, you can sense it. Like, they know they're not playing well. And I thought for the first time last night, I felt a little bit of a feeling of, like, they don't know if they can fix it. Like it's just going through the motions, saying the same things after the game. Yeah, we know we'll get better. It's execution, one block away. It's like, just saying it to say it at this point. I'm not saying they're not trying. Sure. I believe that they're trying down there, but it just feels exactly like 2023. Like it's reliving 2023 just with different names. And I thought what was so telling about last night, again, if you want to like compare to the Phillies, like 2 days ago, I would have said the Phillies were the team that wouldn't show up. The Eagles flat out did not show up last night. And I heard you say, Joe, a little bit when I was on hold, like they might just not be good. And you're right. Like I do think you're correct about that. But part of that is you never see a Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts team get like pushed around the way they did last night. The quote I kept thinking of was when they went to Baltimore last year. And the big talking point going into the game was, could the Eagles handle the Ravens' physicality? And then Nick came out after the game and said, no, they had to handle our physicality. like, where's that mentality? Like, the Giants are bad. Like, they are a bad team. The Eagles made the Giants look good. And it's just shocking to me that the way it happened was just getting pushed around at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I disagree largely, Elliot. I really do. Because I think it's the lack of players, the guys I just referenced, the 15 or so guys not being there. That's why I think you interpret it the way you did. I just don't think the guys out there. And by the way, Makuba's given up like a touchdown every game now. I mean, it's. He's a. Like, I don't want to say he's a disaster. Maybe he'll turn into a good player in future years, but he is hurting them now. And I thought he was horrendous last night.
So it's funny. I mostly agree with you, despite the fact you're saying you disagree. Like they might just not be good.
That's my point.
But at the same time, like think about this, right? If Jalen Hurts, the franchise quarterback, has a clean pocket and hits a wide-open Devontae, like, they maybe win that game. Who knows, right? They weren't playing well, but they go up. They have momentum. And, like, while the role players they brought in have not been great, their great players haven't been great either. Like, Jalen has not been good this year. There's been moments where he's looked okay, but if you were to say, has Jalen been more closer to a bad season or a good season, he's way closer to a bad season at this point. I mean, that interception last night, that was so uncharacteristically Jalen. So, yes, I think the coaches, who I'm sure we'll get into on a non-Phillies day, like, they need to be better. But the reason I think the coaches need to be better is this is so far beyond scheme. Like, running it more from under center is not fixing this. This team has, like, fundamental problems right now that the coaches hold responsibility for figuring out.
All right, bud. Elliot, we'll talk to you a lot more about it next week, obviously, as we do a deeper dive. Thanks for being a big part of the program. See you, bud.
Yep, talk to you, sir.
All right, Elliot Shore-Parks. Let's get to the Twitter poll questions of the day. We got two different polls, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Now in stock at Armin Chevrolet, the stylish and safety pack 2026 Equinox. It has arrived. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. First poll question: with the way the Phillies season ended, which emotion do you feel more this morning? Is it A, anger, or B, sadness? I'm in the sadness camp. I'm sure people are going to be very split on this. Second poll question: do you want Rob Thompson back as the Phillies manager next season? Yes or no? My instinct, early instinct, gut feeling is yes. I want him back, but I also know I need some more time to kind of digest it. I think this is going to be a multiple-day process for the Phillies themselves to figure it out. And I lean yes, but candidly, I'm not certain there. No beat to hammer today, so no need for anyone to call the contest line. We're pushing that aside because this is too an important, right now sports day to be messing around with a trivia game. We'll get back to that next week. Drew in Westchester. Drew, your reaction to what went on?
Hi, folks. Listen, you can say, I'm not seeing the bigger picture, and this is like the equivalent of being, mad at the janitor and not the CEO, but I just got to get this off my chest. Orion Kerkering, look, he seems like a nice kid. I'm sure he's going to make a good living, have a good career as like a middle reliever for the Chicago White Sox. He cannot throw another pitch for this team, and I don't believe he will throw another pitch for this team. He's messed up too many times in big spots, and I'm not at all shocked about what happened last night. And Joe, I love you. I usually, often, more times than not, agree with your take I'm just not in the mood to hear about effort today, because effort's great. Effort can overcome, like talent, but it can't overcome attention to detail. And for 3 years now, this is a team that just has not taken care of the details in the playoffs. I can point to probably 10 different things where if one or two goes differently, they probably win the series. But too often, just they don't dot the I's, they don't cross the T's. And then this, outside of the starting pitching, this is an organizational failure from top to bottom. And it's like, fool me once. What's the saying? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, like shame on me. Like they've fooled me 3 times now. This core just has.
John, do you
too
agree
much
with him? Because I
baggage.
largely disagree. Do you agree with him?
Absolutely. It's sloppy is the problem. Consistency. Consistent when you can go and do what we did in the third game and I mean, blow them out, and then turn around and get, abysmally blanked.
Drew, here's where I largely
That's
disagree with you.
Sloppy.
Yeah.
That's what that leads to. Discipline is the root of greatness in any sport. I don't care what sport you're talking about, and we don't have it. I love Topper. I don't think he imparts the discipline necessary.
Drew, where I largely disagree with you, and I made this point before the series, knowing that this was a 50-50 series, I said there is a very legitimate chance the Phillies lose this series to the Los Angeles Dodgers, who might be the best team in baseball. And it doesn't mean the Phillies, I don't know how to put this, like stink or a bunch of bums or totally undisciplined, as you're saying. I mean, 3 of the 4 games were razor close. Unfortunately, they lost all 3 of them. But I don't view the Phillies as a team that couldn't have gone further. They just didn't because they kept losing these close games to the Dodgers.
Year after year, they bottom out when it matters.
But I view this one different than the Mets. The Mets were such an inferior team last year that beat the Phillies, and that should have never happened.
I'm with you, Joe.
Well, talk to me, James. What do you think?
The Dodgers are an all-time great team. No joke, this might be the best collection of talent on a baseball team I've ever seen in my life. Like, in terms of just pure talent that they have as pitchers and hitters, I might have never seen a more talented team put together in my life. Like, I get it. I'm angry and sad. I am both things today. Right. And I agree with a lot of Drew's points. Like, I do think that this team was not as buttoned up as they needed to be. I mean, we saw Kyle Schwarber get picked off first base. We saw Bryce Harper make base running mistakes. Brandon Marsh made all these things.
Base running was a mess.
So for it to end on a blunder like it does, and it's an all-time moment. Yep. But I do think there is some credence to that. But I don't feel that more than I feel that I do think they fought really hard in this series, and I'm proud of a lot.
Great.
I'm not
Isn't
proud
that
of
their
Harper.
job?
I'm not proud of Trey and Schwarber and the way they hit.
No,
but Jesus Luzardo, Christopher Sanchez, Ranger Suarez. I can make a list of guys where I'm like, those guys fought their asses off, man.
Sure.
Jesus Luzardo,
everyone's supposed to fight their asses off.
But John,
why don't we have
I think the Dodgers
wheel
were better,
defense?
and it sucks.
Just like the Dodgers. But think about how they nailed the wheel defense to win
awesome.
the game.
I'll say this. I'll say this. Well,
the
Phillies didn't have to, but I'll say this. Other than Bones' play last night where he busted one bad, like the Phillies' defense in the first 6 or 7 innings was
brilliant,
beyond spectacular. I mean, they pulled like 5 or 6 plays out of their ass defensively last night. I couldn't believe what they were doing.
That's the thing. If you can't, but that's because we're basing that off of our previous experience, which is inconsistency defensively.
Rhea, how do you net? Rhea, how do you
ended up getting?
Rhea, how do you net out? Where do you net out on all this?
I get getting more furious as the morning goes on. The pride and all that
right.
doesn't.
Oh, great job, guys! You lost.
It doesn't
in a
resonate
disgusting
with me
fashion
after last night. And here's my whole thing with it goes on this. In a couple of days, I may say, hey, the pitching did this. But after, Drew's point is they have suffered blunders at the worst possible time. When that happened last night, I was just like, it was one of the worst things I've ever seen.
I'm with you.
Well, then get mad about it.
I am mad about it, but I can also acknowledge the Dodgers were great. Like, here's my point.
The Dodgers weren't that great. They were.
No, they are. You're wrong.
They won the World Series last year. They're awesome.
I'm not talking about last year. The Phillies were toe-to-toe with them
and
blew the
great
first
job
2 games
being
at
toe-to-toe.
home.
And it might cost Rob Thompson his job, and maybe it should.
Because they made mistakes.
They did,
Well,
but you can't say they didn't fight. Like, I agree. They made mistakes. They did dumb things.
No, I never brought up fighting.
So I'm proud that they
No,
fought. Like,
but
they made dumb mistakes.
But
You can
pride is never going to come after a game like that.
I can be both
and
angry
a season
and I can
ending.
be both angry,
That's my
upset, and
point.
proud of certain guys on that team.
All right, well, look, we'll see how you net it out on the phone lines. Talk to us, because there's a lot going on here. 215-592-9494. Let's also listen to Rob Thompson on a couple of key issues from last night. We're gonna go through a variety of elements of the game and what he said about it afterwards, including the intentional walk, when Duran intentionally walked Ohtani to get to Betts. Obviously, it didn't work out because he then walked Betts. But let's listen to what Rob Thompson said last night.
Yeah, and that's Duran's first career bases loaded walk. So, I mean, you're not expecting that. And just his ability to throw strikes, really wasn't expecting that. But, you know, it happened.
I can't get on Topper on that one. He trusted his best reliever, who had only walked one guy with the Phillies and never had walked the bases, a guy in with the bases loaded. I know that, look, that one can go either way. It's not an easy decision. It's not. But I was okay with the decision in the moment. Didn't work out. Let's get to pulling Luzardo. Now, let's all go on the record where we were in this moment. When he pulled Luzardo, I was apprehensive but okay with it, because my viewpoint was Luzardo might be about to hit a brick wall. The guy pitched a couple days ago. By the way, I also still might need him in 2 days for 2 or 3 innings, maybe, because the other team's got Ohtani to pitch, and I've got like nothing for Game 5 to pitch, other than maybe Nola gives me 3 innings, maybe. I don't know. So I was okay going with Kerkering, because I was fearful Luzardo was maybe starting to lose it. John, before we play this audio of his explanation, what did you think in the moment?
I was concerned because of it's Kerkering. I'm concerned.
So you would have preferred Robertson?
I would have, yeah, absolutely. Kerkering is not my first option, not my second, not my third. I loved Luzardo, the job that he did. Yeah. I was fine leaving him. But if you need to replace him, Robertson certainly would have been a better choice.
All right, Rhea, in the moment, you've got Luzardo, Doer 1, you've got Kerkering, Doer 2, or someone else, Doer 3. What'd you want?
I'm boarding up the door with Orion Kerkering, okay? and this is and James will tell you. All game.
Oh, yeah, we were texting.
I was texting him going, please don't bring him into this game.
Yep.
Please don't. So you can sell me on, pulling Luzardo, although I just think that kid has guts.
He does.
He
does.
And a little moxie, and I like it.
Totally.
Sure.
Yeah. But just anybody but Kerkering, because I've seen him falter too many times.
I'm with you on that. I know. I mean, the Kerkering thing was brutal. Seltzer, where'd you net out on
Yeah,
this?
despite us arguing a second ago, I'm 100% with Rhea. Like, I could have kept Luzardo in. I was fine with pulling him out. Like, I can't. It was Kerkering was my issue with the spot.
Well, I will say this. Two things really hurt the Phils in this regard. One, it looked like Robertson had hit a wall. And so clearly Topper didn't trust him. You can say maybe he should have, but let's be real. How many people entering last night really trusted David Robertson after how he pitched in the last week of September?
But I trust him more than Kerkering in that spot after Kerkering pitched the night before.
I don't know. After
I'll say this, series, like
James, after Kimbrel 2 years ago, like the Kimbrel thing was rattling in my mind. This guy might not be good anymore.
So I blame Rob Thompson for Game 1, though. Like, I don't think you should have brought Robertson back out. Robertson came into the 7th and got an out. Like, he got the job done. Like,
well, can I tell you who I blame the most in all these guys?
He's a 40-year-old veteran in a spot like that. Like, if nothing else, I know David Robertson's going to throw the ball to first base if he gets hit back to him.
Can I tell you who I blame more than Robertson, Kerkering, Strahm, who pitched well last night, Rob Thompson, and all of them combined?
Is it Jose Alvarado?
Jose Alvarado.
I agree.
He killed them.
Sure did.
He killed them. Let's listen to what Rob Thompson said last night about pulling Luzardo for Kerkering.
Just with the 2 righties, and Zeus had 30 pitches on him with 3 days rest, I didn't want to push him too much further. Really going into the game, thought about just 1 inning for him, really, because it's kind of his side day. But he was so efficient in the first, we decided to send him back out in second.
Yeah, I mean, that's another one that can cut either way, and obviously it didn't work. Let's listen to the Topper on the lack of hitting, which was extensive in 3 of the 4 series. I mean, let's be real. Neither team really hit much in this series. Phillies actually scored more runs than the Dodgers in the whole series. But Phillies' lack of hitting, particularly at the top of the order, was a killer. Here's Rob Thompson last night.
The Dodgers have really good pitching. So, I mean, their lineup's good, too, and they didn't score a whole lot of runs either. So it really comes down to the pitching. They pitched great. We pitched great. It was a well-fought series. They came out on top, unfortunately, and that's the way it is. And I feel awful.
One of the things, well, I'll say two things on this regard that's a killer. The Phillies had 1,000% had World Series winning ready starting pitching. This group in 2011 are so far and away the two best I've ever seen in my life. We may never see it again. I mean, we went through it earlier. There might not be a spot for Ranger next year. You can want him back all you want, but when you have the Wheeler thing, we don't quite know when he's going to pitch, plus Nola, who's got a no trade, plus Sanchez, plus Luzardo, plus Painter. I mean, the design is to have him here next year. I don't know how you keep Ranger. So
and he's going to be so expensive.
He's going to get the $100 million. I've been telling you guys.
I don't think he is, but I think he's going to get a lot of money. I think he'll be like $80 million.
So so it's a killer to have wasted that year, even without Wheeler. They had World Series ready starting pitching. And then the other element of this is to the Phillies hitters. I mean, most people are going to say you want Schwarber back. I do want Schwarber back. I think we all should want him back. And here's what I know. If Schwarber's back, Schwarber, Trey, and Bryce are all going to still bat in the top 4 or 5 minimum. I mean, it's not like even if you add one guy next year that's a big bopper, it's not like the top of your lineup's not going to still involve in some sequence Turner, Schwarber, and Harper. And they just failed them in this playoff.
I think we got to try to bring it back, though. Bring back Schwarber, bring back the core with new management to just see if all of that talent can coalesce. If
I don't know, man.
If a guy who commandeers it with a little more intensity.
But it's those guys with the stick up there. Maybe, John. I mean, it's a maybe. All right, let's listen also. Let's get to this next topic, which is, I mean, the devastation of knowing that, not only do you lose this game in this round, but it's now opportunity number 4 with no World Series championship with a club that clearly, had they played sharper, could have won it. Rob Thompson last night.
I can't really compare because they all feel just awful. I mean, when this happens, it's like your entire world comes to a stop, and it's just a thud. And it's just not a good feeling. It really isn't. Especially, regular season, we were really good. We had a lot of wins, and we expected a lot more.
James, where does this one rank for you in your Philadelphia sports history?
Oh, man. It's really high, Joe. Like, Joe Carter was to end a World Series, and I was 12 years old, so I don't think anything will ever top that. But
agreed.
I mean, it's up there. Other than Joe
let's
Carter,
start with this. Is this the worst for you of the 4 Phillies losses?
Yeah, it absolutely is. Honestly, I know the other was in the World Series, and that sucks. But that team we didn't expect to be there. It was such a fun run. They lost to a better team. This group this year, it felt like they had a real chance this year. It felt like a moment, and it's a great team they faced. But I think it's for the way it ended, Joe, because that's going to be the image we talked about in 50 years. But just this offseason, all we're going to think about, the first thing that we will think about when we think about the Phillies is Orion Kerkering and his face, and then him throwing the ball over JT's head. It's the most unsatisfying ending to a season. Even, again, if he just rips a single and they lose, it's like, all right, I can accept that. I don't like it. I'm bummed, but, I can move forward. I feel like I can't accept this and move forward because of how it ended.
If you told me when we were doing the show yesterday that tonight something's going to happen that's 5 times worse than Ben Simmons not taking the dunk. I mean, on one hand, that's such a wussy thing that it's got its own wing of shame honor. But this Kerkering thing, man, guy lost his brain. One guy lost his heart. Ben Simmons lost his heart. Kerkering lost his brain. Rhea, is this Rondé Barber territory for you or not?
Well, I thought about that because the Rondé Barber one, that game was it was 27-10.
Yes.
That wasn't.
Well, 20-10 when it happened. That made it 27.
Yeah.
But, that game, what was infuriating about that game was in the beginning of the game, the Eagles, we thought we had that one.
Right down the field.
And then Andy decided to throw it 5,000 times. Yeah. I'm glad I got a rip on Andy during this awful day.
And punt the ball on 4th and 2 from the 34.
Exactly.
Unbelievable, man.
This one was because it was such a heavyweight battle. you're in the 11th inning. It's 1-1, and you did know a mistake was going to happen at that point. That was what was going to cost the game. But I never imagined it would be because somebody panicked on what was a basic move.
There'd be that bad.
I think
real quick, Joe, to Ria's point, I totally agree with that too. Like that 11, that's as locked in this entire 2022 run from first pitch to last pitch in terms of like each pitch mattering, the one run. Like that's probably the most intense game we've had this whole run since
I agree.
2022.
Listen, the Eagles were playing a game and I didn't care. Now, after the Phillies game, I turned to the Eagles and watched the whole thing
And
on
apparently
delay,
either did they, Joe.
right. So, look, how it said, you can tell us at 215-592-9494 where this one ranks for you. I know for me it's very high. And part of what makes it so super high is it feels like there's going to be a shift in the era. Like, I still think the Phillies are going to make the playoffs next year and for the next couple of years. The starting pitching is just too good. So I think they're going to be okay, big picture, proceeding forward, making the playoffs, and giving us more opportunities in October as fans. But, they're probably never going to have Ranger pitch for him again. Schwarber might not be back. JT might not be back. If those guys are back, they might be back on bad contracts for the Phillies. So then you're going to have to assess as a fan and as an organization, do you want to just eat the bad contract and accept it and be like, hey, I'm happy I got my guy back, but it's going to kill me in 3 years when the guy completely falls off the cliff and has, 2 more years left on his deal. Like, that's a conundrum. And not to mention Bader, I don't know that he's back. So just I really did love this team. I'd fallen in love with this team. And to know that to a certain extent this team won't be again, elements of it will be. The starting pitching's there. But, all right, one more piece of audio. James, let's get down to number 9 here, if you would, bud. Because I want to play audio of Rob Thompson talking about his future, which was the final question in the press conference last night. It was a good question, and I think a very good answer by Rob Thompson. Here is what he said.
Do you expect to manage next year?
Do I? That's, again, it's out of my control. I'm not even thinking about it. I got 60 people in there that are brokenhearted right now, so I'm thinking about that more so than my job right now.
All right. Fair answer. James, I did the poll this hour, correct?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. It's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today from the away from the Tasty Cake studio. We, of course, are at the beautiful Borgata where we are every Friday morning. And the legendary coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, Dick Vermeil, all over both the Phillies and the Eagles today. And we'll break it all down with the coach. Coach Vermeil, very tough day in Philly sports. How are you, sir?
I'm doing okay. Yeah, I didn't lose a game myself, but emotionally I lost 2.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. So let me say, Dick is always brought to us by Independence Blue Cross, the region's strongest network of doctors and hospitals. Means you can choose where, when, and how you get the care you need. Independence Blue Cross. Learn more at IBX.com. Well, Coach, you won some enormous games in your life, and certainly you lost a whopper in the Super Bowl. Yeah, so, well, one in particular that's on a higher level. So what are those guys dealing with today? I mean, right now we've been talking about what we are dealing with. What is Rob Thompson and the players, what are they dealing with today?
Well, I think Thompson is dealing with the pain in the players more than his own personal loss. I think most head coaches are that way because they really care about their guys, and I think he's demonstrated that all along. And you really feel for him because those guys are the guys that do all the physical work, the mental strain of the year, the constant evaluation of when they strike out or hit a home run or don't do what they're supposed to do or aren't batting it according to their prestige. He absorbs it all, okay? And I think many times I used to feel I don't know if players feel the pain that the coach feels.
So, Coach, one of the things that we've been talking a lot about today is the top 3 guys in the lineup just did not come through. I mean, other than Game 3, they were horrible. And, certainly in football, like if Jaws and Wilbert and Berge and Carmichael and Stan Walters don't do their job, you're not going to win a big game. I mean, if they all just go 0 for everything, you're not going to win a big game. Do you feel that as a fan watching the Phillies when you see Turner, Schwarber, and Harper just 0 for almost everything? Does that resonate that we can talk about all the nitty-gritties and the Rob Thompson decisions, but if the main guys don't hit, you're just not going to win?
Yeah, well, you can say that, but if those guys didn't hit, they wouldn't have been playing for a big game last night. They got them there. But, when the best are playing the best, I think many times the pitcher wins the battle.
Yep.
You know, and I don't follow baseball close enough to be really intelligent in responding to a question like that. But as a fan, I'd say the great pitcher wins the battle against the great batter in the great big game. I think history will tell you that. At least as a spectator, I feel that. And,
it does. No, history does. The All-Star game's shown that for 100 years. That's why the All-Star game is usually a low-scoring game. Great pitching often beats great hitting. And by the way, the Phillies had great pitching. I mean,
oh yeah,
Coach.
that error by the pitcher at the end of the game, my God.
What do you say?
Yeah.
What do you say as a leader, as a coach to a young man who makes a mistake like that?
Yeah, well, I think my approach would normally be, in football it's a little different, but that one play didn't get us beat. If we'd have done a better job on all the other 52 plays, 55 plays, 65 plays, that play would be insignificant. You know, and if they'd gotten hits in earlier innings, that play would be insignificant. It wouldn't have been that situation. And I think you always try to relieve the burden of pain on that kind of guy and that kind of play.
Mm-hmm. Before Rob Thompson, the manager, had planned to retire after the 2022 season, but then got promoted to, manager of the Phillies, and, the proof, the rest is history. How long does it take after a loss like this to really understand, to know where you stand moving forward as a coach for whether you want to go forward with next season, Coach?
I think a lot of it depends on the outside motivation from the family. How many grandchildren do you have? How many days of their life are you missing at this time of your life? And how many more healthy, great years do you have in your own life to share with other members other than your baseball team or other than your football team? And I know that influenced me in a way when I left the Rams. I said, God, I've got 11 grandkids at home. I don't see him except game day when we're in the area. And you win one. When you lose one, I think you could feel the same way, especially as good a job as he has done over the years here.
Yeah, Dick Vermeil with us covering both the Phils and Eagles this morning. So, Coach, let's get to the Eagles. Horrible game last night. And, my biggest takeaway is it's the first time – I thought it was entirely obvious in the middle of the third quarter Eagles were going to lose the game. And it got only worse from there. It was the first time this year where I really started thinking they might miss the playoffs. I mean, based on players they lost in free agency, lack of players that they brought in other than Jahad Campbell, an offense that just cannot put together 60 minutes, and now a bunch of injuries that have set in, from Nolan Smith to Landon Dickerson to Quinyon Mitchell and others. I have real worry that they may miss the playoffs. Is that starting to rattle through your mind?
No, but, we have to stop evaluating the Eagles as they were and evaluate them as what they are. Mm-hmm. They have not been what they were in any game this year. They were fortunate to go into that game with a win-loss, 4 wins. We all know that. You don't have to be a genius to figure it out, but they were good enough to get those wins, not playing 4 quarters of football. And eventually that catches up with you. And the injuries, those kind of things, and playing the Giants there, I thought the kids played hard. I thought the Eagles played hard, represented the city well that way. But physically, right now, we're not a real good football team. And the Giants were not a real good football team, but they were better last night.
How big a problem is predictability with our offense, Coach?
Oh, I don't know. I know Jalen was at one time, 14 for 15? He couldn't throw it incomplete if he wanted to. No, I don't know. Sometimes you run out of good calls, or your scheme gets eliminated as you move through your game plan, and the second part of your game plan sometimes is not as good as your first part of your game plan. Yeah. And sometimes in game planning, you got to save some real gems for the second half. I always tried to. I just didn't have enough real gems.
Why did it feel like our tackling was so much worse yesterday? That Scattaboo guy and this Jackson Dart, we couldn't get him on the ground.
Well, we weren't playing with a full defensive line. You take Carter out of that defensive line, it's like taking 3 starters out of there. He occupies a lot of offensive people to keep him out of a play, and he still makes plays. So you lose a guy like that. It's the percentage of plays that he normally affects negatively that he doesn't get credit for, and all of a sudden they're not there. You know, and it magnifies the pressure on other players to make plays that they're supposed to make.
Coach, we love having you on the program, and we appreciate your willingness and ability, of course, to talk Phillies with us today, and Eagles always. Hopefully next week they get back on track, and we'll preview the next game when we talk to you next Friday. Thank you, Dick.
All right, take care.
Thank you so very much. Let me remind everybody that great news. If you live in Pennsylvania or New Jersey, you can now get the delicious Vermeil wines shipped directly to your home. It's phenomenal. The wine is tremendous. So make sure you visit VermeilWines.com for Coach's entire wine selection. We are sort of starting to move toward the holiday season-ish, sort of. Next month, Thanksgiving, and the following month, obviously, Christmas and Hanukkah. So get yourself some Vermeil wines and load up for the holiday season. 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Chuck in Mount Airy right now. Chuck, good morning.
Yeah, Christmas, Hanukkah, and Kwanzaa. Don't forget Kwanzaa. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, listen, just want to say this, right? One thing on the Phillies, one thing on the Eagles, right? I just want to say I thought I'd be mad at the Phillies today when I woke up, but I just wanted to see them fight back, and they showed me some fight. So, I mean, you know, it was a bonehead play yesterday. I think he panicked, but what are you going to do? I mean, what are you going to do? I don't think they can bring this core back, though. I just don't think they could do that. But that's... Oh, man, it was
a good chunk of it will be back, Chuck. I mean, it's they got to make a decision on Schwarber and JT, who have been core players, and but and Bohm could get dumped, and Cassidy, I feel very confident won't be here. They're going to have to eat a lot of salary, or trade a good prospect to get rid of him. But good portion of the team's going to be back.
Yeah, well, they need some other guys in here that's going like a little bit more of some more baiters, those type of guys in here, man. That can just to switch it up a little bit, man. It's been the same thing every year. But, I mean, this season's over, and, hats off to the Dodgers. But the Eagles are in trouble. And I never thought I would say this, but this offense will never reach its full capacity with this quarterback. I'm convinced this offense has been bad for a better part of 3 years now. It hasn't just been this year. Last year, we just got lucky because Saquon had an axe to grind. And the offensive line was massive. Defense was the number one defense, but we have to start pointing the finger at number one. And that's what I'm doing right now. I feel bad for our wide receivers. They don't get looked at. The guy doesn't look at his second reads. Just look at one player that throws the ball. It's the same thing. And I don't hear enough of him being blamed. This guy.
So, Chuck, you know, to what you're saying resonates with me to an extent.
Awful lot.
Yeah, he does get blamed a lot, and I'm one of them. But Chuck, here's what's so perplexing about this year, and I can honestly say in my 47 years, I've never seen anything like it in Philadelphia sports. How can an offense, and it's happened about 4 or 5 times now in 6 games, how can an offense be so spectacular for one half and so horrendous for another half? I've never seen anything like it. I mean, sometimes its first half is good and second half is bad. Sometimes its first half is bad and second half is great. I don't, like John, last night they were borderline unstoppable in the first half.
Yeah.
And then completely limp in the second half. I actually just don't understand it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, I have to look at that tape again myself. I know 2 weeks ago in the first half we faced a ton of man coverage where we were exploiting that with our wide receivers on the outside. AJ, putting that ball up, letting him go win one-on-one. And then in the second half, they did a lot more zone. And our arch nemesis, the concept of the simulated pressure, crushes us. Yeah. So I'm assuming yesterday it was more of the simulated pressures. That really does create problems for our offense.
Yeah, I just find it really perplexing. I mean, they were humming, and it's happened a bunch this year. And then they weren't. Joe DeCamera and John Ricciar, what's up ahead? Well, one thing is what Orion Kerkering said after the game. So, not since Mitch, I would say, not since Mitch after Game 6 of the 93 World Series have you been like, I got to hear what this athlete says about this moment. Well, what Orion Kerkering said, you'll hear it next. Plus more of what Rob Thompson said and Bryce Harper on losing. and looking back on the series that was. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie from Borgata, along with Seltzer and Rhea on 94 WIP.
October is here, and you know what that means. The return of all things pumpkin-flavored, earlier sunsets, chilly air seeping into your home. That is, if you've got old, stuck, or cracked windows.
If this sounds like you need to reach out to the experts at Window Nation. This month, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 more for free. And there's no limit to how many windows you can replace. And your total price includes 1-day installation. With Window Nation, you also won't have to make any payments for 2 years, which is a big deal with the holiday season coming up.
And did I mention Window Nation has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau? That's real peace of mind when deciding on the right company to upgrade your home. If you want to hear what other customers across the USA have to say, check out their over 45,000 5-star reviews.
Stop wasting money on heating bills. Call 866-90-NATION or book your free estimate at windownation.com.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown.
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. Empowered by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store to check out the latest deals.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. It's the final stretch of the season and time to knock it out of the park at our October sales event. So get in the scoring position at Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Northwestern. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
As the leaves change, it's the perfect time to refresh your home with Kitchen Magic. For over 45 years, we've been family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, delivering quality kitchen and bathroom models you can trust. And now this fall, we're giving you even more to smile about. Enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. Bring warmth, comfort, and style into your home this season with savings you'll love. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey Philly, did you know natural gas is the most reliable and efficient way to heat our homes, cook our food, and dry our clothes affordably? And with PGW, the benefits of natural gas keep on coming. PGW has programs and offers that can make life easier no matter where in Philly you live. From spreading your bill evenly across the year to boosting your home's energy efficiency with rebates, and from year-round payment assistance programs to servicing appliances, PGW's got you covered. Check us out at pgworks.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. This week's pressure cooker stew includes only AFC ingredients, starting with Aaron Glenn of the Jets, Miami's Mike McDaniel, Cincinnati's Zach Taylor, and an unlikely candidate, Baltimore's John Harbaugh. Taylor's slow-starting Bengals are 2-3. Harbaugh's injury-ravaged Ravens are 1-4. Cleveland's rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel is understandably feeling the heat, but so is Patrick 2-3 Mahomes. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about Grand Coramino Tequila. That's Kevin Hart's Grand Coramino Tequila. He founded the company, and it's the official luxury tequila of the Birds. Grand Coramino is taking over game day at Tradesman's and Uptown Beer Garden in Center City with the 55 Saccharita cocktail named after Brandon Graham. At Tradesman's, make sure you enjoy the 50-ounce Margarita Tower and 6-foot cheesesteak. You can celebrate at Uptown Beer Garden with Coramino cocktails and the famous tailgating box, 6 dogs, 5 burgers, and fries. Grand Coramino and the Birds at Tradesman's and Uptown. Celebrate responsibly.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Klondike Kate's Restaurant and Saloon. Phillies lost in utterly heartbreaking fashion, 2-1 in 11 innings, losing the series to the Dodgers in 4.
Swing at a broken bat, comebacker. Kerkering knocks it down, picks it up, throws wildly home to the backstop, and the season is over. And Kerkering, who had an easy out at first base, the inning was over, but he threw wildly to the plate all the way to the backstop. And the Phillies season has come to an end.
Scott Fransky, the call, and the Eagles should consider themselves lucky. They embarrassed themselves on a night the Phils season ended, bullied by a rookie quarterback and rookie running back in a 34-17 loss at the Giants. Eagles have been outscored 54-17 in the second halves of the last 3 games. Lane Johnson telling The Athletic's Zach Berman, predictability a problem, saying you know when the pass is coming, you know when the run is coming. Enjoy Bud Light and Mick Ultra specials at Klondike Kate's, nestled in the heart of Main Street on the University of Delaware campus. Visit KlondikeKates.com today. Mostly sunny, high 66, currently 47. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order.
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It sure was. Oh, it's an all-time awful Philadelphia sports morning because it was an all-time awful Philadelphia sports night. You know, I thought about, we're talking a lot from our perspectives, us all here as adults, but I did think about the kids. If you're 10 or 8 or 12, you're going to bed crying last night. And then I think about the super young that maybe, because a lot of, 12-year-olds are staying up, obviously. It wasn't that late a game, even though it went to the 11th inning. But I think of like the 6 and 7-year-olds that, maybe did go to bed and they wake up this morning.
I got one of those, buddy.
So did you have them? Well, you didn't have it with her this morning,
So that's the thing is I don't have the morning. I don't know how it went, but she wanted to stay up. Our buddy Tommy was over watching last night, and Zoe, she literally walked upstairs with her head down because she was so sad she had to leave us because it was bedtime. And that sucks, man. And she's only 6 and whatever. But
but you wake up and the first thing you ask your mom or dad is, "Did we win?
Did we win?
Did we win? Did we win?" And there were probably 10 to 20,000 parents across the Delaware Valley
who
that
were
had
saying,
delivered
"Well,
the
which
news.
team child.
Yeah, well, no, I don't
Well, the Eagles,
guess.
no, they
I guess.
didn't. The Phillies, no,
Yeah.
they didn't either. And the Flyers, I'm sorry.
Oh,
No.
my God.
This
Joe,
is
I
an
hate-
all-timer.
I hate to break it to you, but my kid does not cry. He just goes, "Oh, what did you expect?"
Yeah,
He's one of those.
He
I'm
grew
like-
up with you.
I'm like,
And
where
that's
did
because he's your kid.
The apple did not fall far from the tree. No, he thinks I'm a lunatic watching the games. So his reaction to me being a lunatic is to just kind of mock me and be like, "Well, what did you expect?" He's a teenager, but
Sure.
yeah, he doesn't get like too high or too low, and I envy him for that because I'll never know that.
Yeah, no, I mean, we are wired different, and we've seen a lot, but I'll say this. We've never seen that before.
No.
I mean,
no.
we've seen devastating losses, but we never saw it that way. This was let's listen to Kerkering, what he said. You know, there was an interesting point brought up by a caller earlier. I forget which caller, but one of the callers said, you just got to get rid of him. Like, even if you sort of believed in him for the future, just you can't even bring this guy back.
I think it was Drew in Westchester.
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
you're right.
After 93 with Mitch, the Phillies probably had that mindset. Like, we just got to get rid of him, and they did. That's a rare category, but it happens. It does happen sometimes. That's how the Red Sox organization and fans felt about their manager, Grady Little, after 03. When he messed up Game 7 versus the Yankees.
that
That's a
was
great comp,
amazing.
Joe.
Yeah.
When he brought Pedro in. That's a great comp, man. You're right.
I mean, sometimes an organization says we just, for like everybody's good, for the fans good, for that guy's good, for everybody's good, we just got to move on and put him somewhere else. Obviously, a manager has to find his own job. Phillies could trade Kerkering. Let's listen to what Kerkering said. Matter of fact, Rhea, which audio did you play in the update?
She played Franski. I could play the TV.
Yeah, let's play the TV audio of what went down the final play, the final 5 seconds of the season, and then we'll listen to Kerkering first. And I thought these announcers did a good job. Let's listen to that dreadful sequence at the end.
No balls and a strike. Hess breaks his bat. Kerkering got to find it. Throws to the plate. Oh, my goodness. He throws it away. And the Dodgers have won. The Dodgers win. And they are moving on to the NLCS in a most improbable finish. Pandemonium at Dodger Stadium. And your heart breaks for Orion Kerkering. I mean, this game ends in the cruelest way for the Phillies.
He was doubled over for about as long as I can remember a Philly athlete ever, just head down, hand on the, I guess, thighs or waist or whatever the heck it was. I mean, that was
a pretty good call right there.
He did a great job.
Game
Brian
ends
Anderson
in the
was
cruelest
good.
way
Yeah.
for the Phillies. That's solid.
Those guys were great.
True
And, of course, our
pain.
crew with Fransky and all great as well. Let's listen to what Kerkering said after the game. Everyone wanted to know how he would handle it. And much like Mitch in 93, handled it like a man, didn't run from the media, didn't not answer questions. Kerkering stood there and answered the questions. And here's the heart of his answer as he talks about that key sequence.
Hit off my foot. Just kind of, once that pressure got to me, I just thought it was a faster throw to JT, a little quicker throw than trying to cross body the Bryce. So, just more throw.
Yeah. Did you hear them telling you to go to first at all, or were you just in the moment? It wasn't even
just in the moment.
Yeah.
Can you see JT pointing in that moment, or is it just kind of looking up?
Just kind of looking up, just be ready.
I mean, a lot of guys that remember you and Nick was one of the first ones there. Just what do the guys say to you in that moment?
Just keep your head up. It's an honest mistake. It's baseball. Happens, and just keep your head up. You'll be good for a long time to come. It's not my fault. Just had opportunities to score. Just keep your head up.
Conversation with Rob too. What did he say? What does that sort of mean to you? You know, about those guys picking you up so quick.
It means a lot. It shows they care a lot.
It is really nice to see that support from the guys, around him. I mean, it was immediate, and you can only imagine how deep into the night it went last night. Let's also listen to Jimmy Rollins. James, you got that audio of Jay Roll talking about that? So, we've all broken down the play, and everyone's pretty much got the same assessment. I mean, we know he could have thrown it first, but Jimmy had a really good breakdown on TV after the game, and very on point. Listen to what Jay Roll said.
And how do you process what happened on that last play?
I don't know. It's just full panic mode. At that moment when he didn't field the ball properly, he just blacked out. He just panicked, and all he went to think about was the game-winning run was at third. There's still plenty of time to make the play. Pages wasn't even at the 45-foot line, which means he's not even halfway there. JT's coming up, pointing at first, yelling. You can't hear, but it goes back to having the game plan, run through plays. We talked about it. If I strike him out, cool. If it's come back, and to me, where am I going with it? If it takes me to the third base line, do I take it and throw it to third? If it takes me to the first base line, obviously it's right up front. If it's a dribbler right up front, am I going to glove flip to JT? Any of those things, but he just panicked. He just panicked. It was almost, he was, looking for the out, but almost like as if he took his way out of it other than a strikeout. And it's tough to see. It's something that you're going to have to live with, literally the rest of your life.
That's a great breakdown, great analysis. Let's go to the phones. We're going to be very, very, very heavy on the phone line today. It's just brutal, guys.
I just can't believe it ended like that.
I know. But again, I'll say what I said at the start of the show. My mindset doesn't start with Kerkering. I know that's how it ended. Mine starts with the hitters. And I do give them more leeway than some because I know the Dodgers pitching was elite, much like how the Phillies pitching was elite. Both teams weren't hitting much. I mean, the Phillies actually outscored the Dodgers in the series. But the reality is the Phillies' big boppers let them down. And it would not have taken much more for the Phillies to win this series. They just needed a little bit more, and they did not get it. Let's talk to Tom in Springfield right now. Tom, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, John. Good morning, Rhea. And good morning, Seltzer.
Hey, Tom.
I won't ask how everybody's doing because I already know the answer to that question because I know how I'm doing.
Yeah.
So, game Wednesday night, I go to a local watering hole to watch the game, and they win. So last night, I go back to the same local watering hole, and even the manager comes up to me. He says, "Oh, back-to-back nights." I'm like, "Yeah, baby, can't change what's working," and it didn't work. My takeaway for the big boppers let you down. Trey, Schwarber, and Harper. I think I have a particular problem with Harper because he never adjusted. He never tried to go the other way. He was trying to hit the ball out of the stadium every single time, which, that's fine if you're 2-0 and you do what Harper or what Schwarber did in Game 3. When you're 0-2, you gotta change it up. I think Ruben said it best the other day when he was on with you guys that when Harper's going well and JT's going well, it's when they're using the whole field.
Yep.
And we didn't do that. We didn't hit backside singles. We didn't, hit the ball the other way. We just tried to pull the ball every single time. The Kerkering thing, having coached baseball for 20 years, it's borderline unforgivable because even some of the kids that I had coached back in the day were at the bar with me that night, and they're like, "Coach, you would have known what to do there," and they were making me laugh. But they're like, "If Popper gets fired, are you available?" So it was fun, but
look, Tom, unforgivable is a strong term. I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. I would just say that you can't get it back. You'll never get it back. If you as a fan want to say you don't forgive them, that's up to you. That's not the way my mind works.
Well, Joe, but a 12-year-old would have known what to do there. You go to first.
Listen. But you know what? Here's the one thing I'll say to counter that, Tom. A 12-year-old doesn't play in front of 60,000 people screaming. Even the 30-year-olds that play in front of him, rarely is it that loud where he probably couldn't hear the catcher. Don't get me wrong.
He's a professional.
He didn't need to hear the catcher to know where he was supposed to go.
Holy
hell, he's a pro.
Listen,
he's supposed to make that play 100 times out of 100.
Listen, if you want to not forgive him, that's up to you. I'm just objecting to that term, but that's up to you.
No, I get that, but it's okay. Maybe unforgivable is a harsh term. It's
not
unforgettable.
Well it's never leaving our minds,
Definitely
and you can never. Like again, I agree with you, Joe.
Like
I feel worse for Orion Kerkering than I feel mad at Orion Kerkering, but I also will never trust him in a big spot again.
That's reasonable.
So
why
it's
does he keep
from
getting
that
shoved
perspective,
back down our throats
I can't
when
keep
I didn't
him,
trust him anyway?
Listen, that's all reasonable.
That's a problem. Why is this guy continually put right back in our lap?
Well, John, Alvarado killed them.
Yeah.
And Robertson, you felt like you were getting diminishing returns. And that combination is what put Kerkering back in the game repeatedly.
So let's also talk about the construction of the roster, and I know that's been talked about. Again, you had guys on that roster that never played. Why did we go get Walker Buehler if he's not going to pitch at all? Why did we have Nola on the roster if he's going to throw 2 innings? Why do we have Taijuan Walker on there if he's going to pitch 2/3 of an inning?
Well, there weren't a ton. Tom, there weren't a ton of spots to put those guys in. The reality is the Phillies were getting great outings.
Hold on, Joe.
Sure.
Hold on, Joe. Twice last night in the last 2 innings, okay, and you mentioned it, and Rhea mentioned it, that the guy that was on third was a pinch runner.
Yeah.
The inning before that, they also put in a pinch runner. We only could do that one time because of the way our roster was constructed.
I know.
And then they had to put Weston Wilson in after Bader had pinched it because he couldn't run, period.
Sure.
And mad respect to Bader because he comes up there on one leg or whatever.
He battled.
And and battled.
That might have been the most.
pitches.
That might have been the most important at bat of the
It
game,
was
though.
absolutely. Joe.
I thought it was
absolutely.
You could feel it, like just do something, just do something.
Yep.
And it was so good. And
But why is
I
it
hope
that-
they can bring him back because I
Me
love
too.
That kid. Like I love the way he plays.
Me too.
Get rid of Marsh because he stinks. Get rid of Casty because he stinks. And
Yes.
let's start it over and maybe get like Aiden Crawford there and these guys up here, these young kids, and see what they
Well,
can do.
Crawford will be up for sure. Tom, appreciate the call, man. So, James, what is the Bader money going to look like? I mean, he's not been a great baseball player. He played very well here. What is he? Is he 3 years, $45 million? What is he
Yeah,
get?
he's that type of player. And again, it's a question of how much he has raised his profile with this run here and, how much he's, raised his level of getting paid. He had a good contract season, too. Again, he's like a 247 career hitter. He batted almost 280 this year. He had a really good year in a contract year. So, yeah, Joe, I think he's like a 15-ish per year type of guy, somewhere in that range.
And of course, the Castellanos contract, John Hurts, because it's $20 million assigned. It's probably going to essentially go unused. I don't think Cass will be on the team. I think they're going to have to dump him, basically eat the money. If I had to guess, it'll be like when the Phillies traded Tomey and they had to, literally pay the other team to have Tomey on the team. And I don't. If there's anybody that I feel confident won't be back, the number one guy I would say, I'm not talking about the guys that are like the ultra scrubs at the bottom of the roster.
We're saying this.
Castellanos, I think, is the most prominent guy that will not be back.
What about Bohm?
He could be. I mean, he's got 1 year left on his deal. That could go either way.
Yeah, there's no way Cassie's back after the comments and all that, and the way he acted with Topper, and that's like I would bet everything I have that Castellanos will not be a Philly next
The only thing theoretically that might save him is if Rob Thompson gets fired, and then maybe a new manager's like, "I'll work with him."
Even then,
But
I think with the fan thing, Joe, with those comments,
Yeah.
I think that they know they can't bring this guy back.
All right, let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. First poll question: with the way the Phil season ended, which emotion do you feel more this morning, anger or sadness? Let's tackle the second poll question here. Rob Thompson. Now, I know it's very early, and many people probably would say I need more time to assess. Like, I know I need more time to assess whether I want him back or not. I'm going to give you my early assessment. Do you want him back as a Phillies manager next year, yes or no? Rhea, what is your – so, two-part question, Rhea.
Okay.
Do you know for sure what your answer will be in 2 weeks? And if not, what is your current answer?
No, I don't want him back.
So you're out.
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay.
Because
James.
there were too many mistakes that I can point to with him.
Yep.
He was brilliant in Game 3, but Game 2 should have been won, and I didn't like bringing Robertson back out again for. He's lower on my list for yesterday.
Sure,
but
sure.
the first two, absolutely.
Oh, listen, very reasonable. And you guys know I said before Game 4, if the Phillies lose this series, we're going to point back to Games 1 and 2 and say that's where they lost it. I've seen this happen before where I'll give you an example, the 0-1 Sixers, and they probably weren't going to win anyway because the Lakers were truly better, but the Sixers had such a great chance in Games 2 and 3. The Sixers didn't lose the series in Games 4 and 5.
No.
The Sixers lost the series when they did not win Games 2 and 3. There are moments to be captured, and you either capture it or it's going to slip through your fingers. This one slips through their fingers. Seltzer, do you know what your answer will be in 2 weeks? What is your answer today on Rob Thompson?
Yeah, fully agree on that last point, Joe. They lost the series in Game 1 and 2. I'm right where you are. I'm like really torn on this. I need some time to let it, sit and think about it because, let's put it this way. As of now, if they fired him, I wouldn't be like angry. I wouldn't be upset. I'd feel bad for him. I think he's a great guy. I like him, but I wouldn't be upset. Like, I think a change makes sense, but I also, if they didn't fire him, I could talk myself into that.
What's your current lean?
If I, and again, I'm not, this is not my final answer.
I get it.
But I would probably move on.
Okay. John?
I think he's probably going to step down.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be fired. Let me just agree with that point. I don't think the Phillies will say, we have fired Rob Thompson.
Right.
I think that if they want him out, they'll say, okay, it's retirement time.
No, a forced retirement, maybe.
Yeah, right,
yeah.
Right. Yeah, I don't think you'll find out that they fired him, although we'll find out probably that they fired him.
I think
but
there's
technically
a good
it'll be a
chance
retirement.
Cooperative, hey, it's time.
So what do you want?
I would like a new manager.
Well, I'll be really interested in this poll question, both today.
But I love Rob Thompson.
We all do.
And I appreciate everything he gave us.
I'm with you, man.
I just think it's
And the
time.
grass isn't always greener for what it's worth. Like
I'm aware.
You
yeah.
know, like Dave Roberts, we just lost to a manager who I've seen in the playoffs have whoppers
He really
of
did.
all time. In this series, I'm talking like in the past 10 years or whatever. Like, and that guy won a World Series last year, and he's probably going to win another one this year. I'm just saying, I agree. Like I said, I probably move on for the change sake, but Rob Thompson's a good manager. He is a good manager.
I agree with that. Look, my current lean is to keep him, but my feet are not firmly planted on the ground. I'll tell you next week or 2 weeks as this thing drags on where I net out. My current lean, if I had to make a call today, is probably to keep him. But believe me, the wind could blow me right on over to the other side. All right, what Rob Thompson said after the game, the press conference. We're going to get to that coming up in about 5 minutes as he covered a lot of ground post-game last night. Let's go to Ken in Cinnaminson right now. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning, friends. What a maybe the worst Philadelphia sports morning in the last, decade at least.
Yeah.
Not a great one. And, by the way, October 10th, 1993 is the day Randall Cunningham broke his leg in Chicago when the Eagles were 4-0.
That was in New York. Which day was that in 93?
Today, October 10th.
Oh, good Lord. Yeah, no, that was in New York. That was the game Eric Allen had the interception return.
So, look,
meaning the Meadowlands, Northern Jersey.
Yeah, my initial response is, like I said the other day, my anger is directed inward. It's directed at myself. Because what I allowed myself to do is go into this believing that the exact same group of guys, for the most part, is going to do something different than they've done for the last two postseasons. This is what the team is. And running it back or thinking that you're going to get a different result by putting the same guys out there in essentially the same order. And frankly, I'm not killing Orion Kerkering this morning because Orion Kerkering should not have happened last night. I mean, you're talking about Rob Thompson, who is a great individual. He is a fine human, no question about it. And he is a fantastic regular season manager, no question about it. But what good does it do you to win 96 games, 97 games, 95 games every year, and then go right back to what we have every year? The decisions in Game 1 and Game 2 were why we were where we were with Orion Kerkering last night in the 11th inning in Los Angeles. And once that game gets to extra innings, there's almost no way the Phillies are going to win because the Dodgers obviously have the advantage by being the home team. And it's who blinks first, and you just know the team's going to blink. So not only
I didn't know they were going to blink, Ken. I'll just say that there. I thought the whole way it could have gone either way.
But you could not have intellectually. You could not have believed that the compilation of Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, you could not have believed that they were going to come through in the most.
But it could have been a mistake by the Dodgers. Once it got to the 11th, Ken, it was going to be a mistake by either team that was going to hand the other team, not necessarily that the other batters were going to come through.
Yeah.
And frankly, Ken, I kind of like the Phillies pitching. First off, let me say this. Bad job by TBS. At some point in a frickin' game to the 11th inning, at some point you got to put up a graphic and say, hey, America, let me show you who's still available out of the bullpen.
Joe, I couldn't believe it. Every inning, I would have done it in the 9th inning, and it kept going and kept going. I'm like, tell us who's there for each team.
I mean, I thought that. I mean, I actually thought, do they no longer have the graphic because in the regular season the guy starts on second base and the games don't go to. I really wondered, does that graphic even exist anymore? But, I'll tell you, Ken, I actually, because you had Walker Buehler and you knew they were going to get to him soon, I actually kind of like the way the Phillies were set up. I agree with your point, though, Ken, that clearly the Dodgers, when you get that final at bat, it gives you a certain emotional edge that's just difficult when you're the road team. I mean, you're just out there on a ledge when you're the road team, man.
I'm going to say something that I can't believe I'm saying. I told this to James the other day. I think the Phillies need to go out and sign Pete Alonso in the offseason. I mean, they really need
put Bryce back in the outfield.
Yes, and
Yeah.
don't ask.
Hey, listen, I'm open-minded to that.
Playing right field. I mean, they need to, and they can't just run this. They just can't. And
I find him so annoying.
That's okay. He can
But
be
he's
annoying
so
for
good.
us, John.
Yeah.
Ken, that's an interesting idea. I hadn't thought of it.
I
It's
think
a good
everything
idea.
should be on the table, from moving players to different positions. Absolutely.
And by the way, Bohm did play well last night. Got on base 3 times. Let's listen to Bryce Harper after the game last night. We don't have a long answer here for you, but it's a little snippet on the fact that obviously the club lost, and he's asked a good question. Matter of fact, I don't know if we have the question in the audio, so let me read to you, if not, what the question was. Let me just tee this up the right way. So Bryce was talking after the game and had been asked about, give me one moment, I apologize for this delay. Bryce was asked about, oh, darn it, I don't even have it. James, roll the audio. It's basically on losing in the way they did. Let's listen.
You could have something back from the series, maybe not you personally, but as a team. Is there something you look back on and say, that might have been an opportunity we missed?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Mookie at bat, getting 3-2 right there, obviously, and then myself just missing pitches over the plate in the zone.
So the Mookie at bat, he's talking about when Mookie walked, obviously, and then it's good that he takes ownership himself as he needed to. He was one of the worst Phillies in this series. I mean, I guess you'd put him and Trey and
Marsh.
And Marsh.
And Schwarber. At
least Schwarber.
I know, but Trey had 3 hits in that game. Like, if we're going to give Schwarber that grace for, and Trey played great defense. Like,
all right, well, how about this? Bryce might have been, of all the regulars, he was probably the worst.
Bryce was probably the worst.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, coming up in a minute, you're going to hear Rob Thompson's press conference from last night. I'm sure most people missed it. Switching over to the Eagles game. We're heading to bed. By the way, what a time to switch to the Eagles game. I didn't experience it that way because when the Phillies ended, I did some post-game stuff and then started the Eagles game from the beginning. So I wasn't dropped into the third quarter when all hell started breaking loose. James, was it third quarter?
So I obviously had the second TV going, but it turned out with how intense that Phillies game was, it was hard to see anything happening, hard to even look over. I saw some plays and I saw it, 2017, and then I was doing the IOPS pod and I tuned in and it was 27-17, and I basically at the end of High Hopes saw Jalen throw that pick, and it was just this is the rest of my night.
Well, here's what I know. The best part of the Eagles game was the part most people probably didn't say, which was the first half.
That's when it was 13-10 because I had my laptop up and I was videotaping my laptop and the Phillies, and I was losing my mind. But I was watching that, and then it just all trained.
And bad luck for the Flyers to have their season start when the other two teams are playing.
It was a bummer.
It's bad luck. All right,
happens every year.
Yeah, but this was a double whammy. This was a whopper. Yeah. All right, coming up in a minute. And by the way, they probably start on the road because the Phillies often have home games, I would guess. And the deeper the Phillies go, the chances are they could be eliminated, which they have been. That may be why the Flyers seem to always start on the road, at least this decade, since the Phillies got good. I don't know if it ties in. I would guess it probably does. But anyway, coming up in a minute, Rob Thompson's press conference from last night on tons of ground from the game. That's up ahead in a second.
You've heard me talk about my friends at PDQ POS and how their top-rated restaurant management system has helped thousands of companies in the restaurant, hospitality, bar, and casino businesses across the country. I've seen their operation. We've done our show from their headquarters, and I can tell you the people, the technology, it's all so impressive. So if you're thinking of cutting your old point of sale, it's time to go all in and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS, the game changer in the world of POS solutions. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years for a reason. It's because they offer everything: mobile POS, self-service kiosks, enterprise reporting, contactless functionality, data and cybersecurity, and the best service and support in the industry. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest easiest and most reliable POS available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, they'll build a custom solution for your business. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Schedule your free demo and business consultation today at pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
All right, we broadcast from Borgata today on this absolutely horrific Friday morning. We're glad you're with us. I had said earlier we're in this together, and at least we have that. WIP has always been here for you and for us collectively. You know, in the great times, like the morning after Super Bowl 52 or Super Bowl 59, and the bad times, of which we've had more of them. Speaking of bad times, James, you had asked me earlier before we get to Rob Thompson. I just want to get this out there. You had asked me earlier about moments in Philly sports, and we've talked today about 93 losing Joe Carter and Rondé Barber and 64 Phils have come up and a few other things. There's one example I have in my mind in the last 10 years. It's not quite the same way the Kerkering thing happened, but a singular moment where a singular athlete ended a Philadelphia sports season. Where a Philadelphia athlete ended the season, and it has not come up, and probably not since this moment have we had something anywhere in this zone.
Is it the flag? I mean, the Bradbury flag?
Nope.
What? How many years ago?
In the last 10. Pretty big moment.
10. That would be, all right, 15. So that's post-Andy, so it's not an Andy Reid team.
Yep, last 10 years.
Alshon drop.
1,000%.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
1,000%.
I was going to go Scott Young false start.
Oh, yeah, that was so sex. That was another one.
Yeah,
that was brutal. And then Andy punted on 4th and 15. But the Alshon drop, it's one of, like, the Alshon drop and the Kerkering thing, because obviously when you lose for many, many reasons. But rarely can you say, like, at least at the very end, it's on one guy. And I'm not saying it's on Kerkering more than it's on Bryce Harper. It's not. Bryce Harper let the Phillies down a lot more in this series than Kerkering did. And Kerkering wasn't good at other points. But rarely do you have, like, one guy at the very end. And that was Kerkering last night, and that was Alshon.
But the thing with Alshon is you go, all right, players drop passes all the time.
Yeah.
The Kerkering thing, we've seen that play made a million times.
Rhea, he lost his brain.
Yeah, that's the difference. The
He
physical
lost
versus the
his
brain.
Yeah,
you know?
that's the point. Yeah, thank you for
He
pointing
lost
it.
his brain.
Yeah.
All right, let's listen to Rob Thompson talking about that moment and others. Press conference after the game. It's about 5-6 minutes. Here are the many things Rob Thompson got into.
Rob, obviously a heartbreaking way to lose. Looked like you had a long conversation with Orion coming off the field. Do you want to share a little what you told him? Or
just to keep his head up. He just got caught up in the moment a little bit. Coming down the stretch there, he pitched so well for us, and it's I feel for him because he's putting it all on his shoulders. But we win as a team and we lose as a team. So.
Rob, can you just take us through the decision to take Luzardo out at that point and put Kerkering in the game at that point?
Just with the two righties, and Zeus had 30 pitches on him with 3 days rest. I didn't want to push him too much further. Really going into the game, thought about just one inning for him, really, because it's kind of his side day. But he was so efficient in the first, we decided to send him back out in second.
Obviously, the devastation of it all is pretty fresh, but can you speak to the way this team fought until the end?
Yeah, I told him after the game, I said, I appreciate what they've done all year. They prepared, competed, picked each other up, true professionals the entire year. And I'm extremely proud of how they went about their business, and I'm proud that I'm their manager, to tell you the truth. That goes for the coaching staff. It goes for all the support staff. Just a really elite group of people.
What do you think of everybody coming to Orion after that play and supporting him?
That tells you about what they're made of, Like I said, they win as a team, they lose as a team, they support each other. As bad as you feel, it's good to see them be there for each other.
How impressive was Sasaki for the Dodgers, and were you surprised at all that he went out there for a third inning?
No, not really. I mean, he's been starting, he's been lengthened out. When you get into these games, you got to do some things that are a little unconventional. And, he was really good. Really good.
Can you just talk a little bit about the pitching in the series, how impressive it was from both teams?
Yeah, I mean, all the starters were tremendous. We got some great relief, especially today. Luzardo stepping up, coming out of the pen. Strom was really good today. Their bullpen was good. It was pretty impressive. 4 games.
Rob, obviously now 4 years in a row, World Series hopes, and the way this one ended. I mean, how does this one feel compared to the others? Is it harder to take with the way it ended?
I can't really compare because they all feel just awful. I mean, when this happens, it's like your entire world comes to a stop, and it's just a thud. And it's just not a good feeling. It really isn't. Especially, regular season, we were really good. We had a lot of wins, and we expected a lot more.
And you guys, typically a guy like Zach Wheeler has taken out a lot of innings in this series. I know you just talked about the pitching, but the starters, every plan you did pitching-wise seemed to work. I mean, does that make this even tougher to swallow?
It is tough, but I take my hat off to our starters for, picking it up. And when Zach went down, they just did a heck of a job. They just kept getting better and better as the season went on, and they pitched great in the playoffs.
Rob, take us back to I think it was the 7th inning, the decision to, obviously Ohtani's great, intentionally walk him there, load the bases, and then Duran walks the guy. Any concern about, I know sometimes you don't like to intentionally walk the bases loaded because it doesn't leave the pitcher a margin for error there.
Yeah, and that's Duran's first career bases loaded walk. So, I mean, you're not expecting that. And just his ability to throw strikes, really wasn't expecting that, but it happened.
And you made several decisions this series with the logical baseball reasoning behind it, but it just seemed not to work out a lot of the time. Did you feel kind of snake bit at all, or is that just part of managing and stuff?
I think it's just part of managing, and when something doesn't work, you're up for criticism, and I understand that. It's just part of the job. So,
Rob, you talked about how great the pitching was in this series, but when you look at your lineup, I mean, other than what you got a couple innings last night, they really struggled against the Dodgers. Is there anything that you can kind of identify as to maybe what didn't click for them against this team?
Dodgers have really good pitching, So I mean, their lineup's good too, and they didn't score a whole lot of runs either. So it really comes down to the pitching. They pitched great, we pitched great. It was a well-fought series. They came out on top, unfortunately, and that's the way it is. And you feel awful.
This team has a lot of free agents. Obviously, there's a lot of work for the front office to do. But from your perspective, where does this team go from here? And do you think there's great years ahead?
Oh, I do. With and I don't know what Dave and John and Preston are going to do in the offseason. We haven't really talked about anything like that, but. Our farm system is being built up. I know that they're going to, John's going to spend money. He wants to win. He wants a world champion. So there's good years ahead, no doubt.
Do you expect to manage next year?
Do I? It's out of my control. I'm not even thinking about it. I got 60 people in there that are brokenhearted right now. So I'm thinking about that more so than my job right now.
All right, that's Rob Thompson last night. A lot in there. I'm going to give you one positive salvo. I know a lot of people aren't in the mood for next year positivity, but I want to say it because I believe it. Phillies will be back as a heck of a team, and that'll probably sustain for a number of years moving forward. Now, they're going to have to do some shift on the fly of who the true inner core is. At some point, Bryce won't be inner core. At some point, Zach Wheeler won't be inner core, and we don't even know if Zach Wheeler can pitch next year. But I know this. When you have a group that probably will include Zach Wheeler at some point next year, will include Sanchez, will include Luzardo, will probably include Andrew Painter, will likely be a better form of Nola. Even if you lose Ranger, you got tremendous pitching. So just know my mindset entering the offseason is I expect the Phillies to be a playoff team again next year. But I'll call this offseason this. Here's my mindset for the offseason. Tinker plus. When I hear tinker, I think you're working around the edges. It's more than working around the edges, but it's not an overhaul. So I'd call it Tinker Plus. I probably need about 2 new position players that are impactful. And if they can do that, they could become a better team. And if they don't, they could slide back. But I don't think they slide back to the point where they're not a playoff team. That's my outlook as they move toward, next year and this offseason. And obviously, Crawford is a key piece. Is he going to be good? Is he going to be bad? Too early to know. We've seen a bunch of prospects pan out. We've seen more prospects not. Is he Marlon Byrd, who's just a disappointment out there and kind of hangs around baseball for a while but is never really that good? I don't know. We'll see. But it'd be great if he and Painter can give him some life.
One more
Sure.
positive, Joe, because I think Rob Thompson hit on something important. We have an owner who desperately wants to win.
Yep.
And, at the end of the day, that matters so much. It just does. I believe he will keep spending. Maybe, he's not going to beat Steve Cohen, but I think he's going to keep spending. I think he cares about building this up behind the scenes, the drafting, development, the front office, all that. Having an owner who wants to win matters so much.
But I will say this on the flip side. It is hard in sports when your highest paid guy, you're getting diminishing returns. And with Bryce Harper, it feels like they're getting diminishing returns. And I'm not out on Bryce in any way, but I do feel the greatness that was, and I'm not saying postseason greatness, the regular season that was Bryce Harper from his, latter Washington years into his first 3 or 4 Phillies years, it feels to me like that guy probably doesn't exist anymore. And that's tough. All right, up ahead, a lot more. Phone calls and everything on a busy day. From Borgata, 94 WIP.
You deserve the best, and the best pick-me-up is a tasty cake treat, and we probably all need a pick-me-up this morning. So whether you need a quick snack for the kids or a tasty little moment for yourself, Tasty Cake has something for everyone. So tackle your errands after enjoying delicious crimpets with smooth icing and a perfect cake. And mouthwatering peanut butter candy cakes are just the right size for getting things done on the go. Find all your family's favorites in stores now because nobody does it better than Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Hockey is back, and you don't want to miss the Philadelphia Flyers hit the ice at Xfinity Mobile Arena this season.
They score! Beachcomb on the rebound, puts it into the empty goal, his first goal of the preseason.
Be here for the home opener, presented by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, when the Flyers take on the Florida Panthers on October 13th. All fans in attendance will receive an opening night t-shirt. Get your tickets now, only at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo.
one simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Check the game film. A third of your life is spent in the bed. Right now, only at the Mattress Warehouse. Save big on better sleep with up to $600 off Stearns & Foster and Sealy Posturepedic Elite mattresses. Plus, take an extra $200 off adjustable bases to really level up your rest. And with Mattress Warehouse signature 1-year lowest price guarantee and 100% comfort guarantee, you know you're covered. But hurry, the limited time offer won't last. For a location near you, visit themattresswarehouse.com, mattresswarehouse.com.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Remember when Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown was caught on camera consulting a book on the sidelines during the playoffs? Turns out it was Inner Excellence by Jim Murphy. The best-selling author is my special guest this weekend, exclusively on Game Time. So set your DVRs. You're not going to want to miss this enlightening interview with Jim Murphy. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. All right, let me tell you about PI Dental Center. So good at what they do with complex dental treatment, decades of experience. I know this. They can't fix your broken Philadelphia sports heart, but they can fix your teeth. If you have problems, I'm telling you guys, they are the best in the business. I've been going there for 24 years, my mom even longer, with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. If you're struggling with a major issue and need a significant repair, well, I'm telling you, PI Dental Center, they can do it for you. So get there. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Make sure you visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. An all-time blunder ended the Phillies season to the Dodgers. Score tied at 1 in the 11 with the bases loaded. Orion Kerkering fielded a comebacker and made quite possibly the worst decision ever.
Kerkering, who had an easy out at first base. The inning was over, but he threw wildly to the plate all the way to the backstop. And the Phillies season has come to an end on a broken bat roller back to the mound. 2-1, the Dodgers win it.
Scott Fransky, the call. Eagles probably lucky the forensic investigation into their abysmal performance may have taken another day or two with the Phillies' devastating loss. Birds outplayed by a rookie quarterback and running back, losing to a team that only had one win coming in. Lane Johnson says the Eagles too predictable on offense, telling the Athletic Zach Berman, you know when the pass is coming, you know when the run is coming. Need replacement windows? Buy 2, get 2 for free, plus no payments until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com by October 31st. Mostly sunny, high 66, currently 52. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Well, this was a rip our hearts out night, scattered on the ground this morning. Good morning to you. As best as it can be a good morning. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. All right, so Seth Joyner joins us the day after every Eagles game. He also joins us on Mondays, which is why in this unique situation, he's going to join us in a moment and be with us for a few minutes by phone. But then on Monday, when we're back at studio, Seth will be with us in studio as well for a further breakdown. Now, before we get to Seth, let's get to our NFL picks as we do every single Friday at this time. And I'm going to keep this as short as can possibly be because obviously no one's in the mood for anything other than the Eagles and Phils right now. So I'm just going to tell you I'm taking Denver -7 at the Jets, Pittsburgh -5.5 versus Cleveland, and I think the winner of the day, the Dallas Cowboys -3 at Carolina. John, your three selections, what do you got?
What was your last one?
Dallas -3.
What were the records last week?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to do this really, really fast. You were good. I was bad. I don't have it all in front of me, but you're way up on me.
All right. You really wanted me to just do it like
that?
that?
Just, I mean, we got one cares.
We got Seth on hold. Just make the picks.
Seahawks +1.5. Lions +2.5. Chargers -4.5.
All right, you got it, my man. We'll assess all next week. John's kicking my ass so far this week, but trust me, that's not why I'm ducking him here. We got a million things to get to. All right, Seth Joyner. Man, it's funny. Seth was texting me during the Phils playoffs this year. All cap text. He was all ticked off and covering it all with us this morning. Seth, good morning, pal.
I don't know how good it is this morning.
Dude, this one sits really heavy, Seth. We'll get to the Eagles a little bit, but what is your Phillies' reaction to what occurred?
You know, I've been watching the Phils play all season, and, we all love this team. I was walking around town yesterday with my Phillies hat on. Really felt good about yesterday's game. And I really felt good about their chances of winning until I saw Orion Kerkering warming up in a high-leverage situation. Like, as a manager, like, you know your players. As a head coach, you know your players. And he has not been productive in high-leverage situations all season long. So when I saw him warming up, we were actually watching the game and watching the baseball at the same time.
Yeah, of course.
And I looked over at Mark Farzetta. I said, Farzy, look who's warming up. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And I get it. There was no other choice. But not in a high-leverage situation with runners on the corners. That just, it just... And then when I saw the play, I'm like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
He totally panicked. Yeah. Like, you spend the entire, training camp, if you will, baseball training camp, and you go over those types of situations over and over and over and over again so that they become second nature. And he threw the ball wide right to home plate when you had to play at first base, and that's what you practice? Oh, my gosh, man.
Seth, he lost his brain. So with one out, you'd have to come home because, you're not getting a double play otherwise. So with one out, you have to come home. But with two outs, you get the easiest out, which in this case clearly would be first base. It's the only spot where a guy actually has to run 90 feet. The guy coming from third already has about a 15-foot advantage, maybe 20, based on how he's moving down the line. So that guy doesn't even have to go 90 feet. The guy from home plate has to get out of the hit sequence to even begin running, has to go, even more than 90 feet to cross home plate and get all the way down there. And he completely lost his brain. But I'll tell you, Seth, we can talk about that, and we will forever. We will. But the guys at the top of the lineup for me is so much more in my mind. I mean, the reality is in 3 of the 4 games, Trey, Schwarber, and Bryce didn't hit. And you know, as someone that played at an exceptionally high level, if your main guys don't do their job, like your quarterback doesn't do his job, or the star whatever doesn't do his job, if 3 or 4 or 5 of those guys don't do the job, it's very, very, very difficult to win.
No, listen, you're 100% right. I think part of the problem is I just feel like this baseball team is so, and this is kind of the new Major League Baseball thing. You know, that they talk about launch angles and all that nonsense, exit velocity, and all. You know, how about when you got runners in scoring position, you choke up and put the ball in play? Like every other team does that, but the Phillies will get up, 2 guys on the bags, 1 out, and everybody's swinging for the damn fences. Pop flies, foul balls. They speed them up, and then slow them down. They're trying to, they're hunting the fastball, and they take a big hack at it and strike out. You know, I'd be curious, and I know the stat is out there somewhere in this data analytics driven world, I should say. I wonder how many times the Phillies strike out with runners in scoring position. You know, and how many times they stand there and watch the best pitch that they're going to get in the first 2 pitches. Mm-hmm. They don't swing at them, and then they breaking ball, curve ball, sinker. You get all of these balls that are off speed or breaking, and those are the ones that they swing like hell at. But the first 2 pitches they get, because pitchers don't like to get behind in the count, fastball. Like if you're hunting fastball, get up there and be ready to hit the fastball, the first 2 pitches. It just like blows my mind. I'm like standing there, I'm like, dude, he threw it right down the middle. 95 down the middle, right in your breadbasket. And you stood there.
Well, Seth, I heard Ruben say something post-game on TV that I will admit I didn't necessarily notice, but he indicated he thought the Phillies missed a lot of opportunities where the Dodgers pitchers missed their spot. And there were hittable balls, and the guys didn't get them. So, it's
they chase. I agree with all of that, but they chase a lot of balls out of the zone.
Sure.
And they don't chase them to choke down, half swing, quarter swing, trying to put the ball in play. They chase them trying to swing, trying to go for the long ball, trying to be the hero all the time.
Yeah.
And they did it. They did it when they lost the World Series, the last one they were in. They did it when they did it with the Diamondbacks when they were up 2-0 and crashed. Same thing. So I mean, how long do you continue with this methodology about how you're going to go about playing the game, and have a consistent exit from the playoffs the way that they have? Before you make a philosophical change about how you hit.
Well, Seth, let's get to the Eagles, and we'll keep it on the short side because we got so many callers wanting to get in here on the Phils. But let me just tee up this question to you. My main takeaway from last night is I think the Eagles might miss the playoffs. I'm not predicting that they definitively will, but it's the first time I thought they might miss it. I mean, they're not good right now, and they got major injuries that have set in. And frankly, I thought they got exceedingly lucky with winning multiple games they won. CeeDee Lamb drops, Kelsey drop, Jordan Davis blocks a kick. I mean, they could flat out be like 1-5 right now. They've been outgained in every game this year in yards, 0 for 6 in that regard. So I actually now think it's on the table they might miss the playoffs. Do you agree with me?
Listen, I'm not going to – I know how hard it is to win games from week to week, so I'm not going to belittle the games that they won because they won them. No matter what the circumstances are, you win how you win. It's hard to win. But they're in trouble. They're in trouble because the players see the problems that the coaches can't identify. Okay? And the players are struggling to play it to the level that they need to. The offensive and defensive lines are a shadow of what they were. The quarterback is, I don't know whether it's injuries, philosophies. Well, I think on the defensive side of the ball, we're just not as good as, we think we are. On the offensive side, you can put some of it on, you put some of it on injury, but when I watch Jordan Mailata get pushed back, in the backfield, by a guy that he outweighs by damn near 100 pounds. When I see Cam Jurgens just get destroyed on every run play, pushed back in the backfield 3 to 4 yards. You know, when I see Tyler Steen, you know, miss blocks because his angle was bad, you know, that kind of stuff, that's on the players, you know. I mean, where's the want to? And then, you know, just and Jalen missing, you know, plays that he should make. Listen, when you hear Jalen talk about execution, when you hear
I hear that every week.
Yeah, when you hear Devontae Smith talk about being on the same page, and then you hear Lane Johnson, of all people, talk about predictability. These are things, John, that, you know, I've been talking about from game one. And Jalen talking about getting better, and Nick Sirianni talking about getting better. Well, guess what? You've played 6 games and you haven't gotten one iota better. The play calling hasn't gotten better. The players haven't gotten better. And everybody talk about the 2023 collapse. No. You know what this is starting to look like? This is starting to look like 2018 after Doug Peterson lost.
Wow.
Won the Super Bowl. Okay? 2018 after Doug Peterson won the Super Bowl, and by the time you got to 2019, he was out the door, and we had a whole new coach, a whole new staff, whole new quarterback. This is what that looks like if they don't get their heads out of you know what.
That's quite a comparison. Seth, we'll do a much deeper dive with you on Monday, my man. I appreciate you carving out a few minutes today, and Monday we'll do the full hour in studio, man. Thanks so much, Seth.
You got it, guys.
All right, there he is. That's an interesting
Thanks,
comparison at the end. He was off by 1 year. After 2020, they got rid of Doug, but I get his point. The 2018 thing is interesting because this team's not nearly as good as last year's team, similar to how 2018 not as good as 2017. All right, no drop of the week today. We normally do it, but we're not messing around with funny stuff from our show this week. I mean, what's the point? So drop of the week, though, when we do it, brought to us by Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's Diamond Destination. Seltzer, do you think our heart will be in the mood to drop of the week 7 days from now?
Honestly, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know. Especially because, like, we're not going to have another Eagles game by then. Like, there's no chance to make it feel any better. Like, we're going to have to sit with this for the next, 10 days or whatever. And
Rhea,
just
give me your prediction.
No reprieve.
Yes.
Rhea, forget our desires one way or the other for Topper to be kept or not. Do you think he will be back or not?
I do not, because I don't think there's enough changes that they can make with the roster because of the contracts. So I think, he's not going to tolerate no changes.
What'll be interesting, and we'll probably, well, I don't say probably, we may never get the answer as to what extent does John Middleton make this decisions this offseason with the fans in mind. Like,
he's going to hear it. He's going to hear it.
He's going to hear it, and does he make
listens,
changes as a result? Because a malaise can set in, it can affect ticket sales, and I just wonder if that is
to me,
part of the
you
equation.
can't roll it back by going, all right, we're going to get rid of, Marsh, Castellanos, and maybe Bone. People that won't sell.
Well,
will
I'll
not
say
sell.
this. I said this earlier in the week, and it's worth saying again. This is around when the Eagles, prior to 2004, got Terrell Owens and Javon Curse. And if you make splash moves, you can re-energize everybody and that whole thing. That was after the Eagles had lost 4 straight years in the playoffs, 3 straight years in the NFC Championship game. So sometimes moves alone can re-energize people to the extent that matters. But I don't know. It'll be fascinating to find out over the next few days. I do not expect us to hear today, tomorrow, or Sunday that Rob Thompson's
they brought him home
in or
on
out.
the plane.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is going to take some time. Organizational meetings and all that. Let's go to Joe in Mayfair right now. Joseph, hello.
Well, hello, guys, and always a pleasure to listen to you guys every single day. And today is today's a bad day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say I did see this coming, and I'm not mad at Kerkering. I'm not mad at a lot of the players, the pitchers. I'm not mad at the bullpen. I'm mad at the insanity of doing everything over and over and over again and expecting a different result. And me and Rhea agree on a lot of stuff. Topper, to me, is a great guy. He's great at keeping the locker room even keel for a long regular season, but he is not a big-time game manager and a manager who has the stones to tell his core group that, hey, we've already lost doing this. you got to start putting the barrel and the bat on the ball. You can't win with 4 hits and 1 run. We've seen this time and time again. I don't want to see Stott's uppercut swing again. I'm done with him. I'm done with Trey Turner swinging from the heels on outside pitches. He did that all postseason. Tired of seeing Harper 3-0 on a breaking ball in the dirt, and you think you're going to be the hero and get ready to have a 3-0 green light and hit a home run instead of just sitting there with the bat on your shoulders taking a pitch and he swung at it? Like, those are the things that drive me nuts.
Yeah. By the way, that does come back to Rob Thompson a bit. I mean, it's the manager's choice whether player gets the 3-0 green light.
It's his responsibility going into spring training to have a different mindset when we just can't win one way.
Yeah.
Homer ball.
I will say this, though. I will say this. I can understand Topper giving him a 3-0 green light because the idea is I trust Bryce to know what he should swing at, which is really only something in an exact zone that he's looking for, or not swing at all. And unfortunately, Bryce didn't handle it that way.
No, but he hasn't handled that way for the most part since his bedlam at the bank.
Yeah.
What I want to see the Phillies do with getting rid of Tomper, I do want to see some new life on this team. I do definitely want Harrison Bader left. He can play for me any day. I want to see him in left. I want to see Crawford in center. I want to see Harper in right. I want to see Alonso at first. I want some new life in this team. I want some energy on this team. I don't want Stott back. I'm sorry. I don't want him back. He's great defensively. He does nothing for me in the lineup. I'm tired of waiting for him. I want to move Trey Turner to second base, and I want to get a shortstop with speed. Well, you need contact hitters on this team. You do have to retool, as you said, plus. You do need to change the dynamic of this team. You have Pop. I want Schwarber back as my DH.
What Pop?
And what he wants.
What Pop, Joe? You got Schwarber, and that's it, dude. Harper is declining from a power perspective. They had no one else who had over 20 home runs this season. Like, this team has no pop. And Schwarber, we don't even know if he's back. Like, this team lacks power in a massive way. A massive way.
But that's what I said. That's what I said. You add Alonso.
You said this team has pop. They don't have pop. Alonso adds some, but they're light on power.
They are.
Yeah,
I mean, you can only have 15 to 20 home run guys. Like Turner's 15 to 20. I don't want to see those guys anymore. I want JT back. I hope he can sign a 2-year deal because I believe in him defensively, and I still think he has enough of a bat to be a great catcher for this team. But you have to change the dynamic in the clubhouse. You have to change the dynamic on the field. You need some speed. You need to do more things to get runs. With this starting pitching, you wasted an entire season with the best starting pitching because you didn't know how to create runs or had the patience at the plate to create walks or get starting pitchers into higher pitch counts because of the fact you don't take pitches, and it came back to bite them again. And I am just tired of the manager who's responsible for the actions of the players and their approach. And he didn't do it again this year. So you've got to change the whole dynamic. I don't know who's out there, but you definitely got to start with something fresh, and it's time to move on, guys.
I think part of the approach thing is players, though. I mean, I don't know how much. We've talked about this so many times, how hard it is to get 30-year-old guys to completely change. Like that's tough for a manager. Like, I don't know.
They got to buy in. These are grown men. They're set in their ways, certainly. And you need a manager who's able to get through to guys like that. I think they love Topper. They respect Topper. I don't know that his messages are getting through the way they need to any longer.
All right, 215-592-9494. By the way, I was glad that, because I don't know if it went through you guys, your mind, but I was glad that, I guess JT didn't get hurt on the last play. His knee was in an incredibly vulnerable spot. As that runner's coming in, his knee's just sticking out there. And anyway, I thought about how entering free agency, he was – I know most people weren't thinking that, but it was dangling out there. All right.
He was stunned at that point.
Exactly, Rhea. Yeah. But if you notice, if you go back and check it out.
I thought the same thing when I watched it.
Because if he's planted and that guy comes in and he doesn't get his leg out of the way, that knee can pop. And,
I've only watched it 5,000 times.
Yeah. I know.
And I keep waiting for a different result.
I know. Time's yours is up ahead. It should be an all-timer, but a lot of phone calls before that from Borgata on 94 WIP.
Believe it or not, holiday season is just around the corner. It's always a fun and very busy time of the year. So now is when you should address unnecessary aches, lingering pain, or an injury. NovaCare Rehabilitation's physical therapists, hand therapists, and sports physical therapists are here for you. So whether you've got specific goals in mind, maybe you're tired of changing the way you do things because of discomfort, or maybe you're just making your health and well-being a priority, NovaCare's clinical experts we'll create a treatment plan just for you. The Delaware Valley's hometown physical therapy provider is proud to be part of the healing journey of so many patients. With more than 150 convenient locations in Greater Philadelphia and South Jersey, there is no better time to make NovaCare part of your healthcare team. They are definitely for me, for my family, and for my friends for almost 20 years. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy, schedule an appointment today at NovaCare.com. NovaCare, proud to be the official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles and the Phillies. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Revenge game! Uncle Rico isn't going to throw the ball over them mountains. He's going to plow through them. Dowdle is shaping up to carry the load against his former employer, the Dallas Cowboys, who are number 25 in rush EPA defense, coming off the second-best rushing performance in Panthers history. Dowdle rolls into the end zone at plus 100. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, with their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They're focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Up to 3
$3,000 above KBB is based on KBB excellent trade-in condition. Deductions apply for damage, reconditioning, excessive wear and tear, and above average miles. Get paid to trade. At KiaofCherryHill.com, we're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. Get up to $3,000 more for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Kias. Upgrade your ride today at KiaofCherryHill.com. That's KiaofCherryHill.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. All right, I love tequila, and I love Gran Coramino tequila, the official luxury tequila of the Philadelphia Eagles, because hard work tastes different. It's Kevin Hart's Gran Coramino tequila. He started the company, and it is made with 100% blue agave and is available in Reposado, Cristalino, and Añejo. Upgrade your game day margarita for your tailgate or game watch party at your house with Gran Coramino. And if I may recommend, perhaps get yourself a little extra this weekend, because we're all going to need it. Find Gran Coramino at your local Fine Wine and Good Spirits or online at finewineandgoodspirits.com. Despite the mood we're all in, when you're drinking Gran Coramino, remember to celebrate responsibly.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Just a brutal night for Philadelphia sports fans as the Phillies playoff run short and not very sweet. Eagles, meantime, should send the Phils a thank you card for overshadowing their humiliating trip up the turnpike. Phillies and Dodgers went toe-to-toe for 11 innings. Score tied at 1, bases loaded, and the most inexplicable thing ever happened.
Pajes breaks his bat. Kerkering got to find it. Throws to the plate. Oh, my goodness. He throws it away. And the Dodgers have won. The Dodgers win.
That is TBS Brian Anderson, the call. Eagles got rolled by a previously 1-4 Giants team, 34-17. Alarming remarks post-game by Lane Johnson said they are predictable on offense, telling the Athletic Zach Berman, you know when the pass is coming, you know when the run is coming. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Mostly sunny, high 66, currently 52. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Boy, James, you really leaned into it today.
Yeah, it felt wrong playing anything that didn't at least sound sad.
You let me down a little bit because you could have done the crying song from Roy Orbison.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, man. Well, thank God for the 08 Phillies, 2017 Eagles, and 22 Eagles, or 24 Eagles, sure. Giving us something in the last 20 years. But, look, you got to hand it to the 80 Phillies and the 08 Phils. They're the only two groups that ever did it. It is hard. It is hard. I mean, I will net out a little different than some this offseason because I'll remind people 5 million times, 12 teams make the playoffs, and it's brutal. And, I expect my team to get eliminated because, that's what the probability tells you. But you just want to see them break through one of these years. And
well, Joe, you brought up the Dodgers so many times, and it sucks, and it's annoying to hear, but it's a perfect example. The Dodgers, 14 straight years they made the playoffs. Right. They've won 2 World Series, and one of them was the 2021, which was, as Bobo as it gets.
Doesn't really count.
Yeah. No, so it's like, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I hate it, and I don't want to hear it right now, but you are right. Like, it's really hard, and just keep making the playoffs, and one of these years you break through, but it's tough.
And by the way, Brewers have made it a decent amount in recent years, and they keep losing, and they might lose in this round.
6 or 7 straight now for them or something like that, yeah.
Wow. All right. Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, what's going on, pal?
Oh, what a morning. What a just an insanely awful 4 days of Philly sports. The Kerkering thing was an epically bad decision. I will say this though. I mean, on the two moments in this series involving Kerkering, he threw an amazing pitch, and the outcome wasn't what we wanted. So I may be in the minority here, but the guy has electric stuff. He's young and he's cheap. I think he has a spot on next year's team, but I would also understand if the Phillies would just want to move on from him.
Could. There's also this reality. It's 2 years in a row we struggled in the postseason. So you start entering that.
Three. He wasn't good in the Diamondback series either.
Wow. Okay. Wow. So that becomes a factor for a team that's likely to make the playoffs again.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm on the keep Kerkering guy, but I'm not, digging my heels in the sand.
It's a bit of a hard sell this morning.
Yeah.
Maybe on Monday.
Maybe on Monday. So, and real quick on the Eagles, like I would think I was in a similar boat as Joe. Like I was totally just locked into the Phillies. I had my notifications turned off on my phone. Like my wife was saying, like, "Did you see what just happened in the Eagles game?" And I was like, "Be quiet," But then after the Phillies game, I was just kind of zooming through like the commercials, almost kind of like in a fugue state. Like I didn't even really wasn't really watching the Eagles game like I normally do. So I was like, do I go back?
I did actually, Joe. I mean, listen, I watched it from 9:55 and it took me 2 hours and 10 minutes, whatever the heck that was. I watched the whole thing, and I just think they're not that good. I'm telling you, this concept that like they didn't show up to play, I see it very different. I think they're just not that good.
Well, they've been really good. They've been amongst the best. No, I take that back. They've been the best team in the league several weeks this season.
I don't know about that, man.
They are that good.
Their record was,
they
but I
are
don't.
inconsistent. They've had injuries out the wazoo this season compared to last year that we are now seeing just how detrimental they can be.
Totally. And most are on the defensive side of the football.
Jalen Carter being out yesterday, we saw how big a difference it makes when he doesn't take 2 or 3 people every snap.
I agree.
We saw that we could not stop the run.
Yeah, no, and then the Quignon thing, I mean, that could be a month, I mean,
Dickerson.
These
Dickerson's a big one,
cornerbacks
too.
are horrendous. Keely Ringo is not capable of holding down the fort.
I mean, those
we
guys stink.
cannot
They're
go
horrible.
another week with Keely Ringo as an outside cornerback.
And they knew that.
It won't
They
work.
knew that in training camp. He's got to do something.
They did, but here we sit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also the Adoree Jackson thing. I mean, when I watch Adoree Jackson, I see Steve Nelson. I see a guy that's a veteran that started in this league is no good.
It's a perfect comp. And look, Jacorian Bennett, I know he got hurt, but you trade a 4th-round pick for that guy and got nothing before he got hurt, too.
Yeah. And, guys, let's be real. For all of our excitement about the fact that Makuba is a ball hawk, and I'll give him that, he is, he's killing them right now. I mean, that guy, it feels like gives the other team a free touchdown every week. Yeah, I mean, that's horrible. All right, let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. And maybe he turns into a good player, but who knows? I mean, it's Twitter poll. And by the way, it's not like Alex Hunt is lighting the world on fire, not having Nolan Smith. I mean,
we don't have a pass rush.
No pass rush. Horrible. Twitter poll brought to us. So this is all part of why I say I think they could miss the playoffs. I really do.
We won't miss the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll see. Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Now in stock at Armin Chevrolet, the stylish and safety pack 2026 Equinox. It has arrived. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. All right, first poll question. With the way the Phillies season ended, which emotion do you feel more this morning, anger or sadness? All right, let me take some guesses here. Rhea, your anger.
Anger, correct.
Seltzer, your sadness.
You bet.
John, you are straddling the fence, but you're probably more anger.
Yep.
Okay, and I'm more sadness.
There we go. Nailed it.
I'm not sadness. I'm not even close to sadness.
Okay.
I am PO'd.
All right. John, how do you think people voted on online?
I think angry is 60%.
Sadness is 52%.
Man.
Very close right there. Second poll question, do you want Rob Thompson back as the manager next season? Early gut feeling, less than 24 hours from when the season ended. As of right now, John, 67% say no. Mm-hmm. So we'll see where that one goes. Let's also get to the guided door and window to the weekend. As we look ahead to, well, nothing. We have no Phillies game.
Wow,
we have no
Joe.
Eagles game. No, I actually got one thing for you. So guided door and window of the weekend. Buy a window and door. I do, but you're not going to like what it is, right?
The Flyers?
Just, everyone hang on. Buy a window or door and get the second and a half off with 18-month interest-free financing. Call Guided Door and Window at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GUIDA.com. All right. So with no Phillies, no Eagles, and perhaps some people will even take a week off from the NFL and just say, I need a freaking break, and I wouldn't blame you. Penn State fans obviously know championship hopes are dashed, so who cares what happens the rest of the way now? They've already lost 2. Flyers obviously will have another game. I'm not sure which day it is, but they lost last night. They'll play this weekend. But the most interesting thing this weekend, other than, like, do the Phillies announce if Topper's back or not, and I don't think they will. I think that'll stretch at least
I guess?
into next week. Yeah.
Will Joel Embiid play in a preseason game?
Very close. The Sixers have their blue-white annual scrimmage game.
Yeah.
And seriously, like, will Joel Embiid
I'm
play?
with you. Yeah, that's my thought. I didn't realize it wasn't a preseason game, but yep, absolutely.
And it's open to the public, and human beings are going to get the chance to watch that guy either play or not play. And then, of course, if he plays, is he, good Joel or just guy just dragging around Joel? So by like a 27,000-fold margin, the most important thing, now that the other 2 teams aren't going this weekend, is what does the big guy have? So we'll see this weekend. Let's get to Joe in Telford. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I'm going to add a third answer to that poll, and it's relief. I'm relieved. I mean, can everyone here imagine watching that team to try and win another 5 games just to get to the World Series?
I disagree with you, Joe. With the starting rotation, they really could have done it, man. It was a joy to watch these guys pitch.
Every other team they played would be worse. Like the Dodgers are the best team in baseball.
Yeah, but there's no shot these bats could have gotten it going. They are so unreliable. It seems like all they're worried about is the launch angle of the baseball coming off the bat.
But Joe, not every team was going to bring the Dodgers pitching staff to the Phillies, man. I share your frustration,
Joe. There's no other team in baseball that has as good a pitching staff as the Dodgers. Full stop.
Joe, I share your frustration, but go ahead.
These big bats have proven that they're unreliable and they can't come up in big moments and they choke. Harper's biggest moment was Bedlam at the bank. That's it. That's his biggest moment in Philly. He is not Mr. Philadelphia like he wants to be and like people think he is. It's disappointment year after year with this team. Kevin Long should have been gone in 2023. Thompson should have been gone in 24. Getting no hit in the World Series was the beginning of the end for this team. That was it. And if they don't fire Thompson, Grombolski needs to go. He needs to not be in charge of this organization.
All right, I want to ask you a question, Joe. Joe, I'm really curious your answer to this. This is a legitimate question.
Yeah.
If the Dodgers lose in the next 10 days to the Brewers or the Cubs, will you feel the same way about the Dodgers?
Yes.
So you would say if the Dodgers lose next week, they should blow it up?
Who, the Phillies? Should blow it up?
No, the Dodgers.
What do you mean blow it up?
If the Los Angeles Dodgers lose next week, should they fire their manager, their general manager, and get rid of their core?
They won a World Series last year.
No. They won the World Series last year. No, they're still in a great position.
So that gives them immunity. Should the Yankees get rid of Aaron? Should the Yankees get rid of Aaron Judge? I'm just asking. Like, Joe, what I'm going back at you on is I think you're overrating the ease in winning in the playoffs. I share your frustration, I swear to you. But what you're missing is 11 teams lose in the playoffs and 1 team wins. And there's always stuff that goes wrong when you lose. And it doesn't mean you stunk or couldn't have won. They just didn't put it together.
But we see the same thing all the time. We see the bats. We see the bats not putting up runs. We see the big swings in moments that you don't need a big swing. You just got to put it in play.
I agree with you on that.
450-foot home runs.
I agree.
So, and Cutullo, something needs to be straightened out with that dude. I mean, this play calling is absolutely terrible. Everything. Like I said, I'm relieved that the Phillies don't have to play another 5 games because imagine that game last night another 5 times.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would take that last game another 5 times.
All right, Joe. Good
for the ending.
Good call, buddy. The game was amazing until the end.
It was wild. It was epic theater for 11 innings.
Rhea, I got a prediction for you.
Yes.
You and I, and you know I don't mean this physically.
Yes.
We are going to brawl over the Phillies for the next 6
months. 1,000. Oh, Joe, listen, I've held myself back because I'm back in the studio and you're down there. But James will see you. I'm miming during things because here's my whole point is, and that gentleman was right. It's stop telling me the Dodgers were great because these games were close. It's the same problems. Arizona wasn't great.
They weren't great.
I agree with that.
The same exact things have gone on.
Yeah, no, you're right, but I think I'm right. All right, let's do what we do every single, and this is going to be an all-timer. Let's do what we do every single day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us what you want to say. The time is yours.
Time's yours. John, real quick before we get to time's yours, do you align more with Ray on that or me?
It's okay,
Rhea.
John. You're allowed to.
Yeah. I think you and Jimmy are so soft on this team today. I think you and Jimmy are beyond. I don't even understand it. Like forgiving to an extent that I cannot comprehend.
Seltzer, this is when I say it's not like when John Ritchie's Eagles lost to the Carolina Panthers with 3 points in a playoff game.
You think I was forgiving? Do you think I was forgiving?
No, I don't.
Of myself or my team at that moment?
My point, and I'm
You think
joking.
I expected forgiveness?
No, I'm just saying the Dodgers are better than the Carolina Panthers. That's all I'm saying. All right, Twitter poll brought to us. And I rarely go there, guys. That's all right. I'm sorry, not Twitter poll. Time's Yours is brought to us. I had the wrong piece of paper. Time's Yours brought to us by Xfinity, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Sports Lounge. Your home field advantage from Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
One run, one run, and the biggest game of your life. One run, wake the up.
Yeah, this is going to be epic right now. Go ahead.
I can't believe I'm sitting here listening to two morons say, "Oh man, I'm proud of these guys. They really played hard." Are you freaking kidding me right now? I don't care if you're proud. I am absolutely pissed. These guys are idiots. They have the baseball IQ of 0. I cannot believe I'm listening to you guys stick up for mistakes.
I'm not sticking up for mistakes.
I agree with that. It was moronic in many cases.
What was?
And the way that we played, the way we lost with stupid play at times, which really sticks in my craw.
At times. By the way, the ultra
I'm not
irony.
proud of that.
Back to the Stott bunt in game 2. You know what's the irony? We were all begging for years that they'd play more small ball.
Yeah, well, except
Have you thought about that?
situationally.
No, I know. Believe me, you guys know I hated that bunt. And it was a beautiful bunt, and he was still up
and then he bunted again.
But that was in a bet. That one, yeah.
That one worked.
Yeah.
This Eagles team, they have no emotion. They are being bullied on the offensive line and defensive line. This feels like 2023 all over again. They're winning games. They're 4-2. It doesn't feel like 4-2. The offense is stale. Where's the emotion? They're getting out-bullied.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think they're very good, but we got a lot to discuss next week. I'll say that.
Kevin Patullo, he is horrible. Our offense is horrible. All other teams make adjustments at halftime. We don't do You know what we do? We think we can roll the exact same offense out there and do the exact same thing. Fire this man now.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more complicated than that, but okay.
Kerkering's going to get a lot, if not all, the heat this morning. Hey, anybody seen Harper's numbers? Mr. $350 million man, Mr. I want an extension, Mr. I wear the Phillies fanatic cleats and all that, 0 for 4 in an elimination game?
Yeah,
I think it was 0 for 5, actually.
Yeah, of all the regulars, he was the worst player they had out there. He was. He did not perform. And with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
So, John, you know I love Bryce, but this would not be the week for him to go into John Middleton's office and ask for more money. Right?
Just impossible. Impossible.
Oh, my God. Let's go to
it. It was horrendous.
So 7 years down on the contract, 6 to go. And he's been, sensational for the bulk of it. But you're getting diminishing returns, and obviously he bid it pretty hard this playoff run. It's not a run. It was a playoff pit stop because it's over so fast.
So does he only get worse from here?
Probably. I mean, he'll be better than he was in the postseason. But I think if you look at his MVP year in 2021, that guy's gone. That guy, to me, is totally gone. All right. Normally it's Joe and Hugh. It's going to be Joe and Hunter Brody in for Hugh today. That's up ahead in a few minutes.
Broads will be calm.
Broads. So let's do it one last time. It kind of became a nice little tradition before the playoff games. 15 seconds from everyone. Rhea, ladies first. Your final salvo as we close down the show and close down the season.
I will never, ever in my life unsee JT Realmuto pointing to first base.
Yeah.
In my life. It'll stay with me till I die.
Seltzer?
Yeah, I'm both angry and sad. I'm more sad than angry, but I'm angry too. I get people being angry.
They're angry at you for not being angry.
Apparently, man, look, I just know that that's a great team they lost to, and it sucks, and the mental errors are going to haunt me, and that Orion Kerkering play will literally, I will in a lot of ways never get over it in certain ways, but, there's going to be changes. I'm just bummed. Today. I'm really sad today.
John?
I'm angry today. I'm angry at 1 through 3. I'm angry at Rob Thompson, and I'm sorry for Rob Thompson's sake that it went the way that it did. The manager, the lineup, 1 through 3, Kerkering, inexcusable. I am a lot less forgiving than you are, Joe.
So where I'm at is this. I do think they'll be back over the next couple of years as a playoff team because of starting pitching, but you only get so many cracks, and they blew one of them. And I think they largely blew it because they were 1 or 2 batters short in the lineup the whole year. I felt it the whole time, and it's why I told you pretty much the whole year I never felt they got to the point that they were a great team. I think they were close to the Dodgers, but I think that difference between really, really good and great is what defined the difference between the Phillies and the Dodgers. I think it's why the Dodgers won and the Phillies lost. And they've got some serious work to do because this is not just tinker. This is tinker plus. They got to make 1 or 2 really big adjustments to try to supercharge this thing for next year. All right, Hunter and Giglio, they're up next. We hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. Try to enjoy the weekend as best you can. We'll do it again next week as we pick up the pieces on all the teams. And I don't know, man. It's a sad day. It really is. But we'll trudge on. Thank you to everyone from Borgata for the great hospitality. We'll talk to you next week.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connect. Sellers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Viant. Data-driven advertising made simple. The key to reaching new customers is not overspending on search or social. It's streaming TV, where you can make the right impression with the right audiences. No stress, no guesswork, just smarter advertising that drives new business growth. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com to learn how easy data-driven advertising can be.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Hey, Philadelphia. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your greater Philadelphia area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. For eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into paper airplanes headed to see ya never AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, the best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary and must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person who made the deal. Additional terms apply.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. This Sunday, I'll be watching to see whether Jacksonville can back up Monday night's exciting upset of Kansas City by taking down Sam Darnold in Seattle. The Seahawks are one of my upset specials, along with Miami at home over the Chargers. San Francisco at Tampa Bay and Detroit at Kansas City under the lights at Arrowhead are the other marquee Week 6 matchups. Enjoy the weekend, folks. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Swinging a broken back, comebacker. Kerkering knocks it down, picks it up, throws wildly home to the backstop, and the season is over. The Dodgers rushing out past Orion Kerkering, who stands with his hands on his knees, bent over. And Kerkering, who had an easy out at first base, but he threw wildly to the plate all the way to the backstop. And the Phillies season has come to an end.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. You guys with us today, and we'll get to it in just a second here. We have a guest host in for Hugh Douglas. We got a lot to discuss. I just want to start here, man. That one was different. Guys, that was different. And there's this radio station, as we welcome in Hunter Broads, who's with me today for the next 4 hours and with all of us. This radio station, Broads, is for a lot of things. It's an incredible place where we all do this together. And we got to do it together in an amazing way last February when the Eagles won a championship. And we got to do the opposite today. Because last night, in every way, shape, and form, was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. I got so many emotions this morning. Broads, good morning, man. The season is over. We'll get to the Eagles, whatever the hell that was. But that just hurt, man. That hurt. That one felt. We've done this 4 years in a row, and I had just felt differently last night when that ended. Good morning, Broads, as the Phillies go down in Game 4.
Devastated. Oh, I'm just gutted. There's so much pain. I couldn't even comprehend what the hell was going on last night. My body was shaking. I was so uncomfortable. Like that, Joe? I mean, you're telling me after everything that could have happened to lose a series and to unfortunately fall again, that's what we got? I feel bad for the kid. I do. I'll get more into why. Maybe Rob shouldn't have went that way. Maybe he should have stayed with Luzardo. But I feel bad for the kid. You could tell he just blacked out and the moment was too big.
Yeah, it was. And look, for a series to end on a mental error like that, I felt numb watching it. I must have replayed it like 5 times. My son was coming downstairs like he's kind of going to sleep, but not. He's 10, and he's like, wait, are they going to win? And then he knew the game was still going on, and I was like, all right, just come watch it. And I felt bad making him watch it, but I was like, he's got to see it. And
well, hold on. You're telling him to sit there and soak in the pain?
Well, he asked me what happened. What am I supposed to say?
Well, I don't know. You have to lie and say everything's going well, bud.
Part of becoming a man.
Yeah, it is. It was like an indoctrination. Man, I felt numb watching it because it was almost like it happened in slow motion, right? The balls hit back to him, and he had plenty of time. I mean, he had time to make the play. And it just was, it was a brain meltdown, and then the physical meltdown. And then, like, it's not just a game, bro. It's this era. Like, you think about it. And I was thinking this morning about my emotion after every one. I was in here, actually, on this show, in for John Ritchie with the camera the Monday after Game 6 of the 2022 World Series. And I remember sitting there with Joe that day, and I said, I'm not angry. I'm proud. Like, that team had no business taking the Astros to the brink. I was proud of them. Then 23 happened, and it was like, they choked. They choked that to a bet. They were better than the Diamondbacks, and they choked it away. Last year, I was angry at them because I thought they went out as chumps to the Mets. I mean, they played like chumps in that series. This one, I don't have any of those emotions, man. I'm dejected. I'm sad. And I do feel like this was the end. And not that the franchise is done and they can't retool. We'll get to that over the course of the next few weeks and all that. But I just feel like this group's run is never going to be the same. They're not a young team. And, bros, every sport has these teams, right? Every era has these teams where it's like they're good enough to win a championship, but they don't, right? Like you go back to the 90s where Jordan would stop all those good NBA teams from winning. The Eagles in the 2000s with Hugh and Ike and Donovan. Like every era in sports has those teams. And it kind of hit me as they walked off the field last night. Bros, I feel like we got one of those teams. Like they got enough to win a championship, but every year something happens.
Yeah, and you look at this starting pitching. That's winning championship caliber starting pitching.
Yep.
What you saw from Sanchez, that was a young, proud father watching. Like, I remember when he was playing the 5th starter role and bouncing up and down. Now he's shoving on the road in a back against the wall type of game, and he's making Freddie Freeman look like he's Johan Rojas. I mean, it's crazy what was happening from Sanchez and Luzardo and Ranger Suarez, and even my guy Knowles. What you got out of the starting pitching was outrageous. That's championship caliber starting pitching, but they're just not a detailed team. Their offense is way too inconsistent, and that's really what led to this downfall. And that sucks, man. You paid these guys so much money to come up clutch, to have big ABs. As great as Kyle Schwarber chasing down Ryan Howard potentially was, well, we need you, man. We need you more than just a game 3, and he wasn't there. And same applies to Trey, 0 for 5. This guy, I was told, could be MVP candidate with Kyle, and he's getting disrespected. Well, I need you in an NLDS against your former team. He was a nobody. Bryce wasn't there. I mean, that's where it was lost.
Yeah, you're totally right on that. And as much as I'm just disappointed that Kerkering melted down in that moment. He didn't lose the game. Like that game, like that was the moment, and it's going to get replayed forever, unfortunately. But that game wasn't on Orion Kerkering and that deep into extra innings. It was on the offense. I mean, they stunk yesterday, and really, bros, they've stunk for the most part in a lot of postseasons recently, right? They have a blow up every now and then, like in Game 3 where they score all those runs, like, oh, they're back. And then they don't do it again. And these postseason games, we were talking about before the show, they come down to little moments, right? Like, you don't blow teams out. You don't roll through series like that. It's little moments. And the Phillies' little moments are bad moments. I mean, they just are. They can't find themselves in that moment. And it's so disappointing because you only get so many shots at this, man. You only get so many shots. This is the oldest team in baseball. I don't know if Wheeler will be himself ever again. And I felt it when they walked off the field last night, bro. It's like, I think that's part of the reason I'm feeling the way I am today, that they're one of those teams in sports history. I saw it on their faces. Like, they know it, right? Like, I always think it's one of the saddest things in sports when a team can't say it, but you see it on their face. They know it might just not happen for them.
Yeah, well, guess what? The Eagles might be thinking the same thing. More on that later. Woo! But hold on. I just want to add a little cherry on top to this whole thing.
Yeah.
It's not just the offense that's extremely disappointing. I'm going to add the manager. I think for as bad as the offense was, I thought Rob Thompson was embarrassing when it comes to playoff baseball and playoff managing. You have to nail decisions. You have to be perfect. As close as you can to be perfect. And I thought, even Ranger starting game 3, well, then you have to use him in game 1. Instead, he goes to David Robertson for the 7th, and he can't even be utilized the rest of the series. So, game 1, you felt so good about this guy, David Robertson, that he goes 6 and 7, yet you can't use Ranger, but you use him in game 3, and then you put Kerkering in to inherit runners when he stinks at inheriting runners, and the list goes on and on. So, you want to play that game that the offense was horrible and lifeless? That is true. I thought Rob is right up there with disappointment with the offense. And I'm a Rob guy. I went in thinking you had an advantage. Dave Roberts, Rob Thompson, I'm rocking with Rob. He's managing different. He's benching Castellanos. He's doing this. He's doing that. Man, what a dud from the manager, too.
It was bad. It really was. And I when they brought him in 22 and made the manager, I thought he was great that whole season, getting to the World Series. But as the years have gone on, it's almost like he and the team mirror each other. Like, it's going the wrong way. I thought it was like quicksand this series. Like, every time he stepped in it, it got worse and worse. And yesterday, look, did he lose that game yesterday? No, the bats are really the issue. I agree with you. Kerkering with inherited runners has been a problem for the entire season. Look, we could debate the Ohtani walk to get to Betts. I thought he gave Duran no margin for error there. And I know that's Duran. He can't walk Mookie Betts to walk the run in. But, man, you traded for Duran to get those outs. I would have let him try to get those outs there. 215-592-9494. What's the emotion today as this thing is over? And I do feel deep down that this run is over. I just don't think this group is ever going to, 1, be together again, 2, be as great as they've been the last 4 years. And I feel numb this morning because 4 years they've given us a lot of joy, but it just feels like they're one of those teams that cannot get over the hump. All right, today's the day for everyone to vent, to get it off their chest. Hunter Brody in for Hugh today. And this was planned, but I think we would have suspended Hugh anyway for the day. Yeah, I mean, we got a little call before the show.
He called me. One of the first 3 words that came out of his mouth was Cam Scatterville, and I almost hung up.
And that's, we would have hung up on him if he was here. Yeah, that's a joke. All right, Kyle, what are you feeling this morning as it all ends?
Yeah, so you, Broads, Max, all the callers, listeners, get out of my face. Get the hell out of my face.
Well, we got to be here for the next 4 hours.
I know. But I mean, I'm eyeing up the Schuylkill. So if you see me not paying attention today,
okay,
my head keeps turning
not that far
toward the
away.
Schuylkill.
Yeah.
It's not.
I'm not encouraging. I'm just telling
you. And it might be a little cold today, but we'll wait, see if it warms up a little bit. I mean, I almost kind of have to laugh at this point because it is impressive to a degree the manner in which these teams, especially like the Phillies, and when you get to these deep parts of the postseason, how they find creative ways to give you hope and then just stab you right in the heart, like in a variety of ways. The way that game ended last night, I've never seen anything like that in my life, and like it's got to be one of the biggest like individual player choke jobs that I've ever seen. And I know that a lot of people today are going to be like, don't put this on Orion Kerkering. This is on the offense. I agree. The series boils down to our offense didn't hit. Guess what? Dodgers offense didn't really hit either. I mean, in playoff baseball, these games, these series, all these moments, they come down to like one little thing.
Yeah.
Whoever makes the fewest amount of errors or whoever makes that one error. And Kerkering made the biggest error of them all. I mean, the error that ended the season. It's one of the craziest things that I've ever seen. That clip of him picking up the ball and bobbling it and then not throwing it to first base while JT's pointing there and then flailing it over JT's head is going to replay in my head forever. Like I went to sleep with that like playing on a loop last night, and it was hard for me to go to sleep. Remember when I came in a few weeks ago and I was looking green and violently ill? I feel worse than that today. I mean, I'm almost like numb to it all at this point.
Yeah, you said people are going to feel bad. You can feel empathy for the person, right? Orion Kerkering, the person.
Yeah, what about me?
Yeah, but well,
I was not where I thought you were going to go with that.
But as far as the player goes, it is an all-time. It's an all-time meltdown. I mean, it's an all-time. It is I don't know if I've ever seen a playoff series end on a mental. I know it was a physical error, right? He threw the ball past J2, but it was a mental error. He forgot where he was. He forgot the situation. I mean, bro, The runner's not even halfway to first base.
No.
He picks the ball up. They're out of the inning, and Kyle brought this up in the meeting before the show. Treinen is warming up. Like, we got the guy we can hit in that bullpen ready to go. We're probably talking about Game 5 if he just throws the ball to first base.
If they got to the top half of that extra inning, they were winning the game because of how bad. That's equivalent to if Brandon Workman and that garbage curveball came back.
Yeah.
That's what they were warming up
yeah.
in the pen. So you had an opportunity there, and this is why I go back to Topper, right? And if you tell me all throughout the regular season in June, in July, in games in August that don't even have 1/3 of the pressure that we're talking about here, if you can't do a job in hurting runners then, you're telling me you're going to put the guy in who's bad at it with the added pressure of the season being on the line and extra innings on the road versus this Dodgers lineup? And I say that to say you black out, you make a mistake, you have a mental error, you don't know what to do, you have the yips in the moment. Well, that kind of correlates to the guy who has a bad job inheriting runners. It all correlates. You put in a guy to fail, and you got to stay with Luzardo. That's the move there. And if you give up a hit, you put up your hands, you shrug and say, okay, but there's cold-blooded in the playoffs. You see that in Sanchez. You see that in Duran. You see that in Luzardo. You see that in Ranger.
Yep.
There's cold-blooded, and then there's guys who just can't handle it. And I think Kerkering is young, and I hope he can get there one day. But it was clear he's not on the level of ice in the veins.
Yeah, listen, if the Dodgers are a great team, they're probably going to win the World Series again. But if they had just beat the Phillies around for 40 games, I would have said, oh, what are we going to do? We face a super team. The Phillies beat themselves. I mean, part of me feels like the Dodgers in that clubhouse probably like, man, They gave it to us. They gave it to us in Game 2. They gave it to us in Game 4. And you just can't do that in a short series. 215-592-9494. Dejected, numb, angry, disappointed. What are you feeling this morning as the Phillies go down? And do not worry. We will get to the Eagles in a little bit here. Because you know what? At least we all could just be angry with them together because they played like crap last night. And they might not be a great team by any stretch of the imagination right now. But we start with the Phillies as the season comes to an end last night. Chris in Middletown up on WIP. Chris, good morning.
Thank God it's Friday, man.
Yeah, we need a couple days after this. Yeah, no question.
Mm-hmm. Hey, first of all, I am angry that Mr. Jacksonville decided to mail it in today. If he thinks ducking the fire is going to make it better when he comes back next week, he's just wrong.
So I agree with you, but maybe it's best for all of our collective psyche that he wasn't giggling or talking about Cam Scatterbo this morning on the air the way he would have been, Chris.
Yeah,
he brought this dark cloud on us. So I blame him first and foremost. Guys, I want to talk about the Phils, and I was going to touch on the Eagles, but do you want me to just let's
focus on the Phils right now. Yep.
All right, so let's focus on the Phils. Let's start with the nightmare that was last night. I 100% agree with Kyle. Playoff games are, offense has got to win the game for you, but you're going to get these low-scoring games. So it's up to the manager, it's up to the pitchers. They're first and foremost got to do this. Dude, here's how I feel about this entire thing. Orion Kerkering, that man's broken. He's got to go see the wizard because his confidence is gone. He's got no heart left in him. His career started. Let's look at how it started. He started off with ice water in his veins. He would come out there. The moment was never too big for him. We were like, oh, my God, this young guy, he's overachieving. Well, that ship has sailed. This guy has been terrible all season with runners on. And I don't care, Joe. If you're going to try to defend that decision, that was a terrible decision by Rob Zombie to bring him in with runners on. He should have went to Tanner Banks there. Kerkering was a mess. And then here's the dumbest thing of all. The nightmare play that's gonna give Kyle PTSD for the rest of his life. The play was never at home plate. It's bases loaded. You have 2 outs. The play is always at first base or the nearest bag. And by the nearest bag, it's never home plate. The guy's coming off of third. He's got a lead. He's running downhill. You're throwing to the catcher. The play is always first. He bobbled the ball. There was plenty of time.
Well, that's
to
why,
recover.
Chris, it was all mental.
First.
It was all mental. I mean, I think in that moment he didn't realize how much time he had. He panicked. I mean, he panicked and threw the series to the backstop.
It's a Ben Simmons pass when Trae Young was on him and he passed it to Matisse Thybulle. That's what it was.
It was that, but as if the buzzer was about to sound. Like it was the last play of the game.
It was terrible, and the look on his face is pure panic, deer in the headlights. That's the guy. Listen, when we talk about coaches and say know your personnel, you mean to tell me, Rob, that's the guy you had faith in that high leverage position?
I agree.
That is the worst guy from a mental aspect. So you know what? Rob's going to get fired, thank God. And Dave Dombrowski, don't let the door hit you on the way out because you've been an epic failure. I want to see Schwarber gone. I want to see Nicky Boy gone, and take that money and go get us Tucker in the offseason. Have a good day, man.
Chris, appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I mean, it's open season now. I mean, this group has had 4 years, and they haven't got it done, and it feels like their window is either completely shut, Broads, or it's closing very fast. And I think we've done this thing every summer. We give them the benefit of that. We say this year's going to be different, but they remind us every October it's the same. There's something off. Like they're just this close, but not a championship team. And you can't have this many mistakes. I mean, the base running was mistakes. The pitching decisions were mistakes. Obviously, the bunt was a mistake. And then yesterday, it was the combination of using Kerkering in that spot. And then, man, I don't know if he can recover in this city. It's what I saw yesterday was one of those, like, you know when a kicker misses a huge kick in a playoff game or a Super Bowl? Sometimes they never recover. And they thought of him as their future closer a few years ago. I don't know if he ever can recover here from this.
Could this be a situation where there's so much sympathy for him that people are rooting for him to succeed and come back
it probably
from it?
Will be.
Yeah.
But I just don't know if he will ever recover on the mound. Like, will we ever trust him again in a big spot? I mean, come on.
No, probably not.
Yeah,
not anytime soon, at least.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one thing if you get hit. Pitchers get hit, right?
He does have an intriguing skill set.
I know.
For a young reliever.
Sure he does. That's why they put him in these big spots for years. But that was horrendous.
Well, the funny thing is, funny might not be the adjective, but no matter what, there's really nothing he'll ever be able to do for that to not be the moment that everyone remembers him by.
Of course. I mean, it's
like he's just a reliever. Right? So, like...
He can't hit a game-winning home run.
Right. Like, that's it. That's Orion Kerkering now, forever.
Yeah, and he's never going to be a closer. If anything, if he revives it somehow, some way, he's what, a seventh-inning guy? Well, how much is he going to be able to revive himself as a seventh-inning guy unless they go all the way and he's the Madsen type of role-ish? You know what I mean? I think that's the best he could possibly ever do, and that won't be enough to recover from that type of moment. So, you're right. You might have to just kind of run him out of town.
He's the moment.
This is what it is.
People always accuse us of running people out of town. It might be best for everyone if he's...
that's what WIP does.
That's what we're here for today.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you are. Will in the Northeast is up. Good morning, Will.
Oh, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Will.
Happy Full Moon Friday.
Yeah, well, it is weird hearing your voice so subdued, but I understand it today. That was as bad as it gets.
And don't forget, the Flyers lost too last night. For anyone that cares.
That's why Broads is here. We were planning a full Flyers show, but we shelved that idea. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, man, it was like 3 down, man. 3 strikes. All of them struck out. You know what I mean? My thing was, this is what really pissed me off, man. You got Luzardo in there. He's hot. He's knocking. He's just striking everything down. Okay, he got in a little trouble, but we didn't see him come through, and then you pull him, right? That was one of the things that I was saying. This is the start of the ending. But what really got me was when they walked Ohtani. That was game over. I told everybody, we was out there chilling, cooking out, looking at both games on the projector, and I said it's over, man. You know why? Ohtani was 1-14 in this series, right? How the hell do you walk him? You let these guys play. It's like he took the momentum from us.
So, Will, I agree with you on this, and I thought this in the moment. So, look, it's up to Duran not to walk the next guy. That's his job. But, Will, they traded for Duran to face Ohtani, right? Like when you drew it up, you traded for him. They gave up a lot to get him to get the biggest out of the season. And I thought the bunt in Game 2 was cowardly by Topper. This felt a little cowardly too. Like let's not have him face this guy to face the next guy because we think it's a better matchup. And let's be clear, Ohtani's great. Mookie Betts is a first ballot Hall of Famer too. It wasn't like you're going from Bryce Harper to Alec Boehm to where it's like, of course you're going to walk Bryce Harper. We're going from Ohtani to Mookie Betts, and with that, Will, they had no margin for error. I mean, he throws 4 balls out of the zone there. It's a run. I mean, I thought it was the wrong decision. Obviously, Duran made it worse by walking Mookie, but I would have let him pitch to Ohtani too.
Let me play devil's advocate for a quick second here, Will. I don't disagree with you guys to a degree, but if you were to keep Duran in and face, if you were to allow Duran to face Ohtani with first base open and he finally delivers, you don't think we'd be here shredding Rob for allowing Ohtani to get a rip at Duran with the free pass?
It would be there. It would. But Duran, that's why they got Duran. That's the best hitter in baseball. Get him out.
But guess what? We still got the same result.
We did.
Yeah, we did.
Why not let him go ahead and keep the momentum that we had and have these guys? Because these guys was on the rope, man. They was starting to get in panic mode because we was sticking in there for so long, right? And I just want to say this, and I'm going to end it because I know everybody want to talk. Listen, man, this was the thing I really meant to say yesterday. This team wasn't doing it for the fans. It wasn't winning the World Series for the fans. It was winning the World Series for themselves, man. And that's what they didn't get, man. And Harper, you didn't dig deep, bro. And what I want to say to you, bro, man, I loved you as a player, man. But guess what? I don't think you want it anymore. So if you don't want it anymore, let it be known. Let it be known you want out of Philly because we don't need that type of energy anymore, man. And I love the team, and I wish they would have won it. But guess what, man? We got some rebuilding to do and some soul searching, baby.
Will, appreciate the call. Well, there's definitely soul searching to do. Rebuilding, we'll see what they do this offseason. But soul searching on the manager, on the decisions they got to make with a lot of free agents. It just sucks. It sucks that this is the end.
It does. Can I add one thing on that Topper decision? Yeah. There's a lot of questionable decisions made by Rob, and I think he probably got 95% of them wrong. I don't think that's a bad decision. That's a baseball decision that makes sense. You may have not gotten the outcome. Sometimes I can understand why you do something, even if the outcome isn't what you want. I think that one falls in the category of putting Shohei on with first base wide open. Imagine if a team did that and put Kyle Schwarber on or put Bryce on to go after the next guy. That's a decent managerial decision that you just didn't get the result you were looking for. Everything else was egregious from Rob. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it was 50-50.
Exactly.
And you know what?
But you got to get him right.
You do. And
you got to get him right.
We're spinning it to Topper and Duran. The other side of the story is their star came up with a good at-bat. Mookie walked and got the run in, right? Like, our guys didn't come up with those at-bats. Right. I mean, like, they have Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman. We have, Turner and Harper and Schwarber.
Kyle was on third in the first inning. Yeah. Changed his glass now his whole entire effort, maybe.
As much as we might be annoyed at Topper or Duran for walking him, Mookie Betts worked a great at-bat. Mookie Betts is a Hall of Fame player. Our guys that we talk about as maybe future Hall of Famers, they didn't work those same at-bats yesterday. 215-592-9490. If we're getting it all out today, Philly season ends last night on an all-time bad moment. I just feel numb, and I feel like the Phillies, it hit me last night. As much as I kind of thought it at times over the years, they're one of those teams. There's teams in sports history that are good, close to great, but they're not champions. And I feel like that's how we're going to remember this group. And the Eagles take their worst loss in a long time. What was that? We'll get to some of the Eagles' reaction as well and what happened in the game and the players, what they're saying about this broken offense right now. Midday show, Broads in for Hugh on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of my new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
Hey, it's Spike. If you've always thought about getting a house down the shore, I have a guy who can help you make that happen. Adam Kasabi of Long and Foster in Bethany Beach, KSEBE. He has been the official realtor of the Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast for years, and he's going to help you get into a shore house at the Delaware beaches. You say, Delaware? Why Delaware? Well, Delaware is just as fun as Jersey, except the property taxes are much lower. And if you think it's too hard to find a house, that's why you have Kasabi. He knows the Delaware beaches beaches better than anybody. He helps you find the house. You have other people rent it out for a lot of the summer, basically pay your entire mortgage. Then you have your own beach house to go to when you want to, and an investment. Call or text Adam, 302-864-8643. That's his direct cell. Adam Kasebe, Ksebe, 302-864-8643, or go to processrealtor.com. That's processrealtor.com. Stop spending thousands for somebody else's beach house and get your own.
Hey, college football fans, it's time to lock in on those Saturday showdowns. Take your excitement to the next level with a Parlay Boost token from BetMGM. Log in to your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then add any college football parlay to your bet slip and apply the token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted parlay hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Every play can change the game, so don't settle for ordinary this season. Feeling good about your college football parlay? Claim your Parlay Boost token and make this season unforgettable. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Why is NJM Insurance silent in an industry full of catchy jingles? And how do they do what's right when things go wrong? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries to find out.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A shooting near the sports complex leaves a man dead and another in critical condition. The Phillies end their postseason run after a heartbreaking loss in Los Angeles. A frosty start to this Friday with sunny, seasonable temperatures, but a coastal storm is threatening the region.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hello, it's Lena Dunham. I host a podcast called The C Word with my dearest friend and historian of bad behavior, Alyssa Bennett.
What is up?
It's a chat show about women whose society is called crazy.
We're going to be rediscovering the stories of women's society dismissed by calling them mad, sad, or just plain bad.
Listen to and follow The C Word with Lena Dunham and Alyssa Bennett. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, the only team not to disappoint everyone yesterday. And Bros did come in here in his 76ers get up today.
Had to.
Yeah.
Had to. I woke up this morning, I took a shower, I went into the closet, I saw the orange and black. I said, not today.
No.
I saw the Kelly Green Jalen Hurts jersey. As a Hurtsman, that was disgusting. Woo. Disgusting. And then, I see my, I got a little Aaron Nola jersey. I said, not today. I went with the quarter zip 76ers long sleeve. What do you think?
I would have recommended a white tee.
Well, crispy white tee. I had to get it right out the bag.
Yeah.
If I wore it once
like
already,
Hugh, right? Yeah,
I am pro Hugh with the white. Look, I got the white Air Forces on. Those
are nice.
I might have to throw them out, though, because I wore them today.
Yeah, who just wear sneakers once, kick them to the curb.
They got to be fresh.
Yeah, they do. Well, you're right. The Sixers are the only team not to disappoint us. Though I'm half expecting some sort of press release at 2:15 today where someone is out for 6 weeks because they'll join the fray. Let's react to everything from last night. 215-592-9494. In a few minutes, we'll get to some of the Eagles stuff. Because the Eagles are so lucky. The Phillies just played a series against the Dodgers, and obviously what happened last night happened because they're getting off the hook. I mean,
we'll get to them.
Yeah, we will. But I'm just like, in general, that we'd be roasting them from 10 o'clock on. They are a little bit off the hook. Let's get to the phone lines on the Phillies here who go down last night. The Kerkering throw, the bats, which were just not good enough yesterday. Topper, who really had a terrible series. And the fact that this era just feels like it's ending. And I know people are going to push back on that's not over. They'll retool. They'll sign this guy and this guy. This group, it's not going to be the same. I mean, it's just not. They had a 4-year window to try to win a World Series, and it just feels like we got the bridesmaid, not the bride. It's got close but no cigar. It's because whenever you got a team like that, Bros, you want to not believe it's going to be true, right? Like, because everyone, they could win a title, but then when the window changes or closes, you're like, you kind of knew it all along, and there's a lot of feeling about them that it reminds me of Hugh and Ike's and Donovan's Eagles. Like they brought joy to the city. They got really close. They are championship worthy, but something always goes wrong.
But they were more likable than this team.
Agreed.
So you said that twice now. You said the phrase of, it's not going to be the same. And my gut instant reaction both times was good. Good,
yeah.
And maybe that tells you everything you need to know. Look, they made the run in 22, but nobody knew that was coming. It came out of nowhere. They were frustrating to watch. 23 before the playoffs, they were frustrating as hell. Last year, before the NLDS to the Mets, after London, they were a 500 baseball team, and they were painful to watch. And I know this may sound ludicrous after they won 96 games, but this year, it felt like not a 96-win team throughout the season. Something wasn't aligning. So when you say it might look different, my reaction is good. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It might just tell everyone where I'm at. Maybe some agree. I need something different because this group, nasty. Get it out of my face.
We have a phrase we use in the show a lot when we pretend something and then we got to stop. We say drop the act, right? And soon we might have to drop the act with the quarterback of the Eagles. We'll hold on to that. We'll hold on to that for a second. We might have to drop the act, but we got to drop the act with the Phillies. Like they're not a championship team. Like we think they are, we hope they are, but they're not. And in the biggest moments, they show us.
I didn't listen to anything you just said. You disrespected the greatest, guy we have in town.
Disrespected me with those overthrows. Steve in Bridgeton's up. Steve, how we doing this morning?
Joe Bros, man, I am devastated. Before I get to the Phillies, can I just say the Madden cover curse lives on?
Can you say what? Say that again?
The Madden cover curse is living on.
Oh, the Madden cover.
Oh, yeah, Saquon. As we have another quiet night last night. Yeah, not great, Steve. We'll unpack them in a few minutes.
Okay,
Steve, your feeling on the Phils this morning?
I'm sickening. I got a lot of writing off to do here. First off, I want the entire coaching staff fired except Caleb Cotham. He can stay. Schwarber, you can walk. You can go to Cincinnati or you can go back to the Cubs. I want to trade Bone, Cassidy, and Marsh. They got to go. I would sign Alonso. Bryce, you can go back full-time being a DH. Pick up Bader's option. Crawford's got to be your left fielder. I'm trading Bone. I want to replace him with Bo Bichette or Bregman or somebody to bridge the gap for Aiden Miller. Bryce being a DH, I'm sorry. I don't want him back in the outfield. What everybody's giving blame to Kerkering. I don't know if he forgot how many out there were or what, but that was the biggest brain blunder I've ever seen.
I think it's the biggest brain blunder to end a playoff series in my lifetime. Certainly in baseball. I mean, like, physical errors happen. Like, obviously, Bill Buckner is the all-timer, right? Number one, that was Game 6. They had a Game 7. But like that, physical errors happen, right? They happen to the best players. They can happen to anyone at any time. But, Steve, a mental error like that leading to the physical error is just, it's all times bad. And it is.
We need a new manager. I love Thompson, but he doesn't pull the guns in the postseason. He hasn't. We need somebody with a fire bulldog mentality, a Larry Boa. I hate to say it, we need somebody like that. I'm either looking at Matt Williams, bring Clint Hurdle out wherever he is.
Sending this all to Dave Dombrowski.
Something needs to change. We can't run it back again. Like, we need new players, new faces, more players with a bulldog mentality. And you know what really sucks? The Bader injury coming in. That I think
it does
change the series.
Well, it did. It would absolutely did. It changed. It changed the base running just in Game 2 with the bunt. He would have been out. All that kind of stuff.
Let me ask you this.
Yep.
Would you bring back Dave Dombrowski? Or would you really clean this thing?
No, I'd bring back Dave.
Okay, you would.
Yeah. But I'm ready to move on from Topper.
Yeah, sure.
Look, Bruce Bochy's out there. If they're looking for like a last piece of the puzzle, he's one of the greatest managers of all time. He still wants to manage. That feels like the turnkey. We got to get the different manager.
It feels like the smart guy thing to say that this is on Dave Dombrowski. I don't even agree at this point. Like, he put a roster out there that's good enough for them to win. Like, it would, for example, if the Eagles had lost in the divisional round last year.
Would have been on Howie.
It's not on Howie Roseman.
No, it would have been on Sirianni.
At what point is just the players that are there aren't playing well enough?
Well, I agree to a degree, but if you watch the same result, because I agree in theory they should be better, but after 3 or 4 years of watching them fail the way they did, at that point, should Dave reassess and go, well, I thought this could work, but after 4 years of it, I realize it's not, and he ran it back again.
Sure, but like Bryce Harper was here before Dave Dombrowski. Like, Bryce Harper is the centerpiece of this team.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some of the decisions, like Trey Turner, stuff like that, like, yeah, okay. But like, the pitching staff was very clearly good enough for this team to win a World Series.
Agreed.
The Zach Wheeler thing is just an unfortunate occurrence.
And that happened after the trade deadline, which he could do nothing about.
We got the closer we wanted, is supposedly the best closer in baseball. You got an outfielder who was the spark plug of the team.
It's not
got
on
injured too.
It's not on Dombrowski.
Yeah. No. Okay. So to your point, I think they definitely had way more talent to do better than this. Right. I don't know if it would have won a World Series. Maybe there's still flaws within the way they were constructed. But this NLDS winning one playoff game in the last 2 years. So each year I'm saying they won one playoff game in each NLDS. So I think that there's way more left in the tank than what they've given us. Yeah. But maybe their ceiling wasn't as big of a championship
they're a
either.
roster good enough to win 96 games in an MLB season.
The problem is, and why I'm numb today, is let's just be real. Like, we could be optimistic or we could be real, or whatever you want to say. They're only going to get worse, these stars, right? Baseball aging curves are what they are. We've probably seen the best of Bryce Harper. Mm-hmm. We have. Like, will Kyle Schwarber, even if he comes back every year like this again? Maybe, maybe not. Trey Turner had a bounce-back year, but he's a 32-year-old shortstop. They don't get better. That's just how this works. So, their window, when they're all in their prime, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 years old, that's over, right? We're past it now. So if they bring them all back, they're not going to be as good of players. And if they move on, they got to make the right moves. That's why it's numbing, because this whole thing is going to be different, and they had their chances. That's when the ball went over, JT said, I just kept replaying 2 years ago in my head when they had the Diamondbacks here up 3-2. Broads, the Rangers took out the Astros for them. Like that, there was their World Series. It was there, and they didn't win it. And now when you think about this particular series, they had to face the Dodgers, right? That was a really tough draw. You could lose a 5-game series to the Dodgers whenever. They had their chances to win a World Series, this group, and they let it slip by, and then they lost this one. It stinks. Anthony in Jersey's up. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, Joe.
Anthony.
Remember what that quarterback from Tennessee Titans said the other week about his team?
We asked.
About Philly, the Flyers, Eagles, Sixers, everybody, we ask.
Yeah, we are. That's what we are today. Anthony dropped the mic there. Yeah, we are. Not like Q would say, show your whole ass. Like, right? We didn't do that last night?
Excuse me?
In a way.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, in my sense of the word.
Yeah, but that's what it is, right? When you play well?
Hugh's version is that you put on a show.
Right, that you play well.
Like,
you
to me,
your whole
showing
ass.
your whole ass is like getting pants in front of everybody. That's how I view it.
The Kerkering show is whole ass. Yeah, I'm not sure how this whole thing goes. All right, let's get to the other team last night that played like ass, whatever. They stunk. The Eagles went to New York yesterday, went to MetLife. Bros, what the hell was that? So, of all the outcomes, so let me take you through my night last night, because we did the pregame show, then I went home, and I actually texted you right as the Phillies game was ending, or right around that time. So I had a choice on my ride home last night. I could try to go back and forth on the radio, or I'm like, all right, I got to lock in on the Phillies, right? Mm-hmm. It's like I got in the car, it was the 7th inning. It was right around the time that Duran came in. I'm like, all right, the whole ride home, I'm listening to the Phils, and then I happen to get home 10th inning. So I'm like, all right, I'm just going to sit down and watch the Phils. I was totally in the Eagles' dark. And then I had a choice as I put the Phillies on my TV when I got home in extra innings. Do I put the other TV on the Eagles and just start catching up right away? Or do I wait? And I was like, you know what? It's going to be a late night, but I'll wait. I want to absorb this, and then I'll get to the Eagles, and they're probably going to win, so we're fine. So I wait. So I go through the heartbreak of the Phillies, and I turn the Eagles game on, and I'm like, this isn't good. This is not what we expected. And then
you innocently texted me like, just start in the third quarter. I was like, oh, enjoy.
Yeah, and I knew by that something bad was about to happen.
Poor fella.
What did I watch last night? They got their ass kicked by a team. The Giants have the worst weapons in the league. I mean, they have Cam Scatterbo. What's the guy's name? Little Jordan or whatever his name is, Humphrey. I mean, that team shouldn't be. They just lost the Saints. What did we watch last night?
It was gross. And I have to say, Jalen, I mean, you sucked. And that hurts me to say, okay? That is very painful for me to say. But I thought Jalen was awful. But it goes a lot deeper than that. Nick Sirianni is losing control of this right now. Their offensive coordinator is a mess. I mean, all these guys that study the All-22 at a high level and all, I mean, they point out Dan Orlovsky mid-game. I know exactly what's coming. Every time Saquon's lined up this way, it's a run. Every time he's lined up this way, it's a pass. So you have the issues with just schematics and how poor it is. You have offensive linemen that don't deserve to be out there, and we're not used to that, but holy hell, is this a drop-off? You have Ringo, who I never want to see put on an Eagles uniform again. There's a clear guy on the ground that beat you in coverage. You don't even touch him. You're fixing your gloves. I mean, it's embarrassing. Put your hands on him. He gets up. He runs an extra 5 yards. This team's not detailed. There's no structure. Dude, they got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, we got to have an honest conversation here about what the Eagles are right now. They have been outgained and have fewer first downs in all 6 games.
They're broken.
That's bad team stuff. I mean, let's just be real. We looked at them, and we came into the year with this, we're above the NFL now, right? There's no regression. The Eagles are in this different stratosphere than everybody else.
That was Super Bowl syndrome.
That was total Super Bowl syndrome. The league has gotten them right back. And the season's not over. They can recover. They got a long way to go. But right now, they're not a very good football team. I mean, I said it this morning. Do they do anything well? They don't stop the run well. They don't stop the pass well. They don't throw it well. They don't run it well. I mean, they're in some trouble here. I mean, this does not look good. And, bros, the first 5 weeks, it was like, all right, Chiefs and Cowboys and Dak Prescott and Stafford, and I even think the Broncos are going to turn out to be a good team. The Bucs are good with Baker. We kind of all right, tough schedule. The Giants are not a good football team. That was a quarterback making his 3rd start. They have very few players on the offense worth a damn. And, yeah, they have a defensive line. But to lose by 17 to that team?
Gross. They outworked you. They outcompeted you. They wanted it more than you. Jahad Campbell meeting Dart at the sticks, and he kind of lays up. Adoree Jackson at the goal line. He lays up.
I'm glad you brought up the Adoree Jackson
Makuba missing tackles. I mean, right now, we can peel back the layers. And I think everybody should be, ready to get blamed. Everyone. Yeah. Jalen, every single person. But when it looks like that, when you can blame everyone, then you got to look at the coach, And I like Sirianni, but damn, dude, you can't do anything schematically offensively. That's been your biggest knock. Whenever you are the highest level offensive mind, your offense sucks. So you can't help out Kevin Patullo, and now your team doesn't look detailed. And they're breaking with relationships in the locker room when you stress brotherhood. So what the hell does he do right now? It's starting to fall right on his lap, and he's got to fix this.
Yeah, what I saw last night was a broken football team, and they should not be here. Not with the talent. I know they were missing guys last night, and Quinn Young got hurt, which makes it worse, and no Jalen Carter. It can't be that bad. And you brought up Adoree Jackson. I mean, that was Hugh Douglas level Jacksonville stuff last night. I mean, he wouldn't want to be there. He didn't want to do anything for us. He didn't want to be there. That was one of the worst tackle attempts I have ever seen. All right, can we hear from some of these guys last night? You mentioned the offense, right? The offense and what is going on. Let's hear from Lane Johnson on the Eagles offense after the game.
It could be, but the consistency isn't there. So, yeah, I mean, it's not a finger pointing show. I'm with Kevin till the end. A lot of it goes down to execution. So we'll go back and look at this tape and see what we got to get fixed. We're moving forward, maybe more efficient, less predictable, and capitalize on big plays and explosives.
Is this something you saw coming after the first month of the season?
What is it?
Is this something you saw coming after the first month of the season?
I mean, we were winning, but we weren't dominating. So, it's frustrating just because, you see the guys we have, the offense side of the ball. We should be doing a lot more.
So, I mean, there was a lot to unpack there. He said he's riding with Kevin to the end, but then he talks about all the things they're bad at on the offensive side of the football. He did, I mean, a lot of the players are blaming the execution. I think two things could be true at once. We always, our minds go to blaming someone. Patullo might totally stink, but the players also have been terrible.
Agreed. I think you nailed it. I think the players are playing awful. I don't think they're playing as one. They're not playing like a team. No. AJ, whatever he wants to do, and Saquon has to pull him and Jalen together, and Sirianni is... See, the thing that's funny about the CEO stuff, people like to remove blame because Sirianni doesn't do X, Y, and Z.
We don't know what to blame. Yeah. But he's in charge of everything.
Right. When you're a CEO, the job is to make sure the operation runs clean.
Yes.
When it doesn't run clean, the job of the CEO is to step in and fix it. You don't just look around and go, well, I mean, my job's not to fix it. That's Kevin Patullo. And the problem is, I think Kevin Patullo and Nick Sirianni think the same way.
Of course they do.
And that's an issue. Patullo is overmatched. He's overmatched, is he not?
I think he is.
By a lot. AJ runs the same three routes. I mean, listen, this is the NFL. It's AJ Brown. That is basic level stuff. I don't know. The whole thing's broken, dude. The whole thing's broken.
Well, listen to this one. This one struck me because it sounds like, we were talking about AJ being frustrated. It sounds like the running back who was the best player in pro football last year is frustrated at the offense and maybe the identity they're going away from. Saquon after the game last night.
I can't say that. I come from the school of thought that, majority of times you're going to have opportunity to play. You just got to be in the right spot. If someone misses, they make a play. That's just football. Last year, do you think we're predictable? I mean, everyone knew we were running the ball. We still got it off. So I think we also got to get back into that attitude, to that mindset, not really giving a what people are trying to do. And that's something that I'm definitely doing.
You don't hear that kind of stuff from Saquon very often.
No.
And I'm starting to wonder if he's looking at this like, wait a second, why did we stop giving me the football to throw the football? I mean, they've thrown the ball in a ridiculous amount the last two games to score 17 points in each game. This is not how they're supposed to play around here.
Well, let me ask you this, Julio. If you look at the offensive line play and how bad it is, and the, quote, tells that people are seeing out of Saquon, do you think it's a combination of both? Do you think it's the offensive line plays that awful? What would you say the biggest reason is? It Saquon skipping a step after all the workload of last year? Why do you think the run game looks this poor?
I think it's the offensive line mostly, but I also think they're not sticking with it now enough. Like the last two games, why are they? I know they went down big last night, but Sunday against the Broncos, they were up. It just feels like they're giving up on the run. They're deciding we're going to be a throwing team now, and they're not a good throwing team. Like this is not. They don't have the quarterback. I like Jalen. Some people think I don't like Jalen. I like Jalen. But to me, there's a way to win with Jalen Hurts.
Agreed.
And asking him to throw the ball 35 times a game is not the winning formula. This is like the let Jalen cook thing. You guys see what it looks like. It looks like 17 points a week. Let's go to Chuck in Mount Airy talking Eagles after last night. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, Joe, listen, you ain't got to keep apologizing for Jalen Hurts, okay? I know what my eyes see, okay? And I know what I'm watching. This offense has been putrid for the past 3 years, okay? The running game last year got us a Super Bowl and a good defense. But the passing game has been putrid for 3 years, okay? So I don't want no more apologies about Jalen Hurts. He stinks, all right? Simple as that. And I don't care who don't like what I'm saying right now. It is what it is. I feel sorry for A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith is an avid route runner, okay? You'll never see his potential with this quarterback. A.J. Brown is a man among men, and you'll never see it because this guy can't get him the football consistently. And you wonder why we can't run the football? We can't run the football because the quarterback stinks. He can't throw the a timing route. The guy just stares at one side of the field. He almost got a pick six yesterday because that's what he do. Teams have caught up to this team, okay? In the days of the Eagles being this dominant team on the offensive line and missing Mekhi Becton, they have injuries all over the offensive line, okay? And like I said, the quarterback is not playing up to par, and I'm tired of hearing about the apologies, all right? I will never know how this offense really runs because they've run in a premature, elementary-level offense for this quarterback. I guarantee you if Tanner McKee came into this game, it'll be a much better offense,
there it is.
A much finer-looking offense than what this guy runs, okay? And I don't give a damn about him winning the Super Bowl, and I don't care about him winning all these games.
You don't care about him winning the Super Bowl?
We're not winning anymore. We're not winning anymore. So he's a winner, okay? You can stop it because he's not winning anymore. We went up there and laid an egg to the Giants.
That's the part, Chuck, that just like slaps you in the face last night.
Without neighbors.
They have nothing. They have what's his name? Little Jordan Humphrey. That guy was on a practice squad last week.
It was Big Jordan Humphrey.
Big Jordan, Little Jordan, whatever.
They don't have no wide receivers.
No, none.
This defense has been carrying his team, and I feel bad because nobody is pointing out this guy, Jordan Brand, hanging with Michael Jordan, the cigars, the Sprite commercials. I'm just sick of it all. You don't even deserve all that because he stinks.
He's
a marketing guy. You can market him, but his quarterback stinks. And I don't care who don't like it. He is the reason why we're being held back on offense. I can't blame Patullo. I can't blame Nick Sirianni until I see another quarterback in his offense. His offense has been bad for 3 years. We lucked up and won a Super Bowl last year because, like I said, that guy, the 2-6, he had an axe to grind last year. And we had a great defense and a great offensive line. But I tell you, this guy, the days of him not being blamed, is over with, man. I know what my eyes are seeing.
Well, it's hard not to see what you saw last night. Chuck, appreciate the phone call.
That's where we go too far.
All right,
that's where we go too far.
All right, so,
I mean, he wasn't a reason why they won the Super Bowl. He had nothing to do with the passing game in the Super Bowl.
This year's not been good.
Of course, 1,000%.
Last night, just in particular last night, like they only scored 17, and we could talk about the tendencies and predictability. He hits Devontae and he throws the ball to AJ in the end zone. They have 31 and they win the game.
Horrendous game by him. But can we have a good quarterback who's playing bad? Could that be what we have? A good quarterback who isn't playing well?
Okay, but is this not a continuation of the same passing game last year? It's just not masked by a great running game.
I think this is structurally significantly worse. I think this
Jalen's
is
playing worse. It's structurally worse. I mean, Kellen Moore to Patullo's a downgrade. We downgrade
by a large
I mean, Nick
margin.
Sirianni's ability to pick coordinators. I've taken that privilege away from him after we got to fire Patullo. The next one we hire, he doesn't get to pick the next one after that. 215-592-9494. All right, we got a lot to react to here. Your phone calls on the Phillies. You can react to the Eagles as well. We threw that out there as that was a disaster last night. But it's Phillies postmortem. You're feeling your emotion today as the Phillies go down last night. We'll get more into the Kerkering moment. His reaction, the Phillies' reaction, our reaction, an all-time bad playoff moment. Just in obviously Philadelphia history, but really I've never seen a baseball series end like that. Just unbelievable stuff. We'll discuss it all. Broads in for Hugh. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Ready to fire up your Saturdays. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, has got a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boosting with the Boys, and it's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. Here's how it works. Each week, FanDuel's giving everyone a profit boost to use on college football. No opt-in gymnastics, no invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets this boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with an extra payout on the line. It's easy fun, only on FanDuel. FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to download the app. Check out the Boostin' with the Boys offer. Get in on the action. FanDuel Sportsbook, official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl Bowl 7, presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown!
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7, presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters. So whether it's a tank or tankless model, choose Bradford White.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your fall on a high note. You still have time to find yourself that new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza carries more than 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time? And not just the brands you've heard me mention like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, but almost any other brand you can imagine. Now that's selection. Visit PiazzaAutogroup.com, search Piazza's pre-owned inventory, or for a dealer nearest you. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Staybill. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Staybill. Visit sta-bil.com for more information. The Las Vegas Aces don't just win. They survive, they respond, and they close. One more win, and they'll have 3 titles in 4 years. They've got the talent, the rings, and the mindset. So now the question is, are we watching the peak of a dynasty or just the middle of it? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Sports Radio. Download the Odyssey app now and take 94 WIP with you anywhere.
Last time I was like, maybe it's a great day where we're celebrating, and I think you knew deep down.
Well, that's because I knew you were watching the game on delay.
Over. Yeah, the Phillies game wasn't over, but the Eagles were down already. Probably when
they
I
were down huge at that point.
Yeah, you probably like this sucker. Yeah, this guy doesn't know what we're up against tomorrow. All right, 215-592-9495. Let's get back to your phone calls here on everything, including the Phils. Your feeling, your emotion today. Our Twitter question, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet. You learn about and schedule your evaluation. PI Dental Center. What is the emotion after last night? Angry, disappointed, shocked, or numb? Numb is winning the poll right now at 36%. Next is disappointed, 32%. Angry at 28%. Shocked at 4%. I think there's different emotions for each team, right? Like, I'm numb on the Phillies because it just feels like we're just dead inside. As far as the Eagles, yeah, it is anger towards the Eagles. I mean, they got out-physicaled by a bad football team. That Adoree Jackson tackle attempt, Bond getting run over.
Joe, that team just lost to Spencer Rattler.
I know.
That guy hasn't won a football game in 20 years.
The Giants had 5 consecutive possessions with turnovers 4 days ago and then beat the crap out of the Eagles. It is alarming what's going on with the football team.
It's nuts.
It is. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here, and then we'll go through the Kerkering stuff after the game, what Topper said, what Kerkering said, and he stood up and that's a tough spot for any athlete, and he answered all the questions, and then we'll hear what J-Roll said about the play after the game on television. Let's go to Johnny up next on WIP. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, how we doing?
Would have been better, Johnny.
Yeah, what's up, Johnny?
Same. All right, I put this all real quick story time. If you told me in the beginning of the season we would have the second best record in the NL, get a bye, and play the Dodgers and get a chance to dethrone them, how are we feeling?
I would have felt good. Like we have a real shot. We have the 2 seed. We won all those games, and we get a shot at the Dodgers. I would have felt good. Unfortunately, I feel like crap now.
What if I told you then that we played them in 4 games in the series, and we held them to 13 runs, which is a little over 3 runs a game. We held the defending world champs to 3 runs a game. How would you be feeling?
I would have said, well, we're moving on. We beat the Dodgers. If we held that offense down, we would win the series.
All right, 2 more things. What then if I told you that our starting pitching went for all four pitchers went for under 2.5 ERA, 2.35, 2.25, 180, and a 180. How are you feeling then?
I would have said, what date is the parade down Broad Street?
This comes to my point, and I feel like, Orion messed up real bad. Topper, terrible decisions. The main point that I feel like not enough people are talking about, the main people that we pay all this money, our top 3, so terrible, so terrible. Kyle, 3 for 16. Trey, 4 for 17. Bryce, 3 for 15. Cassie, 2 for 15. And remember, that's including game 3 where we're just teeing off against Kershaw, who, he's awesome. 38 years old. Obviously, he's out there and you're kind of getting garbage runs. So It's just it's crazy how, and the same thing happened last year, at the Mets. It's crazy how, we have so much. Kyle doing this legendary regular season. Bryce, who's supposed to be Mr. Clutch and all that, and Trey, who, again, we're paying so much. They just don't show up. And it's do we just have a bunch of guys in the top? And one last point, it's a JT has a higher average in the playoffs. Alec has a higher average. And, Bader only hit a couple times, but Bader was more clutch than all 4 of those almost combined.
With one leg.
It's crazy how, there's just not enough people talking about the starters. And maybe in, a week or so when, everybody looks back and they're Orion sucks. I just think, especially in Game 4, final point, Orion should have never been in that position. We scored 1 run. 1 singular run on a go-home day.
But so
One
did the
run.
Dodgers for 11 innings.
Yeah.
Hold on. Why do we say our pitching staff was great, that we shut down the Dodgers lineup, but our offense sucks? What about both pitching staffs were just really good, and these were two really good teams, probably the two best teams in the entire field.
I think they were, yeah.
Going against each other. Like, it's always about us. Like, some of this is also about the Dodgers.
That's a good point.
Johnny, good phone call.
I actually felt in the moment, in the game, that it felt like a heavyweight match, meaning, Trey's defense, Stott's defense, Kepler's defense. The Dodgers made a nice play over at third. It felt Sanchez versus Glasnow. It felt like just a really strong playoff matchup more than it was. But big picture, yes, the offense stunk, but in the moment, it felt like a playoff game.
Like, I don't feel like I don't have the same feeling against the Mets where like they laid down like dogs, right?
No, they were chumps last year.
And now, some of the boneheaded plays that they made, but so that's where I get to. The Dodgers just made fewer mistakes than us. And that's what playoff games come down to.
It is. But that's where I'm at this morning is I don't think this group is good enough. And we could rip them for it, but it might just be true. I was talking earlier about those other great teams in sports history. Like, the Eagles were great in the early 2000s. They weren't as great as the Patriots. It's unfortunate, right? It is what it is, though. You go back to the 90s in the NBA. Charles Barkley's Suns were awesome. Guess what they weren't? As good as Jordan's Bulls, right? Like, we're not as good as the Dodgers. And their guys are just better than ours. Unfortunately, they're beatable. Like, that's the way sports are. Like, these games are up in the air. We could do it. He's not wrong, though, about the top of the order. I mean, they got to be better. I mean, 1 for 15 last night with the walk is not a good way to go out. And of all of them, Bros, for me, the one that is the most different in the postseason has been Turner, right? Like, Schwarber's had his moments. He's had a lot of playoff home runs. Harper's had his moments. Trey Turner, his OPS in the regular season in his career is 827. Like, that's borderline Hall of Fame level. In the postseason, it's 681.
Wow.
I mean, like, he goes from being, and this is over years, right? Nationals, Dodgers, Phillies. He goes from being a borderline Hall of Fame kind of player, and then October rolls around. That's not good.
And the defense is shaky, too.
Right.
There's actually two things here that we have yet to bring up from the game. One, that Alex Call at bat with Sanchez.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, it's a terrible call.
I hate to do that, but in a 1-0 game, Christopher Sanchez never shows that. That is the point of, yo, dude, you something I can't say on the radio up. You know what I'm saying? You can't miss that call. You can't miss that call.
It's why, like, I understand in the big picture, you wanted the bats to be better. You wanted them to put up more runs. Some of the bullpen guys, could they have been better? Yeah, and that could be, the series could look differently. But, like, all of these are coming down to 1-2 plays each game. There were close games besides the last one where they left Kershaw out there to die. But like all of these were close. It comes down to one or a few mistakes. That's why I don't get the don't blame Orion Kerkering or don't blame Topper because of the one decision.
That's where the series was won.
It was the 1 or 2 decisions or moments that decided the games.
Yeah, they won. Every toss-up they won, and we won the laugher. I mean, that kind of sums up the two teams.
And then here's the other one real quick. There was a time at the end of the year where Brandon Marsh helped really spark this team, and he was a game changer at times throughout the regular season. They were going, hey, Boom, do whatever. I'll get the Marsh. I felt they were picking on Marsh, and he's your 5th batter in the lineup.
Yeah, I actually thought Topper made a mistake not recognizing earlier. He should have moved him out of the 5th spot because it allowed the Dodgers to bring in Vesia or whatever, Banda, the other lefty, because they had the Harper, Harper, Bohm, Marsh pocket. And basically they were like, we just won't pitch to Bohm. We'll just get Marsh out for the third half.
Lefty. Yep. Yeah. So, and that's another Topper decision that can be ripped apart before the game even begins.
Now, to be fair, if he had Bader, I think Bader ends up, he probably moves him up and tries to avoid that. And without Bader, it becomes like, I guess you could.
What else do you move JT up?
JT is what you could have done.
Yeah,
and JT
you know what? It's what you have to do.
It is.
It's what you have to do.
Yeah, Marsh in the series hit 0.77 with a 210 OPS. It's
woof.
It's not. Woof is exact. It is a big old woof. All right. Before we get back to the phone lines here, let's talk about the Kerkering situation because it really is. It's unfortunate. It almost to me is like a kicker in football missing a kick in a Super Bowl or a playoff game. Like that's the image. You can't get out of your head. It's going to be until his career is over. It is what it is. It's a terrible moment. He lost his brain, and the image of JT pointing to first base is going to be burned in all of our brains forever because it just was there. The out was there at first base. We just picked it up and threw it there calmly. He didn't, obviously not. Let's hear from Rob Thompson after the game. What was his message to Orion Kerkering?
He just got caught up in the moment a little bit. He, coming down the stretch there, he pitched so well for us. And it's, I feel for him because he's putting it all on his shoulders. But we win as a team and we lose as a team. So.
Well, look, I thought that moment with him hugging Kerkering as he came off the field that summed up Topper. Good dude. I know why the players like him. Obviously, strategy in the postseason is an issue. I thought that was I thought that was the right thing to do, and I'm glad he did it. And he's going to defend this guy. He's not going to put it on Kerkering. He's not going to, and he shouldn't. We can, or we'll talk about it, but I respect the manager for doing that. Let's hear from Orion Kerkering after the game. He stood up. He answered all the questions. Obviously, you could feel, and if you watch the video, you could see the emotion in his eyes. I mean, he felt the gravity of it. Here's Kerkering after the game.
Hit off my foot. Just kind of, once the pressure got to me, I just thought it was a faster throw to JT, a little quicker throw than trying to cross body at the Bryce. So, just a throw.
Yeah. Did you hear them telling you to go to first at all, or were you just in the moment that it wasn't even?
Just in the moment.
Yeah.
Can you see JT pointing in that moment, or is it just kind of looking up?
Just kind of looking up, just be ready.
I mean, a lot of guys like, what do you do? One of the first ones there, just what do the guys say to you in that moment?
Just keep your head up. It's an honest mistake. Just it's baseball. Happens, and just keep your head up. You'll be good for a long time to come. It's not my fault. Just had opportunities to score. Just keep your head up.
And conversation with Rob too. What did he say? What does that sort of mean to you? Tell by those guys picking you up so quick.
It means a lot. It shows they care a lot.
Yeah, I mean that's those moments when athletes have to stand up after their worst moment. That's never an easy spot. I mean, sometimes they just give one word answers. He answered the questions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I was wondering in the moment, did he forget the outs? I don't think he did. I just think he got blinded by the moment.
He said that. He said the pressure got to him and it rushed his throw, and I think that's exactly what happened. No, some are speculating that maybe the way JT was lined up at home
made him feel like he should go home.
Right, but I mean, what do you? I don't blame JT.
Yeah, he's got to cover the base once the ball gets off his foot,
right?
Just in case he comes home.
And it's crazy because I would have never put Kerkering in any of the moments Rob put him in. But if Trey Turner makes a better throw to JT in the earlier game in the series, and if that bobble goes a different way, then Kerkering actually did his job. But there's a reason why he got the pressure got to him is because there are some guys that get it, and there are some guys that don't at this time of the year, and it's clear that Kerkering doesn't have the same pulse that a Ranger does or a Luzardo does, and you got to go down swinging with the Luzardos of the world. You just do.
The funny thing is, he got out of it. He got a dribbler.
I know.
Back to himself.
Right, it wasn't like he kicked the ball away. Right, he picked it back up. He had
right.
plenty of time.
He didn't let up a base hit. He didn't walk in the winning run.
Yeah,
it wasn't a pitching mistake that he made.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
He just choked.
It was a brain mistake. I mean, and then he exacerbated because he would have got the out at home if he threw the ball to JT's chest. I don't think the ball wasn't beating. The runner didn't beat the throw.
Actually, he didn't even touch. He didn't even touch it.
When you think about how bad it was in every way, if he just threw the ball normal to JT, they're still out of the inning. We would have been like, why did you throw it home? That was weird. But they still would have got the out.
Every single piece of that play, I felt like happened in slow motion.
It did.
It really did. The dribbler, him bobbling it.
I actually
picking it back up.
Seeing JT point, then the throw, and then it going over his head.
It was so bad that it made me think I forgot the outs. I was like, oh, wait, maybe there was just one out. Was I wrong? Because why would he go home? And then I was like, no, there were clearly two outs.
You know what's nuts? We have two games in this series. I never thought we'd get something worse than the bunt. I thought the bunt was going to be drilled into my head forever. We now have Kerkering. So you know what? The bunt, does it go away or is it still part of the equation?
You're right. Because that was going to be the image from the series if they
the
lost.
The bunt!
Yeah. Well, it's all going to be, I think, wrapped up into the Rob Thompson blanket.
Yeah. The images of the Rob Thompson era.
Yeah, because
you're going to have Alvarez hitting the ball to the moon off of Alvarado.
Right.
You're going to have Kimbrel in the game in Arizona, and you're going to have these two moments.
Because I remember as soon as I had saw or heard that they were taking Luzardo out, I was like, oh, we lost. We lost the game. Because they were, not Luzardo necessarily, but going to Kerkering.
Yeah.
I was like, we lost. You don't put Orion Kerkering in hurting runners.
Nope.
Like, you just don't do it.
Here's my question. I don't disagree. It's the elimination. You got to, like, just push the envelope. I do wonder how much Luzardo had in him. That was 3 days rest?
Okay.
He started Monday night, so he's rested. Tuesday he's on short rest trying to give them what he's got.
It's fair.
Okay.
But it's funny you bring that up. I wrote this down. This is how much I got rattled
Got the bros notepad.
I got the. You kidding me? This thing is, oh man, it's got a lot of pen marks and scratches on it and whatnot. But he said, quote, after the game, I didn't want to push him. That's what Topper said. I didn't want to push Luzardo.
Yeah.
And it brings me back. I know the Red Sox lost the first round in the wild card to the Yankees, but when they let Crochet stay and Max Fried not, there was this viral clip of Alex Cora saying the reason why we pull him at 89 in the regular season, we skip a start, is because when it's the playoffs, everything is on the table, and you push these guys to the limit because you save them for these moments. So the reason why Luzardo, X, Y, and Z in the regular season, why we pull him at 85, why we pull him at 82, why we pull him in the 6th, is so you can push them now.
Yeah.
So hearing Topper say, I didn't want to push him, it's not June, dude. This is when you push them, you know? So, but if he doesn't have anything left in the tank and he's like, I don't have
That's different,
It's different. But I hate that. I didn't want to push him. It's the season's over if you don't push him.
This is the time to push.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm with you. I didn't know when I took him out. I was like, is the tank empty? Because it is a very short, turnaround from when he threw the ball on Monday night. 215-592-9494. All right, one more from the Kerkering thing. Your reaction, all of it. We'll get back to the phone lines in just a minute. But let's hear Jimmy Rollins after the game last night. I thought J-Roll, it was very strong in this series on all the moments on TV after the game. Obviously, TBS had the broadcast of the series. Here was his perspective on what happened with Kerkering.
How do you process what happened on that last play?
I don't know. It's just full panic mode. At that moment when he didn't field the ball properly, he just blacked out. He just panicked, and all he went to think about was the game-winning run was at third. There's still plenty of time to make the play. Pages wasn't even at the 45-foot line, which means he's not even halfway there. JT's coming up, pointing at first, yelling. You can't hear, but it goes back to having a game plan, run through plays. We talk about it. If I strike him out, cool. If it's come back, and to me, where am I going with it? If it takes me to the third base line, do I take it and throw it to third? If it takes me to the first base line, obviously it's right up front. If it's a dribbler right up front, am I going to glove flip to JT? Any of those things, but he just panicked. He just panicked. It was almost, he was, looking for the out, but almost like as if he took his way out of it other than a strikeout. And it's tough to see. It's something that you're going to have to live with, literally the rest of your life.
When he described that, the panic and not knowing what to do, it does all come. You mentioned the CEO thing with Nick Sirianni. It comes back to Topper. Like, this is his baseball team. And in the biggest moments, they lost their minds. They did not execute the simplest things. That does come back to Topper. 215-592-9494. Izzy on the cell up on WIP. Izzy, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, guys? How you doing?
Izzy, we're getting through. What are you feeling?
What's up, Izzy?
I'm more Eagles right now than Phillies.
Go for it.
You want me to get into it, man? But just hear me out, man. I think what this is a prime example of giving a brand new Lamborghini to a student driver. I think this is what this is, man. Like, this guy on paper, not only on paper, but just on the field, on the tape, we are the best team in the league. But you are very predictable. You keep running up the middle, there's no success up the middle. The two times that we actually had success where Saquon had 30-some-odd yards on 2 runs, he kind of ran it to the outside a little bit. But then you go away from that. People keep blaming the players. It's easy for somebody to check out. You know what I'm saying? Like, you look at, somebody earlier said, AJ runs 3 routes, and he does. He runs go route, a slant route, right? And then he runs a comeback route. Every game, same 3 routes. People try to get on Jalen. It's not Jalen's fault, man, not fully. Well,
I'm glad you said not fully. I mean, Izzy, because last night he was bad.
I'm a Jalen guy, Izzy. I'm a big
out.
defender, but yesterday was rough.
Out.
That's all.
Yes, yesterday a lot of quarterbacks. AJ ran a 4th route, which was an out route, but Jalen threw him open. He didn't wait for him to get open. He threw him open.
Well, we can always find a pass here and there, but he missed the big ones.
But Izzy, I mean, the almost pick 6. I mean, AJ's coming open across the end zone, and he throws the ball into the flat.
our first turnover was horrible, right?
Yeah, it's horrible.
So now that's offense. Now defense, man, how he dropping the ball? He wants Fangio to make lemonade out of freeze-dried lemons. What the hell? Like, he wants him to make lemonade out of freeze-dried lemons. We can't do that. You know what I'm saying? And my last thing I'll touch is on Sirianni, man. Like, don't get comfortable, bro. Dougie P won us a Super Bowl. He was gone 2-3 years later. Don't get comfortable, bro. You hired Patullo. He could have gone after Frank Wright. Yeah, he was bad in Indy, but that dude had nothing in Indy compared to what we have in Philly. Like, Sirianni, man, like, he dropped the ball with that hire, bro.
Well,
like,
they didn't even really do a search. If we go back to that whole thing, because, it was right after the Super Bowl, and is he a good phone call? I mean,
Did they have time?
There's got to be someone better out there.
I know, I agree. Well, they probably realized they were going to give him the nod anyway.
Yes.
But to your point, I mean, that's malpractice from a GM. And listen, we love Howie. How's Bigsby doing? You like Bigsby? You a big fan of those draft picks that you gave up for Bigsby?
And they weren't 7th rounders. He gave 2 picks. For a kick return, he can't catch the ball.
And then they put in A.J. Dillon, and he can't do it. This whole thing is broken, man.
Yeah, but to the point on Sirianni and the blame for Patullo, which then goes down to the blame for Jalen Hurts. This is two times in the last 3 years when they stay inside the organization to pick an offensive coordinator. It looks bad. Mm-hmm. It's a bad look for Sirianni. It really is. And if it keeps happening, this is, and I've spoken about this a lot over the years. This is the bad part about Sirianni and where he is as a coach. There's no continuity on the offense. Every time we have a good coordinator, they walk out the door to become a head coach, and we're back on this roulette wheel. And it's like every other year we're going to suck.
Whenever he's the guy that has the top offensive mind, in theory, whenever he's the guy,
it's bad.
It's putrid. It's putrid.
Yeah, I know we didn't think about it when Moore walked out the door, but this is what happens. It's just like the Shane Steichen thing.
I always say this, though, about when you had Kellen Moore. We always laugh about Cowboys this, Cowboys that. It meant something that he was an offensive play caller and coordinator for a franchise that has expectations.
And for years, at a young age, he got that job.
Right, and he had some really good numbers there. So knowing what that's like and coming here, man, that experience is huge. And I'm sure at 4-0, Kevin Patullo's looking around going, what the hell do they want from it? You don't understand until you're actually in that moment. And now he's feeling the pressure. But we should have seen this coming considering this guy's job. If you're going to complain last year about the passing game.
That was his job.
He had this job with less work to do and only focusing on the passing game, and he sucked at that job.
Let's take the guy in charge of the worst part of our offense last year and make him in charge of the whole damn thing. All right, we'll get right back to it after the break. Your calls and all this. What's next for the Phillies? A lot of decisions to make this offseason. We'll let you hear from Kyle Schwarber on his future. It was interesting to hear the emotion in his voice. Plus, Bryce Harper on Topper's future as well. You got to hear this because I was struck by how Bryce Harper answered a question about Topper and does he want him back and do the Phillies want him back as their manager in 2026. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show. Bros in for Hugh. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Check the game film, people. A third of your life is spent in the bed. If your mattress isn't elite, you're losing the time of possession battle. Get it right at the Mattress Warehouse. Right now, you can save up to 60% store-wide and get your choice of free box spring or a free adjustable base with select mattress purchases. Want to upgrade your sleep without blowing the cap? Mattress Warehouse is clearing out the floor, and these deals are designed to save you serious cash. Serious cash. Hit the floor model clearance event and save big while supplies last. And for a limited time, score up to $600 off premium Stearns & Foster and Sealy Posturepedic Elite mattresses, plus an extra $200 off adjustable bases. How does that sound? $200 off adjustable bases, but act fast. That deal ends October 21st. Don't sleep on 0% financing either. Plus, Mattress Warehouse signature 1-year lowest price guarantee and 100% comfort guarantee. Do what I did and upgrade your life with total confidence at the Mattress Warehouse. Find a store near you at themattresswarehouse.com. That's themattresswarehouse.com.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster with Norm Clark and Bob Marsdale, Friday, October 10th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by Acme, official supermarket of the Eagles.
The Giants routed the Eagles last night, 34-17. Kroll, as their rookie quarterback Jackson Dart, had the Eagles on their heels all night. And so the Eagles have now lost 2 in a row, and their record is now 4-2. It's tough to lose to a Giants team, a team that is now only 2-4, what the Eagles did. They have 10 days to get ready for their trip to Minneapolis. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
This Eagles season, get in the game at Acme. Enter their Swoop In and Win sweepstakes for your chance to win Eagles tickets, autographed jerseys, helmets, or more. Download the Acme app or visit acmemarkets.com/swoop in and win for more details. Plus, save 5% when you shop on game days wearing your Eagles apparel. Acme makes sure Eagles fans have all their game day needs. Don't miss the football deal of the week. Snyder's family-sized pretzels, Cape Cod chips, or Pepperidge Farm goldfish, all $1.99 when you buy 3. Acme, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A coastal storm could bring strong winds, major rainfall, and flooding to the area this weekend. A losing trifecta for Philly sports, headlined by the end of the Phillies playoff run and 2025 season. SEPTA commuters keep checking for cancellations and delays. The transit agency's facing a host of new problems.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Down to 44 overnight, 67 tomorrow, mostly sunny.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, Bros, Hunter Brody. Brody, as his email is here in Odyssey. In for Hugh today, as we discuss the aftermath of, well, a lot last night. The Phillies are out. I'm just numb to it, and I'm resigned. Well, I think resigned is really the word this one. I'm resigned to the fact that this is a group that's just not going to win a championship. I wish they were, but I don't believe it after 4 years of watching them come close and try. Where are you on the Phillies? Your emotion, your feelings today, and we've spent some time on the Eagles as well, who just had a disaster of a night against the New York Giants. So we'll get back to all your phone calls, but let's talk about the changes that are to come here, because that's the other part of this that. It wasn't just a loss in the playoffs. We've had those. We've had a lot of those last few years. But in 22, it felt like the start of something. In 23, it felt like a missed opportunity. In 24, it felt like the window started to close. But now we can't ignore this. I mean, they have free agents with Schwarber, with Real Muto, with Suarez, with Harrison Bader, who all of a sudden became a huge part of it. That's 4 huge parts of this that we don't know are going to be on the team next year. The changes are to come. And then, of course, there's the manager. Bros, right now, before we get into the particulars, your feeling on how much of this is going to be different when they get to spring training?
Man, it has to be, right? I mean, it has to be, because there's nothing else they can do. They can't think that they can just bring these guys back. You must find a way to get rid of Nick. You must find a way to get rid of Bohm. You must make an interesting decision on the Kyle Schwarber. It has to, right? I don't know if that's the answer you're looking for, but that's just what my brain said. It just has to. It has to.
Well, there's no way they could sell to us that it's going to be the same thing and it's going to be different. Like, we're going to be like, come on now. It won't be the same. My first thought is the manager's not going to be here next week.
No.
I think they're going to move on from Topper. And
that's a big one.
It sure is.
It's a big one.
And it might be, it might be the biggest one, and they try to bring back some of the players, right? They try in free agency, and we'll see what happens there. But I think Topper's going to be out of here starting next week. That's the first big one. Let's start with him, and then we'll get to some of the players. Can we hear after the game that these guys were asked about Topper? And I always get a sense, Broads, when players are starting to get asked about the manager, it's like the seeds are sown, right? Like, I don't remember. Do you guys remember players being asked about Topper's job after the series against the Mets last year? I don't remember any of that.
No, but remember, they vomited all over themselves as an organization at that time.
The fact that it's being asked makes me think like the seeds are out there. Like, people know this thing is real now. And
they watched the playoffs. That was Bush League managing.
It was bad. I mean, he got outmanaged by Dave Roberts. Can we start with Trey Turner? Trey asked last night after the game his thoughts on Rob Thompson's future.
There's going to be discussion about Rob's future. Do you think Rob is still the right guy to lead this team?
100%. He's great, man. I've been blessed with a lot of good managers in my career. I've probably played for 4 or 5 now, and they've all been really good, and he's right up there with them. He's got all the qualities. He keeps it even keel all year long, and I think he, like I said yesterday a little bit, he blends the old school and the new school, and he's willing to adapt and change and do different things, and I don't think he can ask for more out of a manager.
All right, well, that was pretty strong, right? He's asked about him. He says, yeah, he's a great manager, and he wants him here. I mean, that was a no doubt about it answer from Trey Turner, who's obviously going to be here under contract for a long time. I thought that answer was certainly different than this one. Bryce Harper, after the game, asked about Rob Thompson and his future.
Always, when you get this close, there's pressure on the manager. Do you think Rob is the right guy to continue leading this team forward?
I love Harper, man. He's done a great job for us. I don't know what the future holds. I have no idea. I think that's a Dombrowski question. But obviously, we love Topper in here. He's been great for us, and but I think that's, like I said, that's Dombrowski's question.
I mean, the guy's under contract. It's not like he's a free agent to be like that. There's an easy answer to that, Broads. Yes. Like, the answer is just point blank. Yes. Rob's our manager. That was telling to me.
Big time. I was stunned. That was also number 2 that made it on the Broads notepad. Oh, yeah. I was in disbelief when my ears perked up when I heard the question. I'm like, all right, how's he going to answer? It's easy. I'm not putting this on Topper. Are you kidding me? I don't want him to throw other guys under the bus. I'm just speaking emotionally here.
But he could have said, listen, I love Rob. Rob's our manager. I wasn't good enough.
Yep. I need to do better. I didn't hit well enough. I'm supposed to be the one to help this team, and I didn't do my job. Let's not point the finger at Rob here. I need to execute better. Put it on my shoulders. Something along those lines. That's a Dave Dombrowski question?
Twice. Ask Dombo.
That implies the door's open for it. Let's see what the president feels instead of shutting it down. That is an extremely telling answer by Bryce Harper. I think he probably was in the dugout going, this guy's getting outmanaged by Dave Roberts?
Yeah.
That's disgusting. That's probably what Bryce was probably in that clubhouse thinking, this guy's lost.
Of course he was. And I think when I heard that from Bryce, we all know the say he has in this organization, people they keep, people they don't. When I heard him say that's a question for Dombrowski, what I heard was that's a discussion I'm going to have with Dave Dombrowski. He's going to have a say in this.
And we're going to play this too. But that compared to what he says about other future decisions that are also, quote-unquote, questions for Dombrowski, that's not quite where he goes.
No.
He stuck his neck out for the other guys.
And he didn't
for Topper.
He did. He absolutely did not. So my gut's telling me right now Topper's not going to be the manager of this team very soon. And I like him, but I'm okay. I'm ready to move on. I'm ready for a new manager. And if they can get Bruce Bochy, I will sign off on that. All right, let's also hear from some of the guys that could not be here next year, and that includes Kyle Schwarber. I thought he was very emotional after the game. I heard this as someone who thinks there's a real chance he's not on this team next season.
Yeah, I mean, it's doesn't feel good, you just make a lot of different relationships in the clubhouse, and you never know how it's going to work out, right? It's just, you just make so many personal relationships with guys, and you spend how much time with these guys, throughout the course of a year, and they become family, and you just never know how it's going to go. But these guys all know how I feel about them. I got a lot of respect for the guys in here, our organization, the coaching staff, everyone, top to bottom. This is a premier organization, and a lot of people should feel, very lucky that, one, that you're playing for a team that is trying to win every single year, and you have a fan base that cares, and you have ownership that cares, and you have coaches that care. You have everyone in the room that cares, and there's no other reason. We're all about winning, and it's a great thing. I think that's why it hurts just as much as any other year.
Boy, that felt like a guy who thinks there's a real chance he's not here next year.
Sure does. Sure does.
And look, I get it. He's a free agent. He doesn't know where the offer's going to take him, how far the Phillies are willing to go. But he didn't sound to me like I'm back.
You know what sucks about this whole thing? There's a difference between what's right and then the cosmetic change, right? You want it to look differently next year, but at what cost? And because there's only so many things you could possibly do due to contracts and things of that nature, we all want a cosmetic change. Is Kyle the one where it makes sense to do the change, or is it just because it happens to align with where his contract's at?
Yeah.
That's sort of and JT, same thing. Who would catch if it's not JT? And, but you need to change something. You must. I made that very clear a few minutes ago. So that's where this whole thing gets into a pickle.
Well, and they have to decide right away what's the goal. Like, are they all in to win the World Series again next year? Because then you go all out for JT again, right? Or you go all out for Schwarber again. But are they willing to let those guys? Because if they let those guys go, how do they play at this level next season? Right? Like if Schwarber walks away, they're not going to be as good of a team unless they replace him with someone close to him. And Alonso, Kyle Tucker could be a better player than him if he's healthy. But there's only one way to replace Schwarber. You have to spend a lot of money or trade for a great player.
And we'll see what happens here. But is there something to be said? And I've been listening a little bit. The Yankees lose, and they're frustrated, and their GM's been there forever, and Cashman, and they're trying to find ways because they're consistently good. They're not good enough.
Yep.
So they're trying to find ways, right? And I'm kind of applying that to where we are now. Let's see Milwaukee. Maybe, I know this might sound crazy, but the name Kyle Schwarber, there's a lot of brand value in that. 50 home runs, there's something they're selling you. But maybe you don't need that. Maybe you just need good, right? Like the way the Brewers play, the way some of these teams play, they're scrappier. It's more playoff baseball. It's like it's less wow brand pop value of look at the Phillies and these big names and what they're building with their softball lineup. And maybe they just need the right group of guys where it's lesser pop and less sexier, but it's more winning baseball. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I mean, look, it could work, but that's never been Dombrowski. He's a star guy, right? Like that's how he builds all his teams. So I could live with that if it wins, but is this general manager going to do that? All right, let's also hear from Bryce Harper. Now, you heard Bryce Harper a few minutes ago talk about Topper, right, and give a very non-committal, it's Dave Dombrowski. Well, then he was asked about the free agents, the guys that are in the clubhouse with him, and their upcoming free agents. So here's what he said about them.
Man, I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, JT is one of the best catchers in baseball. The guys love pitching to him. They love throwing to him. Calls a great game. He, had a great year this year. Had a great postseason. Schwarber's obviously one of our team leaders in this organization. I don't know. I'm not really sure, what happens or what goes into this off season or where we kind of go from here. But I think obviously those two guys are going to be a main decision for us and a main conversation for us as a team and as a club. And I think obviously we love those two guys and want them back.
Obviously, you're looking at those two guys and you want them back. I mean, that was his endorsement to re-sign those guys.
He also said, JT, one of the best catchers in baseball. You couldn't have said that about Topper? Hey, Topper's one of the best managers in baseball. It's not on him. I didn't execute. He could have said he's one. Because before this series, I actually thought there was a world based off of the regular season stuff that Topper's up there in managers in the league, right? And he fell flat on his face, but Bryce could have said that. Man.
It was telling.
He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, of course he did.
He knew what he was doing.
Of course he did. Kyle, your gut right now on changes to come here. Top of the manager next week?
No, and I think that's probably just because that's the easiest lever to pull.
And the first lever they could pull, right? Free agency still a month away.
Yeah, and like reconfiguring this roster could look a ton of different ways. But the easiest thing that they can do right now, and the one thing that they can do to sort of make everybody in that locker room feel uncomfortable, is start with the manager. I mean, I don't know the Schwarber one. I probably have the least idea of what the hell's going to happen with him and his free agency. I don't know what other teams are going to offer him. But the guy that we're not talking about, or that we didn't bring up, is Ranger. Like, I feel like for me, he might be priority number one right now. With the way the pitching staff's about to look like.
And you complicate it with Wheeler. We don't know what he's going to be, right? And I know we're all happy after Aaron Nola pitched the way he did 2 nights ago. He had a 6 ERA, right? Like, I have no idea what he's going to be next year. I hope he bounces back, but decline might be fully in now.
And he's the young one and the homegrown guy.
Yeah.
So
and with Painter, we don't know. Like, I got to see it now, right? He had a wasted year.
He was horrible. I got a hypothetical for you that just came up off the top of my head, so it could be stupid.
Okay, is this in the notebook?
No, I just jotted it down. This is not
Next
in the
time Brody's with us, we got to guess.
We don't have to post the notebook.
You know, we're going to need to do a segment one day guessing what's in Bro's notebook. I like this.
If I had to guess, he's just doing doodles.
Yeah. No, it's not
Stick
doodles.
figures?
It is very detailed. So you have 2 options. Option 1 is you keep Rob Thompson and you change the personnel.
Okay.
Option 2 is you fire Rob, so there's a new voice, but there's a lot of the same personnel. But maybe you can focus on details more, better managerial decisions, but a similar crew. Is this too obvious of a keep Rob and change personnel? Is that too obvious of a hypothetical?
No, I don't think it's too obvious because these guys are free agents, right? So there's like last year, what were they really going to do besides maybe trade Bohm, right? Like all these guys were under contract, they were going to keep them. This time they have choices. I mean, this is the first time in a while they have. I'll use an old Sam Hinkie where they have optionality, right?
Here we go.
They have a chance to change this thing significally. Payroll,
we
players.
really are
the Sixers today.
I know. Well, it feels better than talking about these teams.
So which one would you choose?
I would keep Schwarber. I'd keep
the
him,
personnel and change the manager?
Yeah, especially if Bochy wants to come here.
Okay.
I mean, Bruce Bochy still wants to manage. He just moved on from the Rangers. The guy's one of the greatest managers of all time.
Kyle, what do you think? What would you do in that situation?
So, all right, hold on. It's fire Rob, keep everybody.
Fire Rob, keep everyone, or you keep Rob and change the personnel?
I think I would change the personnel.
I agree with you. I'm with you on this one.
And I guess so. By the personnel, you mean no Schwarber, no JT.
Yeah. Maybe you
But
can
how
keep
are they
Ranger.
competing next year?
Well, I told you. Sometimes it's just scrappier.
And I guess you might consider this a cop out, but like some of the changes could mean around the margins a little bit. Like you get Brandon Marsh, Kepler out of here.
Bader full time.
You get real outfielders, right?
Yeah, well, Bader's going to be a free agent. That's a big one, yeah.
Alec Boehm, you can get a better third baseman. Like, we could be looking at, I understand that the free agents are the free agents, but we could be looking at other areas of this team to improve.
Well, look, here's the one thing I think we could all agree on. They're not going to run everything back the same. They're not, right? It's going to be maybe a little column A, a little column B, but they're not, and they can't. 215-592-9490. Let's go to Terrence in Springfield. Terrence, up on WIP. Hey, Terrence.
Yo, bro! Kyle, what's up, man?
Terrence, how we doing today?
Joe's also here.
Guys.
I think he said
Guys, by the time for Nick Sirianni to shave his head, man. It's time for Topper to go too, man. Although the Eagles got us that Super Bowl last year, I think we should cherish that Super Bowl because we might not win another one for a long time. And the same constant is Philadelphia sports and the heartbreak and the failures. But in the Eagles' case, it's staying on top. We can't be compared to the New England Patriots and the Chiefs of the world because we have a problem with staying on top. Like, and then those other teams, like the Patriots and the Chiefs, they stayed dominant for a long time, guys. And we can't even play offense right now. The game last night was embarrassing. We got torched by 2 rookies. I'm sorry, guys. As much as people want to say it don't look like 2023, it looks like 2023, guys.
It does. It
all
does.
over again. To hire in-house and hire a non-experienced coordinator, you don't bring in somebody that hasn't done the job before coming off a Super Bowl, guys. We might as well have brought an Eric Bieniemy or somebody like that. It looks like 2023 because the offense can't do jack, and we keep the defense on the field all the time. It's happening over again. We have 4-star players on offense, guys, and we should be dominating the league. Yeah, we look like a high school offense. And I'm sorry, guys. AJ might have brought a cancer in the locker room. He might have the locker room divided right now, guys. AJ might have to go. I don't know. It's embarrassing. We had Dart going to Harlem shaking the end zone. We had Scatterbull flipping all over the end zone. Jalen, I don't want to hear no more cliches about, bro, play like champions, guys. This is the worst I've seen the Eagles play in a long time, guys. And the Phillies, guys, we have to split this team up. Because, guys, we can't reach our potential with these guys. It's a basic throw to first base with Orion Kerkering, guys. I don't know. I think the obituary last night was written. Schwarber, that interview sounded like a whole obituary to me, guys, like he's gone.
Well, it did feel like he either knows Terrence or he feels like it's up in the air. Like he didn't sound to me like. I mean, yeah, if you watch that, and Terrence good phone call, if you watch the clip of Schwarber, he's got tears in his eyes. Now, some of that might be the guys he puts a lot into this, and they wanted to win, right? It's the end of the season emotion. But I mean, the spirit of what he was saying there was about his future and the end and the people here. It sounded like I might not be here.
And you're right. I think it was because he poured a lot into it and he really believed this group could maybe do it. And I can only speak from a fan's perspective. And when the playoffs began, I opened up my heart and I waved the rally towel. And that's what I do personally. Yeah. I'll rip a team for 6 months, but then when it's playoff time, I'll say, listen, there are signs of maybe something that can happen. Maybe you can get hot. Let's have fun with it. But deep down, I knew something was off about this group. I just didn't think that they were clean and crisp enough as a baseball team to go all the way and win all those series. They're just too inconsistent. So for Kyle to feel that way, it makes sense. But I got to be honest with you, as we sit here and talk through it and all, I don't know. I never believed in it. It hurts because it sucks because the season's over and I wanted more baseball, but I don't know. I just felt this team never really had the chance to really do it anyway. I don't know what that means. I don't know where we go from here. I don't know if you can even use it as a jumping off point. But that's just how I feel. I'm not broken to the point where I can't believe this team let this year go by and they sucked and they missed this huge chance. I never thought they really had a chance this whole time in a weird way.
Sometimes I think
in a weird way.
With teams, you know how people say like you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Like the first, maybe you judge someone too quickly. Sometimes with teams, the first judgment is right, and with players, right? Like, and I think the Phillies have shown us over the years they could be very good, but they're flawed, right? And when you're as flawed as they are, you just said it. It's tough to win 3 consecutive playoff series. They're flawed. They make a lot of mistakes. They go ice cold. They don't play great defense. The manager makes bozo decisions sometimes.
Base running. Oh my gosh.
Right. Like so. When you really when you almost take a 10,000-foot view, are you shocked this happened? I'm not.
That's probably a good way to lay it out. And it doesn't mean I'm not heartbroken or upset or disappointed. I want baseball on Saturday. Instead, I'll be here 3 to 7. Can't wait to hang out with you.
You know what
I'm saying? I like that plug?
I do.
That was in the Notebook.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. I'm kidding. It's not in the Notebook.
Oh, get the hell out of here.
Oh, I love that art drop. All right, let's we haven't spoke to Positive Kevin for a while. Positive Kevin up on WIP. It's up, Positive Kevin.
Good afternoon or good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Hope your day is going well. Rhodes, I used to be next to you as one of the gatekeepers for Mr. Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
But unfortunately, that's no longer the case.
I
think it's really time to put in Tanner McKee. Let's talk about Jalen Hurts last night because that was not the MVP caliber quarterback we've come to expect. Sure, the stat line says 283 yards and a touchdown, but don't be fooled by that. He missed a wide open Devontae Smith on what should have been a walk-in touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
And in the fourth quarter interception, that was extremely outrageous. If you go back to the tape, A.J. Brown is one-on-one with no safety help on the top. That ball should have been thrown to A.J. Brown. What the hell is Jalen Hurts doing? What is he doing?
Kevin, I don't know. Yes, the play you're talking about it was a disaster class in every way. I mean, the throw he missed to Devontae's bad, but quarterback and a receiver will miss on a deep shot, right? Those are not 100% plays. They're more like 60, 30, 70, depending on the moment and the wind and the defense, all that. The play to AJ is actually worse when you think about it because He's got to know the defense. It's a zero coverage, right? That means he's got AJ. He knows AJ's route is to cross in front of the guy. There's no defender there. He's got and he could have laid it up to AJ because AJ's crossing at the hash mark, right? So he's got from the hash mark to the sideline and just lay it out for him to go run under. And he goes to the side. He's staring down Dotson.
He's staring exactly.
It's
Jordan.
terrible.
He's staring him down. He's staring him down. Like, dude, what the hell are you doing? Scan the field. Scan the field. Oh, he's too freaking worried about this Jordan Brand bullshit. And you know what?
And there we go. Yeah.
All right, positive Kevin.
Appreciate you.
All right.
Yeah.
But this is where I get in trouble with the Jalen thing a little bit. Like, for example, I don't think Jordan Mailata is playing up to his capabilities.
He's not.
But I think he's a great left tackle. I don't think Jalen's playing well, but I think he's still a really good quarterback. Do you know what I mean? I understand. I'm not saying you can't be mad or this and that, but I just feel sometimes we go to an extreme with it. That's all. Joe, you laid it out perfectly. You have to win a certain way with Jalen, and they are struggling with a new OC and with Sirianni, who might not be the sharpest schematically, to figure out how to do it without a respected veteran offensive voice.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, I think Jalen's not as bad as he's been the last couple weeks.
Correct.
And I do think, but now, see, this is where I get frustrated with the Jalen thing.
Because I go too far.
Well, you're here, so I'll say you. But just in general, like, I feel like the whole offseason, I felt like I was being gaslit into talent. Like, I had to say he was the second best quarterback in the league, otherwise I was a hater. He's not. Like,
right.
Jalen's a good quarterback. They've won a lot with him, and they should continue to win a lot with him. But, like,
I'll meet you in the middle.
This isn't surprising to me that this has happened. Like, it's surprising it's been this bad. But, like, I'm not surprised he's having some struggles. He's missing some shots. He's not seeing the field. He does this sometimes. And he can also get hot. He's a very rhythm quarterback, isn't he? Like, when he's hot, like the Rams game in the second half, the Super Bowl title game.
Throw that he made to Dotson the other week, right in the middle.
Yeah,
it
awesome.
didn't catch. It didn't count as a catch because his feet weren't.
It was the Broncos game. Yeah.
Oh my God, that is insane. Like, that's really insane.
But then when he's off,
he's off.
It's ugly. And right now they don't have the run game to support him. They don't have the defense to support him. You're right. I think guys like Lane and Mailata are a little bit down from where they were last year. The whole thing is just.
Maybe we had the conversation wrongly about Saquon running out of gas from last year. Did the O-line run out of some gas from last year?
Did you see the quote from Mailata last week? Mailata had a quote that the whole offseason he was just tired. Like, it took a long time for his body to recover.
Wow.
I mean, we didn't talk about that in the offseason. It's a fair point. Like, it wasn't that Saquon ran for 2,000 by himself. They blocked for 2,000. That was a lot of carries for them. The whole thing looks off. But here's the big issue. And you're right, and about Mailata and all these guys. He's the quarterback, though, right? Like, the quarterback's supposed to lift all boats, and he doesn't have it right now. I mean, he's playing poorly. I mean, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, he is. He played poorly.
And as this goes on, they have to fix this. Otherwise, Howie and Jeff are not going to stand for this. Like, I don't know what the change is, but if they finish 25th in passing again and don't win a playoff round, like, they're not going to stand for this. People are going to either lose their job, they're going to draft another quarterback in the second round. They would. Like, if Jalen Hurts plays this way the rest of the season, they're drafting a quarterback. There's just no doubt in my mind. Maybe not in the first round, but they'll do it in the second round.
Well, they might give up those picks for Bigsby. might not have a shot anymore.
Be nice to have those picks back right now. All right, 215-592-9494. Scott Fransky will join us sometime in the next segment from the airport. Scott's reaction the morning after the season ended in abrupt fashion. Your calls as well on the Phillies, your emotion today, and the Eagles, who just, we could look for a little lift last night. No, they get beat by 17 against one of the worst teams in the NFL. It is the Midday Show. Broad's in for Hugh today on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with Fans of Philly. Join Fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of our new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
Hey, college football fans, it's time to lock in on those Saturday showdowns. Take your excitement to the next level with a Parlay Boost token from BetMGM. Log in to your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then add any college football parlay to your bet slip and apply the token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted parlay hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Every play can change the game, so don't settle for ordinary this season. Feeling good about your college football parlay? Claim your Parlay Boost token and make this season unforgettable. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults focused on the future. Classes start October 15th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. LeBron James will miss the Lakers season opener for the first time in his 23-year career. Sidelined by sciatica, he could miss at least the first 5 regular season games. The Lakers are saying he's on his own timeline, which sounds a lot like we'll see. LeBron has spent 2 decades defying father time, but could it finally be catching up to him? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Odyssey Sports Station. Guess what?
What is it? What?
Now you can listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on the iHeartRadio app.
What?
Soundtrack's fitting today. Do you miss Hugh trying to sing these songs? Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giulio Rhodes, Hunter Brody in for Hugh on this Friday afternoon. All your phone calls on the Phils, on the Eagles. What a disaster last night. A Philly sports disaster. It was a nightmare we had to live through for hours and hours last night. I'm still numb from watching that throw sail over JT's head, the way this Philly season ended. We're going to talk to Scott Francie coming up in a few minutes, live from the airport, as he called that one last night. And, of course, the Eagles, who go down. I'm shocked at the Eagles thing is shocking. The Phillies thing is numbing. It hurts. Like I knew, and I've had this sense for a few weeks now, bros. This Eagles team there's something off, right? Like they've gotten outgained in every game, but I did not see a 17-point loss to a bad football team coming.
No. This Giants team just lost to the Saints, okay? And Spencer Rattler, who doesn't know how to win a football game. And it's funny, when they lost to the Broncos, there was this reaction of, it's a short week, it's a good thing, they don't have to let it marinate. And I almost remember screaming at people on Monday going, I want them to say, I almost feel it's dangerous to have a short week because then it's, hey, forget it, new game, let's just kind of go at it with this mentality of we got this game coming up, where you don't allow the Denver game to truly hit the right way, where you turn the page too quickly.
That happens.
And then that's sort of what I thought I saw on Thursday or, last night.
Yeah, you get smashed by the New York Giants. All right, let's get back to all your phone calls and the Phils thing. Where is your emotion today? And there's a lot of emotion out there because we do this thing every year with the Phillies where we see the flaws, but yet we talk ourselves into it. And to be fair, this year, they played well from August on, right? They started to show us they were different. And then I think it's a combination of a couple things. One, they did not get good managing. Two, the top of the order didn't hit enough. And three, their flaws came back out. And look, the Bader injury also hurt. It really hurt. The energy he brings, the play he had, it hurt. Now, injuries happen. It's part of it. But the fact that down the stretch we lost, I did think the Wheeler thing quickly. I know their starting pitching was great. Rhodes, I did think there was a cascading effect of not having Wheeler. Like, sure. You think about the whole series. If Wheeler's 1 and Sanchez is 2, Wheeler starts last night and Sanchez is coming out of the bullpen, right? Like it just is a cumulative effect, and we just ran out. They ran out of gas at the wrong time.
If they got to that top, though.
I know.
You saw who was warming up. The second I saw him warm up.
Trinan, he stinks, yeah.
He is so bad. That was the game. That was it. Get it to that moment, and I think we win the game. I really do believe that.
No, I'm with you. I do think it happens. All right, let's go to Sue in Cape May, who's up on WIP. Hey, Sue.
Hi, how are you?
Sue, it's a tough day today, but we're getting through it together. Sue, what are you feeling?
Well, I feel as if the play at the end of the game is being blamed on pitching. And I don't believe it had anything to do with who was pitching or how he was pitching. It goes back to basic elementary training where before the ball leaves the pitcher's hand, you know how many outs there are, you know how many men are on base, and you know where the play is. So to say that he froze, he didn't plan ahead.
And if he did, when the moment got to him, he totally forgot. Right, his preparation went out the window. If he was even thinking about it, you're right because it was so bad that it made me second guess how many outs there are as I watched on TV. I'm like,
exactly.
I actually thought so when the ball flew over JT's head at first, I was like, oh no, and I was like, wait a second, was there one out? Was there a reason for him to come home? Was he trying to cut the run off and then they tried to get the double play? And then as soon as I realized, no, I was right, there were 2 outs. It's indefensible.
Yes. Yes. And so naturally the play is at first. And this is a basic elementary plan that you're taught at 9 and 10 years old to know where the play is. So it has nothing to do with his quality of pitching, but the fact that the the elementary training is just lost somewhere.
Yeah, and I think, Sue, at this time of the year, right, pressure gets to people. And when you're an 8th inning guy, a 9th inning guy, there's a reason why there's late leverage guys. There's the middle guys that kind of come in and clean up innings. And there's just a mentality to this. And as much as I'm intrigued by the skill set of Orion Kerkering, and he is still kind of young-ish, maybe he just doesn't have that part of the reliever role. And if you don't have that, then you're not used, unfortunately.
But you learn that at 10 years old.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I know. I mean, now, Sue, you're right.
The pressure got to him is what happened.
They're getting paid to play under pressure.
You're right. You're right.
Well, if you're going to win a World Series, you have it's all pressure. The whole month of October is pressure.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't care who's pitching. I care about their basic instincts.
Well, they're bad at it under Rob Thompson.
Wasn't there.
Yeah, no. So it's a good fall. It's a fair phone. And Kyle said this to start the show. It was an instinct last night. I feel bad for Orion Kerkering, all that kind of stuff. And as a human being, I do. Like, his worst moment was played out in front of everyone. But it is his job, right? Like this, his job is a professional baseball relief pitcher. He's got to make the play.
Imagine if we had a bad show. Are people going to feel bad that we had a bad show?
No,
or is that our job?
They're going to say Gilio's take sucks. They say that all the time anyway.
Everybody likes.
I move on.
It's. Everyone that has a basic level of human decency would feel bad for somebody who's having, one of their darkest moments. Like, that goes without saying. Like, we don't need to have a sympathy off for Orion Kerkering. Like, he failed to do the job that he's paid to do. He blew it. All of this, whenever we rip all these players, it's always as professionals.
Yes. Well, and also,
it
was basic.
My sympathy first.
Yeah.
Be sympathetic to me
Kyle
first.
said, and it really was. Wasn't
about
it
me.
Wasn't it the equivalent last night of like an extra point, missing an extra point in the NFL?
Sure.
It's a layup. I mean, he does that all the time. Pick the ball up and throw it to first base.
It's crazy because I think I would have to contend it's the single biggest individual choke job for a Philly athlete
to end a game
that I've ever seen.
The Ben Simmons one was up there.
I think it's so much the Ben Simmons one was brewing. He was always going to be afraid of the moment.
Well, it was
he was
brewing.
not going to want to go to the basket like that. We saw the cracks in Ben Simmons mentally for a while.
Part of his skill set was he couldn't shoot, and that's why it happens.
This was the moment, quite literally, just being too big for the guy.
Yeah.
Well, it was only, I think, I saw it this morning, it's only the second baseball series ever to end on an error. But this one is, the other one happened 10 years ago, and it was a throwing error. Like physical error, the Bill Buckner thing.
Sure.
This was a mental and physical.
Like James Bradbury holding, it's a penalty. Yeah. It's a mistake. Mitch Williams leaving one to Joe Carter. Mistake.
These are sports plays. Yeah.
Right. Like, that's like you said, it's a sports play. This is you choked.
Yeah.
That's the definition of a guy choking.
It is, yeah. Did you see this Hembo stat about the Phillies in this series?
Mm-mm.
The Phillies scored more runs, had more hits, hit more homers, struck out fewer times, drew more walks, stole more bases. Lost the series.
Because the little things they did wrong.
They matter. They really do matter from top to bottom.
That's what I've been saying. Like all the stuff all of our complaints that we have about the top of our lineup, you could say the same thing about the Dodgers.
Well, Tunney did nothing. He did nothing.
The Dodgers have a better lineup up and down than us, and we outscored them in the series.
Well, that's why I think Topper's not the manager next week, because all this is his responsibility.
It's the little details.
The little things. And his decision making, and it was not good. I mean, without question, it wasn't good. David in Westchester's up. Hey, David.
Hey, Joe. Hey there, Little Hugh. How you doing?
Oh, Little Hugh. What's up?
What's up, David?
Well, to say that this has been the worst month of sports in Philadelphia history would be accurate.
Yeah, that Flyers loss did sting.
Yeah, I mean, they're in big trouble. 0-1 off the jump. Come on, Tom.
Yeah, that's why he didn't come in, because the Flyers lost. He's too distraught.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. He called out this way. He's like, listen, the Flyers lost. I can't come to work today. Can't come to work today.
Can't do it. Oh, that's funny.
Actually, you know what? This is the suspension we talked about the other day. We decided to suspend Hugh for this Friday. We couldn't deal with it today. Go ahead, David.
Okay. You missed one emotion when you're going through your little list, and that would be validation.
I knew this was coming.
Yeah, did you know it was coming? Yes, because all year, Joe, I've been saying this team is not good enough. I didn't spend any freaking money down there until the playoff series. Now my wife's not talking to me because I stole the $500, and these guys put this crap up. And to come up this small, because as you know, Joe, I play senior softball, and I know a little bit about baseball. Less than 2 outs, you go to first. 2 outs, two outs, you go to first. Less than 2 outs, you go home. And, that kid he lost it, but as you guys said, the moment was too big for him. And, what Topper did was just, he's making moves just to make moves. So what you got to do is you just got to blow this team up, as I've been saying for a couple of years now. Any free agents got to go. I would, and then you bring back Ranger, because once you let him go, he's not a Philly. So you bring him back, and you bring back Harrison Bader because he's scrappy and he knows how to play the game. And unfortunately, he got hurt, so you had that same old stinking outfield out there that you had last year. And guess what? You got the same results. It's like watching a movie for the 19th time, and you know what? You know the ending. And you know what happened this year, Joe? We knew the ending. Everybody's trying to fool themselves. Everybody's trying to kill themselves. And it's insane what they're putting out there and what they're doing. Dombrowski's got to go too, because he's the one that constructed this. Topper's got to go just because he's got to go. And every free, just get rid of them, get it all, and then you can't get rid of Harper and you can't get rid of Turner because of their contract. So you make them play with young guys. You know what? And, you brought this on yourself. You watch these guys bumble and try and learn on the job, because you guys stink. And you're way overpaid for what you do, which you do nothing.
Well, they didn't do enough. They didn't do enough.
Joe,
David.
I just thought of something as he's kind of
appreciate David
laying that out there. What do you think the fan base would be like if we roll into a year where, let's be honest, if you bring up Aiden Miller, Justin Crawford, these type of guys, you don't win a World Series. How would we react going from where we've been the last few years to turning the page into this new movement, but the bar not being as high? Are we going to react in a harsh way, in the right way? I wouldn't even know. Maybe today's not the day for that question, but I wouldn't even know as a fan base how to feel about that.
I think the messaging would be important. Like, are they rebuilding, or are they trying
to? It would be setting up a retool in a way.
Well, we'd have to accept that they're not going to come close to winning the World Series next year, right? The odds of doing that with rookies is very hard to do that.
But I guess you kind of have to make the argument that might be the only reasonable and logical route to go based off of where you are, unless you're trying to thread the needle in a very intense. But that's how you end up with contracts like Trey Turner.
It is.
That's a prime example of trying to make it work when it's not there.
This is their most important offseason in a very long time, because they have to decide which route they want to go. Right? Like, are they doubling down, and that means they're trying to re-sign these guys, and they're either upgrading at manager or keeping Topper.
Bryce isn't going to want to double down?
Well, of course he is.
Oh, yeah. So how much is he influencing?
Well, but to a fair question off of that, though, is he's getting older, and he's not the player he was a few years ago. Should he still have as much say?
No.
It's apples to
That's why
oranges.
we're in this trade predicament.
We are. It's not the same, but and the two sports are obviously different. But when LeBron James was at his best, he could be in charge of everything, and if he had a bad contract, whatever, he's gonna drag you to the finals. Now, at this point, recently, the Lakers are like, we're not listening to this guy anymore.
You didn't like the commercial idea?
I was out on that.
Oh,
but at some point, you have to stop listening to that guy, because the dividends are not paying off as much. You're not getting the same. They have to pick a lane. They have to try to keep going. My guess is, because they like the people coming through the turnstiles, they're going to double down. I'd be surprised if they actually let 3 or 4 of these free agents go and don't try to win the World Series next year. It might not be prudent for the next 5 years, right? We might regret the contracts they give out this offseason in 2030, but if you had a guess, do you think they're going to double down, or they're going to take a step back?
If Dave's here, they're probably going to find a weird way to double down. Yeah. And okay, so then they'll play the other side. What if they end up, forget going the young way, what if they go the old way and they try and get some real-time players and you win 92 games next year? How's this fan base going to operate throughout the summer? Oh, this is a nightmare. I don't buy into this team, blah, 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 blah.
No one's going to believe. No one's going to believe. Hell. Well, the Dodgers a couple years ago, they went out and they got swept by the Diamondbacks. I think Freeman and Betts were terrible in that series. You know what they did? They went and got Ohtani. They doubled down we need more. We're not good enough.
Okay,
so
go get Ohtani.
Well, I wish we could. That'd be awesome. We can't do that. Black Gritty is up on WIP. Hey, Black Gritty.
Hey, give me a little time. I'm going to try to maintain low tones. I usually don't call when Burroughs is on because he's the only person louder than me.
Fair enough.
Man, look, Topper's got to go. Bryce, thank you for choosing me, but you got to sit down and shut up, bro. You trying to bring back more old cronies? Give me 4 beaters. Give me 4 young dudes so I don't have to do this platooning and what's going on and have a little bit of hope. Because guess what? Apparently I can't have next year. I want 50% capacity. Don't even sell the tickets. because I don't want nobody feeling nervous or being upset. Everybody mad at Cassie. Hey, Bryce, you can at least show up with some timely hitting like Cassie did. And as far as Kirk is concerned, he just saved the life of every 10-year-old kid that is in Little League and their dads killed them and ruined their relationship, talking about the mistake you made. You made that mistake in the big leagues. You better leave these punk kids alone at all these tournaments everywhere I go. Now, as far as the Eagles are concerned, Jalen Hurts is allowed to have a bad stretch of gameplay. Right now, I can't defend him. I've been defending him like bros do. But guess what? You miss it wide open, everybody does that. But that interception, I know you ain't throwing one of 305 passes, longest streak, whatever. Dude, that was bad. You got to read the play. Patullo got to go. Where's Nick Sirianni? You don't know where Sirianni is? He is going to be on Hard Knocks, and they're going to be exposed for all the penalties, flags, all the discipline. What do you do, head coach? You ain't even got the team together. A.J. Brown, I hope you happy, dog, because you're getting all kinds of passes, and we're losing. So let's put in Tanner McKee so we can make Chucky Ducky happy, talking crazy. Put Jalen Hurts at cornerback. Oh, Howie, how about instead of begging Saquon to not go for 2K and giving him an extra bonus check, you keep Mekhi Becton, or maybe you pay Rodgers $4 million instead of giving him a little extra money. You already been a high-paying running back. You're going to give him extra money. Now, my line looks like garbage because the guy next to him is a backup, and he's out here trying to do double the work. And Lane Johnson didn't probably go retire early. Oh, my goodness gracious. Everybody get healthy because we're about to lose to Carson Wentz. It's a great day in Philadelphia. My goodness gracious. I'm about to drive off a cliff. Love you guys.
Oh my Black Gritty, appreciate you. That when he dropped the, of course, the Eagles are on a mini bye, right? They don't play this weekend, but then they're back at it next week. And they're in Minnesota, likely against Carson Wentz. That feels like a big day just for my sanity, because if they lose to Carson Wentz, I don't know what I'm going to do.
I wish that was at home. I wish that was at the link.
Too.
Yeah, it's in Minnesota, right? Isn't it?
Yeah,
I believe so.
Yeah. Do you feel good about going to Minnesota right now?
You kidding me? I don't feel good about anything the Eagles do. Nothing. They can't even return kicks. They can't even catch the ball, let alone whatever happens after that. They can't do anything.
No, it is amazing how we've gone back and forth, Kyle, the last 2 years between they're the best team in pro football, and then they just become a disaster very quickly.
Yeah, and to scale it down smaller, they do all the little things well.
And none of the
now
big
they
things.
can't do any of the little things right. Can't do anything right. Nothing. Like last year, we're like, wow, what a well-coached, organized, detailed football team. What does Sirianni say? Tough, detailed, together. Yeah. None of those things right now. Not a single one of them. And they were all three last year.
So Black Gritty brought up the Hard Knocks thing. They're on the NFC East is the in-season Hard Knocks. We're going to get some of this stuff, whatever they allow through, I guess. But we're going to get some of this emotion on the sidelines during these games. I think that comes out in November.
You know what just hit me?
What's that?
We're going to get I Told You So Douglas.
What do you mean?
Remember his whole thing about Hard Knocks being
a bad thing?
Yeah.
But that's not why this is happening.
Well, he'll probably spin it that way.
Hugh lives his truth. We know this about Hugh.
But that means every team in the NFC East needs to be bums, right?
Right. Someone's good. Someone's
going to be good. Unless it's an NFC, what is it, the NFC South or AFC South or whatever.
Yeah, trying to work through this logically is not going to work in this conversation with Hugh.
Against you.
I find it very interesting that Hugh was out the day after Jalen had his worst game in a long time. I know it was pre-planned, but something tells me Douglas knew this thing was coming here, and he booked out.
People are coming after him, too.
Oh, good. That's it. Someone has to. Mike in South Philly's up. What's up, Mike?
Hi.
Mike, what's up?
Hey, Mike.
What's going on, man? They got to get rid of Rob Thompson. And walking Ohtani when he's 1 for 17 was just atrocious. I didn't understand that at all. I mean, I get that he hit a home run off of Sanchez prior, but who hasn't hit a home run off of a pitcher? He's pitching well in that position. You walk him, and then it leads to where we're at now.
Well, and Mike, to your point, and I'm with you. I didn't like it. Now I understand the logic, right? It is the best player in baseball, Shohei Ohtani, and he has good history against Duran. But Mike, what frustrated me about it was you gave Duran no margin for error. When you reload the bases, if he has one or two go the wrong way with a pitch, then you're behind an account to Mookie Betts. And Mike, with that, Mookie Betts is also a first ballot Hall of Famer, right? You're not walking Bryce to get to Alec Boehm. You're walking Ohtani to get to Betts.
I was just going to say that. It's not like you're walking Ohtani and, you're going to Will Smith or somebody like that. You're going to a former MVP.
Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe Ohtani chases because he's been looking for an answer, and maybe he gets himself out. He could have easily gotten himself out because he's trying to do a lot knowing he hasn't really lived up to what he thinks he can do.
Like if the runner was just on second and nobody on third, right? And then just the bases open at first, that's different because you're not loading the bases, right? You're still giving Duran a little margin for error. It's a problem.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And then on top of it, just there was a lot of mistakes that I felt Thompson made last night. It's his time. I think he has to go. And on top of it, I think that him and Patullo should start heading down to the UPS.
Maybe they should start a podcast. What do you think?
Yeah, the Patullo.
Patullo and Topper?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, that might be their next stop because it's obviously not going to be here for long. Mike, we appreciate the phone call. Yeah, it was a 50-50 decision. But you know what the problem for Topper is? All his 50-50 decisions go the wrong way. Mm-hmm. Like, ultimately, it is a results-oriented business. Whether or not, and I feel this with managers, with coaches, like, I can understand your logic, but they're paid to be right. Like, I can understand Howie's logic on almost everything he does, but once in a while, he's wrong.
But
like
I could say
Hank
with
Bigsby.
a lot of this Rob stuff this postseason in particular, I couldn't even see the logic.
The bunt, I couldn't. The bunt killed me inside.
David Robertson up in the 6th and the 7th and not using Ranger in Game 1 if you knew he was going to be used in Game 3 that way. And I mean, there's a lot of things that made zero sense to me. This one at least does make baseball sense. But to your point, you gotta be right.
Yeah,
you gotta be right. And he was wrong. In 22, he was right every time. Now he's wrong every time.
And we've ripped a lot of people the last couple of days, and we'll continue to. Duran also can't walk a run in.
That's a good point.
I mean, they traded a lot for him. He was called the best closer in baseball. You can't walk him. You can't walk a run in. All right, 215-592-9494. We're going to have Scott Fransky on coming up in a little bit as he's on his way home from Los Angeles. Could we just hear from A.J. Brown, though, after the game last night? Is this A.J. Brown talking about the meeting that was supposedly went on? So that meeting between Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, when they spoke about it, Jalen and Saquon a couple of days ago, they acknowledged it. That day, A.J. wasn't available. He was obviously available last night after the game. Here's A.J. Brown on the said meeting earlier in the week.
What was behind that?
I don't recall the meeting.
Oh, okay. The meeting never happened.
I don't know what you're talking
Those
about.
guys said it did happen.
Oh, you ain't talked to them.
You weren't in the meeting,
I don't recall.
or you don't want to just talk.
I don't recall.
Come on, man.
Yeah, the vibes are plummeting.
I don't understand that. I understand being frustrated, but how does this help? Right? Every time AJ does this, and I'm an AJ fan. I'm not one of those guys that think he's a lot to deal with, but I prefer having someone that talented on my roster. Sure. That's not helping the team. Mm-mm. It's not. And you think back to all the year, every year it's something. I just don't understand where he's coming from. I don't know how that puts this team in a better position. If you're all about winning and team success, how does that help this?
It doesn't. And I get it. It's after a game. Maybe he doesn't want to talk about the meeting. He could say, yeah, we had a meeting. That has nothing to do with tonight. We lost the game. Let's talk about tonight.
What meeting?
I don't recall with a smirk on his face.
The smile. Yeah, he did that too. What was the most recent one that he had to address in front of the room?
Oh, his tweets.
Oh, his tweets. Yeah, so the tweet. Same thing. The big smile. I mean, I don't understand. When things are going bad, you got to do everything in your power to help push this the right way. It seems like Saquon's trying, right? Give me the effort that Saquon's given us and Lane to try and get this back on track. He's making it harder for everybody.
The other thing, and I don't know how we would ever find out the answer to this, it does feel like things have gotten worse since he started chirping. Right, like they were 4-0, they beat the Bucs, and that was after the tweet. Like deep down, I wonder how much they're trying to pivot the offense to make him happy, and it's throwing the whole operation off. And look, you have a young coordinator who's trying to appease everyone, a quarterback that's trying to figure out where to go with the football every play, and he's not playing well anyway. Not a great offensive line. It feels like they've gone way too far to try to help him not be upset, and it's made the team worse.
Oh, that comes with the inexperience, though.
It does. 215-592-9494. All your phone calls on all of this. Plus, Scott Fransky joins us live from the airport after game number 4. It is the Midday Show. Broads in for Hugh today on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a
touchdown. Vote now at 94WIP.com. Drinky Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter. And away go troubles down the drain.
Let's take a look at the latest Pro Football Injury Report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. Let's take a look around the division. We got Chicago against Washington. For Chicago, Colston Loveland, he's questionable with a hip. For Washington, we got Noah Brown. He's questionable with a groin. We got Scary Terry McLaurin. He's questionable with a quad. With Noah Brown and Terry McLaurin possibly being out, Jaden Daniels is going to have to rely more on Deebo Samuel. Dallas against Carolina. For Dallas, we got Tyler Guyton. He's questionable with a concussion. Dak might miss him a little bit, but I don't know because last week Dak threw for 237 yards and 4 TDs to get some MVP chance. For Carolina, we got Jatavion Sanders, questionable with an ankle. This football season, where else would you want to be or want to bet other than with my friends at Fanatics Sportsbook? Fanatics Sportsbook is the home of fair play, protecting all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, and SGPs all season long for any first half injury. They were the first to protect your prop bets throughout the first quarter, and now they've extended that protection throughout the whole first half. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets. Whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or even defensive players, Fanatics Sportsbook Fair Play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Why stick to a book that leaves you empty-handed when you can bet with one that has your back throughout the whole first half? If you want to protect your parlays from injuries, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and the second quarter for all pro football player games, every single game, all season long. Fanatics Sportsbook, when it hits different here. And that's today's report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Let's live more. Whether your dream vacation is about doing it all or nothing at all, you'll find what you love with Norwegian Cruise Line. Be charmed by historic European cities, wowed by the wild sights of Alaska, or calmed by serene beaches in the Caribbean. Wherever you go next, feel free to experience more with Norwegian. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
You know that expression, put a little spring in your step? Well, whoever said it must have been talking about Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with Glide Step, you get a pillow-like soft landing, then an explosive takeoff. It makes walking feel effortless. So springy, it's almost like you're floating. And speaking of effortless, have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins technology? Well, Glide Step Skechers slip-ins has got it, and you need it. Just step in. No hands necessary. And instantly your shoes are on. No bending down, no touching. It takes putting on your shoes to a new level of convenience. Whether you're running errands, walking the dog, or on your feet all day at work, Glide Step keeps you comfortable from morning to night, all with the ease of slip-ins. Plus, Glide Step Skechers slip-ins are available in styles for men, women, and kids. From casual to athletic to work footwear, even sandals. So you can get the comfort of Glide Step anywhere, anytime. Put some major spring in your step with Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company.
They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher, I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Had a bad day. No balls to the strike. Montes breaks his back. Kerkering gotta find it. Throws to the plate. Oh my goodness! He throws it away, and the Dodgers have won. The Dodgers win, and they are moving on to the NLCS in a most improbable finish. Pandemonium at Dodger Stadium, and your heart breaks for Orion Kerkering. You know, and this game ends in the cruelest way for the Phillies.
Yeah, that was me on my couch last night. The why. I got to say, Brian Anderson captured it well.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Because when he goes to pick up the ball, and at no point am I thinking he's going to throw home. Neither did JT Realmuto. He was shocked. I think we were all shocked, including the. Did you? Was it Kim running the base? I think it was Kim was running the bases for the Dodgers. He looked shocked when he got to home plate. He didn't even step on home plate. Like, nobody in that building was ready for that throw home. Nobody.
No, Freddie Freeman, when he was coming out of the dugout, you saw the shock of Dave Roberts' face as well. I think everybody was stunned. But you're right. He did actually do a really phenomenal job on that call.
It was a good job. 215-592-9494. Scott Fransky will join us coming up in a few minutes on his way home from Los Angeles. Man, we as fans, like, we got to live with it and talk about it, and we're doing a show. I can't imagine, Broads, what it's like for the team to fly home after that. Like, it's not just a road game. It is a cross-country flight. And I know, like, they're used to having to move on. It's part of sports that year to year. Could you imagine what that flight had to be like last night?
No, especially because, forget how we feel. We mentioned this earlier. They felt they truly could win a World Series.
Yep.
So they were probably just as down as you could possibly ever imagine because they really thought they could have won a whole entire championship, and they won a playoff game.
Yeah.
They won one playoff game.
Though I do feel that was potentially the World Series. Now, it's not over. Like, the Dodgers are not just now champions. They got to go beat the Cubs or Brewers and then the AL. It did feel, though, like that was the World Series.
You know what? It's funny you say that. My buddy texted me and asked, do you think there would be just a different outlook if they had to play in a wild card series, won a round, and then lost in the NLDS? And not that I really care about that, but I was like,
maybe. There'd be at least some wins.
Yeah, I know.
Something
like that,
positive.
But I'll take the bye. I want the bye. The bye's good. You set up your pitching, it's way better. But I did do a little, well, that's interesting. You're right, because then there would be a couple of wins. Crowd would be pumped up a little bit.
Well,
You'd
Red
be at
October
home.
was one win. One win. We got all pumped up for one win.
On the road.
I know.
On the road.
Well, it's just 2 years in a row now. They've won one total playoff game in each year, right? They beat the Mets in Game 2 last year. They beat the Dodgers in Game 3.
We're too much, apparently.
Yeah, well, it's our fault. Just ask Nick Castellanos. Let's go to James in Fairhaven, talking a little bit about Jalen Hurts here. What's up, James?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
James, what's up, buddy?
Gonna be honest, not an Eagles fan, but I got a bunch of friends who are.
Okay.
And watching that game last night, I had this strange take. I think that Jalen Hurts might have early onset Russell Wilson. And
you say it like it's a medical condition, early onset, but go ahead. Go on and see what he got.
Two specific plays. There was one play, he was scrambling, maybe got like 2 yards, and he slid like 3 yards before anyone was even near him. I understand he wants to protect his body, but it kind of looked like Russell Wilson. And when he overthrew Devontae Smith with that moon ball, I was like, oh, I've seen that before too. Don't know if it really makes any sense.
No, so James, I have felt for a long time he reminds me, and the Eagles, like this version of them, remind me of like 12 years ago Seahawks with Russell Wilson. So I'm into your comparison. Do you mind if I steal early onset Russell Wilson disease? I might use that on the show. Is that okay?
Yes, please do.
Okay. I don't think it's crazy. I do think there are some similarities. James, we appreciate the phone call. Prods, I said this to you, I think it was off the air. We talked about it on the air. You can win. You can win a lot with Russell. They did, right? And the Eagles can win, and they have one with Jalen Hurts. But I do think there's a formula to do it. There's a way to do it. And when they started to ask Russell to throw the ball 40 times, they stopped winning Super Bowls or getting to them. And now we're doing the last 2 weeks, 38 and 33 throws. And I think it's 9 combined sacks the last 2 weeks. It's not an efficient formula.
Well, I think you hit on it when you talked about how A.J. Brown's pissed. A.J. Brown's not happy. A.J. Brown is loud, and everybody knows how much he's disappointed in this. And we have a young offensive coordinator that wants to make everybody happy.
Yep.
And they're losing the identity of what works with this quarterback. And some may look at that and say, well, then you don't have the right quarterback. But I personally don't, right? Like, everyone was like, wow, look how great Justin Herbert is. And then since the first few weeks, it's kind of... I'm not here to play that game, but I think there is a formula, and they got away from the formula, and that's a problem. Like, you can't. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't. You have to have some stones as an OC and as a head coach, and you want to use AJ, right? Like, no one's saying don't use AJ and just win football games without him, but there's got to be a happy medium here where what was going on early is unacceptable, not getting AJ involved, but you can't go this route where it's so pass happy that you lose the identity of what works either.
Yeah, the question I'm starting to have, Kyle, when it comes to the Eagles' offense and Jalen Hurts, is if teams caught up to, okay, he does these things particularly well, this is where he struggles, and if there's not a great run game, we can make him do the things he's not good at, and then they're going to struggle.
Isn't this multiple times now where players, or former players, have come out and said, like, there's a blueprint.
Yep.
The blueprint's out. And the pattern is it's put the ball in Hurts' hands.
Yeah, but Spags did that last year and said, I'll put the ball in your hands. And look what happened. So I don't know. And that's where I get stuck in the pickle where I don't think you're wrong. I think there is something to that, right? If you're going to look at the Eagles, Saquon running it down your throat for 250 yards or daring Jalen to beat you take the Jalen thing.
Yeah.
But I just feel sometimes it goes so
if he
extreme.
does it once out every 5 games, though, is that enough?
That's what I was just going to say.
On average last year, that's kind of what it was. Once every 4 or 5 games, he would just explode.
To answer your question, that is not
enough. Is it fair to just say maybe Hurts is inconsistent?
Well, that's exactly what he is.
And when he's red hot, it's insane.
Well, and this year it's been half to half, not just game to game.
Sure.
Last year was a game to game, right? Down games, then explodes. This year it's been like they haven't scored a point in 3 straight second halves.
But doesn't that mean something's wrong? You know what I mean? Something's like really wrong.
Yeah, more than something.
Right,
Feels like a lot.
But more than just quarterback play. If you can't get points in 3 consecutive halves.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. This is kind of what I think a lot of us, people like me and Joe, in our faction here, have been saying last season, like the thing that separates him from the elite quarterbacks,
their consistency,
or the consistency. Like Brian Dawkins came on the radio and said, if we see what he did in the Super Bowl week after week, then go knock yourself out.
He's one of those guys. Yeah.
That's where you get to that next tier. In my opinion.
I can't disagree with you that it's not there enough. But I guess I'm holding on that it's because there are some guys that don't have it in there, right?
Well, he has it in him.
He's got it in there. So the flashes that I see when I do see it, I hold my hat on because I know even getting to that level in general is extremely hard to do. And we have someone that could, but why aren't we getting the consistency with?
Now, the bigger issue, the other issue is if it was just him, I think we could fix that, right? And he'll find it again, he'll get hot, but it's not just him this time. There's other stuff going on, and that's why, man, it doesn't feel like it's even a 4-2 football team. The way they look like a 3-3 or 2-4 team that has a 4-2 record.
1-5.
Yeah, a couple bounces go the wrong way, and we are in disaster mode around here. Brian in Mayfair is up on WIP. Hey, Brian.
Hey, what's going on? I wanted to talk a little Phillies.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I really disagree. I heard a lot of your show today. Disagree with that walking show hand. Topper has made so many mistakes, cost us this series, I think. And those bats, I wanted to ask, how much of the bat's fault is on Kevin Long? Because he's their hitting coach and has been for this whole run. And I'm worried about him.
Yeah, this comes up every year, Brian. I don't know. If they want to fire Kevin Long tomorrow, they can. And I don't think it's going to change anything. Bryce Harper is who he is, right? Kyle Schwarber is who he is. Trey Turner is who he is. These guys are so far. Now, if we had a team of all young hitters, I could see all right, maybe this guy's not the right teacher for them. But we really, I mean, is anything going to change with our top guys if it's you or me or Kevin Long in the dugout? I don't think so.
No, I would have made that call though mid-season just to piss people off to see if you can light a fire. Not because I actually think who comes in does a masterful job of changing them.
Remember when Gabe was here? Who we I forget the guy's name.
Oh yeah,
John Maley?
Chris Young. No, Chris Young was the pitching coach. I forget.
Well, then we also they brought Charlie back. Remember?
Yeah, they had to bring Charlie in
and
there.
that didn't do anything because those guys couldn't hit. Go ahead, Brian.
And I wanted to say one more point, and I wanted to thank Ranger. But why is Ranger not pitching in Game 1?
That's
I do want to thank
great
him.
question.
That was Thompson's decision. I want to thank Ranger for his service, but he's probably not going to be back next year. And he has been a phenomenal athlete for the city of Philadelphia, and I appreciate him. In fact, I appreciate this entire pitching staff, but Ranger's probably not going to be here. So thank you, Ranger. From my bottom of my heart, appreciate your time in Philadelphia.
You got it, Brian, man. We appreciate it. Why Ranger didn't pitch in Game 1, Broads, I don't know. And I said this the other day. I was almost not hoping, but hoping we would find out he was more injured than we thought, right? He took the comebacker in the last series of the year. I was like, oh, maybe he can't go. And then we watched him, he throw 72 pitches in Game 3? I'm like, he looks fine. He's physically fine. So it was just a decision by Topper. And you mentioned earlier, there's like 3 or 4 cascading things that went wrong for him in this series. But that Game 1, David Robertson, not a single time this year was asked to pitch an inning, go to the dugout, and come back. And to ask him to do it in Game 1 against the Dodgers lineup, like, what did you think was going to happen?
And then you never saw him again.
Yeah.
So then if you didn't have that much faith in him to ever see him again, then what the hell are you doing?
It reminded me of the Kimbrel thing against Arizona. Like, it was obviously the wrong decision.
But at that point, I almost felt, not to go back down that path, but at that point, it's like, I don't know how much he even had left to do in that spot. Maybe I'm being naive and I'm blinded by the moment or whatever, but I kind of remember that sort of being just like, this is what we got. Like,
they didn't have much.
Let's just give it a whirl. Here, there was 75 different things he could have done.
Well, and they had all the off days, right? The off days should have been the advantage, where you could use Ranger in Game 1, he could still come in Game 3, and they just did not do it. It really is a mess. Allison in Pittman is up on WIP. Hey, Allison.
Hey, I'm not too happy today at all. I feel like I want to gouge my eyes out.
Oh, no.
Put my head through a wall.
You're not the only one,
It was
Allison. I
a
think
tough-
everyone out there feels very similar today.
Yes, it was a tough night. But what I wanted to say was, I know that you have mentioned that it's good to have the bye week for the pitchers, but I think offensively, no way, it is not a benefit. I feel like all the momentum was completely lost. That's one thing. And then the other thing is Topper. He's got to go, period. I think that he's the one that made the mistakes that made the 2 losses, period. He's got to go.
He does. I mean, Allison, I'm done. And I like the guy, and he's been a good Phillies manager, but I'm with you that I'd move on. Allison, we appreciate the phone call. The bye. So
Are you doing the exact same thing I'm doing right now? Looking at the playoff format right now?
I was going to look at the Blue Jays because they had the bye, right? In the American League, and they crushed the Yankees. Right?
Now there's 2 teams right now who had the bye that are going to a Game 5.
The Brewers and the
Seattle Mariners.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think I understand why people feel that way. And when you watch them not hit, you're like, that's why. But it just feels like we're making excuses. Like the Blue Jays had a bye. And Vladimir Guerrero hit like 800 in the series and killed the New York Yankees. Like, Bryce Harper could have done that. I mean, like, he's allowed to do the same thing. So maybe it's on how they prepare during the bye week. I mean, that we could talk about. I don't know, right? They had the intra-squad game. I know Bryce, if we use him in particular, his baby was born last week, so his whole routine was probably different, but I don't know.
How much of it, though, is less about format and the bye and just the teams the separation between the teams in the NLDS aren't as large as we want it to be. Just because you win your division, it doesn't mean that because the Yankees, Blue Jays, they have the same record.
Yeah, right. They're the same team.
So maybe this could be a World Series matchup if they both weren't in the NL and it just happened to be in the NLDS. So how much of it is just disparity in teams not being as large just because you have a bye?
Yeah, it's
you
weird.
Know what I mean?
It's weird to say it today because I don't want to make an excuse for the Phillies, but if they had pitched this way against any other team, they move on. Like if they were playing any other team in the first round that was in the playoffs and they got this pitching, they probably win that series. It's the Dodgers, because the Dodgers threw at them Snell and Ohtani.
But what if you were facing? I don't know. If you're Is this offense going to hit against anyone right now? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
They did face good pitching, though.
They did. Oh, yeah. Like Glasnow, I thought was awesome. They got the Yamamoto. Did they get the Yamamoto?
Yeah, they got
a little
Yamamoto.
bit? Yeah. See, and this is where Dave Roberts did a good job, is they had to go to Glasnow in the first game. Their bullpen was so bad. Sasaki was a gem.
And now, oh, my goodness.
Gem.
He's nasty.
He's so good. And you got to get weird at this time of the year. You got to go to guys that you don't traditionally go to. That's why I liked when you went to Luzardo. You got to stay with Luzardo. It's unorthodox, but it's that time of the year.
You know what I thought about as I watched Sasaki? He's a young starter who struggled this season, and at the end of the year, they moved into the bullpen.
Andrew Painter.
I just can't stop thinking about Painter. Like that.
So bad. Schlittler or whatever. Same kind of, I mean, different vibe.
Yeah, but a young rookie pitcher.
Dude, this Andrew Painter thing, I mean, it might get bad. This could be Sixto Sanchez stuff.
Well, and just think about all the pitcher or the players they passed on. Like in the last 2 years, they could have traded for a lot of stars using him, and they didn't want to. So it's wild to me. 3 straight years they're in this, and he doesn't participate either through injury or they couldn't get him ready this year. All right, let's go to Junior in Texas up on WIP. Hey, Junior.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Look, you know me. I'm positive. Every time I call in, I'm positive. But, I am so frustrated with Patullo and Sirianni right now. Jalen Hurts definitely deserves some of the blame. He has had a poor stretch of games. But Super Bowl MVP, Super Bowl winning quarterback, we all know he's elite. But he's allowed to have a couple of bad games. Fine. But where the coaching comes in, they're just not helping anybody out. The situational play calling is horrible. The sequencing on the play calling is horrible. I mean, you're down 10 late in the third quarter, and the first thing you want to do is run 12-13 personnel and run two halfback draws in a row. And now you're 3rd and 10, you're behind the sticks. I mean, that's completely unacceptable. And then on the other side, you have Sirianni every single week. We have things to clean up. We got to be elite at the little things. We got to get the play call in early. We got to reduce the amount of flags. And it's just never showing up. The play call is always coming in late. They're snapping the ball with 2 seconds left on the clock. Nobody's in sync. Nobody's organized. I don't know what's going on with this team. I know this team is capable of going on another Super Bowl run. This roster is stacked, but it just feels like they are being so mismanaged right now. And, even with our quarterback in a slump, with the offense in a slump, the coaching is just not helping them out at all. And it is so frustrating to watch.
Yeah, well, it feels like they're swimming in the deep end with the coaching situation, Junior. I mean, they have an offensive coordinator who just is inexperienced, and clearly he's behind. I mean, bros, you're bringing up all these ex-quarterbacks, somehow how predictable they are. Like, you step to the line and you know what they're going to do. I don't care how much talent the Eagles have. If the defense knows what's coming, they're probably going to stop the play. And Junior, that's been the first 6 games of the season. And Junior, we appreciate the phone call. It's not good. It is amazing how this happens so fast, too. Like, I wasn't ready for this.
No, not this level of incompetence. If it didn't look as great as it did at the end of last year, that makes sense, right? Yeah. But it's all about progression. Here's the cliche, getting 1% better every day, blah, blah, blah. But it's supposed to be growing where, hey, week 1, week 2, you win ugly, and we can complain about it in the moment, but we know stacking wins in September is nice. But as we roll into the middle of October, there's supposed to be a progression and seeing growth. They're going backwards. Like, they really are going backwards.
Well, and to me, they have 3 weeks to figure this out, right? They have the Vikings, the Giants, and a bye. That's the next 3 weeks. After that, the schedule has the Packers, the Lions. They have to go to Dallas, and that game, we saw when Dallas came here, the game wasn't super easy. They play the Chargers. They play the Commanders twice. They play the Bills. I mean, like, just think about what we saw last night. It was a bad Giants team. After the Vikings and Giants again, they're going to play maybe 1 or 2 more bad teams the whole year.
I want you to think about how bad this Giants team is. Brian Daboll is snapping at the doctor, saying, get this guy out of the tent. I got to save my job. You had the guy trying to save his job. He tried to get in the tent. The doctor had to push him out of the tent.
You see the way he looks at Jackson Dart, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
It's a little creepy.
It's pure love.
It's a little creepy. But that's what is going on in New York. He had to get in the tent to beg him to get out because his job is on the line, essentially.
A few minutes ago, we had a caller saying that Jalen has early onset Russell Wilson disease.
Yeah.
How about Russ having to come in for one play getting booed? They were like, get this guy off the field as they ripped the other kid out of the medical tent. I've never seen that.
No,
he's going to get fined.
That's a bad look.
He's got to get fined for that, right?
Yeah, listen, we all make fun of it, but like the dude's concussed. And what's up with the one eye black thing? What's that? Is that swag?
Look, man.
Is that swag?
They just kicked our ass.
I know, but the one eye black thing, I want to hit him with a right hook.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing? Jalen would never.
I think I saw Schefter say the NFL's looking into that.
You got to.
Well, yeah, it has to get
situation
fined.
with Dart. Yeah.
It's supposed to be an independent neurologist.
Yeah,
exactly.
The coach is barking at him.
By definition, not independent.
All jokes aside, that's like really brutal.
Of course
I
it
mean,
is.
that's like borderline insane.
Yeah, if I was Russell Wilson, I'd retire today. Like they want to drag a guy with a concussion back on the field instead of letting me hand the ball off twice. That was rough. Alex in Center City is up. Hey, Alex.
Yo, what's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Alex, what's up, pal?
What's going on?
All right, boys, listen. I haven't drank since March 12th of 2023. All right? So we're talking sometime. I drank last night. I had to because of the birds. Listen, I don't live in Center City anymore, unfortunately, man. I'm in California, believe it or not. I'm Orange County, all right? So I'm also a Yankee fan. So listen, just hold on one second. We'll get to the point. Now, I believe the last caller was talking about a bullpen game, correct?
Yeah, well, the bullpen in general, but go ahead.
Right. Okay. So look, I thought it was going to be peaches and cream for the Yanks to get by in regards to the Blue Jays bullpen game, because you don't call a bullpen.
The Blue Jays had a bullpen game in Game 4. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, against Schlittler.
I mean, I thought as you were talking about, I'm not even going to bring it up. We lost. We sucked. Boone's got to go. I'll trade you Boone for freaking Rob for Thompson.
Yeah, I don't want him
I'll
either.
Take him back.
Well, you can have him,
I'll take Kevin Long back too.
Yeah, you can take him.
These guys are my boys, man. I wanted y'all to kick LA's ass because I'm here. I'm here. I'm in California. You know.
So what'd you think about the Birds last night,
Yeah.
Alex?
What'd you think about the Eagles?
It's freaking awful, dude. All right, let me tell you something. As a former quarterback, right?
Oh.
CHSFL champion, Archbishop Stepanak.
Wow.
Okay. All right. No nonsense there.
As a former quarterback, yes sir. Respect.
That's right.
I love
as a
it.
former
Tons of it.
QB, brother, who's calling the plays? Patullo or Jalen?
I think it's Kevin Patullo.
I looked. Okay, well, we gotta change that. That's gotta change. And also, Jalen, you have the ability to call audibles. Yo, where is the pre-snap motion? Why is he never under center? Man?
Well, it's designed for him to be in the gun.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he likes it. I don't think he's
run.
comfortable under center. Never. I mean, his whole career he's barely under center.
He never is because he's not a pocket passer. Guys, I've been watching this guy since Oklahoma. Dude, I remember being in a Christmas freaking light show, getting out of that line, going back home to watch that New Orleans game when he came in for once. And I swear to goodness, man, that guy I said, we need to build around him. And look what he did. Who gets to the Super Bowl, loses, takes that on the chin, comes back the next year, does okay, has some drama with AJ, boom, comes back the next year and wins it all, smacks Mahomes in the face in the regular season the next year. I mean, guys, he's resilient. He's certainly got the starting quarterback job, but someone else mentioned Tanner McKee. I want to win ball games. I don't want to deal with someone's emotional instability, because the fact that you can't control that locker room as a leader, as a poised person that you consider yourself, Jay.
Well, then what about Nick?
I hope you're listening.
What's Nick's job then?
No, all of them.
No. But Nick is the head coach of the football team.
Yes, and you know what? Haddonfield, New Jersey is just full of all of them, bro. That's where they're at. All right.
Full of Nick.
It's a soft area. Yo, right?
All right, Alex.
Hey, I'm a South Jersey guy.
Haddonfield getting shots.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, they do have I'm not Haddonfield. Let me tell you something. Those taxes.
Yeah,
Get the hell out of here.
I bet.
Are you kidding
It's
me?
not for broads.
Listen, I'm filling in for Hugh Douglas. I ain't working for Haddonfield. I'm working nothing. Live in Haddonfield.
Yeah, I got to say though, you know what officially happened on October 10th? The honeymoon is over for the Eagles after winning the Super Bowl. This is our third Tanner McKee call. Sirianni's getting rocked by callers here. I mean, this is
all I needed to hear was early onset Russell Wilson disease.
I'm just so glad I get the permission to use that, because that is a great line.
It is.
And the signs are there.
Yep.
I mean, you see, I don't have to be a doctor to see early onset Russell Wilson disease. It's happening in every game.
You might have to wear the doctor's outfit again.
You might need. You know what?
I'll have to bring that back.
Yes. Bros, I had a doctor's coat this summer because I thought a lot of people had Jalen Hurts amnesia, so I was diagnosing them.
You gave me that.
Yeah. So I had to, unfortunately, I had to go to a funeral in August, right? And I didn't want to wear my dress shirt in the car because it was like an hour ride. So I left the house. It was like, all right, it's hot. I'm just going to wear my T-shirt, and I'll put the dress shirt when I get there. And I went and grabbed out of the closet the white and I thought I had my dress shirt. And I get down the street, and I'm like, is that my dress shirt or is that the doctor's coat? And luckily, I turned around. Otherwise, I would have had the doctor's coat. So the doctor's coat is there. It's in the closet. If we need it next week, I'll wear it.
We have such a stupid job.
Yeah, we do. And the fact that I have a doctor's coat.
Yeah.
And
you almost wore it to a funeral?
Yeah.
I mean, that is pretty wild.
Well, I would have had it not go. You can't show up in that.
No.
Yeah, it's better not to show up. You can't. I mean, you can't. You can't do that.
No way you could have walked in.
No. It's just, you couldn't have done that. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get you people up before the end of the show. I'm sure they have a lot to say here. Scott Fransky and your phone calls the 1 o'clock hour. Plus, in case you didn't feel terrible enough, wait till you hear this. Something that was relayed to a Philly after the game. We'll get to that in the 1 o'clock hour. And former Bronco talking about the blueprint on Jalen Hurts and the Eagles offense. Was he right? We'll hit that coming up. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP. And let's talk my friends over at FanDuel. Maybe they'll make me feel better when I win this weekend. NFL Sunday's coming. You got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop. And now FanDuel's making it even better. This week, FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sundays should feel like. FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to download the app. Get in on the action before kickoff. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa's newest meal deal is here, and it's so you. You get 3 tasty choices: a sandwich, small fountain drink, and Hers chips, all for $6. Choose the built-to-order shorty hoagie, chicken sandwich, or wrap you crave. The small fountain drink you mix. And the Hers chips you love to crunch on. 3 choices, unlimited flavors, all you. The new $6 meal deal. Limited time only. Gotta have a Wawa.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll. It's so complicated. But it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services. I work with small businesses that expertly handle all your HR needs. Do you feel like you're always interviewing new talent? At Clear Employer Services, we have the secret to retaining talent for you. Don't watch your good employees walk out the door. Talk with me directly about keeping your employees happy. Go to hruncomplicated.com so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit hruncomplicated.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Wawa's turning up the heat. Introducing Spicy Jalapeno Ranch. Creamy, craveable, and bringing bold flavor to your favorite hoagies, wraps, sandwiches, and more. It's the twist you didn't know you needed. Want to kick it up even more? Level up your go-to order with pickled jalapenos. Just don't wait. This flavor drop is only here for a limited time. Bring the heat with new Spicy Jalapeno Ranch. Gotta have a Wawa.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. We know all about the Dodgers lineup. When you have MVP caliber players like Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, and Freddie Freeman, they're hard to miss. But it was LA's pitching that was impressive in the NLDS. Last night, they held the powerful Phillies lineup to 1 run in 11 innings, clinch the series, and move on. If they continue to pitch this way, they could be MLB's first repeat champion in 25 years. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Every Friday.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
It's Fransky Friday.
Simply amazing!
Yes, it is that time, a Fransky Friday. And while we're always excited to talk to Scott, it is bittersweet that this is the final Fransky Friday of the season as the Phils lose in 4 last night to the Los Angeles Dodgers. Scott on his way home last night after one of the toughest ones I can ever remember. Scott, how are you feeling today?
Well, we're doing okay. Just about to take off back to Philly. We didn't. The team's traveling this morning, so stayed the night in L.A. and everybody's loading up the 2 planes they've got and about to start the journey home.
Yeah, and it's going to be a journey this offseason to try to pick up the pieces where we leave off. Scott Fransky with us, Hunter Brody in for Hugh Douglas today. Scott, what were you? I mean, we all heard your call. We played it. I was listening to you. What were you thinking as the ball went back to Kerkering, and how did it kind of play out in your eyes? Because I was shocked. I never thought he was coming home with the baseball until obviously it was too late.
Yeah, that's the only way to look at it. I mean, I think everybody was surprised. I didn't see that coming. But again, for me, just in that spot, you're just trying to react to what you see and try to at least keep it together enough to describe what's happening. And yeah, it was a tough way to have it end. I mean, it was 2 really, really good teams going at it in a series. I said goodbye to the Dodger broadcasters when I walked out last night, and they were still on the air actually, and I just kind of poked my head in real quick. And the one thing they said to me is, a series that good shouldn't have ended on a play like that. And you feel for Orion, you really do. Just, you feel a lot of heartbreak for the guy. It's a play he's had to make over and over and over again in PFPs and in real games. But he didn't make the right play. He didn't make the play. I mean, honestly, revisionist history. If his throw gets to JT, they get him out because Kim didn't step on the plate.
Yeah.
And he, I heard Orion's comment afterwards. He said, I just thought after bumbling it, after he hit off his foot, he felt like the quickest play was to home. there was some panic in that moment, clearly, and threw it away.
Yeah, it was a shame, and it was hard to watch because you know how much pain he was probably feeling in the moment. But let me ask you this in regards to him being in the game. Now, he did actually have an opportunity to get out of it, but just because of the nature of the talk with the inherited runners and all, do you like the idea of going to Kerkering there instead of maybe staying with Luzardo instead?
Well, again, I mean, I know people want to talk about the things they've asked people to do that they've never done before, and I heard you guys talking a little bit ago, you didn't want to see David Robertson come back out because they'd never asked him to do it. Well, they never asked Jesus Luzardo to pitch on his bullpen day either. I think they felt like it got to the end of the line. I mean, he made the pitch he needed to make. He did. He made the pitch he needed to make. He didn't make the play he needed to make. And it's crazy because, it was a broken bat roller just to the left of the mound that beat him the other night off of Kerkering. The one that Kike had that scored what turned out to be the go-ahead run. It's crazy that a series like that with two offenses that powerful comes down to two broken bat comebackers to the mound.
It really is. Scott Fransky joining us from L.A. as the Phillies head back after the NLDS. Scott, what was your thought on the intentional walk to Ohtani in the seventh inning? It was interesting because I understand why you do it, right? It's Shohei Ohtani. A base is open there. He's the best player in baseball. But he wasn't hitting well in this series, and by doing that, there's no margin for error for Duran, and it's Betts coming up. It's not like there's some huge drop-off behind Ohtani. It's another great player. What did you think of that move? It's a 50-50. It didn't go the Phillies' way because the walk was next. What did you think when the Phillies decided to walk Ohtani to get to Betts?
I didn't have a problem with it, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, what did Duran walk? One guy in his time with the Phillies. He's never issued a bases-loaded walk. Ohtani had numbers off him. I guarantee you, I know people are frustrated and they're looking for ways to put blame on some kind of a move. But I guarantee you, if he lets him face Ohtani, and Ohtani takes him deep, which he's done twice, and it's 3-0, what are you going to say that? Why didn't you put him on and face the righty-righty, right? I mean, that's what you would say. I have no doubt about it. So I didn't have a big problem with it. I said on the broadcast last night, the fact that Ohtani was one for whatever, it was like a ticking time bomb. It was going to go off at some point. And I don't think in that moment you can let the best player on the planet beat you. They gave up one run, but that's all. And I think if Ohtani, again, if Ohtani goes deep right there, the talk will be different today. People want something to, they want to blame somebody. They're hurt. They're heartbroken. They're upset. I get it. But I didn't have a problem with it.
I agree with you. I would have walked Ohtani as well. But we're 3 questions in, and 2 have been about Rob Thompson's decision-making. So it brings me here. Because something needs to change, not saying it's all Rob, obviously, but, it's an easy lever to pull, let's say. What do you think the future holds for Rob Thompson and the Phils?
I don't know. I heard the Phillies owner, John Middleton, on these airwaves last week saying that it's the best managerial job Rob Thompson has done since he's been here. I don't know how you go from saying that one week to saying goodbye the next. He won 96 games. He's won more games every single year. And then if you want to they may make that decision. I don't know. But I think it is dangerous to be so short-sighted to make a call that important based on the vagaries of a 4-game, 5-game, 7-game playoff series. I get it. People think things need to change. We're standing around waiting on the buses this morning, and everybody's talking, and all the not only the players but the front office staff and people connected to the organization are there. And I watched Charlie Manuel walk to the bus, and Charlie Manuel, he was always the first to tell you this game is about the players, and the players make the plays, and the players either win or they lose. Managers are there to try to keep the ship steady. I think Rob did that in the face of a lot of things that were going on in that clubhouse this year. Try to keep players healthy for the long run. And again, I don't see how you dole out the praise you were doling out a week ago when they were division champs and 96-game winners to saying, well, that's the move you got to make. There will be changes, clearly. There's free agency for a lot of guys. They haven't performed in the playoffs. The last, what's that? They've lost, 8 of the last 10 playoff games they've played, going back to the 23 NLCS. So there's something that needs to be better. But so I don't know what the future holds, but I do know that they, had a pretty high regard for him last week, and we'll see over the next few days, I guess.
Scott, not just Topper, but how do you parse when you think about the decisions they have to make? How much should we weigh into the postseason? It is such a uniquely small sample size that matters so much to all of us. It's 4 games, and 3 of them were super close and coin flip games versus the regular season, because I think it's difficult for me. I'm sure the front offices try to think about things black and white and very analytically, but it's hard because these guys were great during the regular season. Topper was great. Schwarber was amazing. And I'm not saying Schwarber was bad in the series, but just in general, like short-term, long-term, because they have big decisions to make here, Scott, and it's those two things have to be conflicting in their minds. Like, hey, we're great in the regular season, but we seemingly can't get over the hump in the postseason.
I don't know how you necessarily rectify it. I mean, you either I think as leaders of the organization, and by that I mean, whether it's John Middleton or the rest of the ownership group or Dave Dombrowski and his team, they have to decide whether or not they feel like that the manager and coaching staff put the players in the best position to be successful. And if they feel like that happened and the players weren't successful, then I think you look first to the players. But the players play this game. The players play this game. And, I know there's been, everybody's analysis on the bunt call. I can draw out for you 100 different, very reasonable, very plausible ways that situation plays out if they don't bunt. And they don't end up necessarily with the Phillies winning, right? I mean, they held the Dodgers to 3 runs in the last 2 games, right? The pitching staff held the Dodgers to 1 earned run in 11 innings last night. They didn't win. It's because they didn't win because they didn't hit enough. They didn't hit enough. This team was built. When I say built, I'm talking about the money that was invested in, let's say, the top 5 highest paid players, right? Turner, Schwarber, Harper, JT, and Nick Castellanos. Those are your 5 big guns. And they didn't get enough. JT had an amazing series at the plate. Kyle Schwarber had a big night in that game. But Harper hit 200. Kyle hit 188. He had a high OPS because 2 of the hits were homers. Nick hit under 200. He drove in 3 runs. Harper drove in none. I mean, that's where this lies, if you ask me. That's where this lies, is that they didn't hit enough. Is that because their skills are declining or they're not the right players, or because they just had a bad week? I don't know the answer to that. I really don't. I do know that over the long haul, they won 96 games. That makes them a really, really good team. And it gives them plenty to work for or work with as they go forward to next year. But I know people are frustrated and they're heartbroken and they're sad, and I am right there with them. This is my life. And, it's like a death in the family when this day comes, and it comes every year. And only one time in my life has it come with the Phillies winning the World Series. So, it's tough. It's a tough day.
Yeah, no, I guess I'll try to be the guy here to bring in some positivity. Let me ask you this question, all right? Christopher Sanchez. All right, now listen, I was watching him like a proud father yesterday on my couch, remembering when he was up and down, he was a Bailey Falter type role. What was it like for you to see him on that stage after everything he's been through to get to that point? Wheeler goes down. This guy was a star who was making Freddie Freeman look lost at the plate in this series. How about this for a positive question? Just what have you seen with him and the growth of him? Because he's going to be a part of this.
Bros, it's the exact thing I was thinking about during the 2 innings that Tom was on the air, I had a chance. I was going back and we dug up the numbers. He was recalled and optioned 14 times. 14 times. He was called up and sent back, and called up and sent back. Sometime on the same day. Until that day in June of 23, when they put him in the starting rotation. You remember back then it was a question: would it be Falter? Would it be Sanchez? Would it be Falter? Would it be Sanchez? Who was going to be the fifth starter? And to see the growth, to see the maturation, to see him just being a total stud in the postseason. I know a lot of people had a lot of hands in it to help get him there, make him stronger, make him a better pitcher. But most of the credit has got to go to Christopher. He's such a good human being. He's a humble guy. He's a hard worker. And, I mean, as a person who's in this organization, I was really proud of the way he took over that job, as you said, from Zach Wheeler as the number one guy. And he pitched every bit like a Cy Young type ace in this series, for sure.
He did. It's an incredible development story, and he's awesome. And he earned the Cy Young votes he's going to receive here and be awarded in about a month from now. Scott, we appreciate you hopping on. Appreciate all the spots the entire season. And I'll speak for everyone listening, the fan base. We love listening to Scott. Do an incredible job. Thank you for the season, and I'm sure we'll talk soon. And enjoy the offseason that starts a little too early here. Thank you, Scott.
All right, thanks, guys. We'll talk to you again soon.
There you go. Scott Fransky, the voice of the Phillies.
Yeah, I figured I'd try and throw a little positive spin on there. It's been a down day.
It has been. And you're right. He's right. It's 14 times to go up and down.
When I say this, I truly mean it. I was sitting on my couch going, I felt I was crying. Like, this is when the game was still in the, battle, him and Glass. Now I'm going, this guy is stones, man. This guy has stones.
Now, does it make you feel better or worse that we found out after the game that the umpire apparently apologized to Christopher Sanchez for the call that went the wrong way, the strike that was called a ball in that 7th inning? I mean, is it worth apologizing to him if you're the ump?
No.
Does it make him feel any better?
No.
Like, I think you just got to eat that if you're the ump.
Yep, you got to eat it.
Because you make him feel worse. Like, not only was I wrong, you were right.
And it wasn't one of those 50-50. Sometimes they show the box and the ball, they show that orange blurb that kind of hits the line. I mean, this, like 75% of the ball hit the zone.
Yeah.
I mean, it was crazy.
And that was the batter that scored the run.
I know. That was the game-changing moment.
So Game 5 is
Saturday.
Back on tomorrow.
Yeah, we get the game back.
Dodgers, fly in. We're playing tomorrow night. All right, back to the phones here in a second, but I do want to...
yeah, please do this.
Yeah, let's read this.
Please do this.
Is this now 2 weeks in a row I'm reading an A.J. Brown tweet on the air? Oh, these are wonderful.
Now, did Kyle and I both send you that at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
We're on it. We're locked in.
All right, we got a tweet here from A.J. Brown sent out about 8 minutes ago. Quote, just to clear this up, that wasn't a meeting or a sit-down. I said I don't recall because it got painted like there was tension and Say had to step in. Say as in Saquon. Mm-hmm. Had to step in. That's not true. I was walking to my car, saw them, and stopped to talk. Nothing more.
Well, then that's not a meeting.
That's not a meeting.
So somewhere along the line, either AJ is diminishing what this was, or it got painted to be bigger than what it was.
What in the hell
because
is going on
Jimmy
here?
Kempski's original report was they talked for hours. So I think AJ's lying. I don't think that Saquon and Jalen made their side of it up. I think they sat down and tried to air this out. And here's AJ playing this card again. That's my gut feel on it.
So Jimmy's a good writer, good reporter.
Very.
From just following Jimmy over the years, Jimmy's not going to put something out that he didn't hear for real. Like, obviously, it happened clearly. They all acknowledged it. I do wonder if now that this is all out there, did the person who told Jimmy try to tell him so it would look good? You know what I mean? Like
yes.
Maybe it wasn't an hour. Maybe they spoke for 15 minutes, but it was like painted as they had a big meeting.
1,000%. The first thing I thought was...
And now AJ's like, yeah, that really wasn't a big meeting.
Yeah, no, the first thing I thought was whoever gave him that info was to paint the picture that things are moving in the right direction. It was very team-friendly. Right. That was my first thought.
Hold on. I'm calling BS on this.
Now we don't know if anything happened?
Well, no. Like... I'm thoroughly confused because this it started off as a meeting that lasted a couple hours, right?
That was the original report.
But when Saquon was asked about it and when Jalen was asked about it, it's been presented to them as this meeting you guys had.
Yes.
AJ, what AJ's saying there is
no meeting.
A happenstance conversation in the parking lot. That's not a meeting, right? So if Jalen and Saquon are being asked and say, what happened in this meeting? Wouldn't they say a meeting? Like, it wasn't a meeting. Like, we just chatted in the parking lot. Like, a meeting to me feels
first of all, you're sitting down.
Yes,
you sit down.
It's premeditated. You set it up.
Yeah. There are chairs.
So neither Saquon nor Jalen said a meeting. Like neither of them made it seem like you guys blew it out of proportion. They both said, we want to keep that private. It's about the team. The way they spoke about it was that was a meeting.
Also, why is he tweeting about this now? Why does he feel the need to throw cold water on the said meeting from 4 days ago?
Why not at the locker when he was asked about it? He kept saying, I don't recall. I don't recall.
Yeah, he's got a smirk on his face.
I know. Dude, he's playing the game, man. He's making it more difficult for this team to get back on track. And that bothers me. Whether there's turmoil and maybe he's frustrated, rightfully so, when there is adversity, are you doing everything in your power to make sure this team can get it right? At least try. Of course not. And he's actively on purpose making it worse.
You guys got me in a pretzel. I don't know what the hell's going on.
He's making it, but he's doing it on purpose to make it harder for everybody else. That's a problem. That's a real problem.
We are barreling towards a trade request.
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean, we're counting the days down until he says I want the hell out of here. I just don't understand what's the point of putting this out there the day after a loss. Who is this for?
Maybe himself. Maybe it's to your. Maybe this is him going. No, I'm getting the hell out of here. Kevin Patullo stinks. Sirianni stinks. Jalen, he probably thinks stinks, even though I disagree. And that's where we are. I
don't get it.
Yeah, go to Cleveland. And have who's Browning? No, that's that's Cincinnati.
Dylan Gabriel.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, go have fun with Dylan Gabriel. Right. Shut your mouth. I know you guys are going to say something about Jalen. Yeah, I know.
No.
You're going to say Browning's better.
No, I was going to say something about Jalen, but something about the meeting thing because I found Elliot asking him about the meeting.
This is asking
question and answer to Jalen about the meeting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you tell us about that meeting and why it happened?
Yeah, it's just us talking about the collective, talking about taking ownership for what we can, and talking about how we move forward as a team so we continue to find ways to win games.
Why the need for a meeting, do you think?
It's really just teammates being teammates.
What was your takeaway conclusion of the meeting?
I don't want to make this about that, right? We got a short week. We got
dude,
that's not a parking lot happenstance.
No. What
are we talking about?
No, that's bad. That's bad. I mean, really, this is disgusting.
Well, he's trying to undermine the whole thing.
It's a car. We talked at the car.
Again, I'm gonna just I'll read it again.
Was it like The Office? Like
they stopped each other in the parking lot and said what's up. No, the way Jalen just described it was they had a meeting.
Yeah,
a meeting is not. You see the guy in the parking lot.
We may need to start building in the weekly. I just read A.J. Brown's tweet because we're doing it now. All right, so here is his tweet from now 13 minutes ago. A.J. Brown, quote, just to clear this up, this wasn't a meeting or a sit-down. I said, I don't recall because it got painted like there was tension and Say had to step in. That's not true. I was walking to my car, saw them, and stopped to talk. Nothing
But
more.
How does I don't recall fix that issue that he feels was there? If he felt the issue was people were pinning him against Jalen and Saquon had to step in, the phrase I don't recall with this smug look doesn't help your case.
How is this locker room on the verge of falling apart so fast after Super Bowl?
Nick Sirianni.
But you know what? The vibes are horrendous.
They are terrible.
I'll tell you what. Like, they look, and the 2023 thing, we're well past that. Yeah. They're not even winning enough games for this to be considered like a fraudulent team. Like, they look like they just stink. I will say, though, they don't look like they're having fun at all.
No. They look miserable.
I mean, that's a parallel to that season.
The Giants look like they're having fun.
Yeah, unfortunately they do. They had a lot of fun last night at the Eagles' expense.
Sirianni the other week talking about the guys got to enjoy the wins.
What happened? This all happened so fast.
Now, do you think Nick screams at Eagles fans by week 9?
That is the next phase of this.
It is. We're walking through the same thing all over again.
Yeah, this is.
Who gets fired mid-season? Who's the Sean Desai? It's not Vic Fangio, of course, but
Patullo.
But who's going to step in and be the Matt Patricia?
Who's the
quarter? Yeah, who's the
Scott
passing
Loeffler,
game?
or whatever his name
is?
Who's
the passing game coordinator?
I just keep reading this tweet. It's unbelievable.
It's insane.
Also,
dude.
why put this out?
Because he's He's a diva. No one likes to use the word with A.J. Brown. He's a diva to a T.
All right. Right. The trade deadline is 3-4 weeks away. Is it above or below a 5% chance they get him out of here?
Well, it comes back to the stuff that makes it difficult with Howie. I don't know the ramification. There might be a world where it may be at borderline impossible. You know,
well, I'm not saying it's 50-50 or anything close to that. No. I think it's above 5%. They trade him out of here this season.
And I don't think, we forget, they took on the worst dead cap hit in NFL history with Carson Wentz because it had to end.
This feels rotten.
You're right. It could be to that point.
This feels rotten. 215-592-9494. My goodness gracious, what a day we've had today. We hear from you people. Take your calls. And one more from Bryce Harper, a moment he wishes he could have back. How about this answer? That's next. Midday Show, Broads in for Hugh on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with BetMGM Network. We're on the Longhorns plus 1.5 against Oklahoma. This line has been moving all week. Open at Texas minus 2.5. Now the Longhorns are getting points, all because there's a chance Sooners quarterback John Mateer could play. But this is a rivalry, and I think the Sooners are trying to pull one over on Texas. I don't think Mateer is going, which means you're getting Texas at a great number. Take the 1.5 while you still can. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Fall is here, and you know what that means. Comfort food and tailgates. Nothing brings the heat to your spread like Hatfield Recipe Essentials Chorizo. Picture this. Cheesy chorizo dip bubbling on the table. Or a pot of hearty chili on those crisp game days. With Hatfield, you're getting flavor you can trust because they put better care into every step. For better pork on your plate, turn your next tailgate or fall feast into a winner. Find recipes at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
Doug. Limu and I always tell you to customize your car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. But now, we want you to feel it. Cue the emu music, Limu.
Save yourself money today. Increase your wealth. Customize and save, we say.
That may have been too much feeling.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, has got a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boostin' with the Boys, and it's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. So here's how it works. Each week, they're giving everyone a profit boost to use on college football. No opt-in gymnastics, no invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets the boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with an extra payout on the line. It's easy, it's fun, and it's only on FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/Ike to download the app, check out the Boostin' with the Boys offer, and get in on the action. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The return of Red October. Bring back the rally towels, the bat spikes, and the champagne showers. Bring back postseason baseball at McGurk's. McGurk's Pub and Grill, where you can feel the brotherly love. So grab your crew and head over to McGurk's for the game.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Which team is this for again? That doesn't matter.
Not my Sixers.
Not yet.
You know what? I don't think my joke today got enough love.
Well, you people have seen it all day, so I'm sure they have something to say.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the afternoon show. I got nothing. No giggles, no nothing.
Really? It's
nothing.
not a laughing matter.
Well, come on. I do want a Sixers hat and zip up today.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm clearly all Sixered up.
Read the room.
You're right. There's probably a big F by me. What are you going to do?
I found it funny. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if I found this as funny. Could we hear from Bryce Harper last night? He was asked anything he wants back from the series here against the Los Angeles Dodgers.
You could have something back from the series, maybe not you personally, but as a team. Is there something you look back on and say that might have been an opportunity we missed?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Mookie at bat. Getting through right there, obviously.
What?
And then, myself just missing pitches over the plate in the zone. Yeah.
The Mookie at bat.
That's amazing.
That's incredible. Yeah, the Mookie at bat.
You know when our closer walked to run in?
Yeah,
when our closer walked to run in, that's the one.
Oh my goodness.
I think he took that question a little too literal.
Yeah.
We didn't mean like losing the game.
No, he did catch himself. He's like, well, and then by the way, me.
Yeah, I
did
also
miss some
hit
pitches.
200.
What would you like to have back? Oh, the Mookie at bat. Oh,
Bryce,
man.
we're talking about your at bats, pal.
I mean, what if he was like, probably Kerkering throw to home?
Yeah, for real. Essentially, though, I mean, that's kind of what
Throw
we're
that ball
working
to
with here.
first.
He takes out his Broads notebook. Well,
Hey.
the topper decision of bunt, Robertson in game 1, Kerkering in game 4. I want them all back.
Listen, this notebook can make a lot of money.
Yeah,
this notebook's got a lot of thoughts.
I appreciate the notebook.
Yeah.
So you write things down, guy?
Of course. It's almost as precious as Ray Didinger's yellow notepad.
No, what is it, like a bind?
It's a nice, solid, this one might be a 3-subjector.
3-subject. Yeah, because you got 3 or 5. Yeah.
I have the 5 in the... So I have a scrap one where I put all like my notes that I write, and then
Is that for the doodles?
This is
Yeah.
the show. Actually, I do have a little doodle guy.
Yeah.
on
I
there.
see the doodle guy.
I knew there were doodles.
He showed you people the doodle
Yeah,
guy. He's in there.
I got a little doodle. This is the secondary page of the doodle, to be fair.
Now, I can't really see. You strike me as a terrible handwriting guy.
Oh, yeah. Well, how would you rate this handwriting?
That's not... Well, it's not good, but it's not horrendous.
Okay, here's the you people
Yeah.
again for the you people. You know what I'm
So,
saying?
Angelo once, eviscerated me for
handwriting?
my handwriting, yeah.
Well, Angelo had very nice handwriting, and he used to obviously have the notepads,
You
too.
ever work with the people that go no notepad?
Nothing?
Nothing.
So
and I'm not saying you can't do. Listen, if I didn't have it, I could still do a good. But I feel empty or naked.
You need something.
I'm nude. Imagine doing the show nude. You don't want to do the show
especially
nude.
with you people.
Yeah,
They
of
don't
course
want
not.
that.
Now
Yeah.
that we're on YouTube, you don't want to be naked. But I would feel naked. I would feel naked.
Yeah, so
one time I forgot my headphones. I had to use one in here. I felt naked.
Oh, you're not the same with that. You're
No,
on headphones.
I need the headphones.
So, speaking of handwriting, I used to be a notepad guy like you are. Now I've switched to just the phone or electronics or my email, and I make myself notes.
That's fair.
Because my handwriting has gotten so bad, I stopped being able to read my own
your
handwriting.
handwriting's deteriorated.
It's gotten worse. Yeah.
Once you can't read your own.
No, it is.
That's rough.
I just
You strike me as a lefty.
No, I'm a righty.
Okay,
But
I can see you doing the smearing
Yeah.
of the ink.
I had a moment where I wrote something down. I was like, I don't know what the hell this is. I got to stop.
That sounds like a Hugh problem.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised that was Hugh, and now that's you.
Yeah.
Hugh's rubbing off on you, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. All right, let's go to Cowboy Jim. What's up, Cowboy Jim?
I just ate. Does Brode have to describe him being naked? Thanks a lot.
Yeah, sorry. It's 1:30. It's 1:30. We made it that far.
I was going to say this, but where are the Giants fans calling in? Are you guys scared to have Giant fans call in? Or
I don't think.
fans call in?
I mean, they've been dormant for 12 years. Yeah.
Scared. That's scary to me. And what kind of Hugh Douglas do you think we would have had today? Told you so, Douglas. Excuses, Douglas.
All of them.
What do you think?
Giggling Douglas at our pain. Yeah, I mean,
and whatever the most annoying version possible.
You would have been that all day.
Picture that.
Yeah. And which offense was worse last night? The Eagles or the Phillies?
Wow.
Phillies, maybe?
Well,
the Phillies went up against Dodger
Right,
pitching.
yeah.
The Eagles went up against the Giants.
I can't
fair.
trust that
Okay,
enough.
you're right. Eagles it is. That's a good point.
What was more embarrassing, Kerkering or 4 straight tush pushes?
It was
Come
effective.
on.
It was effective.
That's all we got right now. It's all we got.
The 4 tush pushes was endearing.
It's all we got right now.
That was
the
a good
NFL
drive.
and the Eagles, they're a disgrace. Disgrace with the tush push. False starts. But the good thing about it, guess what? The NFC East is up for grabs now. So
Jim, don't get. You're gonna
Not
get.
for all of us.
Are you getting chesty with the Cowboys?
With your defense?
Hey, listen, I'm worried about the Panthers this weekend.
You should
so
be. You should be.
I should be, right. So as the Eagles are who we thought they are, fraudulent, phony, and false starts. And maybe you should have gone for Brian Schottenheimer as your offensive coordinator. So good luck.
All right, that's enough.
I've got to be honest with you. When he said Florida, I thought, did the Dallas Stars play the Panthers coming up in a couple days? Can I ask you one question on the hockey thing? I made it in 3 hours and a half until I bring this up.
2-1 Panthers last night.
2-1 Panthers. Did it ever, and be honest with me, and I feel I know the answer, was there a second where you were looking in the mirror and said, Joe, I'm going to check in. I'm just going to check in
with the Flyers last night
to see how the Fly guys
I had an eye on it.
Did you have an eye on it?
Kyle's
Yeah,
a
you're a
hockey
hockeysman.
guy.
You're a hockeysman. So I respect
the
that.
answer is no.
Okay, I'm not surprised.
But I think if it was a one other game night, I would have. Right? If it was just the Eagles, I would. What the Flyers do in their first game? Or if it was just the Phillies, I would have at least checked the score. Unless I was in the misery of the Phillies. But with both, couldn't do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
At least you're being honest with me. And truth be told, I had a difficult time. It was third TV on mute the whole time. I glanced here and there. It was a dud of a game, but I mean, I just wanted to know. I wanted to see
When's
if you
the
at
next
least
one?
peeked in.
Game 2 is
Saturday against Carolina.
What are we thinking?
I think they're going to lose.
Okay. All right. There we go.
That's all we got. That's all I wanted to throw out there. I needed some puck it up.
I get it. Mike in Medford is up. What's up, Mike?
Oh, boy. After listening to A.J. Brown's tweet, my first thought was we are sorely missing the leadership of people like Brandon Graham and Jason Kelsey. Somebody's got to be there to stop that.
I think that's a fair point, Mike. They are. I think especially on the defensive side, they are very young and they're just they're not where they need to be at all.
Yeah. So, I called in, obviously, to talk a little baseball. I have a theory about the Giants game last night. I don't know which one you want to hear first, but
let's do baseball. Let's do
football.
baseball, and then when with your theory.
All right. So baseball. I mean, I completely agree with Kyle's assessment of the playoffs, which is basically the hitters are going up against the best pitchers. I mean, they're even putting starting pitchers now, in the ends of the game. My problem is that I feel like our team's not built to handle that. We've got home run hitters. If you go back to the regular season, I mean, you probably look up how many games the Phillies scored 5, 6, 7 runs, but they also had 4 or 5 home runs. I just don't feel like we have enough people who could just, shorten up the swing and put the bat on the ball when it's needed.
Yeah, they don't play
It's
like
either
a
home run or
team
nothing.
offensively. I think they don't really, and everyone says, pass the baton, this and that, but I don't feel they play as a unit, a 1 through 9 unit as an offense.
Yeah, exactly. It's either the top 3, the ones that we always talk about, or all of a sudden here comes Stott and Sosa with a big-time hit, that in that one game that week,
Yeah, Mike, I'm going to use a cross-sport comparison. Like the NBA now, you kind of have to hit a lot of threes to win. Everyone shoots threes. And the Phillies in this series, they had one game where they, to use the basketball analogy, they hit 60% of their threes, right? That was game 3. They hit the home runs. They were hot. And in the other games, they just missed every single one. And it's like, it's hard to win that way. It's hard, and it makes every little thing, every little possession or inning that matter that much more when you're not hitting your shots or obviously hitting their home runs like we want them to.
Yeah, and there's no mistakes, and they're not throwing up the meatball, third string pitcher to to close out a game in the middle of July. So, yeah, my quick theory about the Giants, I wonder if the Giants lost so bad to the Saints is because they spent a week and a half preparing for the Eagles, because Brian Dable basically is looking at this as his Super Bowl. Because I just did not expect that. The Eagles have not lost like that to any team this year. I mean, they lost one game, and they were close to better teams. So I wonder if that was their thinking up there.
Yeah, I just think that he was on such thin ice, Brian Dable.
Mike, appreciate it.
That he can't even overlook a Saints team. And I think it's more, and I'm not trying to diminish what the Giants did. They did what they had to do. They played tougher. They played harder. But I think a lot of that wasn't really the Giants being this masterful weapon of 2 weeks of preparation. It was more the Eagles just did not come ready to play.
Yeah, I think we've done a lot this season so far trying to justify what the Eagles do with all these different particulars, right? Oh, well, it's the Cowboys. That's a rival in week one. Then, well, it's the Chiefs. It's a Super Bowl rematch. Well, the Rams are a rematch. Well, the Bucs, it's hot. Well, it's 6 games now, bros, of sample with the Eagles. Mm-hmm. They have been outgained and have fewer yards in every game. The common denominator is the Eagles.
Yes.
Right? Like,
they're not a good team.
Right now, they're not a good football team, and it's remarkable that we've gotten here because we walked into the season as a Super Bowl favorite. This is the best roster in the NFL.
Yeah, and even if they did the typical, it's hard to have a lot of success after winning a Super Bowl, they don't look competent, right? There's a big difference between looking like this and looking competent, maybe losing games and struggling. Maybe you go 10-7, and it's one of those seasons, but okay, you're coming off a Super Bowl. They don't look competent. That's a big difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's a huge difference.
Well, and then I think the other thing that we probably haven't talked as much about today, they're very banged up now, right? Like last night, think about their defense. You could have made a case before the season, Jalen Carter, Quinyon, Nolan Smith are 3 of their 5 best defensive players? You throw Bond in there, Cooper. They were out 3 of their 5 best defensive players. Mm-hmm. Like, they just don't have the depth. Last year, they had so much depth, right? Mm-hmm. Like, they had Sweat. They had Brandon Graham. They had Milton Williams. You start picking off a couple of the starters that are good, it's like McCoob is a rookie. Campbell, I like, is a rookie. But they've got guys out there like Ty Robinson got a lot of snaps last night.
No pass rush.
No pass rush.
When I'm looking at, remind me, Zadarius
Smith.
Zadarius Smith and Ojulari as your 2 guys that make noise here and there, holy hell, you got a pass rush problem.
Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. Let's grab Art in Philly. Art, good afternoon. Art.
Hello, Art.
Art going once.
Get the hell out of here.
I like the name Art.
All right. That drop is Art.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Art's become one of our favorites.
I'm an Artsman.
Yeah.
I'm an Artsman. It's a shame he wasn't ready for us.
Maybe we'll get him in a minute. Mad Mike, good afternoon.
Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
It's your day. It is your day, especially with the quarterback and the football team.
I mean, that quarterback is the fraudiest fraud, most protected player ever. All my toys aren't on the field. I can't play. Oh, what am I to do? Jalen Hurts. St. Jalen is a fraud. He's not a top 5 quarterback. I don't want to hear him mentioned as a top 5 quarterback. That performance was pathetic.
Well, it was bad.
Pathetic as that baseball team.
You're gonna have to eat this one today, Broads.
That's okay. I understand. Jalen was bad yesterday.
I mean, can we just can we call a spade here? The head coach is just Mr. Magoo, just wandering around. He doesn't really do anything. I mean, he just lucks into things. He's lucked into a Super Bowl. He's lucked into all of this. Howie and everybody else is just doing all the work around him, and he's just, I'm a Super Bowl winning head coach. No, you're a moron. And the quarterback is like, well, how come Saquon's not running the ball for me? I can't be back here throwing the ball. Like I've been telling you guys that this team's a bunch of frauds. Oh, and the tush push, always offsides. But sure, let's not always see them offsides. But, no one could stop it. Just stop the play. Well, if you're not cheating, maybe we could stop it. This team's the fraudiest of frauds.
Oh, it's great hearing from you, Mike.
Yeah, always good. I mean, it's a win for Mike today. I mean, what are we going to do?
I hate Thursday. Now, can I ask you this question? Because people are tweeting what Dan Orlovsky said on Get Up this morning. Mm-hmm. They're running the same plays out of the same concepts, out of the same formations. When you look at Saquon's alignment, more often than not, it's going to tell you what the play is. it has to start there, right? And now there's plenty of layers. We talked about offensive line play and Jalen's play, which he had a chance with busted coverage in the second half, and the pick was unacceptable. So I don't want to make this just a Kevin Patullo issue, because it's not. And hand up, it's everybody. But if you're running the same plays out of the same concepts, out of the same formations, and Saquon's alignment tells you information that is important, how much does it start there?
It's huge. It's
insane.
So I think because we heard Saquon earlier say everyone knew we were running last year. I think the difference is the Eagles were so much better than everyone last year, right? Their O-line, Saquon was probably just better. He had his career year. Maybe you could get away with, I don't know what the right word is, like simple concepts or ones that are easy to diagnose when you're better than everyone. But when you're not, like they're playing Toth out there.
Yeah.
Steen's not as good as Becton.
Becton was so good, it's not even funny. And you just forget about it because we think Jeff Stoutland can snap his fingers. And most of the times he can, but sometimes this is just what it is.
Yeah, and look, it's the NFL. Like if you're 10% worse and you're predictable, bad teams will make it hard on you. Like that's what we saw. They have to wake up in every way, coaching and the players. Like Jalen, just use him for that example again. He could make up for Patullo, right? If he hits those two shots,
it's a whole different game.
But he's not making up for Patullo. Patullo, I would say, I've been saying this to Hugh for weeks. He's lost at sea. He's a man without a compass. He's just floating on the ocean. He doesn't know where he's going right now. It is a mess. I don't know if he's ever making it home either. It's not good. He's gone. Gino in the Northeast. What's up, Gino?
Good afternoon, guys. How are you?
Hey, Gino. What's up? What's going on?
I really have to follow that guy who just wanted to just take shots at Jalen.
Yeah, that's Mad Mike. Yeah. He just does it.
Mm-hmm.
I've been around town today, all over the city today, work and stuff, and everybody's just miserable. I mean, it's just, and I got to tell you,
why.
I called to talk about the Phillies, but before I get to that, I just wanted to say I've had about enough of A.J. Brown. I got to tell you. I mean, he's a great player, but he's sitting there in his locker last night like it's like he's doing stand-up comedy with with his actor. Like no one wants to see that after you just got your ass kicked, dude. You know what I mean? No one wants to see you sitting there acting like it's a joke. His body language on the field was terrible all night.
I hate when they show the signs of him on the bench, and you could just tell he's like not locked in and doesn't give a damn.
He's become the classic diva receiver, Gino. It is happening, and it's like happening fast at this point, where he's totally about himself and the team and how it all goes a second.
Like if you don't want to be here, then just come out and say that. Stop with the passive aggressive nonsense. Come out and say it, and we'll see what we can do. You know what I mean? I hate that. Just say what you mean. You know what I mean? It's so aggravating. And as far as the Phillies go, the only three guys on that team who don't deserve any blame are the three starting pitchers. Those guys were incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And, you said it, Joe. It's so true. Our starting pitching is good enough to win a World Series. The rest of the team just isn't. They're just not.
They're not. And Gino, the craziest part of that statement, and it's true, is that they did this without Wheeler. And Gino, we appreciate the phone call. Like, imagine if when Wheeler went down, I said the starting pitching will still be good enough to win the World Series, but they won't.
I got a I told you so Douglas moment for you.
Yeah?
My guy knows, man. Let me tell you something. I've been on these airwaves 2 a.m., 3 a.m.,
defending Knowles,
4 a.m., ready to throw haymakers with people, saying my guy Knowles has big balls in October.
He had him.
And nobody believed me, and no one believed in him. But I told you so, damn it. What an effort.
Wow.
I mean, what an effort
he
by
completed
Noah.
The circle, filling in for you. I told you so.
I told you so, Broats. Let's put it on our Mount Rushmore of Broats.
We can do
We
that.
have Notebook Broats. We have I Told You So Broats.
I do like Notebook Broats. He's my new favorite Broats. All right, can we check in with you people, see what they got for us today?
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you need, you people?
It is a sad day when Mad Mike's call kind of hits.
I mean, what are we going to do about it? Like, I can't fight him today.
Yep. 3 bleeping clowns you guys are.
Yeah, well,
what did we do wrong?
Well, you did show up in what's essentially a clown
It's the only team
costume.
that didn't hurt us, although VJ Edgecombe can't play tonight because he's injured.
Yeah.
Again,
they didn't hurt us because they can't right now.
Well, just when the press release comes out
opportunity.
about shutting Edgecombe down for 2 weeks, that's coming soon.
Yep. Blah, 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 whatever. We get it.
I understand that today. Yeah, it was a lot of, I feel like people don't want to hear it. I get it.
You still have to come to work, by the way.
With talk show.
So
we
the blah,
talk.
blah, blah thing. It's going to happen. You guys are a disgrace.
Is that about the team or us?
I don't know. But what
did we do?
What did we do today?
I thought we were pretty on point.
Yeah.
I thought we actually had a phenomenal show.
Always on point. Yeah. Always on point. Yep. Broads is exactly the idiot I needed to hear from today, and I mean that in all sincerity.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
All right, I'm glad. I actually take that extremely positive.
That's exactly what we're going for.
Yeah. I'm glad I earned my paycheck today.
You did.
That's right.
I would need that idiot in here today. Yeah.
Let me guess. Phils and Eagles just needed more pucks on net. Give me a break. Stick to hockey.
You got to get in the corners.
That was a classic.
Muck and grind,
Yeah, a
baby.
little more forecheck.
That's right. Yep. Get F1.
I do not like the Kyle guy.
Is that from Hugh Douglas?
I don't know.
H. Douglas.
Let's hope Hugh's not in the U people. Yeah, that's just not.
He probably is.
Well, we've told him to stay out of there because he.
I know. I heard him call out people's mothers.
Yeah. I know. It's a little sensitive sometimes with the U people.
Kyle looks like he should be a waiter at a French restaurant. I was once a waiter at a French restaurant.
Well, you have the look
you
then.
nailed that.
You do.
Yeah.
I could see you in the black tie with the, you know what I'm saying? The black suit.
Were you a good waiter? Were you a good waiter?
Yeah, sure. Well,
he doesn't seem very
depends
confident
on the application. Okay. Don't make me taste a bunch of wines and describe what I tasted because it all tastes like wine.
Oh, so you're not a future sommelier?
No,
okay.
No. I'm not Hugh Douglas.
Yeah, right. That's for sure.
Kyle looks like he works security at an art exhibit.
Are we just basing this off the stash?
I think it's the security thing.
Okay.
It could be anywhere,
Yeah, but you don't strike me as security.
I'm also not an art guy.
I didn't think that either.
Definitely not a security guy.
A Pepsi guy. Dave.
I'm the Havoc
Yeah,
Reeker.
that's an interesting poll. By the way, I looked at it 5 times and thought sharp, but interesting.
Girlfriend works for Pepsi.
Oh, okay. Now that makes more sense.
That makes more sense.
But that's a sharp.
Because at first
item.
I thought Kyle's just a big fan of Pepsi.
No, I don't drink soda.
I never see you drink a soda.
So I apologize to my girlfriend.
It's fine.
But if you were gonna, it'd be Pepsi.
Yes,
of course.
absolutely. Broads looks like he works the register at a gas station.
What do you think? You think
I don't know if
nailed
it's
it?
the outfit. I think it's.
Is it the man bun?
It's probably the tats and the man bun, I guess.
Yeah, but the tats and man bun can do a lot more than gas station attendant.
They could, but they're selling you a little short.
It's pigeonholing the tats and the man bun.
Yeah,
as if that's the
well,
only
then
thing
me
you
and
could
Spike both own a hell of a gas station.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, we have a lost listener. Spike is talking nonsense right now.
Oh, have you ever experienced the lost listeners?
No.
So sometimes it happens on the app because the Odyssey app you could pause and rewind. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it happens on YouTube where you can also pause and just then come back to it. Like if you close down your computer, people get lost and they're still in a different day show or a different day part, and they'll comment during our show,
and they're talking about something that happened in the morning show or something.
Or they think Joe is Spike.
Yeah. I guess they could.
Which I don't see.
Well, I don't see it either, but an annoying, thin, white guy. I mean, it's
that's
one of us. Yeah. It's one of us.
Yeah. Lost as a variety of implications there. You guys are giving Jalen Hurts a pass as always.
No, it's not true.
I don't believe that's true at all.
No. Again, I was going to say coin. We stole the term, but with permission, early onset Russell Wilson disease.
Do you guys think I've been fair with my Jalen assessment?
You have.
Sure,
you have. Okay. And I think today you had to
because
be.
People had to drop the act.
Well,
it started with you.
Yeah. I got nothing. All
right. Was it Monday or Tuesday? We're asking the entire audience if they're ready to drop the act.
Probably Monday.
But I think we might have to start with Douglas. Yeah.
It's going to be up to Hugh. He's the leader of the people right now. Speaking of Hugh, still found a way to catch some strays by the U people chat.
Good.
So Hugh got too banged up last night in celebration of his guy Scadaboo scoring 3 touchdowns.
Well, yeah.
He was referred to as Hugh Scadaboo yesterday.
He was. Yeah, he's a big Scadaboo fan.
Well, it's hard not to be with the way he plays, right?
Sure. People would love him here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. He's a Philly guy.
Yeah,
you kidding me?
He would be. There'd be Scadaboo jerseys all over the city.
We'd be talking about getting Saquon up out of here. The upper room finally gave Hugh a call, huh?
We would not be laughing as hard if it was. No, he's fine. He's fine.
He transcended.
Yeah.
Today's one of those days where we need Hugh to get my mind off things by talking about some nonsense that doesn't matter in the slightest.
He would have.
I could have opened the show with the Jacksonville Jaguars, but I decided not to.
Well, you didn't want to get suspended the way he was.
No.
Yeah, that's right.
One more here. Mm-hmm. Disappearing when we need him most. Bryce Douglas or Hugh Harper?
That's a good one.
Which one do you like better, Hugh Harper? I like Bryce Douglas.
Bryce Douglas is
Hugh Harper's
phenomenal.
got the alliteration, but Bryce Douglas.
Well, Rod would love a Hugh Harper.
He would.
He would love a Hugh Harper.
Yeah, Rod does love a good alliteration.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me?
Hugh.
We can. We could do that on Monday, yeah. It's weird. It's weird now. Like, we got it all out today, right? The afternoon show's up after us. They'll get their emotions out. But we don't even get an Eagles game this weekend to cleanse it. We got the Eagles game last night that made us more pissed off. Like, this is like and then we got the Flyers tomorrow, right? But
thank you.
But for the most part, it's a quieter weekend.
Oh, yeah. You got to watch Mariners,
Tigers
Detroit. You
tonight,
all
yeah.
in? You ready? Scooble?
I think Scooble might shove tonight. Yeah,
There isn't really anything that can happen on NFL Sunday that can cleanse this, can it?
No, that's why if it was an Eagles game and they won, we kind of start moving forward. It's going to be a weird weekend. Might have to drink the sorrows away, come back in here Monday, regroup.
Get banged up?
Yeah, I might have to get banged up. Yeah, it might be one of those weekends. All right. Broads, you're back on tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow and Sunday.
Tomorrow and Sunday.
A little double dip around that 3 to 7 range. So
All right.
I'll catch you guys then.
All right, stay tuned for Broads. All right, you guys have a great weekend. It's going to be a weird one. It certainly is. Disappointing. I mean, a majorly disappointing ending to the Phillies season here. And don't worry, if you thought we were soft on the Eagles, we will dive more into that mess coming up next week because there's a lot to unpack there because this football team should not be as bad as it is right now. All right, that's all for us on a Friday. We're going to hand it over to the afternoon show. They have, I'm sure, a ton of reaction to both of these things. I was hoping today that we and them and everyone would be coming on, getting ready for game number 5. We're not getting that, but we are getting all their reaction coming up next. You guys have a great weekend. We'll talk to you. Hugh back on Monday. Broads twice this weekend. I was going to say, go Flyers. Get us a win. Someone get us a win. Afternoon show is next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Auto Lenders chooses their cars like the birds pick their players. They carefully scout only the very best. Some are built for speed, some for power, some for utility. And with their rookies, there's barely any mileage on them, so their upside is incredible. You see, Auto Lenders has a deep bench. Thousands of one-owner, low-mileage vehicles, all for thousands less than the competition. So we can't be beat. Like the birds. Fly, Auto Lenders, fly. Proud sponsor of this year's coin toss.
Bet 365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Hey, Eagles fans. Crown Royal is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. And this season, it's not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you because they'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit crownroyal.com/Royal Rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, UD fam. Need a great spot for your next event? The iconic Klondike Kate's Restaurant and Saloon, nestled in the heart of Main Street on the University of Delaware campus, is the place. Whether it's a birthday bash, shower, rehearsal dinner, or business event, we've got you covered. Stop by on Tuesdays for half-price Kate's Original Nachos, or wet your whistle any day of the week during happy hour with $3 Bud Light and Michelob Ultra specials, $7 Western Sunspring Waters, $6 Jack or Tito's drinks, and more. Visit KlondykeKates.com.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and love is in season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. This family-owned jeweler has been helping couples for 35 years with stunning rings, expert guidance, and custom in-house designs. And when it comes to the perfect ring, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger, Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula? No. Coffee? No.
So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo? Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. For a team that just won the Super Bowl and started out 4-0, the Philadelphia Eagles sure seem to be in a bad spot right now. They dropped 2 straight games, and the injuries are piling up. Their main strength, the run game, has disappeared. They're still atop the division, but now they're 4-2. Hopefully for the Eagles, last night's loss to the New York Giants was a wake-up call before this season gets out of control. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Swing and a broken bat, comebacker. Kerkering knocks it down, picks it up, throws wildly home to the backstop, and the season is over. And Kerkering, who had an easy out at first base, the inning was over, but he threw wildly to the plate all the way to the backstop. And the Phillies season has come to an end.
Wow, Jack killing the vibe right at the top of the show. It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Not the show, Ike, we had wanted to do today, but is the show we have to do today, as we all... Not a great night in Philadelphia sports last night. We all do it together. Ike, how you feeling?
Yeah, this is one of those times where, listen, we're just pour me one to start, and we'll go from there. We got a lot to talk about, a lot to work our way through. I'm probably going to need a few today. So, yeah, we got to work our way through this thing for 4 hours, and I've been listening to everyone else. Morning show, midday show. They've done a great job trying to, be radio, what do you call them, psychiatrists?
Yeah.
Therapists, yes.
Therapists.
You know, you're on the radio, and we're trying to do that. And now we're up. But I got to tell you, Spike, I think I'm in need of this as much as our fans are, because quite frankly, that's what I am. I'm a fan, and I bought all the way in, and I wholeheartedly believe that this thing was going 5, and the Phillies would win in 5 at Citizens Bank Park. And that game last night kept us on our edge, at the edge of our seats, the entire night. Every pitch, every at-bat seemed meaningful, and to have the season, the game come to an end on what really amounts to a brain cramp. Or you want to call it a brain cramp, or, you want to be harsh, he choked
Yeah,
or what have you.
whatever. Yeah.
It comes down to that. It really left an empty feeling in my stomach. And if that wasn't enough, if the sports god hadn't had their way with me enough at that point, they just had me sit through the rest of the Eagles game.
Yeah,
as I devoted the majority of my attention there once the Phillies game ended. And I don't even know what that was last night.
They weren't there to cheer you up. I can tell you
To
that.
the New York Giants,
yes,
Mike.
the worst team in the division.
A team we didn't think even could score 20 points, let alone 30-some points last night.
10 points. We all had them at 10.
Yes.
12, 13.
Unbelievable. We'll get through this. I'm sorry that was long. I know I got more to say. Jackie Baseball, I'm feeling for you, my brother. I'm feeling for you, man. I'm feeling for you today because I feel the pain, too. Holla at your boy.
I just can't believe it's over. Like, I sat there. So, like, first off, there was like slow motion. Slow motion. Ball goes back to Kerkering. I'm like, oh, thank God they got out of it.
Yes.
And then you start seeing him turn. I'm like, what are you bleeping doing?
Yep.
And then he, in slow motion, it flies into Fransky's booth. Like I cannot believe they lost that baseball game. And he's not the reason. Like, he's the single reason at the end.
At the end,
He's not the reason they lost that game. I mean, it was a hard, like, dude, they freaking just one run, just one more run, and you have that. There's a lot of moments from it that we're gonna be thinking about for a long time. But man, it's like they went toe to toe with a great team, and they
battled. Yeah.
They just came up short, and that sucks. Yeah. That sucks. They were right freaking there.
The Kerkering moment froze me. The only moment I can think of that I remember, it's not the same thing, but I just sat there with my mouth wide open, was the Kawhi shot. When it just bounced on the rim and you couldn't believe, and you do this thing in your head where you think, well, maybe something happened and they're going to take it back, or
this can't be real.
This is not how it's ending. It's ending with Orion Kerkering throwing the ball 10 feet to the right of JT Realmuto on a dribbler. This is how it ends. It's almost, and baseball is the cruelest ending. I was talking to a friend of mine about it last night, because baseball is so much time, and then it's just over. It's 162 games and playoffs and all these dreams, and then there's just no more. And Jack, you said it right. They went head to head with the best team in baseball. They were right there every single game. They had a chance to win every single game. And I think ultimately, what is the undoing? And there's so much to this, right? I mean, there's the top of the lineup did not really show up last night, and they're going to have to wear that, right? And
you got to.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't escape that.
You can't. And you can point to the top of the Dodgers lineup and say, well, look what Ohtani did, but they won. So
exactly, they won.
Yeah, so it just sort of is what it is. That's how it looks.
Yep.
And it really, you can look at all the batting averages you want. You could say they were 1 for 11 last night. They could have won the game with 2 for 11. And that's how baseball is. If one of them has a hit, so the top of the lineup's going to have to wear it. And then I look back at this series, and I am just I'm just sad. I'm not mad at them. They tried hard. There were great performances last night.
They
Sanchez,
won every game. They were all 4 games. They were in it to the end.
Sanchez was great last night.
Yeah.
Jesus Luzardo.
Oh my God, Sanchez last night.
Luzardo coming in on just pitched Monday night, coming in and shutting down Ohtani, and that was great. I think what it comes down to, what I look at is in games this close, we were the poorer fundamental baseball team at the end of the day. There's Castellanos not playing that right, and then in this game, there's Kerkering throwing the ball away. There's maybe Bryce could have gotten a double play, a couple minutes earlier.
You got the Trey Turner where he threw to the right of JT as opposed to making a good throw.
Yep.
Robertson coming in.
Robertson
coming in. There's Bone booting the ball last night. There's just little things.
The Alex Call should have been
the
strikeout.
Bone play didn't hurt the team though.
It ended up not hurting the team.
Yeah, it should have that on record.
The next pitch, inning was over.
That's right. Watch your narratives. All
I'm
right,
sorry.
watch your slants.
I'm just
find a new slant.
I'm just
the best hitter in the damn series.
It was him and JT.
Yeah.
Him and JT. Yeah.
But the Alex Call strikeout, which of course,
oh my God,
the umpire apologizes to Chris Sanchez. Thanks.
It makes it worse.
Yes.
Thanks. I wish I never heard
you
that.
said. I wish he didn't apologize.
Exactly.
Of course not. Yes. Yeah.
Dude, and the Sanchez look, that should be a meme.
Yes.
Quite frankly.
Yeah.
Because he knew it. Like, come on, bro, that's a strike.
And it's hard for that not to get in his head afterwards.
What's it called? What are we doing next year?
ADS.
Yeah, whatever the hell that is. We need it now.
Could have used it yesterday.
Yeah.
Could have used it yesterday.
And whatever you do, don't look at that entire at bat because 3 of the balls that he called a strike, 3 of the balls that he called a ball were actually strikes.
Well, and then to kick dirt on it, Schwarber to start the at bat in the 11th, the ball's at his head, he calls it a strike.
It looked like Schwarber was going to hit the umpire.
He's close.
Yeah, he got in his face. I think, and then you get here, and I think ultimately the reason that you're sort of at a loss and sad is 2 things. One, I think we all liked and believed in this team. And there will be a lot of people that called it, they say, I knew the bats were going to go cold. I know it. But this team was different than last year's team. They just
Felt
were.
different. It did.
They were. And then the other part of
Even
it is.
this lost series feels different.
Yes. Yeah.
Than the one against the Mets.
Oh,
it does feel different.
They're both 3-1, but they were different series.
Yeah.
They were different series. And the Dodgers are way better than the Mets. And we all
played
knew
better in this series than we did against the Mets.
We all knew we were losing that Mets series. We hoped after game 2,
right.
But after game 1. And the other thing is you just sort of look around, you see the free agents that are there, Schwarber and JT and Ranger. And Harrison Bader will be a free agent. Yeah. And then you see the age of all these guys, and you, at the end of every season with a core like this, you wonder when they're free agents, is that it? Is that it? Was that our shot? Are we ever going to have a shot like we had this one, like we had on this one? And I know there will be an off season full of exciting stuff or interesting stuff that we'll talk about, and we'll get excited during spring training. But there is sort of this feeling of loss. It's almost like when a relationship ends or something, and you devoted all this time and all this heart into it, and then they come up short. So if you want to call about the Phils, we'll talk about the Phils. We're going to talk about the Eagles today as well, 215-592-9494. We'll get into the Eagles a little bit later. That was a horrible game. And from a lot of different reasons, that was a horrible game. They looked unprepared. They looked unready. They didn't look like they were in the game the same way the Giants were from an intensity standpoint. I was hoping the Eagles, after losing the Denver game, would come in with a new sense of, but all of the same stuff was there. And you look at this team, the Eagles at this point, and you say, well, okay, what do they do really well? What do they do? They don't run the ball really well. They don't pass the ball really well. They don't stop the run really well. And you try to talk yourself into it. I think the Eagles are at a point, forget about Super Bowl. They need to spend the next 10 days figuring out how to be just a good, solid, efficient football team because they just got blown out by the Giants without their best player.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I still think on face, everybody feels the Eagles are a better team than the Giants.
Yes, I would hope
They just didn't play well last night. The defense, to me, was the most disappointing thing about last night. Jalen missed throws last night that I certainly would imagine he wants to have back. You can't miss Devontae on that wide-open throw there. You got to give him a chance to catch that ball. And the interception you had down there when you were trying to stage a little bit of a comeback, down by 10. Can't have that play there. AJ's wide open over the middle on that very play. I don't know why AJ wouldn't be your number one read on every friggin' pass play. Okay, if he's not open, okay, then I'm going to somewhere else. But to immediately look somewhere else and never see AJ wide open, it's understandable why AJ is frustrated with the offense at times and him not getting the football. Last night I looked at that game and I said to myself, you know what? Maybe this is the ultimate wake-up call for them. Right? You get a little bit of shell shock Sunday against the Broncos when you were up 17-3, and you kind of figure you can walk to this Giants game, undermanned or not, and you're going to win. And it didn't happen.
No.
And they showed up last night as if they thought it was just going to happen.
And you said this before the game, that the Giants were going to show up looking at you like you were vulnerable.
Yeah.
And that was a big game for them.
How many sacks last night?
3.
3 sacks last night. Could have been more.
Yep.
Right? The Giants were certainly looking to get after this offensive line, which I think is a big part of the reason why we can't have a sustained running game. How does Saquon get 31 yards on his first 2 carries, and then 27 yards the rest of the game?
Yeah, well, he was hit behind the line of scrimmage almost every time he touched the ball.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable, and I hope they use these days to really have a come to Jesus moment with themselves and realize that this thing can turn dark real fast.
Yes.
And what I mean by that, I mean the bright light and celebratorial atmosphere that we have around this team coming off of what they did last year into this year can change in a heartbeat. The city, we as fans, doesn't take much to see the other side. And when you start losing games and expectations aren't met, you're at 4-2 now. You go to 4-3, this thing gets ugly.
Real quick.
Gets ugly real quick, and then you have to play with that swirling around your team all year long. So whatever is bothering this team internally, I suggest they get it fixed over the next 10 days.
And for everyone who laughed at comparing it to 23, I'm sorry.
Man, that's where we're at. That's where we're heading.
There are enough. It's not exactly the same, but it doesn't have to be exactly the same.
Don't have to be exactly the same.
You can point out the ways that it's different, but I can point out more ways that it's the same. Yeah. And I'm not saying that that's going to how it's going to end up, but that is the fear.
Yep.
And really, it happening earlier in the season makes it. If that happens. What if the Eagles had played 4 more games that season? They would have lost all 4 games, you know?
And by the way, we've said this from week 1, day 1. From the first time seeing them on the field to the second week, to the third week, to the fourth week, we were able to pacify ourselves with wins. Now that's no longer. It's 2 straight losses to 2 inferior opponents. One at home, blowing a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter. The other on the road to an inferior divisional opponent that was without – did they have anybody besides the quarterback and the 2 rookies, a quarterback and the running back?
And Scatterboo. Yeah, that's
what I mean. Like that's all they had last night.
No.
And it's an embarrassing loss. So that's 2 straight games that we've been embarrassed in defeat. And again, the 4 wins that I heard everyone say, be happy with the wins. We're a 4-0 team. They just won the Super Bowl. Be happy. Well, now we can stop being happy. Right now, everybody can stop screaming, be happy we won the game, because now we've lost 2 straight games we shouldn't have lost. And this season, from an internal standpoint, looks like 2023. So we can quit ignoring this stuff now because there are losses there now. We can't hide behind the wins anymore.
I think the
ugly wins, by the way.
I think in the last 3 games in the second half, which is when they're supposed to be better, right? In the last 3 games in the second half, they've scored 1 touchdown, the Saquon wheel route touchdown.
It's unbelievable.
They didn't score last night. They didn't score in the second half in the Tampa game.
Yep.
And they didn't score. And they scored 1. That one against Denver, and that's it. That's not a Super Bowl team.
Man.
Yeah, that's not a Super Bowl
team.
215-592-9494. We're going to do both. We will do the eulogy on the Phillies season in what promises to be an interesting offseason. There are a lot of questions there. We will get through that. We'll talk about last night's game, also talking about the Eagles as well. 215-592-9494. Starting us off, Corey in Columbus. You're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Hey, man, I really appreciate what y'all do. Jack, this is my show. But listen, man, I hope y'all got time today. Listen, first of all, y'all live in the city. Y'all live together. So everybody's dealing with the same thing. Me, I was out of town. We got to deal with this by ourselves. Dropping the kids off. The gym teacher with the stop sign. A tough night, man. Worry about these kids getting across the street. We know it was a damn tough night. This team right here, both of these teams. I can't really be as upset with the Phillies, but I'm upset with the leaders on the team. Like, it's always when we need y'all the most, y'all don't show up. Like, it's like Bryce Harper, Schwarber. Y'all showed up in game, the last game or whatever, but it's
game 3, yeah.
Yeah, game 3, but it's like, I need y'all more. One run, I get it. The Dodgers are a good team. Then y'all put, Topper, you put Kerkering out there. We all know Kerkering is terrible, but I know what he had to do. This dude panicked. You throwing the ball to Wembanyama thinking that he out there, what I'm saying, 10 feet, long arms. Like, what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing? Like, it's like we got to go out sad like that. Like, what I'm saying? I know people want to be like they more sad than mad. Not me, because it's like the series thing. It goes back to what happened in game 2, all that. Like, all them frustrations come out. And then let me get on this football team. I'm a big optimistic person when it comes to the Eagles. But these dudes, man, now, let's start at the head. Jalen Hurts, you my guy, but I don't know if you were smoking too much cigars. Listen, I'm not going to say everything is him, but it's like you missing people running butt booty wide open. And like last week, we gave you the pass, AJ slowed down. But then you do it again. Like, it's like, what do you be looking at? You don't ever throw to Dotson. right? Now, all of a sudden, we throwing the Dotson or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Dotson, you out there, and I get it. The throw is a little behind. Play DB. Break it up. You just let the DB catch it on you. Run, right? You know what I'm saying? You got the coach
and
out
then
here,
ran 40,
Sirianni.
50 yards the other way with it.
Exactly. Sirianni, what you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're supposed to be the culture guy. You don't call plays, right? This team get penalties all the time. Sidney Brown does not need to be on my football team. This dude got more penalties than tackles. Every game, he hitting people out of bounds, and I love Sidney Brown, Big Ten guy, but he is a dumb football player. Who else on this team? You remember when Philly wasn't having their trash picked up, when they had them trash dumpsters?
Yes. Yeah.
That's them two the cornerbacks out there. That's them two cornerbacks. You got Nicki Minaj booty and you got Cardi B booty on left and right without Quinyon Mitchell out there. These dudes are terrible. They can't even play at Georgia, Ohio State, Alabama. They don't need to be on the football field, right? I ain't seen Jordan Davis since the field goal block. Where you been at? We was praising you. You starting to look like heavy guy again. You know what I'm saying? Bologna sandwich guy, right? A.J. Brown, I love you. Great player. You don't got to cry all the time, dude. I get it. People, Jimmy Tinsky out here making up stories or whoever, right? But you don't got to always be bringing attention to you. Learn how to talk. Educate yourself with media, because all you do is bring attention on yourself. Jordan Mailata, every week, we're one block away. Well, block. Because you out there getting ran through by Brian Burns, tall as hell, 6'8", squat. You know what I'm saying? Where is that? And then this dude calling plays. You running the ball halfback dive like it's Madden every play. You don't got no kind of creativity, and I don't know what it is. I'm not smart enough to know. I'm a fan. Is it the quarterback? I don't think it is. He ain't that bad. Now, he might not be elite, but this dude ain't terrible.
Hold on.
We can't score more than 17 points. We ain't scoring more than 17 points in 2 games with Devontae, AJ, Goddard, all these guys, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all letting these rookies run through y'all. The exciting whites, that go to the other team. Y'all need to drop that podcast, because last time I ain't forgot about that either. Y'all doing podcasts and stuff. Reed Blankenship, you ain't made a play since the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? The exciting whites, let them call them on the other team. Y'all got ran through by the Giants. The Giants ran through. You know what I'm saying? Y'all should be embarrassed. I don't want to hear no poetic justice, no proverbs from the quarterback. Y'all better get this stuff fixed and quick. I'm tired of these on-again, off-again seasons. Damn, we can't even celebrate the damn Super Bowl and talk our stuff because y'all clown asses don't know how to deliver. Y'all out here getting ran through by the Giants, the New York Giants, not neighbors and Eli Manning and Odell Beckham and them cats. These rookies, y'all getting ran through. Y'all should be embarrassed of how that happened. That's all I got for y'all today. I'll holler at y'all, man.
Now, I don't like...
It's good stuff.
I don't like the angry shows as much as I like the happy shows. Corey...
I couldn't tell.
Well, Corey, that might be what I thrive in. I might thrive in the angry shows, my own personality, but I enjoy the happy ones. But I will say...
Yes.
Corey brought it right there.
He did.
I mean, that was the Mailata line got me. You said you're one block away, then block him.
Then block him, then. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Because if we hear one more time that we're one block away.
Yeah, well, the Jordan Mailata show will be interesting on Monday.
If he shows up.
Yeah, oh, come on. 215-592-9494. So we have Phil's. It is a group therapy session. Whether you don't have to be angry, right? You can be sad about the Phils.
But if you're angry, it's welcome.
But if you're angry is fine too. So Phils and Eagles all show long. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, has got a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boosting with the Boys, and it's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. So Here's how it works. Each week, FanDuel's giving everyone a profit boost to use on college football. No opt-in gymnastics, no invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets the boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with an extra payout on the line. It's easy, it's fun, and it's only on FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/Ike to download the app, check out the Boostin' with the Boys offer, and get in on the action. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown!
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. Empowered by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store to check out the latest deals.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
If you're tossing and turning in a tired old mattress, it's time to call an audible. Now save up to 60% at the Mattress Warehouse and score your choice of a free box spring or an adjustable base with select mattress purchases. Want to stack even more savings? Hit the floor model clearance event and save big while supplies last. 0% interest financing, the Signature Mattress Warehouse 1-year lowest price guarantee, and 100% comfort guarantee. You'll sleep like a champ. Shop now at the Mattress Warehouse or mattresswarehouse.com.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Learn more at IBX.com.
The Giants routed the Eagles last night 34-17 as their rookie quarterback Jackson Dart had the Eagles on their heels all night. And so the Eagles have now lost 2 in a row and their record is now 4-2. It's tough to lose to a Giants team, a team that is now only 2-4, but the Eagles did. They have 10 days to get ready for their trip to Minneapolis. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
From Westchester to Doylestown, from Drexel Hill to Lansdale to Philly, we all look out for each other, stepping up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you. Learn more at IBX.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Afternoon Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. 2:30 Tupac, of course. 5:30 Creed. 2:30 Tupac.
And we're shedding tears.
Yes.
So many tears.
So many years. So many tears, for sure. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Visit the area's only jeweler with over 5,000 Google 5-star reviews. Experience the Mark's difference online at marks-jewelers.com. Should the Phillies fire Rob Thompson is the first Twitter question we are at. Now, your opinion, Ike, I think we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
I think we're both...
I'm going no.
Surprisingly, no. Now, they have a limited number of extreme things they could do.
I wanted him fired last year,
yes.
but I don't want him fired this year.
But there's a difference in how last year ended and how this year ended.
I agree.
Truthfully, I do think overall, but the Twitter question is, do you want to guess where the Twitter is at?
Well, I would imagine... I think Topper has a good amount of support. I just don't know how much of it shows up today in this poll. So I'll say it's leaning in the favor of move on from him. I'll go 64%.
60.5.
Okay,
60.5%. I get it. I understand.
Yeah.
I think... I think
even that says something the day after a loss.
That it's only 60%.
It's only 60%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think two things. I think one, or it is one issue, and I think there's two factors to it. They need to be a better fundamental, smart baseball team. Mm-hmm. They are bad in too many different ways. They're bad base runners. We had the rundown issue. They don't seem to know situational baseball at all. So that is a reflection on him. I also think, to an extent, it's a reflection on the players that are on the roster. You need to, when they start talking about, and I know we're not there emotionally yet, but when they start talking about ways to remake this roster, you need more limited guys that are like that. You know, you look at the Dodgers, and Teoscar Hernandez is like that. He's a bad fielder, and he's, maybe not the most fundamentally sound baseball player, but the rest of those guys, I think, are. And we have to approach it from not we're the big stars, we can do whatever we want. We have to approach it from this is a team built on pitching. It's built on starting pitching. And you can't have bad fielders behind you, and you can't be giving up a run here and a run there when you're going to want to win 3-2 games, because one run will kill you, like we saw in two separate games. So I don't think they should fire Rob Thompson, but I think when they think about constructing this roster for next year, we need more players who play baseball, I hate to say it, the right way. Yeah.
The more Baders.
Well, look at the he struck out in Bader's pinch hit appearance last night. And I know we all thought he was going to be the hero there. I thought he was going to be the hero. But look at that at-bat. First of all, he got it to 3-2. He fouled off 5 straight pitches, waiting for his pitch. And then you compare that at-bat to the at-bats that Marsh had, the at-bats that Schwarber had, the at-bats that even Bryce had, the at-bats that Trey had. Mm-hmm. We need more guys who go in there and think that way and think the game that way. And I think that it's a Rob Thompson thing, but I also think it's the players that you have on the team.
So I guess every player is a little different, but I would ask you, Fritzy, from a talent standpoint, how much more difficult is it for a guy with more talent as a hitter to be that fundamentally sound versus somebody who has to rely on that to be a Major League Baseball player? Some guys need to rely on all the fundamentals of the game to be a good player because they're not physically as talented as others. And then you have the natural athletes, the guys that are just more physically gifted that don't have to be as fundamentally sound. So I'm wondering, I know Marsh doesn't fall in that category, but when you're talking about Bryce and Trey and guys like that, I wonder how hard is that to switch over to someone that approaches an at-bat like a Bader.
Yeah, it's almost just like you have to, for me, it's almost like you have to find players that can do what Bader does rather than try to change players.
Right.
Like, I don't know if you can just change guys. I think you almost...
Especially at this stage of their career.
And with Turner, Schwarber, and Harper, it's almost like you're going to let them kind of do what they want. It's just like, if you can find... The biggest thing the Phillies have to find is players that can do... that aren't one-dimensional.
Yeah.
Like I think there are a lot of... Castellanos is a one-dimensional guy. Bohm is close to a one-dimensional guy, even though his defense is more improved, but he's close to one-dimensional. I mean, you could say... I still think Stott can be both. I think we just believe in Stott as a city a
I don't
lot.
know why.
Well, but
I like Stott, but I think he is what he is.
But let's look at the guys
He's
that
never
are
going to be Chase Utley.
No,
yeah. Well, that's the GOAT right there. He's probably rooting for the Phils last night. What do you think?
But he is that kind of player. He's not a one-dimensional player, I don't think. Stott. When you look at the bench, right? We have Sosa is a complete baseball player, but Weston Wilson is a one-dimensional player. Otto Kemp is a one-dimensional player. You know, those guys, you're nervous wherever they are in the field.
Yeah.
And it's not just fielding. It's just the way that you approach the game. And I think when you have young players around veteran players that don't approach the game the right way, it must. And, you know, I think it's all of them. And when we're talking about one-dimensional players, this is why you have to think hard about the Kyle Schwarber thing. Because what you are committing to from a salary standpoint in a team that is already extended pretty far from a salary standpoint is a DH who hits home runs, who may not thrive against great pitching. So when you think about spending money, do you want to pay a guy, and I'm not against bringing Kyle Schwarber back, but do you want to pay a guy $30 million for 4 years to be a DH, or do you want to get two players who are complete baseball players that can help your roster? Because we were saying yesterday, it's not about the top that we saw in the difference about the Dodgers, not even about the bottom. It's about the middle. It's about they have more Bader type, that level of player all throughout the lineup than we do. You know, whether it's Will Smith or Paez or Kiki Hernandez or all of those guys. You know, so it's a roster thing, and I think Rob Thompson too needs to make it important. I think he and the leaders on the team, the little things, needs to make it important.
I'm not in the blank check mode for Schwarber.
Yeah.
I'm not in the give him whatever he wants. I love Kyle Schwarber. I really do. I think he is. You saw the impact in Game 3, but it is a DH. Like it's something you can find out there, and they got to get deeper with better players. Now it's hard to replace him because it's 56 home runs, which probably settles at 45 next year.
Hell, even if it was 40.
40 to 45.
Well, when you look at his entire career, it's probably 40.
It's 40.
Yeah.
But here's the thing that I say to that, and I'm not somebody you have to bring Schwarber back. To me, it's the production that I'm focused on. If he's the only power source on the team, you want to get rid of Casty. Everybody seems to think Bryce is declining, so you're not getting much power out of him. Like, where's your power source coming from if you don't have a home run hitter on the team? Like, who's generating the 3-run shots and all of that? Who's doing all of that for you?
Well, I also think that can be done by I think if you replaced 3 players on the team with a player that is 20% better at hitting home runs and replace Schwarber with a guy who hits 30,
you know, how do you replace 20% better than Castellanos? That's 20-something home runs, right?
Right. But even at third base, we had 11 home runs out of third base.
Sure. But that's the easy one to replace.
Yes.
From a home run standpoint.
Yeah, left field. We didn't get any power out of left. Really, when you look at now, when you combine Kepler and Castellanos, Kepler hit 15 home runs, Castellanos still hit 20, something like that. But maybe you're losing, maybe you have 10 fewer home runs, but we're already saying that Schwarber isn't going to hit 56 again too. So can you in building the roster? Again, I'm not against having Schwarber on the roster.
That's fine. I'm just saying, but you're still replacing.
Yes.
You're replacing production that's there.
Can we find a way?
By the way, production on the team that won 96 games.
Yeah, 100%.
So when we think about this team was one game away from winning the most games in baseball.
Yep.
Think about that. And we're talking about replacing 3 or 4 guys in the lineup with somehow better production.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's much harder to do than bringing guys back.
I agree.
Than keeping talent that you have.
But I also think, can you save runs by putting a guy in right field who can field the position? Can you save runs by putting a guy at third base who is a plus fielder rather than a neutral fielder?
Well, how much better at third base are you going to get defensively?
Well, I don't know. We'll have
a
to look at
Gold
who's
Glove
there.
over there?
I don't know. We'll have to look at who's there. Right field.
Well, that matters, though. I'm saying that.
I
You
know.
got to replace the guy. Like you got to replace and the cost. So you're bang for your buck.
Yes.
You're getting. Bohm only costs you $9 million.
I know.
It don't cost you $30 million.
I know.
So you're bang for your buck.
I know.
Are you getting that as well?
Yeah. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. When you're a GM, that's a lot to have to replace.
I agree.
On a team that's one win away from having the most wins in baseball.
I agree.
You're tinkering with a roster.
What
you had better be good. You better be right when you go to replace these guys.
I agree. But you would also, then they're also in the position with these guys where it's not just Bryce who you think about being in decline. Schwarber, who knows? He should age well, but he's the same age as Bryce is, and he's a bigger body, which doesn't always age the same way. Trey is 33. So it's
finding a 27, 28-year-old that plays at their, like Trey's an MVP candidate.
Yes.
So my only thing is that I don't want to step back, is what I'm saying. Unless you're giving me a bunch of players that I'm going to have locked up for the next 5 years that I know is going to give me that production that's going to shorten this rebuild / retool stage to get me back to the postseason, I just don't know how when you're trying to make over a team that has been in a regular season as successful as they are, it's you see what I'm saying? Like, that's hard to do. Like, that's like taking a 15-2 football team and saying because they didn't win the Super Bowl, we need to change up everything. Like, we need to change up everything. Like, okay, the team you put together is going to be better.
Well, and how about the Minnesota Vikings changed quarterbacks on a 14-3 football team?
Yeah.
Now, might work out, might not work out. I don't know.
They're not going to be better than 14-3.
No.
That's for damn sure.
No, but maybe who knows? And look, it turns out Sam Darnold's actually going to be good, and maybe that was a mistake. Maybe it ends up being a mistake letting Schwarber walk. Maybe at the end of all of this, Schwarber gets 3 years, $90 million, and we're not. And we're not talking about it. I don't know. I don't know how much the playoffs hurt his market. And I've said from the beginning, I think there was a moment where I think we were all overshooting the Schwarber market. That it maybe got a little crazy during his heat, and maybe it's just not as big as we think it is. I mean, Pete Alonso, I'm not saying to sign Pete Alonso, but Pete Alonso wanted 3 years, 90, but couldn't get it anywhere. And Pete Alonso also plays first base and is a more consistent or as consistent from a production standpoint as Schwarber is.
If they replace Kyle Schwarber with Pete Alonso.
No. It's wrong kind of guy.
You want to talk about
I don't think he'd be the right kind of guy, right?
Well, he's the clubhouse. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay, then we got that part.
Yeah. He's not a bad guy. He's just
in a perfect world, sign both of them.
Yeah.
But he can't.
Well, where are you going to?
I know.
Yeah, where are you going to put him?
It's almost like I want Schwarber and another guy. That's almost where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Your pitching is set?
Pitching set. Bullpen's actually in a really good spot. You need to sign one righty because you probably have to, like Kerkering, who knows what he looks like next year after what happened last night.
Do you think they pick up Alvarado? Alvarado's option is $9 million. Do you think they pick that up?
Might as well.
$9 million also feels high. So
yeah.
I think he can come back. I don't know if they pick it up.
Okay.
But I think there's a very realistic chance he's back.
I would bring him back.
But at least you have Duran at the back of the bullpen, which you feel good about. You already Strom's it there at $10 million.
Mm-hmm.
You know, who else? You said Kerkering. Who else am I thinking? Who else is? It was for sure there. No one's
Banks.
Banks.
Banks will be back.
Yeah.
It's really just you got to get one guy consistent righty to get the ball to Duran.
Yep.
Like that's an imperative because we have no idea what Kerkering's going to look like anymore.
Well,
that could have been a career ender.
It could. I mean, it could be one of those things where it's moments like that create yips. I mean, Nick Anderson. Not to bring a basketball thing into it. Yeah. Nick Anderson missed a few free throws. Could never shoot free throws again for the rest of his career. Was shooting 50. Was an excellent shooter, and it ruined him. You know, I hope it doesn't ruin Kerkering. We'll play it later. I was crushed watching him talk after the game. Mm-hmm. I also thought he went there and he took it. He answered the questions straightforward. I hope he can get through it. He looked like he was being supported by his manager and by his teammates. But we're all playing that play in our heads over and over again. How many times do you think he's going to play in his head?
Oh,
I mean, he'll never stop.
Life,
he'll never stop playing in his head. You know.
Oh my God, yeah. You'll never get rid of that one.
No,
you'll never. To have the season end that way, how could you? You'll never forget about that one.
Well, because
it's not a game in the regular season. That's the season ending.
Dude, he's gonna be looking at the ball.
Yeah, that's the ending of the season. Yeah, you'll never get that out.
He's gonna be looking at the ball flying over JT's head for
over and over
and over.
And just say, why wouldn't I throw?
Why didn't I throw the ball to first base?
First base.
I get
Just why didn't I just
He's
throw it
asked
to first?
himself that 1,000 times already.
Well, and the still image of JT pointing to first.
Yeah.
And him
that you
looking.
made sure we all saw.
Yeah.
Oh. I drag everyone down with me.
That's the tattoo, Jack.
What?
Pa has halfway to first.
Yeah.
JT pointing to first.
And Ryan saying, nope.
Yeah. Coming right to you,
right
big fella.
JT.
Right to you, big fella.
Just throw it to first base.
Yeah.
Just throw it to first base.
Do we have Costos?
Yeah.
Is he
well,
there?
let me talk to him.
Oh, you didn't even talk to him yet?
Nah. We're all going through it today.
Okay.
And he's gonna come in so happy because the little Giants won. He's gonna.
Well, he still hates Dable. I don't know how happy. I'm sure he'll be happy.
Be happy about Dart.
I'm sure. Yeah, they have to be.
He's there. He's very happy, celebratory. Yeah.
Nick Costos, host of You Better You Bet, disgusting Giants fan, Odyssey Sports Betting Insider. Insider Call is presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Check out the latest lines on the BetMGM app. Of course, you can listen to You Better You Bet weekdays and bet You Better You Bet countdown to kickoff Sundays 11 to 1, leading you up to kickoff on the BetMGM network on the Odyssey app. Hey Costos.
What's up, guys?
I don't know.
How you guys doing today?
How
it's
are
great
you?
to be on.
Yeah.
Great sports day in New York.
Yeah, we're not doing great.
I'm sure it is.
We're not doing great.
Say this, man, because I've been coming on the show, Spike, since before that you were on it.
Yeah.
And I take my lumps every single time.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yes.
Like a man.
Yes.
I'll just say this.
Yep.
I had forgotten how good it feels to kick the Eagles' ass, which is what happened last night. And it was amazing.
You
and
must have
absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
Oh, I did. Now, I'm not a Phillies hater, so I can't say I took relish in what happened with the Phillies last night, but I did enjoy the Eagles losing to my New York Football Giants tremendously after the Eagles have kicked our ass for years. It was nice to get a little bit of comeuppance last night.
Well, and you got Scattaboo and Dart headbutting each other, and I do have to ask you, if there's one thing you're embarrassed about last night, it has to be Brian Daboll trying to get Dart out of the blue tent when he's in concussion protocol during a football game. That's the most desperate move I've ever seen by a coach in my 49 years.
Well, it was like seen out of like a Judd Apatow comedy. It was like that was like a clown car in the medical tent. It was like the doctor, the independent neurologist, Dart, Scattaboo. I think Odell Beckham might have been in there.
Yeah.
The guy that just gave him the 6-game suspension. And I'm pretty sure Jason Kelsey's in there because he's everywhere.
Right.
Like, Jason Kelsey was probably there also. And maybe a member of the Eagles. But look, was it desperate? Yes. Would you want your job riding on Russell Wilson?
Well, that one throw. I mean, it looked like Russell Wilson didn't want his job riding on Russell Wilson.
Well, and you guys are watching the game. It was like, Dart goes into the tent, and it would be one thing if Jameis trotted out there, because the crowd would have roared. If Jameis
right? They would have cheered.
Russ goes out there,
yeah,
and it's like it's the energy vacuum. Like he's the living, breathing. Like he's like, I'm going to make a really nerdy reference, right? It's like a Dementor in Harry Potter. He sucks the happiness out of everything. Like that, and immediately incomplete pass on a wrong route. It's just like, get this guy out of there. Get Dart back in the game. Look, The Eagles are still better than the Giants, and I know that, and I don't want to get too crazy because they play in a couple of weeks in Philadelphia. Probably will have a different result in that game, but for one night, I'll allow myself to be living large and fat today. I absolutely love it.
Wow.
Well, congratulations, I guess. Yeah. I'll let you have your moment.
Thank you.
Well,
is your favorite?
We're more upset at the Eagles than we are about the Giants. We're just upset at the Eagles, period.
Yeah.
Well, Spike, you're a big Metallica fan, right?
I am.
Is your favorite song Orion's Belt?
It is not. It is not. Enough.
Wow.
Enough. Leave the Orion thing alone, the poor guy. Yeah.
I do feel terrible for him.
Because Costa's a Yankee fan, not a Met fan. Thank God. So there's not. We don't have that natural rivalry.
And when the Phillies play the Mets, unless I bet on the Mets, I root for the Phillies.
Okay.
I have no ill will towards the. Also, we beat you in the World Series in 09.
All right. Okay.
Is it fair? It happened.
It did.
I'm not making that up. It happened.
So we can't ask you your Eagles pick because that game is over. What are your two best games this weekend?
All right, so let's go to Sunday Night Football, guys. And it looks like Xavier Worthy is going to play for the Chiefs. That was the report today. He missed practice yesterday. He matters a lot, obviously, for Patrick Mahomes and this Chiefs offense. And it's not just that Kansas City's offense is big time back on track, and that does matter quite a bit. But it's the really injury-ravaged state of this Lions secondary. Down its top two corners in this game, Terry and Arnold, and DJ Reed, who's on injured reserve. I think the Chiefs kind of named their score in this game. Lean towards the over also, but love Kansas City. Give me the Chiefs to win the game. If you want to lay the 2.5, that's okay also. But Kansas City to win the game on Sunday night against the Lions. And if I give you one more, let's go to, because I like a couple things this weekend. How about, can we go to Monday night or no?
Sure.
I like the Bears plus 4.5 against the Washington Commanders on Monday night. I think that you will get a Bears offense coming out of the bye week with Ben Johnson, an offense that will lean on the younger players like Luther Burden and Colston Loveland and Kyle Benungai a little bit more. And I think that's a really good thing. And I do think that the Commanders should be able to win the game, but Terry McLaurin's not going to play in the game. So I think the Bears will keep it close on Monday night. So Sunday night, I like the Chiefs laying it, and I will take the points with the Bears on Monday night.
Let me ask you a betting specific question at about 4.5, because it was always a Bill Simmons thing that he would always stay away from anything between 4 and 5.5. He would call it the Vegas zone. Oh, so that is not something that you buy into.
I like Bill Simmons, and I consume his content, and I was reading Bill 20 years ago.
Yep.
It's I like his NBA stuff, his top. I like Bill Simmons. Respectfully with this stuff, he does not know what he's talking about.
Okay, fair enough.
And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I think he's a legend.
Yeah, for sure.
The Vegas, what does that mean? You shouldn't bet things 4.5 or 5. I don't even understand what it means.
But he just always said it, so I always thought it. I was listening to him the same time you were 20 years ago.
So the thought is, because to be fair, Spike, that is what we call the dead zone, right?
Yep.
So it's in between 3.5 and 5.5.
Right.
Where it's kind of like the book saying hey, we know the team that's favored is better than a field goal, but maybe not quite 6 points good. So yeah, those games become a little bit hard to predict. It doesn't mean you shouldn't bet them though, is what I would say.
And is there a prop or two you really love?
Yeah, let's go to the Seahawks-Jaguars game on Sunday afternoon in Duval, where Jackson Smith-Njigba, I think we need to start thinking about JSN guys in the same way we think about the Jamar Chases.
Dude, he's $120 every game. It's unbelievable.
I was going to make an AJ Brown joke, but
all right. Yeah, leave it alone. He had 80 last night.
So JSN's receiving yards prop is 76.5 right now at BetMGM. Yeah, and look, he can go under. I don't say this to be it is guaranteed that he will go over. Things happen, he could get hurt. Anything can happen in the game. I think we've just reached a point though. And look, sometimes you'll see Jamar Chase, right? His receiving yards prop will be in the low 70s. That's when Jake Browning's the quarterback. Or for Justin Jefferson, if it's JJ McCarthy, it'll be in the 70s. This is Sam Darnold's playing out of his mind right now, and it's 76.5. And the Jaguars defense is tough, but it ain't that tough. I think the first digit has to be at minimum an 8 for JSN. So let's go over Jackson Smith-Njigba receiving yards, guys, on Sunday.
All right, Nick. Well, congratulations on your Giants. I hope it is short-lived. Yeah, well, most likely.
It will be.
Yeah.
It will be, is my guess.
Daboll's trying to get Jackson Dart killed, trying to save his job out there. I mean...
I texted that to you, man. And Ike, he comes out, okay, like he's not concussed, but he had to go into the blue medical tent to get checked for a concussion. And immediately here's 2 designed quarterback runs like he's brain dead. And I'm not talking about the guy with the brain injury. I'm talking about the coach calling the plays. What the hell is he thinking? Like, and that's the one thing, and I've said this on a bunch of radio interviews today. Like, it's one thing for Dart to play with reckless abandon. Like, you can kind of excuse it. The coach is like leaning into it. Dart is not making it through the season if this is what it's going to be. And I take no pleasure in saying that, but how is he going to stay healthy if this is what it is?
Yeah, he is a good runner, but he's not physically built to get hit by NFL players as much as he's getting hit.
It's not like
and
Cam Newton.
No,
it's not
he doesn't slide. He doesn't, he's a fun player to watch. He's a giant. I'm not happy about it. He is, I could imagine liking watching him play, but it would make me nervous, him running around the way that he does.
For sure.
All right, Kostos, well, thank you, and we will talk to you again next week.
Looking for, do you have can I give you 15 seconds on the Eagles quickly, or you got to go?
Yeah, 15 seconds. Go for it.
Okay, 15 seconds. So, I know things have been bad. I'm curious what it's going to be like. They need Landon Dickerson back. Obviously, got to get Nolan Smith back. I don't feel like anyone's talking about that. And I do feel that when Jacorian Bennett's back off IR, the guy they traded for from the Raiders, I think he will supplant Adoree Jackson and Keely Ringo and be better than them as the number 2 corner. Wishing everybody minimal sweats, winning bets. The absolute very best of luck.
I disagree.
Analysis.
Yeah.
Giants fan.
Get out of here, loser. Host of You Better You Bet and Odyssey Sports Betting Insider Nick Kostos. Insider Call is presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary for all your betting and sports talk needs. Check out the BetMGM network on the Odyssey app. Elliot's here next. You happy about that, Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are? Okay.
Well, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be too annoying on the Phillies.
Nah, I talked to him last night. He was reasonable.
Yeah,
about
listen,
the Phillies.
it just when one season ends like that, it's hard not to feel it. Sometimes you got to put your little bits aside.
Yeah, I don't think he.
No,
felt
I
that.
know.
He felt that last night.
Yeah, he didn't feel it.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
So Elliot will join us next. We are continuing. We have a lot today. The Phillies season ends. The Eagles season heads in the wrong
Falling
direction.
apart.
Yep. 215-592-9494. Elliot will join us next. We'll also discuss when there's a day, there's an AJ tweet. There's an AJ tweet. We'll talk about that next as well. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Get game day ready with Miller Lite and Jameson Irish Whiskey, proud partners of the Birds. All season long, you can register at bars and restaurants across the area for the Philly Formation Contest. Your shot at some incredible prizes. A Birds game experience with Brent Selleck, a game day party at your house, hosted by me, 2 Weber grills from National Appliance Warehouse, of course, plus gift cards from Acme Markets and Fine Wine and Good Spirits. And don't forget to enjoy the Philly Formation drink features every Birds game day. Stop by Crossroads Tavern in Percy for the $7.50 Miller Lite and Jameson shot special with their famous Crossroads cheesesteak, or visit Penn Tap Room in Doylestown for their $9 special with their original Tap Room burger. That's Crossroads Tavern in Percy and Penn Tap Room in Doylestown, the place to be for every Birds game with Miller Lite and Jameson Irish Whiskey. For contest rules and details, visit 94WIP.com. Must be 21 or older, and as always, celebrate responsibly.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into paper airplanes headed to See Ya Never AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, the best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
As you go through your end-of-season to-dos, add Call Horizon Cooling and Heating to the checklist. You wouldn't send your kids to school unprepared, so don't send your air conditioner into hibernation without a checkup from our specialists. If you've noticed your system struggling, weird sounds, smells, or changes in airflow, let's fix it now. Right now, install a new HVAC system and get up to $1,150 in rebates and 0% interest financing. Book today, and help is on the way. HorizonServices.com.
Hey, college football fans, it's time to lock in on those Saturday showdowns. Take your excitement to the next level with a Parlay Boost token from BetMGM. Log in to your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then add any college football parlay to your bet slip and apply the token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted parlay hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Every play can change the game, so don't settle for ordinary this season. Feeling good about your college football parlay? Claim your Parlay Boost token and make this season unforgettable. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at tmobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into paper airplanes headed to See You Never AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, the best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros they serve. Yesterday, we said it would be time to really worry if the Eagle offense didn't get right against the Giants last night. And then Philly didn't score after halftime with 2 fourth-quarter giveaways, losing by 17. There is plenty of football left, but feel free, for now, to panic. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Now, we normally have Elliot on the phone at 3 o'clock on Fridays, but we have Elliot in person today. That's how bad that game was last night. Elliot brought to you by Robin Ford, online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap. Good to see you on a Friday, Elliot.
Wow, being in here makes me feel so much like a Tuesday, but it's a Friday.
Yes.
So I guess there's a little bit of good news today.
Is there?
Well, it's Friday.
Oh, it's Friday.
And you're here.
And I'm here. Yeah. And I'm going to get to talk Phillies with Jack. What else, what else would be better?
How sad are you?
Somebody gave me a happy Friday earlier. No more happy Fridays.
You punch him in the stomach?
Enough already with happy Friday. Well, do you want to? What is now? You were a break the team up, Phillies, chokers, blah 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 blah. Now that the series is over, where are you at on it?
Yeah, I'll just be honest. Like, they kind of won me over a little bit on the last two games. Just to be completely fair, like, they did something I didn't think they would do, and they fought back. Like, they lost for sure, and the top of the lineup didn't show up, and Bryce wasn't good, and all those things are still true. But watching them the last two games, I did not think they had that fight in them. Like, had they won the game last night, and they didn't, obviously, but I was getting ready to say this is the most I've believed in them since 2022. Like, I thought what they showed was admirable. Now, that being said, I do think their main flaws still showed up. Like, they are a sloppy team. I think that's on Topper. The top of their lineup didn't show up. That's on them. But I leave this series feeling like really confident in Sanchez. I didn't have a ton of confidence going into the playoffs just because he never had that ace role before, but he completely stepped up. Luzardo was awesome. Ranger was awesome. They made some great defensive plays last night. The Bader at bat, I know he didn't get a hit, but I thought that was encouraging. Like, they went toe-to-toe with the Dodgers, and they lost, but they did not get embarrassed. They did not wilt. Like, Arizona, they choked. The Mets, I thought they were embarrassing. They just lost this one, and it sucks, but they didn't lose in a fashion where after game 2, I was ready just to, like, disband them. I left last night thinking run it back. Now, that's emotional right now. Who knows? But they won me over, if that makes sense.
They fought.
That's impressive, man.
Yeah, well, I got to be honest.
That's
like,
growth, man. That's growth, man.
That was beautiful. I'll talk Phillies with you all day.
Exactly right. Now I can get a text back.
Well, I think the series was indicative of their season. It was in that's what they did all season. I think that's why we all felt different heading into the playoffs, because they responded.
But the regular season didn't really do it for me. Like, I needed to see it in the playoffs.
Oh, sure, sure.
And I saw it in the playoffs.
Yeah, they were. It sucks to. It felt the series itself felt like the Knicks-Sixers series from 2 years ago to me. Not that the Dodgers are much better than Knicks were, but the whole time, the Sixers felt like they were right there, and they were trying hard, and they were down 3-1, just like the Phillies were down 2-0. And at the end of it, I wanted to be mad. I just wasn't.
That was when Ike started sweating, yelling at you before we even started the show. Remember that, Ike?
Yeah. Well, you guys were at Chickies. I was in my house in North Jersey.
Yes.
And I was just there for the first half hour of the show.
Yeah.
Just to get Ike to. I was just staring. I remember it distinctly. Jack asked me what I thought. I said essentially what I just said.
Classic Sixers apologist.
And then Ike goes, "Are you done?" And I said, okay. Remember, that was very early in the show, too. I mean, we'd only been on together for a few weeks.
Honeymoon phase.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I had no idea what was going on. I couldn't even look at him. I was just getting yelled at over the line.
Well, the other part of it, too, honestly.
That was less yelling at you as
I
it was
know.
I was yelling about.
I
I
know.
Like, the bats on the Dodgers didn't do much either. If they would have
scored more runs, had more hits, hit more home runs, struck out fewer times, drew more walks, stole more bases.
Yeah.
They essentially outplayed the Dodgers
overall
in 4 games.
Can I make a soccer reference that makes sense here?
Yes.
So in soccer, they do this thing called expected goals, right? Where it's like who creates more chances. And there's a lot of times in soccer where you're the better team, you don't finish your chances, but you dominate the game. I kind of think the Phillies, in a weird way, like either outplayed or like if you play that series 10 times, they win it a decent amount of times. Like game 2, they probably end up winning it, right? Game 3, obviously they win the majority of those. And last night was a true 50-50. Like they went toe-to-toe with them and they lost. And I think one of the reasons I don't feel as down about the bats is because Ohtani didn't do anything, Freeman didn't do anything, Mookie Betts had his moments, but he didn't dominate. If the stars on the Dodgers would have dominated, it would have made me feel worse about the Phillies stars not dominating. But it was a pitching matchup. The Phillies pitchers went toe-to-toe, if not outpitched the Dodgers pitchers. And they just got bad breaks. Like, it is what it is. Like, sometimes you play well and it just doesn't go your way. And I can't leave this series. Like, I don't know if I would re-sign Schwarber because he is old and it's a lot of money. But if they run it back, I will enter next season feeling differently than I expected to feel based off the fight they showed.
Wow.
You totally disarmed me. I got nothing for
like
it.
Rocky said at the end of Rocky IV, if you guys can change and we can change.
I'm always open to changing
we
my mind.
all can change.
Yeah, I got nothing. That's
wow.
That's very good.
Yeah, wow. I feel like we should all hug and go home. Let's go get a beer.
Thank you.
I like what I hear there.
Thank you.
I like it.
It was. I mean, maybe it was because I got to watch that and ignore the Eagles for part of the game last night. Maybe that's why it looked so impressive to me as opposed to what I was seeing live.
So, speaking of the Eagles last night, where does that, in the Nick Sirianni era, where does that rank in terms of embarrassing defeats? It has to be up there.
I mean, it's certainly top 5. If you want to include 2021, that loss to the Raiders was really bad in Las Vegas. What?
Top 5.
Last
in terms
night?
Of embarrassing losses?
Yeah, I think so.
It was rough.
I got 5 losses just from 2023.
Yeah, but I think 2023, there were bad losses in there for sure. I do think this has a feeling of, it feels like 2023, and a feeling of, it was an eye-opening loss for me. Like, it was a loss where this thing is broken. It does not mean it can't be put back together. Nick's good at putting things back together. They have the 10 days to do it. But that product on the field is a broken team. Like, I don't want to hear anything about scheme from anybody. This is not about running more from under center. This team is broken at the core right now. They can't do anything well. They're playing sloppy. And, like, they got to put it back together. And so we'll see if they can do it. But this is not, like, I have my idea of who is the most to blame, but this is not one person.
Keeping secrets?
Well, I think it's Jalen. Jalen was awful last night.
Awful?
Well, all right, awful strong. I gave him a D. I gave him a D. He was really
well, you
bad.
started an F, by the way.
Yeah.
I upped him from an F to a D. Because I do think there were some encouraging signs in the passing
game. He
game.
played well in the first half.
Yeah, but then when you miss that Devontae throw, when you make the interception, and he's doing it again where there are plays to be made that he is not making. And it's not the ones that are obvious like Devontae. Like I think it was the third quarter, they're 5 yards from the end zone. AJ is open for a touchdown, and it's not the interception play. It's another one where if Jalen just throws it when AJ cuts, it's a touchdown. But instead, he holds it. He's looking that way. He scrambles to the right, and he ends up throwing it out of the back of the end zone to Saquon. There's just too many times where guys are open, and Jalen's not throwing it.
Okay. Guys or AJ? Because it seems like Dallas Goedert gets all his targets.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, so I would say AJ. Yeah, I would say AJ. Yeah, because Goddard's open, Devontae, yeah.
So here, all I'm doing is trying to workshop this thing because I think it's more of a them issue.
AJ and Jalen.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So can we go from AJ being upset about not getting targets to possibly he's pissed the quarterback off to where he don't want to throw him the ball anymore? You cause all this noise around the team, around the passing game, which indirectly is having fingers pointed at me, and everybody wants to blame me for you not getting the ball. You think at some point the quarterback gets pissed off about this? Like, in other words, would Kevin Patullo get pissed off if everything was being pointed at him like he's the reason? I would imagine yes. Now, he's not going to say it. He's not going to say it, but he's going to get irritated by that when he knows he's putting all his work in to put these schemes in, to put these plays in, and to have them go out there and run them and execute them, only to be viewed as you're the problem with the team. You're the first-year OC. You don't know what you're doing. I'm only saying this to say is that we need to start thinking about the trickle-down effect of AJ's unhappiness as an individual player and what that's doing. Now, the quarterback, because he's been thrown in the eye of the storm, right? I don't know. I'm seeing times when he looks there and he won't throw the ball.
I agree, yeah.
So subconsciously, maybe he don't want to throw the ball to AJ. I don't know that.
Yeah, that's a question only he could answer, right?
Exactly. All I'm saying is that's the type of stuff that needs to be worked out, and that's why their relationship and whether or not they are getting along does matter. Because, I'll say it, subconsciously, this may be happening. I'm not forcing the ball to AJ. You know, what happened in Tampa? They were running the offense in the first half. They come out in the second half. Now, all of a sudden, we're going to force A.J. Brown the ball. He almost threw an interception once or twice in that game.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if the quarterback has gotten fed up with all this. Even though he's been speaking the company line, I'm wondering, is he being affected by this thing about AJ not getting the football?
Yeah, so Jalen's one of the hardest players I've covered to get a read on, but would it shock me if he was annoyed by all this? Of course not.
He's human, right?
He's getting asked all these questions about it, right? Obviously, him and AJ don't seem to have a great relationship, so it's not like it's his friend doing this, right? Like if a friend was doing it, you could almost be like, all right, man, like you could talk about it in text or whatever. So yeah, I don't know if Jalen's annoyed by it. I would just guess he would because it seems like an annoying situation to be in. But I just think on the field right now, they're just not operating at anywhere close to the level they need to operate at. And
we all agree with that. We all agree with
the
that.
question is, how do you turn it around? And I think there's layers to it. Like the offensive line, I thought actually had good stretches last night. Brett Toth did not play well. Like he hurt them last night.
In pass pro, they played pretty well. I thought running wise, I
agree with that.
It didn't look good. I mean, when I went through it again, aside from those first couple of runs with Saquon, every time he ran the ball, he was getting touched behind the line of scrimmage. Now, pass protection, that's part of the when you look at Jalen's stats, they look fine from last night, right? But then you start looking at some of the completions, specifically in the second half. There's a lot of he has the ball for a long time, and that is one thing that is similar to previous years is him not doing it right away. So I think it's a few different things on there.
But all that being said, if he hits Devontae, they're only down 3 at that point. The defense was horrendous. So I know we don't talk about defense, or at least I don't talk about the defense. I don't seem to talk about it. They were awful, right? And like
they were the reason they lost last night.
Yeah, they were definitely.
In my opinion, they were the number one reason why they lost last night.
They put him in a hole early. And this is the thing too. There's a lot of they're predictable on offense now, right? I think one of the reasons they become predictable is because they get put in predictable spots. 1st and 15, 1st and 20, down 10,
3rd and 8.
Yes,
they're
they're putting themselves in situations where, of course, they have to throw the ball. Right. Or if you're down 10, of course, you have to change how you do things. So, do I think that there are tendencies in the offense that are predictable? Yeah, but I think there probably always have been. Saquon said it last night. I thought it was perfectly put. We were predictable last year. Everyone knew we were running the ball. It didn't stop us because they executed better. Yeah. So I just think right now they are not executing. And that's not fun for people to hear because everyone loves these players, right? They won the Super Bowl last year. They are great players. They're not playing like great players right now. If you ignore last year, nobody would say anyone on this offense is top 5 at their position right now. None of them are playing like it. Yeah. So that's a hard truth to swallow, but that is what's happening with the team.
Yeah.
A weird defense thing. So Jalen Carter, the heel thing pops up in the middle of the week. And then he was on the field before the game with his agent before the game yesterday. And then they say he's out for the game. Did the agent say Jalen's not playing on this field or?
I think Jalen has been hurt and he needs some time. It would not surprise me if he didn't play against the Vikings.
Okay.
I also think the turf last night did play into it. It's a bad turf. Everyone that had a leg thing, Quinion stopped playing the second he hurt his hamstring. I don't think they want people out on the field that have leg injuries. But no, I mean the defense was bad, and Jalen Carter's not having a good year. He'll probably still get a blank check at the end of it, but he's not having a great year.
See, I don't feel as bad. I'm encouraged still by the passing game the last 2 weeks.
That's what's crazy is there's been real stretches where, last night they had a sequence, 17 yards to AJ, 16 yards to Devontae, 17 to Dotson, 10 to Goddard in a row. And when they're executing, they can still look great. And that's the hope is that they can put it together. But, to bring the Phillies back, you become who you are in the playoffs over the regular season, and they're a sloppy team right now. Yeah. And that's my concern is that they're going to put this together, and then come playoff time, there'll be a personal foul. There'll be a Jalen hold. These problems these bad habits that they're getting, I'm worried are going to stick for the whole year, and then that's what's going to hurt them.
You know what I'm most worried about? The vibes.
100% agree.
That's what I'm most worried about. I'm worried about the vibes around the offense and AJ with Jalen in this passing game. Because that's what's going to sink this team ultimately. You got two of the most prominent players on the team, And if there's any tension there or they're not on the same page, other people can feel it. The offense sort of suffers from it. We got a first-year coordinator under pressure to get him the ball and all this other stuff. Whereas if everybody's on the same page and everybody's pulling in the same direction, at least I know we all are trying to achieve the same thing.
Well, and then
it just doesn't feel like that to me.
There was more. So AJ, after the game, it was funny. They asked him. I don't know who asked him about Kevin Patullo.
That was me.
And he was glowing.
Yeah.
Kevin Patullo is doing a great job. Blah 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 blah. Then they ask him about the meeting, the Saquon. He laughs and says, "You'll have to ask them about it." I think he just didn't want to talk about it. But then Twitter again this afternoon from AJ, just to clear this up, there was not a meeting or a sit down. I said, I don't recall because it got painted like there was tension and Say had to step in. That's not true. I was walking to my car, saw them, and I stopped to talk, nothing more.
So
yeah.
Here's
okay.
So
what you got on that?
All right, so I talked to Saquon last week. Like I think what they're pushing back on is the idea that it was a team meeting. I don't think they want this painted as, and when I say they, I mean like the three of them.
As some sit down.
As some like they're up in room 302 on the second floor with the door shut talking. Now
that's how it was painted.
That's how it was painted, right?
Yeah,
so I think that's
a couple hours.
Yes, exactly. So I think that's where they're pushing back on it.
Right.
I mean, I think they all are acknowledging it happened. Now, talking for a few hours outside, honestly, like I view it almost more as a positive now. If he was actually, let's take him at his word. He was walking outside. He saw Jalen and Saquon. And he stopped and talked to them.
Yeah.
I actually think that's a great sign.
Yeah.
For as much as we think Jalen and AJ don't talk.
That's not a great sign, Elliot.
Well, it's a great sign given the circumstances.
Well, no, because the substance matters. Like, what did they talk about? Did we walk away feeling good? Did we bro hug?
I'm just happy they talked. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, but was it a productive talk is the whole point. If they still walked away feeling the same way, then what does it matter?
That's a good point.
It really doesn't matter. I'm not saying they don't ever speak to each other, but there is a feeling around them that they don't have to do anything other than communicate at the bare minimum.
Agreed.
Say hello. Give me the play out of the huddle, break. Like that's the feeling I get from AJ. Like, did you talk after the play? Nope. Are you guys doing any extra studying? Nope.
Yep.
Well, I talked to him when
Devontae, we talk in the meeting room.
Yeah. Like, it seems like it's at the bare minimum, and that doesn't, to me, foster a healthy winning atmosphere, a culture. That's all I'm saying is that these guys are so important to the temperature that's in the room that if they are off, everybody else feels it, even though nobody wants to say anything about it, and it shows up on the field. I don't know. Maybe he's missing Devontae. I don't know how much work are they doing after practice. Like, how much work is getting done after practice, extra reps, deep balls? I don't know. He missed AJ on the deep ball. Did they work on it the next 3 days? If we run this play again, you know what I mean? Like if you're trying to get things fixed, you're doing the extra things together to get them fixed, not just trying to basically sweep it under the rug and say, well, I don't know what y'all talking about.
Well, that's what we heard Travis Kelce say about what he and Mahomes do. If they miss it, that's the first thing
especially because we know they're hard workers.
Yeah.
But what I would say, too, to your vibe thing, I actually thought a great example of what the problem with the vibes are was across the sideline last night. I don't know how good Jackson Dart is. I don't know if he'll end, whatever. I know watching last night, he helped the vibe of the Giants last night. Since he's gone in, has upped their play. They believe in him. He celebrates with people. There is a feeling with that Giants team I have not seen in a long time. Jalen is not doing that for the Eagles right now. And AJ is involved in that as well. To me, they looked like a Super Bowl hangover team last night, playing a team that was young, hungry, motivated, fast. The vibe with the team, to your point. Yes, exactly. And I think it starts at the top. And you saw that with Jackson Dart.
And let me make this clear. I'm not blaming either one of the guys. I'm just telling you what my observation is. I don't know who's at fault and who should initiate.
Well, blaming them together.
I'm blaming them together. Right. I'm blaming them together. Like, this is a collective thing here. We saw this in 2020. The Wentz thing.
Yeah.
Wentz, the vibe is off. Nobody, you know what I mean? I'm not saying any one of them are at the Wentz level, but the point is that it was clear that the vibe was off with him in the locker room, and it affects everything else. That's 100%. All I'm saying. They got to get that fixed. Until they get that fixed, they're not. They may win games just on sheer talent, but being a championship team,
like the scheme thing is so secondary right now to what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's not happening.
All right, coming up next, we will get back into the Phils.
Elliot got me fired up.
You will hear Kyle Schwarber getting emotional last night talking about this season.
I feel you, Schwarbs.
And then what Orion Kerkering said after the game as well. We'll also take your calls, 215-592-9494 with Elliot Shore-Parks today. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. I have talked to you several times about your old drafty windows, and maybe you've done something about it, but if I'm talking to you, that's right, you haven't done anything about it. That's why when Guida steps in, because I can't actually fix your windows. You probably can't do it, but Guida can replace those old drafty windows. They can also replace every single door in your house, whether it's your front door or sliding patio door, garage door, whatever it is. And right now, the buy one, get one half off sale is happening on all qualifying windows and doors. It is simple. For every window or door you buy, you get another one at 50% off. Now, when I say another one, you can mix and match. Doesn't have to go window to window, door to door. Can go door to window to door, however you do it. The more that you get, the more that you save. Replace everything in your home, half of it, 50% off. That's how it works. This is a limited time. There are restrictions. As well, how about starting your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months? Call Guida today. Get a free no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Coming up, Week 6 Pro Football Sunday, Pittsburgh hosts Cleveland. Pittsburgh, a 5.5-point home favorite, total in the game, 38.5. And this is a brutal schedule spot for Cleveland. 3 straight road games, including an international game last week in London, and Pittsburgh coming off the bye. And I think Pittsburgh's quarterback is going to have success in the quick passing game against Cleveland's ferocious defensive front. Pittsburgh also getting healthier on defense up against Cleveland's rookie quarterback. I think Pittsburgh wins this game by 10. So on Sunday, I like laying Pittsburgh 5.5 against Cleveland.
That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Warm up this fall with an incredible seafood boil. Try the Uncle George with succulent snow crabs, tasty mussels, and shrimp. There's the Pete's Feast with 2 pounds of sweet succulent crab legs, a dozen shrimp, clams, and a pound of mussels. Or create your own boil. Add a lobster tail or a delicious Dungeness cluster. Include smoked sausage, corn, and potatoes, served in our tasty broth, made with white wine and our signature seasonings. A shellfish lover's dream at Chickies and Pete's.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A coastal storm could bring strong winds, major rainfall, and flooding to the area this weekend. A losing trifecta for Philly sports, headlined by the end of the Phillies playoff run and 2025 season. SEPTA commuters keep checking for cancellations and delays. The transit agency's facing a host of new problems.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Afternoon Show.
Spike-O, Ike-O, and Jack-O.
Sports Radio 94.
That's your name.
On the WIP Afternoon Show, they like Spike and Fritz. Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Engagement season is here. It all starts with a world-class diamond. Go where the pros go, Mark's Jewelers, online at marks-jewelers.com. The question is, do the Phillies win that series with a healthy Harrison Bader?
Wow.
Well, it makes a big difference.
It definitely makes a difference.
Well, I mean, just think about the first inning of game. Now, they ended up not scoring there, but think about the first inning of Game 3 when Marsh completely misplays that ball in center field.
Yeah,
ends up
sure.
being a triple.
Yep.
You know, I think his energy helps. I think playing center field makes an enormous difference, changed the whole complexion of the outfield.
Oh, yeah.
But even, we were talking about the at-bat you brought up from Bader. That kind of at-bat, they're missing. You don't get that from Marsh. Kepler, I thought, had some good at-bats, but that is a playoff at-bat right there.
It's funny for, the Mets series, the one at-bat that gets brought up a lot is Bryce's at-bat, where he had the 3 straight strikes. Like the Bader at-bat, same result as the Bryce at-bat, but it just looks and feels so much different. To take those 11 pitches, it just felt like a fight, whereas with the Mets, it felt like they just went down.
Yeah, well, and imagine that fight in the third inning, and imagine that fight if that fight is happening the whole time. Maybe Glasnow doesn't get through the 6th inning. Maybe he only gets through the 4th inning, or maybe he only gets through the 5th inning. Whatever. So this was Kyle Schwarber after the game when he was asked about the end of the season, and I don't know if you can hear it, but you can certainly see it when you're watching him talk. Is that he's pretty choked up.
Yeah, I mean it's. Doesn't feel good, you just make a lot of different relationships in the clubhouse, and you never know how it's going to work out, right? It's just, you just make so many personal relationships with guys, and you spend how much time with these guys, throughout the course of a year, and they become family, and yeah, you just never know how it's going to go. But these guys all know how I feel about them. I got a lot of respect for the guys in here, our organization, the coaching staff, everyone, top to bottom. This is a premier organization, and a lot of people should feel, very lucky that, one, that you're playing for a team that is trying to win every single year, and you have a fan base that cares, and you have ownership that cares, and you have coaches that care. You have everyone in the room that cares, and there's no other reason. We're all about winning, and it's a great thing. I think that's why it hurts just as much as any other year.
It does seem like this group was particularly close. That also sounds like a goodbye, comment, but it did seem like I did like the way they sort of all walked up to Kerkering afterwards. Even Castellanos, who it doesn't seem like
no emotion.
Yeah, ran over to Kerkering afterwards and hugged him and that sort of stuff. It's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, no, I hope they keep Casty. I know they won't. But
no.
I
He's
know.
gone.
I hope they do.
Yeah. 215-592-90.
He's clutch. He is. Say what you will about him. He had more big hits than Bryce did for like 2 straight years now.
Yeah. Let's move him to first base and trade Bryce.
Well, I don't think
he could probably play first base. Bryce learned it in like a week.
Yeah. Well, 215-592-9494. Shy in Westchester, you're on WIP.
I don't want to say I said it, but I did say it on Thursday or whatever it was. Listen, it's not completely.
No, I told you so. I told you so.
Off the day. No. Listen.
You guys should have a day of everyone call in who called us.
And by the way, if we're doing I told you so's, let's look at me and Spike, okay? With the quarterback. Just everyone.
Can't help himself. Can't help himself.
Can you let me finish?
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's not complete. It's not his fault. I feel really sorry for the kid. I really do. I feel like for the last 3 seasons he's been here, he's been put in just terrible positions. He's been put with guys on base. He's I don't know. I feel really bad. And you said it, Ike and Spike. Nobody feels worse than he does right now. But the reality of the situation is this team I don't think could really match up with the Dodgers. They played well. They played their hearts out. But if you look back on the last series against the Dodgers in the regular season, we couldn't hit their starting pitching. And that's exactly what happened during this series.
They couldn't hit our starting pitching.
You guys are going to say they didn't hit ours either.
They couldn't hit ours either. I understand, which is what I just said. They fought hard. But it's not enough when you can't hit. You can't win games when you score 1 run in 11 innings. It's just not going to happen.
Shy.
I know they didn't either.
Shy, they had scored. Wait, hold on. They scored 1 run in 11 innings until Orion Kerkering threw the ball into the stands.
So you're going to blame it. You're going to blame it completely on him, is what you're saying.
No.
No, the point he's making is the Dodgers won the series the exact way you're saying the Phillies couldn't win those series. It was just a matter of a few plays.
No one's doubting that the Dodgers are a more talented team. They in their bullpen, they were throwing high-level starters that hadn't even that barely pitched. Of course, what I'm contending with you here, I'm not putting it all on Kerkering. If anything, we can go back to those top 3 guys. When they performed, the team won. When they didn't, they didn't. But what I'm debating you on here is you said they couldn't compete with the Dodgers. Right. They just did. I mean, they just did. We could make an argument that if Topper doesn't, tell Bryson Stott to bunt, that they win that game. You can make the argument last night that if Kerkering doesn't throw the ball into the stands, they win that game. They were right there with the Dodgers. That was a very hard fought series, and those teams look more even to me than anything else. You
watch the rest of these teams against the Dodgers and see what the Dodgers look like.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you, where do you go from here then? I mean, I don't think they're going to fire Topper. I personally don't think they should, because they've only said
I would fire Topper.
I'm open to Bochy.
Regular season manager. I mean,
I'm open to that.
I'd hire Jimmy, but
you watched one TBS clip with J-Roll. Now we're
giving you my opinion.
We're bringing him in.
I think he'd be a good shake-up in the clubhouse. I think he's kind of
amazing if he's the manager for sure.
Yeah,
but also there's no way he wants to leave California
That is the most hire Iverson to be the general manager of the Sixers thing I ever heard.
No, I think there's a
if
difference.
J-Roll can be a manager or even wants to be a manager?
I have no idea.
Because he
I'm just
broke down
saying,
the wheel
I saw
play.
him break down the bunt thing,
Oh.
and I honestly do think his mentality would be good for this team.
That I agree with.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean he makes him a good manager.
Managing's not that hard. He can have a bunch of guys around him to make the tough decisions.
It's not about. All right.
He's just the
This
vibe
is like your
guy.
theory about you being the GM. You have a bunch of guys do all the math, right?
Well, I could be a good GM after learning.
Well, maybe you should teach Howie. To be honest with you,
I wouldn't trade for Tanks Bigsby.
Yeah, didn't have a great
Two draft picks. Two
to return kicks. The guy can't even return
Stinks
kicks.
at it.
Season.
Yeah, but I was.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Eagles, I got one Eagles point to make.
Wait, just real quick,
A.J.
Shai.
Brown.
You asked what should they do? They're going to have a different right fielder. They're probably going to have a new starting pitcher up there with Painter. They're going to have
left field.
Well, maybe. Yeah, I mean Crawford will be up there playing one of the positions.
Well, I consider him new.
Yeah,
yeah.
Castellanos won't be there.
Yeah.
Bohm, most likely, I don't think will be there. Those are major changes. I don't think that there's anything in the starting lineup that is in stone aside from Bryce and Trey. I think everything else is on the table, and you could have a whole season of Bader. That makes a big difference having a real center fielder out there. So I think there's. You're not going to see the core, but I mean, what if Schwarber's not here? What if JT's not here? Those are big changes. So anyway, go ahead on the Eagles.
Well, anyway, on the Eagles, just one thing on A.J. Brown. I'm so done with the shtick already. It's enough, dude. Stop acting like you're preaching what you believe in. You're a selfish, arrogant NFL player. We know what you're about. You're about yourself. You're not about the team.
I'm going to
You're
disagree.
not about the team.
I think
You're not about the team.
Yeah. So I think he's maybe not handling it the best now that he's still it's still a thing. But
Thank you for the call,
I do
Shai.
not think A.J. Brown is selfish in a negative way.
Well, I mean, he's acting selfishly.
Yeah.
Not about getting the ball, but the public stuff is
The
it's
tweet.
not- yeah.
Tweet was.
Well,
I
and
agree.
This one was. I mean,
Well, what this tweet?
Well,
yeah, I guess this one it's like why
just
double
shut up.
Yeah,
Just,
yeah.
I
guess
mean,
I
don't
see that
talk,
point. No,
but-
I get your point.
But he's continually
Let it go away.
Yeah, he wants out of here, and he's not going full. Antonio Brown. He's not doing that.
Thank God. For
Yeah,
that.
but it is pretty clear.
Get
to
ready
me.
for Minnesota. yeah.
Well, it's pretty clear to me. A.J. Brown doesn't want to play with Jalen anymore, and he's not going to make giant waves, but he's also not going to not say anything.
He's not going to play along and keep the peace and be a teammate. And
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I also think I agree with you.
Yeah, it's just like it is what it is. He is acting in a. But now maybe if you talk to him, he said, "Look, this is my career. I care about my future." Blah, blah, blah. All that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're thinking about the team versus just him, the selfishness is not always. I don't think him wanting the ball is selfish.
Yeah, we almost have moved past him wanting the ball.
Yeah,
thing.
that we all agree on that.
Yeah.
I think it's how he's handling.
I
this
do
part
think
of it.
there's a part of this though, just from being like in the scrums and down there,
Mm-hmm.
he does get asked so many more questions than everyone else about these things. Like, so I
Because
think
he starts it.
No, I know. Well, sometimes, but yes, yeah. Well, yeah, the tweet, I agree.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just saying the vibe of Devontae's presser and AJ's presser are very different. Now, to your point, you are right. AJ does put that on himself. I agree.
Yeah.
But AJ has forced himself to walk a tightrope. And so I can see where he trips up sometimes. I just know when I see him in the locker room, everyone seems to love him. So it's hard for me.
Well,
when
he's a good teammate.
Right, when
Yeah.
someone's like he's selfish
Yeah.
and only cares about himself. That's just the limited AJ I see that's not the AJ I see when I'm in the locker room.
I can respect that. And from everybody I've talked to down there, yeah, he seems to be a genuine person, a good-hearted person, wants the most. But this is something he feels he's being either oppressed or held back in this offense. So now he's out of character. So you don't get the regular AJ you would get when you're happy. Everybody is describing that AJ. That's not the AJ you're dealing with right now because he's frustrated.
I agree with that.
And the only thing I'm saying is that the whole team is frustrated. They all want to play better. They all want to win. They all do. No one else is going through. No one else on the team has this surrounding them. Like Jalen's in the middle of it because he's the quarterback, but he's not creating things by tweeting cryptic tweets and stuff of that nature. Everything everybody else is saying is either taking ownership of their own or being supportive of one another, being supportive of the coaches, and saying we need to get this thing fixed.
Yeah.
That's what everybody else on the team is doing.
No, I agree. You're right.
Yeah.
And they all want to get it fixed, but they're all handling it this way.
Right.
And you got one person that seemingly is upset more than everybody else is on the team.
215-592-9494. Now, I'm a dog guy. I'm actually in the room with two other dog guys. Maybe
my dog's birthday yesterday.
Oh, happy birthday, Kingsley.
Thank you.
If you got a dog, if you got a cat, used to be a cat guy. I don't have a cat anymore. Rest in peace, Alabama. You have a dog or a cat, you need one place you can go to for everything for your pet. And that is what Dogs and Cats Rule is. Everything. The lead dog, George Perenni, makes sure that whether it's pet nutrition or leashes or toys or treats or supplements, whatever it is, they have all of it. I mentioned pet nutrition. Man, that's where they thrive. All top of the line stuff, but the staff there that can lead you to what the right thing is for your pet. You walk into most pet stores, you ask it, maybe the person's nice there, but they don't know anything. The staff at Dogs and Cats Rule knows everything. Patient, informed, friendly, all of that. 7 locations for Dogs and Cats Rule. Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell. That's in Pennsylvania. 2 in Jersey, Pennington and Princeton. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Positive Kevin in Cranford. You're on WIP. What's up, Positive Kevin?
Not positive right now.
Oh.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Sorry, Positive Kevin.
I owe you, Spike, and Jack a big apology because you guys were all right about Jalen Hurts. He's not an elite quarterback. He's not top 5. He's just an average quarterback. And I can't believe I'm saying this too, but that legal pad that ESP carries around during training camp is right. I mean,
well, it was this year
and last year.
Not last year.
I mean, look at how Jalen.
He won that Super Bowl MVP.
But that was a fluke, in my opinion.
All right, sorry. Go ahead, Positive Kevin. Sorry.
But let's look at yesterday's game, right? Mm-hmm. He misses a total wide open Devontae Smith, total wide open, and then on that interception, he's not even reading the defense. He's staring down Jahan Dotson while A.J. Brown is running across the field with no safety up top in the end zone, and he throws the interception. You cannot tell me this guy's elite.
So
he's just an average quarterback.
He's an elite winner.
But here's why I think you're wrong, right? If you want to try to get back on the right side of this, like the two things you just described are very out of character for him. He is an accurate deep ball thrower, and he doesn't turn the ball over. So the 2 mistakes he made in that game yesterday were bad, and he's playing poorly. Those are not things he does all the time. What he does all the time is
threw
hold
some inaccurate deep balls in Denver.
Yeah, agreed.
Too,
like
Denver.
This few weeks, he's not playing well. I agree. But I also think it shouldn't be with Jalen. Every time he has 3 or 4 bad games, everyone's like, well, never mind. He actually is an elite. Like, quarterbacks have stretches where they don't play well. Bryce has had a stretch where he doesn't play well. Joel sometimes has stretches. Like, Jalen's resume is not getting torn up because of a few games.
Elite quarterbacks don't have 4 bad games in a row.
Oh, I guarantee you I could find any elite quarterback that's had 4 bad games in a row.
4?
Yeah, 4. You're talking about it like it's 12.
Could you find an elite quarterback?
Well, what's considered a bad game?
Well, how about this? Could you find another elite quarterback who 1 year was 29th in passing yards and 30th in sack rate, and then the next year was 30th in passing yards and 30th in sack rate?
That's going to be hard.
Could you find an elite
passing yards?
quarterback?
Yeah, you're probably right. I probably could not.
A sack rate?
No.
There's no chance.
Yeah, you're better with that stat than I am. So
Okay.
you would have a better read on where the top guys rank. He's not good at it, though. I agree with you.
I thought we settled.
Let's chill on elite.
I thought we settled on him being elite because he's an elite winner. That's what he is.
Yeah, he's elite because of his resume.
Yes. Isn't that why we put him in the top 5?
He has a big part of his resume, too, though.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, but I thought that's what we settled at.
I'm just saying when Positive Kevin's like Spike and Jack were correct. Like they have not been proven correct.
Well, yeah, the Eagles finished 13.
Not to make you guys anti-Jalen, but like
13-4, then what are you going to say?
How about this?
13.
I am not going to say anybody was proven anything. What I will say is there are at least signs that I was not crazy.
I agree with
signs that I wasn't crazy. And Jack and I have slightly different
you're taking your victory lap right now. Yeah.
He says he's worse than I say he is. We are not on the same exact plane. All I'm saying is,
yes,
I'm not saying I'm proven right. Nothing, even though Baker Mayfield.
You had him at 7. You had him at 7.
Yeah, even though Baker Mayfield is the favorite to win MVP right now. I'm just saying, maybe I wasn't crazy the way that. And I mentioned Howie. This. First of all, Super Bowl hangover for sure. But this stinks of a team from players to the general manager who are smelling themselves a little bit, who thought they were maybe smarter than trading 2 draft picks for Tank Bigsby to run back kicks, and the guy had never run back kicks consistently and can't even catch the ball. That is somebody thinking they're a little smarter than everybody else. Not re-signing Mekhi Becton for $8 million, who was obviously great here, and letting Isaiah Rodgers go because of who they had in the building, because you think you can just grow somebody else. That is smelling yourself a little bit. Not getting anybody on the edge because you think Jalix Hunt is a starting edge on a Super Bowl team when the number one guy is Nolan Smith, who is hurt a lot as well. That is smelling yourself a little bit. Hiring Kevin Patullo from in the building without interviewing one offensive coordinator, one other candidate from outside the building, is thinking you're smarter than everybody else. And maybe this season will teach them all a little bit of a lesson to be a little bit more humble, that maybe you're wrong sometimes. Not interviewing an offensive coordinator is not even saying what Kevin Patullo is or isn't. They should have interviewed somebody.
Yeah, but if you weren't going to hire him, what difference does it make?
Maybe you talk to somebody that you think is great, that you do hire.
They were never going to do that. Nick wanted his guy to be there.
Well,
now you could say they could have did a courtesy interview or what have you, but they still want to go to. They were going to go back to Patullo as the offensive coordinator. Now we can say it's wrong, but that's Nick's decision. He won the Super Bowl. He gets to decide. He earned that right to name his OC.
And the two
now,
things.
the Tank Bigsby thing.
It's not. It's a bad trade. It's not working out. It is what it is, right?
I don't know about that one.
I would say 2 things. One, for as great as Howie is, he has not had a bunch of years where I think they've only won back-to-back playoff games one time since Ike's teams, 17 and 18. They.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
Right. So they're not a team.
Right.
While also,
they made it to the playoffs back-to-back, but winning an actual playoff game. Yeah,
since 2000, even if you exclude your years,
it's only the Super Bowl year and the year after.
And then the fluky one at the end, if we're being real, right? So
Yeah.
they have not been a team that's constantly made deep playoff runs since Ike's teams.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I agree with you. The Isaiah Rodgers thing, the Becton thing, those were mistakes. Like Isaiah Rodgers, you spend 2 years developing the guy, and now it's time to finally cash in on it. And he didn't make a lot of money. I mean, you signed him when he couldn't even play in the league, and you spent
for 2 years, $8 million.
Right, and then you developed them all last year. So I think they bet on Keeley. Obviously, that's not working out right now. So I think that was a mistake by them for sure.
Yeah, it just. Yeah. There's a reason that teams, we've said this 100 times, don't regularly win two straight Super Bowls.
The Patullo thing, and this is jumping ahead, but it's going to be a little like the Topper thing, where if this season plays out like this, let's say they make the playoffs and they win one game, or let's say it tanks, right? Firing Patullo's not going to be easy. That is not like a firing Brian Johnson.
I agree.
That is Sirianni's guy,
Yes.
and not to mention, all we hear is they switch coordinators all the time. So, there is an argument for, hey, you know what? This is his first year on the job. Let's give him year 2. But if it's ugly, heads are going to have to roll. It's the Eagles. They can't go 7 and whatever.
I tell you what could change that or halt that is if he has support within the building.
Yeah, and I think he does, but I just think publicly.
Just on the players. Well, the Eagles can't be reacting because the public says do something. They wanted to fire Nick after 2023.
No, it's true.
Yeah, they wanted to fire him after 2023. They didn't. They won the Super Bowl the next year.
And in week 5 last year.
But do you think Brian Johnson?
Week 5 of last year.
Week 6, yeah.
Do you think Brian Johnson, though, was a someone's got to go situation?
I think there were some inner working issues there with Brian Johnson.
That you don't think are there with Patullo?
No.
Okay.
No, because I think Patullo is Nick Sirianni's guy. Brian Johnson wasn't.
Right.
I will say the arm bar they do does drive me up a wall. The little when Nick and Petula. After their stupid little shovel pass.
I like that.
Dude, at
I
this
hate
point,
the
they
shovel
should
pass.
take anybody celebrating together that they can get. Yeah.
Exactly.
At least
they
they
are
can't
celebrating
pick and choose
together.
vibes. Yeah, if they want to do that little thing, like, go for
It's
it.
like, but we got him again as they do a little underhand toss to Goddard on the freaking cute play.
Oh, the shovel. I'm so done with the shovel pass.
The shovel pass. How about 4 straight tush pushes?
Yeah, that was actually kind of
Well,
funny.
that's what it'll get it banned, by the way.
Yeah.
Prime time 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greenberg had he wasn't happy about the 4 straight tush pushes today. Granny.
Well, and even the Gene Reed Blankenship podcast. Don't do podcasts during you're a second-year guy. You're a guy on a minimum contract. God bless you, both.
That's what happens.
This is what happens.
Podcast during the friggin' season. Grow up.
I agree.
Take a page out of podcast
and this is why
B.
you shouldn't be doing a podcast.
Both of you, wait till you're on your second contract before you're doing a podcast, for Christ's sake.
Well, did you see the...
What are y'all talking about anyway?
Yes.
Did the Giants tweet it last night? It was Jackson, Dart, and Scatterbo, and it's
exciting
whites.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
Dude, Scatterbo looks like the dumbest human being to ever walk the face of the earth.
But he would be the most
He's a
popular
football
Eagle.
player.
Oh my
He's a
God!
ball
If he was an
player,
Eagle,
man.
him and DeGene.
Yeah.
Dude, 150 yards rushing to that offense is such a red flag of how they got pushed around.
And seriously, we didn't even have time. But the defense was atrocious last night.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, he was throwing
I love
it.
Zach Bond. Zach Bond literally got thrown twice by Scatterbo.
It's interesting how when the defense struggles,
Scatterboo.
when the defense struggles, it's the
Bo,
players.
It's pronounced boo.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Nah,
well, I damn sure ain't gonna get it right. It's Scatterbo.
Well, it's Scatterboo.
Are you sure?
You went to Syracuse, huh?
It's not Scatterbo?
It is spelled Scatterbo. It is pronounced Scatterboo.
Oh, that's dumb.
Well,
why could something be spelled one way but pronounced another?
I don't know. You have a hyphen in your last name.
But it's
and
very,
we all have weird.
It's very
you know.
clear how mine is pronounced. Shore Parks.
Okay.
Elliott's like, that's dumb.
Yeah, it's spelled this way but pronounced another. Well, how am I supposed to know that?
Well,
It's spelled
I just
one
told
way.
you. There's a
What, it's just like a
pronunciation
secret
guide.
that it's Scatterboo?
It's not even
like
a
an inside
secret.
joke. Like
Everybody says
it's spelled
Scatterboo.
Scatterbo. Usually go up to everybody like my name's spelled this way, but it's really that.
Wait, and by the way, it's got a boo. Add an O. You should add an O in.
All right.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. Spell it phonetically.
All right. You can get the Go Birds podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Please listen to last night's post-game pod. It is one of my favorite podcasts
can't wait to hear it.
of all time.
A lot of intensity.
Fired up, James.
You know what? It reminded me of podcasts that I have done after crushing the Sixers losses with Mike, and Mike is mad at the Sixers but took it out on me.
Oh, yeah.
and wouldn't shut up. And you let me talk. It was. And James's face is so close to the camera.
Oh, and it's shaking.
And he's shaking.
Look, James really cares. You could tell.
And the Phillies had lost, and he had to get up at 3 a.m.
Oh, it's a tough night, man.
Oh, man, it was such a good pod. You can get it wherever you get your podcasts. Coming up next, Jaws joins us. Your calls on the Phils and Eagles as well. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Yeah, fall is upon us, and that means tailgating and Eagles football. That's right. Fire up your grill with the official hot dog of the Philadelphia Eagles from Dietz & Watson. Be the hit of your barbecue or tailgate with game day essentials like hot dogs, sausages, meats, and, of course, artisan cheeses from Dietz & Watson. Don't forget those high-protein Dietz nuts, meat snacks, perfect for snacking on the go. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939. Check them out online at DietzandWatson.com for a retailer near you. And remember, go Birds!
Hey, college football fans, it's time to lock in on those Saturday showdowns. Take your excitement to the next level with a Parlay Boost token from BetMGM. Log in to your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then add any college football parlay to your bet slip and apply the token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted parlay hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Every play can change the game, so don't settle for ordinary this season. Feeling good about your college football parlay? Claim your Parlay Boost token and make this season unforgettable. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is your home ready for the energy demands ahead this fall? Call Horizon Services for all your home's electrical needs. Horizon Services has same-day emergency repair service, and right now, get a free, no-obligation electrical safety inspection with any paid service. And if it's a bigger job, say a new whole home generator, take up to $1,500 off plus 0% financing. Horizon Services is available 24/7, so go to horizonservices.com and book today knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Hey, Eagles fans, Crown Royal is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. And this season, it's not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you, because they'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit crownroyal.com/royal rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart. No. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way. With a dedication to lasting quality. Trusted performance and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment. Not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by BetMGM. Own your moment, make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. It was a little surprising to read this morning that yesterday's throwing error by Phillies reliever Orion Kerkering was just the second series-ending error in postseason history. I would have guessed that Kerkering was joining a bigger group of players trying to get over such a heartbreaker. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz, doing a show we didn't want to have to do, but we are doing it. The Phillies season ends last night, and the Eagles season takes a bad step as they get crushed by the Giants. Ron Jaworski will join us in a moment to talk about the game last night. Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Visit the area's only jeweler with over 5,000 Google 5-star reviews. Experience the Mark's difference. Online, marks-jewelers.com. The question, are you pressing the panic button on the Eagles? 68% say yes. Wow. Joining us now, joins us every Friday at 4. Ron Jaworski. You can see him on the NBC Sports Philly pre- and post-game show for the Eagles. Jaws, wish we were talking to you under different circumstances.
No doubt about it. 0 for 3 last night. Not a good batting average, but boy, what a disappointment by the Eagles. In 2 straight weeks now coming with clunkers, and especially the way that they were physically dominated by the New York Giants. I never expected that. It was a wake-up call for everyone.
Yeah. Do you think it will be? I guess that's my question, is now, they haven't been physically dominated like they were last night all year, but they have been pretty sloppy, penalties in bad spots. The players keep talking about execution, and you wonder this far into the season, how do you get that all together?
Well, I still think the players are there. There's quality players. I think the coaches are still there. It's just a matter of putting it all together. And it's kind of interesting. You hear what other people are saying after the game, and execution is kind of the buzzword that always comes out, but predictability is kind of the word that I caught from a lot of players, and that kind of brought my attention to really think a little deeper. And I got through about a quarter and a half of the game this morning watching on the coaches tape, and I noticed something the Giants were doing. I heard predictability. The Giants were playing what I call a creep defense, where the defensive line, the linebackers, they creep around the line of scrimmage, and they don't really get set until it looks like the play's about ready to start. And then they go to an adjustment. So there was some predictability in what we were doing offense there. There's no doubt in my mind. I'm going to get to that tape and dissect it a little bit deeper, but there's some predictability with the execution, what we're going to do, because the defense is now going to that creep defense where all linebackers stand up near the line of scrimmage. The defensive linemen don't get in 3-point stance. And the minute they think the ball's going to be snapped, then they adjust to what they read as a predictable play.
So let's talk about the run game first, and just to jump off the predictability thing, because Saquon said after the game last night, he said, look, we were predictable last year, and we ran all over everybody anyway. So, watching that last night, Saquon has 2 good runs, and then it seemed to me for the rest of the night, every time he touched the ball, they were on him behind the line of scrimmage. Is that an offensive line play issue, or is that a predictability issue?
I think it's a combination of both. And as we know in sports, particularly football, with 11 guys on each side of the football, there's never one thing. But and I agree, the offensive line just isn't playing well right now. And you could say, yeah, we got the talent, not making it happen. Saquon Barkley not running real well, missing some holes. After 2 plays, it looked like 2 runs by Saquon, looked like he was going to have a dominant game. It just didn't happen. And you have to just. I always use the word I talk to you guys every single week, is balance. You got to have balance on offense. You got to be able to run the football when you want to run it and impose your will, and you got to be able to throw the football when you want to, not when you fall behind the chains. I think it seemed like we were at 1. I know we were 1 for 9 on third down, which is disgusting. With a team with this kind of talent, we 1 for 9 on third down. That's the money down. For all the TV shows I've done throughout my career, I've always talked about third down, the most important down in football. That's the money down. That's where the players earn their money. You can't go 1 for 9 against the Giants defense that is really struggling to stay healthy and have quality people back there. But clearly we're predictable and we're not executing properly. And I still think there's enough talent there with that. And I like you said, Saquon said we're predictable. I think there's some good things about predictability. That's when you get to impose your will. We're going to run the football. I don't care who is on defense. That's when you start imposing your will. That's when your players down because we have the talent to impose your will, knock people backwards. Tell them the play we're going to run. If you're really good enough like we were a year ago, I'll tell you the play we're going to run, and we're still going to kick your butt.
Yeah. Jaws, how well is Jalen seeing the field out there? You go 1 for 9 on third down. Now, they weren't all third and passing situations. I would imagine some of those may have been runs, but you're missing that much on third down. I would imagine there are plays that are there to be made, similar to the Devontae Smith play where he overshot him. I'm just wondering, how much can his play clean up a lot of this stuff?
Well, the quarterback's always going to be, getting too much credit when things are going well and too much discredit when things aren't going well.
Yeah.
And I still think Jalen's playing very good football. He's missed some guys. In fact, I had next gen stats after last week run me a stat. and then Jalen had thrown the third most uncatchable balls in the NFL. The third most uncatchable balls. Yet his percentage of completion is close to 70%, but he's a lot of guys open that he's missed. So that's not my stat. That's Next Gen. That's the company that those guys with the chips in their pads and all the other stuff and give you the high-tech analysis. And it was kind of an alarming stat to me. That means he's not been throwing the football accurately. And I can't blame it on Jalen. The interception, certainly was his fault. The throw's got to be low on the outside, not high and inside, and you get picked up. But for the most part, I've almost felt this since last year. I'll go back to last year when he was on the streak of interceptions. He had gone 8 games throwing at least 1 interception. And after the bye week, he stopped throwing picks. So I think he became very concerned about throwing interceptions, which you should be. But he just became a guy that almost became too careful with the football, not willing to take chances, and rather than take the chance, throw the ball away, take a sack, or just not deliver the football on time. So, I think these are all correctable issues. He hasn't played poorly. I think he's playing very well, as I said earlier. But it's a team right now that's kind of looking for who they are. What is the identity of this football team? It's not defense. It's not offense. And certainly not special teams. We can't even feel the kickoff. But certainly I think it's a team that we thought we knew this football team. And after I started looking at tape this morning, I said, I don't know who this team is. I don't know who this team is right now. I hope we figure it out real quick.
I tell you, George, you mentioned the phase of the game that I think is certainly being overlooked today when it talks about last night's game, and that's the defense. That may have been the worst defensive performance I've seen in a while under Vic Fangio. Really, maybe be the worst one under Vic Fangio as the defensive coordinator. I missed tackles last night. The Giants converting on third down 11 out of 16 times, 3 for 3 in the red zone. I mean, a rookie quarterback with no real weapons out there. His best weapons weren't even playing, and they're able to put up 34 points last night, Joe. It's just a disappointing effort from the defense last night. Really, on all 3 levels of the defense, it was disappointing.
Well, missed tackles, number one. I mean, you guys are whiffing all over the place. It's just amazing. But, I'm chuckling and disdain because I'm thinking about Jackson Dart,
right?
Cam Scattaboo.
Yeah.
Who the hell are these guys?
Yeah.
What? They kicked our butt. I mean, they physically. I've never seen an Eagles team get manhandled like this. This is a world championship football team. Didn't look like that. We physically got beat up.
Yeah.
On defense.
Yep.
That's where we hang. That's where we always hang our hat in Philadelphia on that defense. There's got to be some record. I know Vic Fangio is probably the most disappointing guy on the planet this morning. And his defense put out a clunker like that against. And how about you got your 3rd and 4th string wide receivers out there?
Right.
You got guys learning how to play offense on the offensive line, and to get a handle like that, it's totally disappointing. And to me, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Wow. I think what
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I those defense, man.
I'm with you, Jaws. I'm with you.
He made his career on playing defense. So you see it, I see it, and the fans see it. It was not good. It was ugly.
I think the concern is we all agree the talent's there, right? And I think you said this earlier. You just look at the team and you say, well, what are they doing well? It's pretty hard to point to anything. They're not throwing the ball well consistently. They're not running the ball well consistently. They're not stopping the run. They certainly didn't stop the Broncos from passing the ball. They didn't stop the Bucs from passing the ball in the second half. The guy they traded for to receive kicks can't hold on to them. I think my fear is this just feels like a classic Super Bowl hangover year. That's what it feels like to me, and I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, I after the last 2 weeks, I feel the way. It actually kind of, we saw this happening, guys. And when you're winning, you sometimes ignore it. You ignore the truth. But we weren't playing good football and we were winning. Yeah, we're playing good enough to win.
Yep.
And but we weren't playing the football we've become accustomed to watching going back to our Super Bowl season a year ago. And I got great confidence in Nick Sirianni and his coaching staff. I really do. I mean, what they did last year was remarkable. I know how much time they put into it. I know how much the players have bought into what they're teaching. The cohesiveness of the organization as a whole. You always know Jeffrey and Howie are always committed to doing whatever it takes to win. So the organization is committed to winning. They're just. I said it on the postgame show last night. We watched them last couple of weeks. There's just something missing. And I've tried to take my 17 years of experience as an NFL quarterback to try to figure it out. I can't. There's just something missing, and I can't put my finger on it. maybe it'll play out and we'll say, oh, that's what was going wrong. But there's just something missing in this football team right now.
All right. Thank you, Jaws. I hope. Now, the next time we talk to you will be a couple of days before the Vikings game. We have 2 more games before the bye.
That's supposed to be an easy win, right, Spike?
Well,
Easy win. We got who's going to cover Justin Jefferson the way the secondary played last night?
Yeah, I can't think. Well, you get beat down like that by the Giants, who just lost by 12 points to the Saints. There are no easy wins anymore. I don't think they can look at anything like that on the schedule. So
I'm with you.
We will talk to you a week from today. Thank you as always, Jaws.
Appreciate it, brother.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
Yep.
Jaws is fired up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, when I can only imagine, and I'm texting, and we're in a group text with the fellas, and that's embarrassing. Like, that's an embarrassing loss. It's to lose to the Giants, this version of the Giants, certainly would have been unbecoming of a team that's trying to go reach the Super Bowl for a second year. But to lose in the fashion in which they lost last night, it's almost as if, like, to me, defensively, they didn't show up last night. I can't think of one defensive play that I was like, all right, from the game last night. I can think of one defensive play from the game last night.
There's not one guy who can chase down Jackson Dart. There's not one guy who can stop Cam Scatterbo. I understand he runs hard, but
when Jackson Dart did that to Zach Bond in the open field, I was like, it's going to be a long night. We let this happen?
Yep.
Really, the rookie just broke down Zach Bond, an all-pro linebacker in the middle of the damn defense, and scored a touchdown?
Not great.
I think he was untouched.
When he scored, yes.
Yeah, I don't think he was touched.
He didn't get the first touchdown.
Quarterback, how does he score a touchdown from 15 yards out untouched?
Untouched.
The defense didn't show up last night. That's embarrassing. The offense has been struggling all year, but the defense at least played a little bit okay, like through the first 4 or 5 games. My goodness.
215-592-9494.
Now it's just done trickled over to that side of the ball now.
Jen in the Poconos, you're on WIP. What's up, Jen?
Hey, guys. Not how I was expecting conversations to go down today, unfortunately.
Yeah, man, how much fun would it have been? I'll never get over the fact that we don't have a game at Citizens Bank Park tomorrow night.
Yeah.
I know. It's a bummer. Baseball season's over, and especially to go out that way, like...
I would have been super glad, Jen, if the Eagles had gotten their asses beat like they did last night. If the Phils had won that game, I don't think I would have yelled about the Eagles at all today. I mean, I
didn't even.
I agree.
I couldn't watch the Eagles game after that loss. Like, it's such a close series. I felt like it was the 2 best teams in the league going against each other.
Yep.
And just whoever blinked first saw the short end of the stick, and we did, and they weren't hitting, we weren't hitting, and it was a great game. I think, I don't know. That loss, if it was that same exact loss, game 1, I don't know. It's tough.
Well, you know what it was, Jen, and I'll say this. Like, the Phillies won the only game that was not in doubt. The 8-2 game was not in doubt. So the home runs were flying and everything, but every other game was tightly contested. And the Dodgers won this series primarily because they didn't beat themselves. No. They didn't make the mistakes in those crucial situations. We had the Trey Turner throw, right? We had that here that could have happened. We had the bunt, right? And you have last night with the 1-1 game, even before it's 1-1, when it's 1-0, and we load the bases, and then we walk home to run. Like, that's more of us than it is the Dodgers.
Yes. Yeah,
that's what's frustrating. That's what's frustrating. Like, we beat ourselves.
They gave us our run last night though too. Like they had the.
No, you're right. They did. Yep.
We had the double play, and so it was both ways. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least.
Yeah. How the hell did Kepler score? What was that?
It was Castellanos' double.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
But he got the second on.
Because the bad PFPs by Emmett Sheehan, he didn't get over to first base.
Yes.
And that that was the moment where it's like, I don't know.
Yes.
Maybe they're gonna go steal one out there.
Yeah.
Even when we were tied 1-1, like before the bases got loaded and everything, like. I just had a horrible feeling because we weren't hitting the ball. Like, I just still felt like we lost, and I don't know.
You knew it was coming. Like, you knew that it was coming at some point there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Jen. Thank you for the call. So, Topper decides to walk Ohtani when he brings out Duran.
Are you okay? Thumbs up on that?
I was fine with
Thumbs up, Fritzy?
Yeah.
All right, that's 3 thumbs up.
People were complaining about that, saying
I was perfectly fine with
saying Ohtani's cold. Well, he's still Ohtani. Duran's still a righty, and Ohtani's a lefty. Ohtani's homered off of Duran before. I'm fine with that. That was you gotta. I was disappointed in Duran for walking in the run. You can't walk the guy in. Now it's a lot worse if you give up a double to Mookie Betts
because a couple of runs scored in.
You don't want to make that mistake.
Clear bases.
Yeah, but I was fine walking him. I
agree.
People are ready to fire Topper over everything at this point. I don't know. I think that's fine. I think you got to trust. They're talking about trusting Duran versus Ohtani. I'd rather trust Duran versus Mookie Betts than trust him versus Ohtani. Give me Duran versus a righty rather than Duran versus a lefty.
Yeah, he tried to get Mookie to chase that high fastball. He didn't.
Yep.
Give credit to Mookie on that. But I gotta admit, I'm sitting there saying to myself after that, and obviously once we got out of the inning, I was like, whew, that's only one. It's still tied.
Yes.
Because they loaded the bases, and I'm thinking they're about to blow the game open.
Yeah.
At that point. I'm thinking, okay.
Just hold it to one. Hold it to one.
He held it to one, and I was like, whoo, thank God.
Well,
I actually felt okay after that.
Yeah, because you can, you do these things, you watch these games, you can talk yourself into anything. And when he walks in the run, and they get out of the inning, I said to myself, we were never winning this game scoring one run.
Exactly.
So that's fine.
Yep.
So that's fine. We don't have to score 5. All we have to do is score 2. Score 2 now.
Or 3.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's all we got to do. So here.
And that was 7th inning, right? That's the 7th or the 8th inning?
It was the 7th.
7th inning, right? Because Duran came in the 7th.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he came back for the 8th.
Now, what did you think?
He did come back in for the 8th. That's what I thought.
Now, Jack, that was a moment where Topper put a guy in for a high leverage out and then brought him back out.
I was thinking about Fritzy. I was.
And he handled it fine.
Yeah. So I think Duran knew that plan heading in. So I think what happened with Robertson is that he changed the plan once he's got the out. Duran knew that
he was going back out there.
Yeah. It's called the fist pump rule. When you see your reliever fist pump after a big out, you get him out. If there's no fist pump and he's dead serious, you keep him in.
I got to watch for this now.
That's called gut versus analytics right there. No, but like Duran.
Yes. It makes sense, though. It makes sense.
I just think Duran had more of an idea, and I think the Robertson thing was more. He just kept going with it.
Yeah, it makes sense. Duran certainly seemed like he was expected to go back out there.
It was definitely unfortunate, too. We get the shadow game. Now, the shadow benefits both pitchers. But that was a moment where
I took the under.
If there's any pitcher I didn't want it to benefit for them, it was the one guy that I was pretty confident they could hit in Glasnow. I didn't want Glasnow to have the training wheels. I'm confident in Christopher Sanchez to be able to shut down the Dodgers without the shadows.
Yeah.
They got Glasnow only had one shadowless inning. It was only the 6th inning that he had. And they couldn't hit his fastball.
I know.
He couldn't hit his fastball.
I know.
I didn't know he's 6'8", too.
Yeah, huge.
He's a big fella.
Especially like in the shadow.
Looks 6'8".
Yeah, I know. He's pretty athletic.
Yeah.
Christopher Sanchez, 6'6".
Also tall.
He doesn't look 6'6". Now sometimes he definitely looks tall at 6'4", but I'm like, 6'6", really?
Tall drink of water.
He's a
I
skinny
didn't realize
fella.
he was 6'6".
He's a skinny
He
fella.
got yoked this year. Compared to the last couple of years, he bulked up. That's why he threw 200 innings.
I thought he hit 98 once. Is that possible? He hit 98 once? Yeah. 215-592-9494. Gary and Vineland, you're on WFP. What's up, Gary?
Yeah, only thing worse than my call yesterday was the games we had to watch. Oh, my God.
Yes. Well, I would say your call might have been worse than the Phillies game. Not worse than the Eagles game.
Worse than that not giving us that strike that was
all over
the box.
Yeah.
It's just so frustrating because you knew we needed it there, and then as soon as that guy got walked, I was like, oh, man, here we go.
Well, it's such a good pitch, too. And so I yell about it, and Val, my wife, she goes, well, it was close. And I was like, Val, that is a good pitch. If you're the pitcher, and poor Val, she even likes baseball. She's never watched, I don't think, with the box on there. I say, you see the line there? If it's touching the line at all, that is a strike. You don't want to throw it in the middle. I was no fun last night. I was no fun, And then I became the football on the laptop guy while the Phils are up there. My God, not a fun husband last night. Not that I'm a barrel laughs normally, but last night, not fun.
It was intense in everybody's household last night. I can imagine.
Yeah. Was it a double hoodie night?
It was a It was a hoodie and a jacket while I watched the game, and then just a hoodie when I slept.
In the house?
Yeah. Well, because I wore the jacket for Game 3, and they won. So I put the jacket on for Game 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I think him not getting that pitch got to him, too. And,
It did.
And it was just...
Oh, it definitely did.
Yeah, it shook him a little bit.
Yeah.
It was just awful.
Yep.
I told my son, I'm like, you guys got to win tonight. I'm sorry. Like, I can't have another loss this week. There's too many losses.
We're back to the Pee Wee football team.
Yeah. Who are they playing?
It's high school.
Yeah.
And he's QB1. Give the kids.
Oh, man, he's QB1?
And get this. And he's a linebacker.
Oh, that means he can't throw then. He can't throw.
Because he went down like he was hurt. And he's like, Dad, I just need the break, man.
So is he more of a running quarterback?
Oh, God, no.
What?
He's got my genes.
Well, a throwing quarterback playing linebacker doesn't sound all that smart.
He's a baller, man.
Okay.
All right. Who are they playing tonight?
They are playing Gloucester City.
Okay.
Gloucester City.
All right.
Yeah.
And what
That's
school?
in my neck of the woods.
What school does your son play for?
Gallic.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck. Are you guys favored? What's the line?
I don't know. I got to call the bookie out.
All right. Okay. All right. Gary,
I said
thank you for
Gloucester
the call.
City is in my neck of the woods. I don't even know where Gloucester City is.
No,
That's good. Nice confidence there. You've lived there for what, 20 years?
Is it in my neck of the woods?
I have no idea.
I don't know where Gloucester City is.
I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
You two aren't Jerseyans where you are now, Spike.
Yeah, I
Yes.
am now. Yeah, I don't.
Let me look up where Gloucester City is. What's the difference between Gloucester City and Gloucester?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know the difference.
Well, Gloucester's right over
over the bridge.
Right over the bridge.
Yes.
I don't think Gloucester City.
Yeah,
is.
so it is. It looks like it's right over the bridge.
Okay.
So it's like by Oakland, Brooklawn.
Brooklawn, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now Ephraim,
There you go.
Belmar.
There you
Nah,
go.
it's not really my area, but I know that area.
Yeah. That's not near us.
Well, way to be confident with it, though.
Well, I didn't know.
215-592-9494. I'm going to play a little stay or go with Jack and Ike next, where talk about the Phillies impending free agents and the possibility that those guys are back. We will take your calls as well on this miserable Friday. We're trying to lighten it up. Well, are we trying to lighten it up?
Nah, not really.
Not really.
Laugh a little bit.
Very little.
Well, 4:30's coming.
No smiles.
4:30's coming.
Yeah.
4:30's always the time where this turns a little bit. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, Philly, fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees when you bring in your phone. And you can add Fios MBPS for $19.99 a month with auto pay. Now, mobile plus home discount and bonus discount. Visit your greater Philly area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to their reliable 100% fiber optic network.
For eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your own phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up Week 6 Pro Football Sunday, Pittsburgh hosts Cleveland. Pittsburgh, a 5.5-point home favorite, total in the game, 38.5. And this is a brutal schedule spot for Cleveland. 3 straight road games, including an international game last week in London, and Pittsburgh coming off the bye. And I think Pittsburgh's quarterback is going to have success in the quick passing game against Cleveland's ferocious defensive front. Pittsburgh also getting healthier on defense up against Cleveland's rookie quarterback. I think Pittsburgh wins this game by 10. So on Sunday, I like laying Pittsburgh 5.5 against Cleveland. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Injured at work or in an accident? Nobody will fight harder for your rights than Pond Lehocky Giordano. They've recovered billions for injured workers just like you and fight for the maximum settlement you deserve. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lehocky, this powerhouse firm is built on grit. Jerry worked 16-hour shifts in a steel mill before becoming a statewide leader for injured workers' rights. Call Pond Lee Hockey today for your free consultation. You won't pay a dime until they win.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Warm up this fall with an incredible seafood boil. Try the Uncle George with succulent snow crabs, tasty mussels, and shrimp. There's the Pete's Feast with 2 pounds of sweet succulent crab legs, a dozen shrimp, clams, and a pound of mussels. Or create your own boil. Add a lobster tail or a delicious Dungeness cluster. Include smoked sausage, corn, and potatoes, served in our tasty broth, made with white wine and our signature seasonings. A shellfish lover's dream at Chickies and Pete's.
Ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, has got a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boostin' with the Boys, and it's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. Here's how it works. Each week, FanDuel's giving everyone a profit boost to use on college football. No opt-in gymnastics, no invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets the boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with an extra payout on the line. It's easy, it's fun, and it's only on FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/John R, JONR to download the app, check out the Boostin' with the Boys offer, and get in on the action. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. With you on a bummer Friday. Phil's season ends last night as they lose in 11 innings to the Dodgers on an Orion Kerkering brain fart, I guess, if we're calling it kindly, and the Giants whip up on the Philadelphia Eagles last night.
What would be an equivalent to Kerkering last night, the ending of that game for you?
Buckner.
Well, Buckner was just an error, though.
It did go right through his legs, though.
Yeah, but it was just Chris Webber.
Well, also Spike.
Ooh, Webber, that's a good one. Yeah.
Weber calling the timeout.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. What about the Ben Simmons foul, passing up the ball?
Well, so different, but felt just as bad.
Same, yeah.
Just as bad. Because the Kawhi shot felt similar to me in the, just sort of this lack of control that it was over. But just trying to think of brain fart ones, that was Ben Simmons broken. I don't think that was Orion Kerkering.
No, definitely not the same. Yeah.
And the Ben Simmons thing changed the entire course of the franchise in that was the last moment he was ever going to play for the Sixers.
Yep.
But yeah, is there anything else? The Chris Webber one feels the closest to me in terms of brain fart endings.
Yeah, it's got to be something like a timeout or somebody forgot. You got Dak at the end of the which one of those playoff games? Dak let the clock run out. He let the clock run out in one of those games.
I think you're right.
Against the 49ers.
What about J.R. Smith?
What did the J.R. Smith where he let the clock run out in regulation.
Right. Yes.
Didn't in the game, but that's close. I forgot about the J.R. Smith one. That doesn't get talked about as much.
That was a meme for a bit.
Yeah.
Donovan throwing up? I'm just kidding. just kidding.
Didn't happen.
I'm just kidding. The good news is
We don't have 5 today. We're going to wait till Monday?
Yeah, Monday. The good news is
we can only choose one quarterback at 4 o'clock, you know?
Oh, that's right. We had Jaws. No, you're right.
So the good news is, even though the Giants won, they're still able to embarrass themselves. As I'll read the statement from the owner of the Giants.
Uh-oh.
So the embarrassment was Brian Daboll is so desperate to save his job. He's not only letting Jackson Dart run all over like it's high school football, is what it looks like. It looks like, when the quarterback is so much better of an athlete than everybody else on the field in high school.
Make a play.
Yeah, just go do something or whatever. So not only that, but Jackson Dart goes into the blue tent because of a worry of a concussion, and Brian Daboll runs into the blue tent trying to get Jackson Dart out of there. Just one of the most psychotic things I've ever seen a head coach do.
I've never seen that before.
As the most desperate thing I think I've ever seen a head coach do. This statement from John Mara. I spoke to Coach Daboll this morning about approaching the medical tent last night. While I firmly believe, as he has stated, that he was not trying to influence the process in any way, he understands that the appearance of going to the tent is inappropriate. We have protocols in place as a league to ensure player safety, and we need to allow our medical staff to execute those protocols without interference. We understand the situation is under review by the NFL and the NFLPA, and obviously we will cooperate fully.
Yeah, I was going to say that this has the potential to grow some legs, and primarily because I would imagine the league doesn't want to see this again.
No.
They don't want to see a coach running into the damn blue tent.
Well, it's exactly what, when you're talking about the concussion thing, this is exactly what you don't want. You don't want the coach influencing.
Well, that's why it's an independent neurologist that makes the decision. Yeah, because as a coach, this is why you don't get to be involved in the decision-making process here.
Yeah, I mean, just incredibly embarrassing for. And if you're John Mara, you're thinking to yourself, look, that guy on the field is the future of my franchise. You, sir, are gone after this year. You don't need you of all people. And Daniel Jones, you didn't even want.
Right, he's still thinking about that.
Yeah, pretty boy. I thought Mr. Josh Allen fixer.
He got a call from the league, right?
Who,
the league
Daboll?
Called John. John Mara.
John Mara. I'm sure. And I bet John Mara was pissed off when he said it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Carl and Cherry Hill, you're on WIP.
How you doing today?
What's up, Carl?
So, birthday is on Sunday, and in advancement, Ike Reese, happy birthday to you as well, sir.
Oh, same to you, brother. Happy birthday.
Thank you. So, I'm sitting up here last night at Sky Zone with my kids, and I'm watching the baseball game, and I'm saying to myself, okay, it's been 1-1 all the way up to the ninth. I said, all right, I'll catch everything else when I get home, because I said the Eagles are getting ready to play. So I'm like literally just getting my kids ready for bed and school and stuff, and I'm saying, okay, Eagles are playing. I see Eagles score a touchdown. I'm like, all right, cool. Then all the daggone sudden, I see the most idiotic play from the Phillies I've seen in a long time. And my heart sank. And then it went from that saying to myself, I'm like, all right, it's the Phillies. They'll get back. I believe they'll get back. But the body language that I looked at from the Eagles last night is unacceptable to me. And I don't know, what the heck I'm getting from this team. Because everyone's saying the same thing, that is predictable. And this reminds me, Seth Joyner said it even earlier, this is reminding me of 2023. I hated to say it, but also Elliott Shore-Park sat there and said that there was a fear early in the year that it was going to be a fear of 2023 all over again if they don't get their acts together. What I'm getting frustrated is every time that this team has the ball, Saquon looked like he's running for his life. Jalen Hurts has gotten sacked more times than I could even count. It's unacceptable. The distractions, all this last year was not that. This year is like we're looking like a daggone laughing stock. You lost to the Giants, and it's unacceptable to me on how you lost.
Yeah.
A no-name guy, coming up here just running. It's like I feel like Philadelphia Eagles have a problem with scrambling quarterbacks. We don't know what to do with a scrambling quarterback. Like, when he's all over the place, he gets out, and you still can't tackle him? Like, make it make sense to me today. Like, I need help. I'm turning 41 on Sunday, and I'm trying to figure this out. Like, what the heck are you supposed to do with this team? And I know everyone's saying, oh, well, give Kevin Patullo a chance. Just give him a chance. He's new. But this is about how many people have Jalen Hurts have been through as far as coordinators by himself. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know what to say for this team. I don't know. And it's like, I seen Gritty earlier on Instagram. Gritty was like at a loss of words. I feel so bad for him.
He don't even speak.
He don't even speak. He don't even speak. And I'm just like, it's horrible. It's just horrible. And I just want to say one last thing.
Yeah.
I got love for Bryce. I do. I got love for the Phillies. I do. But I'm speaking up for every single Phillies fan. It's unacceptable to me that the top of this lineup can't hit a ball. My grandmom is 80 daggone years old and can hit a daggone ball. 80.
Yeah. What about that, Fritzy?
Well, is she a free agent?
Like Jack.
Can she play right field?
Jack Fritz. Look, Jack. I love y'all, but I'm sorry. I know how much it is that you get on Jalen Hurts about how Jalen Hurts and stuff got to be.
Yeah, he's fine.
A certain way.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. I'm holding this Phillies team accountable. I'm holding this team accountable until they get the head out of their behinds, literally, because it's unacceptable to me for y'all guys to go scoreless when it's right in your possession to hit a home run and you don't take the swings. Trey Turner is still sitting up and swinging from his daggone ankle. For what? For what? Like, it's crazy to me. It's just crazy to me. It's like I can't see another season like this. I pray that Rob Thompson is gone. He's a nice man. Love the dude, but I'm sorry. I need somebody with fire that's going to put fire under this top of the lineups behind. If you're gonna make the daggone World Series, add pieces to it, man. That's gonna sit there and do something. We need short ball. You don't gotta be a heroic hero every single daggone time to hit the ball out the daggone park. You had an opportunity and it was choked.
Yep.
This is another year that it was choked. Like, come on now. We got to do better, man. Like, God bless y'all, man. Take care.
Great call, Carl.
Great call.
Man, we know he meant small ball.
Yeah, short ball.
I know. I don't think
That's
Granny.
when Elliott plays basketball.
I don't think Granny's catching up to 96 up in the zone.
Well, that's okay.
The hammer.
Neither's Bryce.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Bryce
Put a better fight than Granny.
Bryce has got to wear this one. Bryce has got to wear. You can't.
You got to pray for him.
Stop. You can't. You can't wear a headband that says Mr. Showman on it.
I am pretty out on the showman thing.
Now you're out.
Well,
on
it's just
that.
like, dude, it puts an unnecessary target on your back. Just put Crew and Brooklyn and Hayes.
Hayes.
I forget his third daughter's name, but whatever. You get the point.
Put
Those
the
are
kids'
fun.
names on
Put the
the
kids' names on there. Until you're the showman, don't stop with the showman. Come on.
He had multiple opportunities in this series to make.
He worked a big walk though late. I mean, you got to give him credit.
He didn't work a walk.
He did work a walk.
No, here's what happened.
Shut up.
No.
Shut up.
Turn off his mic.
Did he walk or did he not walk?
He walked. He didn't work a walk.
He grinded a walk.
He went up.
I know
it went 3-0.
Because
and
you
then
know why?
No, shut up
No,
for
you
a second.
shut up.
No, you
shut up.
He swung at 3 straight balls. And
because
then finally,
you know why? He's trying to do something.
Dude, he didn't do anything.
I'm turning into seltzer.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
I know.
He's gotta. You can't say. All we theorized was he's saving it up for the postseason. He's saving it up for the postseason. He's saving it up for the postseason. Well, we could have used it yesterday.
He smoked the ball early. Happened to be at a guy. Yeah, it happens.
That was a deep shot.
Yeah, it was. You won't bring that
man.
up. No, the biggest issue is they got to find.
And that should have been a double play ball.
Yeah, dude. I wish there was all 22.
Yeah.
Because I know. What are you laughing at? You're always laughing at me for nonsense. I just, on the TV copy, it's hard to tell how close they were. And
there's only 18 people out there.
Oh, yeah. Listen, you get the point.
Yeah.
I just wish I could see.
Yeah, who are the other 4?
Yeah, he's like all 22. I'm like, what?
All right. I wish I had all 10.
18.
10.
All right.
Because the hitter and whatever. You get the point.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how close the base runners were, and maybe just thinking getting out. Because when it was hit that way, I was like, man, just go to
that's a double play ball.
Could have been a double play ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what were you about to say about Bryce before I said?
Well, it's just like he's not like a superstar anymore. That's like he's still a really good player. He's a good player. But the days of him being the MVP discussion and the top 15 to 20 player in the sport, like that's the biggest thing they got to find another impact player.
Yes.
Like on top. It's almost like I want Schwarber back and then another guy.
Else. Yeah.
To where it's not just
what's this payroll going to look like?
That's the but that's the issue. That's why like Aiden Miller has to be special. Like and we'll see if he is. Justin Crawford I don't think is special. I think he's going to be a pretty good player, but like that's the worry with them is that we're top heavy, and the top heavy guys might not be the same guy.
Where's our big dumper?
Well, I mean, they could have traded the price.
Sitting on it, buddy.
Where's ours at?
They traded him for Duran.
Oh, who
Eduardo Tayit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, was he our dumper?
Yeah, I was a catcher that raked.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll see.
All right.
Maybe next year.
Well,
they have reached maybe next year status.
Well, the
Yep.
That's a tough spot. Ike went through 5 years of maybe next year.
And
now you want to start shooting at
Well,
me.
no, it was what I was thinking of last night because I was like, well, yeah. But the last time I felt this way was the early 2000s Eagles. Was like maybe next year's the year.
Is there there's not another star player that's a free agent?
Well, besides, what do you mean? Like Kyle Tucker's available
Kyle
if you
Tucker's
wanted.
a bad fielder now too.
Well, the one that I would find interesting is Bregman.
Right, at third base.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Real quick. Here are the free agents. I'm not going to do the guys on the team.
Okay.
But the free agents, I'm going to give you the guy's name. I want you to tell me percentage chance you think he's back. All right? First one, Ranger.
You know what? Before Zach got injured, I would have said he's absolutely gone. Are we sure Zach's coming back healthy early enough next year?
Well, I think May is the plan.
Okay, so
they hope.
So
Yeah.
I mean, he could miss significant time.
He could.
Yeah,
I mean, he could also not even get back to where he was.
Right.
Now,
So-
I'm optimistic about it, but
So I'll give Ranger. Ranger has his own issues. I'll give him 15% chance he's back.
Jack, Fritz,
5.
Yeah, I would probably go
less.
3. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I think somebody's going to give him too much money. Let's see. JT Realmuto. Like,
I think JT has a high chance to be back here, so I'd say 80% chance JT is back.
Yeah, I was going to say 85.
There you go. I'm right around the same one. Now, the big one, Kyle Schwarber. Oh, actually, before we do Schwarber, Harrison Bader.
85.
Yeah, because I guess
he was a little non-committal in his
Right.
answer. He talked about how much he loved it here.
Yeah.
and then he gave us we'll see what happens.
see what happens.
He's a businessman. He's been in the 6th team in 4 years.
So he's probably looking for at least a multi-year deal.
Yeah, he's probably looking for 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hope to get him for 2.
Yeah.
2 in an option.
Yeah.
2 in a mutual.
Come on, we'll have a good mutual option.
2
Come
in a
on,
mutual.
man.
I'll go 85 Bader.
I think Bader's back.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm at 60.
God, I want Bader back.
I want
bad.
Bader back badly.
I almost want Bader.
I do.
I almost want Bader back
more than Schwarber.
Not. I don't know.
Oh.
Gun to my head, no, but still, I get the point.
Yeah.
I get the point.
And then finally, Kyle Schwarber. Percent chance. Ike.
Hell, 50-50?
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's like 70.
70% chance he's back?
Yeah.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I think he is, unless the Phillies come to him early with an offer that he is going to be like, all right, I'm good. They're going to give me pretty much what I'm asking for. He goes to free agency, and then he finds out what he's worth out there. What's his value?
Well, we did see the rumor about the Mets being interested, that Steve Cohen is interested.
Wow.
You're not going to outbid that guy, I can tell you that,
Nah.
if he wants you.
No shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know shots you're outbidding him.
And
$120 million is a drop in a bucket for him.
Doesn't
man. That's
matter.
nothing.
Rounding
Yes.
error.
Yes.
Yeah. Looking at when we interviewed John Middleton's face about it, I was trying to read his eyes.
Right.
I'm at like 80% he's back.
He's back. Okay.
Yeah, looking at Middleton's eyes, Middleton, I think I
love him.
Even just talking to Dombrowski, when we had Dombrowski on, I don't know, there's something about their tone that seemed like they were going to do it. Now, maybe there's some giant offer that they can't match. But
would you go 335
a year?
Yeah. Because here's what I'm thinking. If he can't get 4 years, he's going to want more money.
Right.
Maybe he takes the fourth year to take a little less average per year.
Yeah, I mean, I think
4 years is 120, 3 years, 105.
Yeah, the last thing we saw was 4 years, 120. I don't know. I want to get the spreadsheet in front of me before I start committing money to Schwarber. I want to start seeing who's out there.
Okay.
You're
with this thing with Schwarber, man. You may playing hardball with him. You don't want him back.
No, it's not that.
Sure it is.
No, I'm telling you, my issue is they are a team built around pitching that can't field the baseball, and he doesn't help that at all. And I wonder.
Well, he's just a DH.
I know.
Somebody's got to be the DH.
I know, but I don't. Do I want to commit? If Harrison Bader is going to, would you rather have two Harrison Baders at different positions or one Kyle Schwarber? And that's
one Kyle Schwarber.
But that's the question that I'm asking.
Yeah.
Is that if there is a third base version of Harrison Bader and I can get two guys in there that both play a position and then go spend less money on DH, maybe not as much production, but also I'm not committing all that money to it, maybe I would think about that.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to have Schwarber
Here's my
back.
thing with Bader, and we're going to find this out. I haven't even looked at his career numbers, but on 6 teams tells me that there are spurts in which he looks good, and then there are also spurts where he does. All I'm saying is that if he's our full-time center fielder, what does that look like over the course of a year? Yeah, good defense, but is he batting 260 with 12 home runs?
He's a 250, 260 hitter who will hit you 18 home runs.
Okay.
But
18's even high, though.
That's even high.
He hit 17 this year as a career high.
Okay.
So, I would say it settles 12 to 15.
Okay.
Would you could give me 12 to 15 home runs with him versus 50 home runs with Kyle Schwarber?
But the vibes.
And the playing center field. I value the playing
Would
field.
Would you rather sign Bregman or Schwarber?
What's Bregman going to cost you?
$30 a year. 3 years.
Yeah, he's going to opt out of a $40 million a year deal.
Oh, yeah.
But he's not going to get that much because he wanted longer term. He signed a short term deal with the opt out because he wanted, basically.
Yeah.
He's a winner.
But so is Schwarber.
Yeah, was.
No, it increased in wins every year.
Okay.
215.
All right. 215-592-9494. CJ in Texas, you're on WIP.
Man, you know what? I really wish I was in Philly so I could be around people.
Not today, brother.
No, he needs to. He wants to feel people feel the same way he does.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
I'm in Texas, so hey, and I'm a proud Eagles fan. Like it's on my truck. I wear caps, hoodies. I wear it all. So it's like they know where to dump it off. And y'all, hey, I ain't gonna lie. I have not been the biggest baseball fan, but just messing with y'all and messing with Jack, I just started rocking with the Phillies. Hell, I even got an Eagles hat that's burgundy and gold with the P on the side. Like, I got some shit made. My bad.
You got it.
Yeah,
you got it.
Yeah, my bad, guys.
It's okay.
But I look at this. You said earlier, you was like, hey, Ben Simmons, the era in Ben Simmons. It's two different fields. One guy was scared.
Yes.
One guy messed up.
Well,
so those are two, like,
he might have been scared too. That's why he messed up.
Yeah, I think.
But at least he did something.
Yeah, I don't think. You know, the crazy thing is, CJ, here's because you're not here, we are. I don't think there's a lot of ire toward
today
toward Orion Kerkering today.
Yeah, I agree.
There was a ton of ire toward Ben Simmons, but Orion Kerkering,
rightfully so.
Yeah, Orion Kerkering. I think everybody knows what happened. He had a moment where he froze, and that's where he made a mistake, and he. You know, it's a tough moment, man. There's 57,000 people. Well, last night, I don't know, 47,000.
What a
people.
crowd! I mean, what a crowd!
Well, they've been in the LCS 8 out of the last 13 years. They're bored by it now. Yeah, but you know, you got 50,000 people screaming at you. You have the bases loaded. It's 1-1 in the bottom of the 11th, and the moment hit him, and he made a mistake. But I don't think we haven't been killing him. I don't
know,
feel
no,
that.
yeah, but I just know that like they were being compared because I saw somebody else say that. Now, Jack, I'm not gonna get on you today, but I am gonna start calling you OG Jack. Kind of like Wade when it comes to the Phillies, you know what I'm saying? Like how
that's
you
fair.
run up for Harper, you know what I'm saying? For Harper, you
Jack.
put a little too much. Now, to get on these Eagles. Dude, I'm driving around for my kids' football game, looking at the game to hurry up and get home to see this. And what is this I'm watching? Now, I will say, when it's all said and done with, everybody kept saying over and over and over, oh, we're 4-0, we're 4-0, oh, we're 4-1. We'll get back on track against the Giants. And something in my gut after the game started, I was like, this don't look like this is going to get back on track. This is, even though we won last year, we've been seeing this for the last couple of years. And I can't go away from saying, this is our coach's fault. You can't say you're an offensive guy and we got to keep reloading with coordinators. And then we got to hope the coordinator knows what he's doing. The concept as far as the receivers don't work. You keep trying to run a scheme that's not run far as the run game. It worked last year. You don't have that personnel, so you can't do it this year. It is not good. We need a great offensive coordinator and just let him be the walk-around guy. But as long as we have this type of system set up, we're going to continue to replace offensive coordinators because we're a win-now team. So, hey.
Well, I don't think Patullo's in danger of becoming a head coach anywhere.
Yeah, you won't have to replace him at least. Yeah, that is the one issue with having a head coach that is not the coordinator. Is that if you are successful, not the offensive play caller, is that if you're successful, that guy's going to get a head coaching job somewhere, and you're always going to be looking for somebody. So
the other problem is this:
what?
His playbook must not be that deep.
Nah, but
his playbook can't be that deep.
Here's the thing, though, CJ. But here's the thing: Kellen Moore came in here with a deep playbook last year, and we whittled it down to 6 plays. And it was the same thing. And Kellen Moore just is down in New Orleans taking a quarterback who was
let me look at their passes.
0-10. He's got 6 touchdowns, 1 interception. I think Spencer Rattler throwing for 225 yards a game. I mean, there's
how do you keep up with everybody's stats?
Well,
man?
When they're on YouTube Big Board.
He rolled those stats on too fast. I'm like, how did he know that?
Because I don't have anything to do.
He keeps up with the people. He keeps up with them. When it does, I've said this a couple of times. You said people look at the games we worrying about Spike. Yes, because I've been looking at understanding what Spike does. I know y'all dumping on me now. Don't let it come back.
Spike tracks his guys now. Yeah, he tracks his guys now. Yeah, he's going to track his guys.
Well,
it might come back later, but he's going to pull a rabbit out of the hat.
All right, CJ, thank you for the call.
All right, bro.
Look, it's good for the brand.
It's all good, yeah.
It's good for the brand that Baker Mayfield's having. For my brand, that Baker's having this year. That is the one name everybody scoffed at on my list is Baker. So I hope it keeps up. Jack, what's coming up in the top 5 of 5?
Well, the way I process things, right, is that when I'm down, I like to get even downer. Okay. Get even more sad.
Get lower.
Right? So what I have for you are the 5 other Philly sports moments that left me sitting there in silence.
This should be
pile on. Yeah,
I was going to say this should be miserable.
Just pile on.
The pile on Friday.
Okay, all right. So that is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, NFL Sunday's coming. You've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Now, it's coming with a little something extra. Now, this isn't just another NFL Sunday I'm talking about. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop, and now FanDuel's making it even better because this week, FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. All customers get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown!
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters. So whether it's a tank or tankless model, choose Bradford White.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Whether your dream vacation is about doing it all or nothing at all, you'll find what you love with Norwegian Cruise Line. Be charmed by historic European cities, wowed by the wild sights of Alaska, or calmed by serene beaches in the Caribbean. Wherever you go next, feel free to experience more with Norwegian. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays, call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed. Thanks to BetMGM Originals, you'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is at Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for play spins and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over in terms of ChumbaCasino.com. We all know Orion Kerkering should have thrown the ball to first, and even if he does, there's still no guarantee that the Phillies win the game to extend their season, but he'll be the scapegoat for the loss because of his awful mental blunder. But the majority of the blame for this series should be directed at Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, and Bryce Harper, because in 3 losses to the Dodgers, that trio combined for only 3 hits and 15 strikeouts. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The afternoon show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Got something special for you here in the 5 o'clock hour, aside from us, which is special, and the relationship we have with you. That's also special. We have a pair of tickets to go to Allen Iverson Misunderstood, the book tour, happening Tuesday, October 14th at the TLA right there on South Street in Philly. Each ticket, you get a copy of Allen Iverson's new book. For tickets, more information, visit Ticketmaster.com. So every call this hour, do not just call for the tickets, but if you are a normal WIP calling with content, you are registered, and we'll pick one winner out at the end of the show. This is the top 5 of 5, and it is sponsored by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
It's the 5. Number 5. At 5. 5. With Jack Fritz.
Oh, 5. Beautiful 5.
So this is going to sound embarrassing, but, you know, when you watch something that you get fully invested in, sometimes you act a little embarrassing.
Okay.
So when the ball's flying home into Fransky's booth from Kerkering's right arm,
Yeah.
and, you know, I was sitting up, right?
Yeah.
As soon as it happened, I went into the fetal position on my couch.
No.
I wasn't proud of it.
You went fetal position on it?
Come on. And I did. I know. And I didn't want to tell it to Ike, but I had to. And I didn't even. You know, you got to put a tweet out, right? Because it's content.
You don't, but yeah.
You don't, but yeah.
Yeah.
But you have to.
Yeah.
You have to. I didn't know what to tweet.
Yeah.
So I just sat there in silence.
Yeah.
And it got me thinking, what are the 5 other Philly sports moments during my lifetime that I sat there in silence after?
And they just showed last night's moment when we were in the Xfinity Lounge over there, just on the TV.
Yeah.
It's one of these moments that I'm going to, every time I watch it, I'm going to think maybe it'll end differently when I watch it.
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they say that you have a 7-minute highlight when you die.
Yes.
I think the Kerkering overthrowing JT Real Muto is going to be on my highlight reel.
Yeah, it'll be on there.
Like
It'll be on there.
Walker being born, Sutton being born, Kerkering throwing it to out of bounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the top 5 Philly sports moments that left you sitting in silence.
Yeah. Starting at number 5. We usually don't do flyers on this show.
Ooh.
But when their miracle run in 2010 ended like this, it was one of those moments that you sat there in silence.
But it went wide, and around it's flicked by Ladd, and then went off of Coburn, on back to be taken by Campbell. Here's Campbell handing on to Kane again. Lots of head fakes there, trying to shake Timonen. Threw one in front. Oh my, it rattled around, and it kicked on back, and then score! We saw no light, we saw no signal, and we're not sure if they've set a signal of a goal yet, but they are celebrating at the other end of the ice. What chaos!
Because if you remember, we had no idea if it was a goal or not. You couldn't tell.
I was in the building. I was there.
Oh, were you?
Oh, yeah, I was
my-
there for that game.
You
Yeah, you're bad news, man.
Did you go to any of the games in 2001 when Kobe was there too? Every game. Did you just say you were at every game? Were you at every game?
Yep.
Dude, we need to investigate Ike. We need to.
Trying to say I'm bad luck.
Well, it sure is looking like it.
Well, hold on. What about when the Eagles win? I'm at those games.
Not the Super Bowl.
But the championship game?
Yeah, but do you leave at halftime?
Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah.
Did they start turning around?
Wait a minute. The one Super Bowl you were at, we lost too.
Oh, the one we played in? Yes. Yeah, I guess you're right on that one. Yep.
But
we may have to examine that. Yeah. We may need to examine
that 2010 Flyers team was so fun.
Yeah.
And it was like, they're really going to do it. They came back from 3-0 down against the Bruins.
Yeah.
And it was like, what a run. And then for it to just end without any, it felt like no finality.
Mm-hmm.
It was just we had no idea if it was a goal or not.
And I was there because we carried the Flyers back then.
At that time.
Yeah, that was me and your dad.
Oh, really?
We were doing like pregame Flyer shows.
Wow.
That sounds...
A lot of expertise, a lot of Flyers expertise on that show.
A lot of me just sitting there like, what?
Just...
I remember when I first started doing WIP shows late at night, my dad was working at Fox 29, and we'd come over sometimes afterwards. And somebody asked me a hockey question. And I said on air, I was like, I have no idea. I don't know. And he came in afterwards. He's like, don't tell them you have no idea. Because they don't know you have no idea.
You don't have any idea.
But you also got...
Somehow they knew that I didn't have any idea.
Yeah. I think they knew he didn't have any idea either. I don't think anybody was
He thought he was fooling people.
He wasn't fooling anybody.
Yeah.
Fourth moment that left me sitting there in silence. Speaking of another miracle run, this was the Phillies in 2022. It was going pretty well.
Oh, God.
Down in Houston. Schwarber hits the home run to give him 1-0 lead, and then they come back, bottom of the sixth. They put Zach Wheeler back out there, but he pulls him for Jose Alvarado, and Yordan Alvarez greeted him with this.
And the pitch to Alvarez. Swung on, hit in the air, straightaway center field. He crushed it. On the run is Bierling back to the wall, and it was over the batter's eye and onto the platform in center field, well over 400 feet. And the Astros have taken the lead here in Game 6 by a score of 3-1 on a monumental home run by Yordan Alvarez.
Was not there for that one.
You could hear it.
Dude.
Yeah, that sounded like it.
Yeah.
You know the Schwarber home run?
Yeah.
It was that, but to center field.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, and I've only seen the replay once. Like I can't watch the Yordan Alvarez home run because
were you there? Were you there?
No, I watched that one at home.
Okay.
I watched that one. We were only there for game 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that was the real finality. And even that game was 1-0. Schwarber hits home run. You were like, there's no way they're going to hold on to it. No way. And Yordan Alvarez, just brutal. Number 3, the Philly sports moment that had me sitting there in silence was one that Spike brought up a little bit earlier.
You got to be aware of the inbounder here if you're Philly.
It's off to Leonard, defended by Simmons. Is this the dagger?
The dagger?
Seriously.
Series. Toronto is won.
All right, relax, Kevin.
So my reaction was the same as yours, Jack. I was just sitting on the couch when that happened.
Was that Father's Day?
No, that was the Ben Simmons non-dunk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Val was sitting there. She wasn't watching the game. She saw me just sitting there in shock.
Mm-hmm.
She said, "What?" And I showed her. And she said, "Oh, wow." We just rewatched it on the podcast. So on the Rights of Ricky Sanchez, we tried to exorcise the demons of the old Sixers playoff failures. So we watched every one of them.
Wow, okay.
And the Kawhi shot, 4 bounces. I mean, that is not a natural thing to have. I've never seen a ball do that. Hit front rim, the front of the front rim.
And he shot it from the side.
Yes, from the corner.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Falling out of bounds.
Yeah.
He walked, by the way. But
of course. They all walk in the NBA, yeah.
Do you think they win that game?
If it goes to overtime?
Yeah.
So we asked Danny Green. Danny Green said that he thought the Sixers would have won that game. And he was on the Raptors at that point. We asked somebody else involved in it who thought that the Raptors would win that game. I do not think the Sixers would have won that game. They were cooked physically. I just don't think they would have gotten through overtime.
Why in the 5 o'clock hour?
Yeah, seriously.
Every time.
Can I tell you what it is?
It's the pistachios.
It's pistachios.
Yeah. You get a little bit of nuts. And all
my throat. You get a little nut in your throat, and
And he can't talk anymore.
He can't talk anymore.
It's just unbelievable. You got to relax. You got to. I just had my daily stash.
Well,
I'm fine.
It's just a big bag of
I know.
nuts.
I know.
Really big bag.
Dude, it's so. I know it's so bad. We're having a serious moment. We're trying to really go through it, and you're making a mockery.
I need to hit you back. You all right over there? Yeah.
Let's go get some water.
I have water.
Yeah, look at that.
Water. All right.
I don't need you dying in here. I know Jack wants to get in that chair, but we don't need it to happen that way.
See ya.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Just kidding. All right, the second Philly sports moment where I left sitting in silence. This was silence straight into just the loudest F-bomb I think I've ever let out in my entire life.
Breaking ball pulled on the right side. Punto to his left. He's got it. Howard falls down, limps towards first. Punto flips, and the game is over. Cardinals celebrate. Howard down halfway to first. Chris Carpenter, 3-hit shutout and a 1-0 win for St. Louis, stunning the crowd at Citizens Bank Park, ending this season.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Howard. I give up. You guys finish the show.
Yeah.
Going out that way, just to have the injury and
It was the most finale I think I've ever seen in my entire life. That game still the worst I've ever seen. You had the Ibanez ball in like the 5th that should have been a home run on any other night.
The Chase Utley hit.
Utley started in the 9th with one that would have been a home run in July, but of course it died at the wall. And then Ryan Howard's Achilles pops in the 9th. Still the worst of the worst.
Yeah. After he had gone, really, he had been nursing that thing all year long.
Yeah, September.
Yeah.
That's the last week of the season with it.
Yeah.
And then it popped.
Yeah, and that signaled the end of everything. That was the last of that era going into the postseason.
Does any player ever have calf soreness or Achilles soreness and the Achilles not rupture? It just seems like it happens.
Anytime you hear that, you're like, you know what's coming.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every time. Even last year in the finals, when they were talking about Tyrese Halliburton having a calf issue and he kept playing, you knew his Achilles was going to go.
Yeah, finally popped.
Every time.
But the number
Kevin
one.
Durant.
Yes.
Same thing. When his popped.
Same thing.
Yeah. But the number one moment that me, entire stadium, probably even Ike, sat there in silence was this.
It's first and goal. That's picked off. And who else? Rondé Barber. All the way, untouched, down the field. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers may ride to the Super Bowl with that one.
Yeah. He ran right past our sideline. I wanted to run on the field and tackle him.
It's a 15-yard penalty?
Yeah, something. At least he wouldn't have scored.
That's right. It's not like continuation in the
that would have
NBA.
been. As popular as you are in this city,
would that have made me a hero?
Oh my God! The Eagles Mount Rushmore would start with Ike Reese. It would be who else is on besides Ike.
Well, what would be like? Do they give them?
I think they can reward him a touchdown.
They can do it.
Yeah.
Okay, if I run off the sideline.
Yeah. If there's an open field and
people were chasing.
Yeah,
they just didn't catch him.
I think, because we heard about their discretion on that with the Frankie Louvu thing last year with the tush push, is that if the referee feels like something like that happened, they can award a touchdown.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my God! If you had just tackled Rondé, oh my God, would have been good.
I would have went down in history.
Oh yes.
Oh, are you kidding me? You like Reese play? Just think about that, Ike.
Would Jack kick me out the league though?
When Jack asked the listeners, "What's your favorite Ike Reese play?" They would all have the easy answer.
That's a good point. That would be front and center.
Do you think if we keep acting like you try to do that, pretend that it happened, that we could convince people that happened?
That it happened?
Yeah.
I think we could do that, especially for the younger generation. Somebody would buy it.
I'll start telling people.
Dude, we could probably do an AI edit.
Yeah, we could. We could definitely do an AI edit of Ike running onto the field.
I swear to God, I hate AI.
I hate it.
The worst.
I don't know what's real, what's not. Unless I see something like an old lady fighting a bear, and I'm like, hold on, that's not real.
Nailed it.
I sent Jack this. This must have been 6 months ago on Boomer and Gio on WFAN.
Yeah.
Boomer was on the air talking about polar bears having. What do like clams have on them? The things that grow on them.
Claws?
Barnacles.
He was talking about. He goes, hey, he was like, these whales and these polar bears have barnacles on them, and they actually come up to boats, and they let the humans take the barnacles off. And Gio goes, what? And Boomer's amazed. He said, yeah, I was watching all these videos on Instagram.
Oh, wow. Yes, somebody got him with the AI.
And Gio goes, so Al Dukes, the producer, finds it, brought it over to Gio, and Gio's like, Boomer, this is AI. This isn't real. And it was, you could tell Boomer was a little embarrassed.
Right.
But man, one of the, and that was before, now it's all over the place.
Yeah.
Now you just can't tell.
Yeah.
Well,
and I really can't tell. Unless it's something outrageous, then that's I'll assume it's AI.
During Game 3 of this series, of the Dodgers-Phillies series, I mentioned my mother-in-law was over.
Yeah.
My mother-in-law and my wife are sitting on the couch. And I'm just locked in on the game, but I hear them talking. And my mother-in-law goes to my wife. She goes, hey, look at this video. And she just goes, Mom, that's AI. And I don't know what the video was, but something tells me it was like an old lady fighting a bear or something.
Right, yes.
Or a dog driving a car, or grocery shopping. This hour is sponsored by Guida Door and Window. Buy a window or door. Get the second at half off with 18 months of interest-free financing. Call Guida Door and Window at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Nick in Collegeville, you're on WIP. What's up, Nick?
Oh, God, I don't even know where to start. But first of all, we're going to say, this is the reason why I'm really pissed off by our football, our teams. First of all, they got me up late the other night. All right, 9 whatever stars.
That game 3.
It's like, all right, I don't mind losing sleep, and we got the win. All right, I don't have a problem with that.
Yep.
I'm all in, right? And they give me with the fake hope. All right, not a problem. Then last night, I mean, seriously, I'm all excited and
extra innings.
I mean, first of all, I'm like, it's still 0-0. What inning are we in? Like, how's nobody? My wife's like, oh, this is going to go. Not that she knows sports, but she's like, what happens if they're tied? I'm like, they just keep playing. Oh, this is going to be a long game. I'm like, no. Somebody's going to I'm like, trust me, somebody will score a run. And we scored a run, which is great. But here's the biggest fiasco that upsets me. All right. Eagles played yesterday, right?
Yes.
Mini bye, right?
Yep.
Mini bye. Thursday's a mini bye, right? And so I don't know when the hell they're going to play again. And the Phillies playing with like 1,003 days, right?
It's
I have nothing
a while.
to do this weekend.
Oh.
I have nothing to do. I'm going to puck it up. I'll do game 2 in Florida when it's 93 degrees. What am I going to do? Saturday, Sunday.
What if you hang out with your family and friends?
Who?
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Listen, my dog's always there.
Yep.
My wife's always there. My dog's always. We're good. We love each other. We hang. We're fans. I need those. What? I need
Sixers preseason tonight.
Who?
Oh God.
Yeah, well, just throwing it out there.
No. Okay. Now let's talk baseball.
Yeah.
If I told you guys before the first pitch in the first game, we're only giving up 2 home runs. Not to the top 4 hitters for the Dodgers. The entire team. We're giving up 2 home runs the entire series.
Yeah.
And we're going 4 games.
Yeah. I'd say we won in 4 games. And if you would
outscore them.
And if you had given me the stats for our starting pitchers, I would have also said we're winning the series. If you told me what Luzardo did in Game 2. And
what if I told you they outscored the Dodgers? Would you think they won the series?
Yeah, well, yeah. Unfortunately, we didn't save them for the other games.
Yeah. No, it's like that college football team that scores 590 points against scrub teams, and they play one number 3 ranked team, and they lose. Like, oh, never mind. That's Penn State. Never mind.
My God. Yes.
So, I mean, you could tell it. You could tell. You could see it in their heart and in their eyes yesterday. Once they tied it up with that bad walk home, okay, to tie it up. The Philly, the top 4 batters they were playing. Their at bats were like they were the home team in extra innings. Like even if they hit one solo home run, you're the road team, dudes. Like there's no guarantee you're not just going to walk away and the game's over. Like once it got to the top of the 9th and the Phils don't score and it's still tied up, I'm like, well, the odds of us winning this game is almost impossible because when you're out there on the field and you're the road team, one bad pitch or one bad error gives up a run, which gives up the game, which gives up the series. And that's what was so sickening about that game. Like, there was no wiggle room. And because we choked it up the first two games at home, there was no wiggle room. It's those first two games that put us in this compromising position. And it disgusts me that they gave us fake hope the other night. Man,
it was nice to have the hope. You know,
that team was so balanced. Like that Phillies team had us fall in love with them again. Just one game.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, what did Topper say? What was that? Topper said something to the team before the game. He didn't say like,
don't try harder, trust harder.
Trust harder.
Trust harder.
And right, exactly. And that's exactly what they did. They came out and said, okay, if I got a bad pitch, I can punch it the other way, get a single, or at least take 4 extra pitches for the next guy that comes up. And you could see it. They were a team in Game 3. Game 4 was obvious. They were just trying to hit the long ball. It was just. Guys, have a great weekend.
Yeah, all right.
All right, Nick.
All right, Nick. Nick just let it out there.
Yeah, I don't normally hear Nick that down.
Yeah, that was.
He's a baseball guy. He charts there. He does the book for every game.
Oh, he scores the game?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. More people do that than I thought. It's psychotic. I mean, it's crazy.
Evan does every Met game.
Buzz does every Phillies game.
Oh, well, that's not surprising.
Why?
Do you know that Buzz, before Game 2, not only predicted the final score, I mean, he didn't do it correctly, but, we all say what we think's going to happen. Buzz mapped out what was going to happen in every single inning.
Yeah.
Every inning he wrote out.
Yeah.
What was going
he's
to
like
happen.
Rain Man. Nope.
Yes. Well,
yeah.
Some would say. Some would say. Jake in Collingswood, you're on WIP. What's up, Jake?
How's it going?
Hi,
how
Jake.
You doing?
Hey, Jake.
Yeah, I've been. I was calling last year quite a bit about Harrison Bader, and whoever was the screener at the time was like, it got to the point where he was just saying, "You're not calling about Bader again, are you?" And it's not like I thought this guy was going to be like Joe DiMaggio or something, but I just thought he was an obvious complementary piece for this team the way it was comprised. That was a weakness that we had, was in center field, and at least getting some production at the plate in center field.
Well, Jake, so, we all got together. We have a trophy here for you for being right about Harrison Bader.
I do appreciate that, and I will accept it.
Somebody's laughing in the background.
Is that your wife laughing?
James, it was James from WIP in the morning. He's like, Jake, you're not going to talk about Bader again, are you? That was really funny.
Well,
anyway,
Bader's a good player. Now, what people shouldn't get used to, even if he's back, is we had him for a month and a half or whatever, and he was very hot for that time. He's not normally going to hit 370, but he is a good player. He's definitely a good player.
I just look at it this way. From the very first, when he came up with St. Louis, I looked at this guy, and, I mean, you look at him, and he's a specimen. You know what I mean? He's a very good defensive outfielder.
Yep.
He can run.
But physically, you're talking about a specimen, right?
What's your favorite feature?
Look at him, man. The guy's, he's got the broad shoulders.
The glutes.
He's obviously a guy that can pump some home runs out, too.
Some iron.
But I'd like to get to, what happened last night. And I'm really, Harper, to me, was like, I was so damn disappointed in that guy. I mean, even the post-game thing over there, he's always the same. It's like, it's just, there's like, where's the freaking passion and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Schwarber's post-game thing, I mean, he was wearing it on his sleeve. And to me, Schwarber has really been the guy this year. Obviously the numbers bear that out and everything else, but I think they got to bring that guy back. He's just like really the heart and soul and the guts of this team. And I'm getting so sick of Harper with all of these stupid, ridiculous, like, scarves and gloves and all of these, he's like a walking,
A mannequin.
He's like an East Bay catalog.
Yeah, it's like he could open his own store. A wing over there in the New Era store with all of this crap that he touts and wears. And
But
stuff.
Bader's wearing pink stuff. All right, yeah, take it down.
I haven't gotten tired of Bader yet. They're starting to get fed up with Harp.
And Jake, Bader got an ass that won't quit, though, too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice features there.
Yep.
Yes.
Jake is registered. Everybody who calls this hour, don't call just to win, but you call just to talk to us, and you get on. You're registered for a pair of tickets to the Allen Iverson Misunderstood Book Tour this coming Tuesday at the TLA on South Street. Each ticket includes a copy of Iverson's new book. If you want to buy tickets, Ticketmaster.com. So coming up next, we all got our Eagles pick wrong. We are 0 for 3, but we will give you the rest.
I knew it. I tried to do the reverse thing, and it still didn't work.
No. Yep. We will give the rest of our NFL picks and finish up our conversation today about the Phils and the Eagles. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Well, listen, there's a lot of currently losing teams around here.
Yeah.
But the one winning team, that's National Appliance Warehouse.
Thought you were going to say Union.
No, just National Appliance Warehouse.
Okay, all right.
National Appliance Warehouse.
Yep, they are a winning team as well, but they win all the time, 12 months out of the year.
And we usually talk about, like 5-tool players in sports. Well, they got their own tools down at National Appliance Warehouse. When you're looking for the best appliance, they got that tool.
Yep.
They have over 100 brands, 15,000 square foot showroom, Sub-Zero, Cove, Wolf, whatever you could possibly need appliance-wise, they have for you.
They're a 3-tool player, right?
They're a 3-tool player, but you get the point.
Yeah.
The 3 out of 3.
Yeah, so they got the selection. They also price, tax-free Delaware, and Price Assure, which is this thing they have. It's only at National Appliance Warehouse, where the prices in the store get updated just to make sure they're the lowest price while you're in the store.
It's pretty incredible.
Yep.
And the final tool is the people.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Stamakin has built a difference-making culture at National Appliance Warehouse. You walk in, they treat you like family, but the good part of your family. And Spike, we talk about the culture at National Appliance Warehouse. Do you want to join that culture?
If you do, all you have to do is send them an email.
Yeah, email Scott at nawde.com. That's Scott at nawde.com. Maybe start the email with, I'm really sad about my sports teams.
Yep.
But if I could get a part of your culture, that'd be great.
And in the email, you should tell them Fritz sent you.
Well, just when you go in there, tell them they helped my dad the other day with an appliance. They're people helping people. So visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or stop by their Wilmington or Middletown showroom in tax-free Delaware, of course. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on moneyline, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. In-app only.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The return of Red October. Bring back the rally towels, the bat spikes, and the champagne showers. Bring back postseason baseball at McGurk's. McGurk's Pub and Grill, where you can feel the brotherly love. So grab your crew and head over to McGurk's for the game.
Autolender's inventory of one-owner, low-mileage vehicles is so huge, it would take about 10 links to hold them all. That's right. We're talking probably the world's largest inventory, all priced thousands less. It's in a league all its own. So it's only fitting Autolenders is the proud sponsor of the coin toss before every Birds game. See for yourself at any of our 10 locations or Autolenders.com. Go Birds and fly, Autolenders fly.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
New Jersey declares a state of emergency effective Saturday night ahead of an expected nor'easter on Sunday. Police search the Albury Arboretum in Germantown in connection with the disappearance of 23-year-old Kata Scott, and SEPTA looks at short and long-term options to provide service while emergency regional railcar inspections continue.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Every Eagles game. Now streaming live on the free Odyssey.
Only jeweler. Wow, you have even
Still
more.
going, yeah.
That's all good. With over 5,000 Google 5-star reviews, experience the Marks difference. Online, marks-jewelers.com. Are you pressing the panic button on the Eagles? 68.1% say yes.
Yes.
And should the Phillies re-sign Kyle Schwarber for the 3rd time this week? And right in the middle between the 2 times we did before, 65.6% say yes.
Nice.
The only good news on the Phils losing is I did have tickets to 3 separate concerts this month that were all on NLCS and World Series nights, and now I'll have to go to all 3 of them.
You'll have to go to all
Well, yeah. I mean, a game would have been a good excuse to not go to one of them. 3 in 1 month is a lot.
It's a good thing
for
to
me.
buy tickets to a concert and then try to find an excuse to not go to the concert.
To not go. That's my whole life. It feels good buying the tickets and committing to going, but then when I have to stay out late, I don't like staying out late.
What a concept.
You want to do our picks? Let's do our picks.
All right, well, listen.
Yeah.
What we got?
All right, so Ike, you went 1-3 last week.
Damn.
Again. Holy cow. 8-12 on the year. Spike rebounded. He went 4-0 week 4, 3-1 week 5. He's up to 10-10 on the year.
There we go, 500.
And Jackie 2-2 is back. I went 2-2 last week, 2-2 the weekend before, 1-2-1 the week before that.
So we're doing 3 games?
Yeah.
We all started off 0-1 already?
Already?
Yeah.
What was your score, Ike? I forget.
I think I had it 27-20. No, I had it 23-10.
Yeah. Okay. We were all around the same.
Oh, yeah. I had them covered.
Yeah, none of us
easily.
had
Yeah.
And
All right, well, Spike, you have honors.
like a moron, I said, look, there's no way the Giants are going to score very much.
Right. Now, we all said it, and they put up 34.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
So, all but one of 2 of the 3 of these are really just gut picks. Normally, I look at the trends and the numbers. These are gut picks. So, the first one is the Bucks -3 at home over the 49ers. Ooh. I think the 49ers have a good defense but are fraudulent. They're winning.
Smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, games by the skin of their teeth. And the Bucks, I might have a futures bet on them winning the NFC.
I was going to say, haven't they been winning by the skin of their teeth?
They have. Bucks, I have a futures bet. I also got a Baker MVP bet. Bucks -3 at home over the 49ers.
Well, at least you're open about it.
Yes. The Saints, I've been saying all year that I think are frisky. I think the Saints are frisky. The Saints are getting 3.5 at home over the Patriots. I think there's a little too much respect for the Patriots over that after that Bills win. I'm taking the Saints getting 3.5 at home over the Patriots. And the Cowboys at the Panthers. Cowboys -3 at the Panthers. Cowboys, another team, little frisky, and the Panthers stink. So I'm taking Cowboys -3 over the Panthers.
I like it.
Yep.
Sounds like solid picks.
Yep.
All right. I'm going, I like Costco's pick. The Bears +4.5 with the Commanders. I like that. Bears coming off somewhat of a bye week, right? They had a bye week, I think. Yeah, Bears didn't play last week.
Yep.
Listen, Ben Johnson is starting to get something going with Caleb Williams out there. They got to have revenge on their mind from that Hail Mary that basically sunk their season last year. Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Washington may win the game, but I think the Bears keep it close. I think that's a field goal game, so I'll take the 4.5 points for the Bears. I'm riding Shane Steichen and the Colts out there, man.
Ooh, 7. It's a touchdown, right?
Yeah. Well, it's a 7. I had 6.5. What you got, Fritz?
Let me open
whatever you got. I'll take the Colts minus that. Versus Arizona. I mean, Jonathan Gannon's out there beating up his players.
Yep.
They're blowing games in an embarrassing fashion.
Yep. It's 7.
It is 7. Now they go on the road. That game's in Indy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they go on the road to Indy. Yeah, I don't like it. I like the Colts at home. And then my little dark horse team. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
I screwed that up.
Okay.
Jack, scratch that.
Scratch what?
The Colts -6.5. I mean, -7 versus Arizona.
Okay.
I'm taking the Seahawks on the road -1.5 versus the Jags. That'll be a big matchup. Big win for the Jags last week. We'll see if they can handle prosperity after beating Kansas City on Monday night. And Seattle lost a difficult game last week to Tampa Bay.
You're a Liam Cohen doubter, I guess.
I
right?
am a Liam Cohen doubter, but I also have Sam Darnold on 2 of my fantasy teams, so I may as well ride with him. And then I'm taking the Dirty Birds, man, +4.5 Monday night against Buffalo.
Okay.
Buffalo on the road after that tough loss at home. They probably come out smoking, but Atlanta's coming off a bye week as well. It's a nationally televised game. At home, they at least keep this game close. You're getting 4.5 points at home. I'll take it.
No shot. I'm taking the Bills -4.5.
Yeah. I'm shocked you're taking the
I
Falcons.
need to go down there and roll.
Yeah.
I'm turning into an anti-Michael Penix guy.
It's Penix.
Don't care.
Yeah.
Don't care. Not a huge fan. The Lions, I'm taking them +2.5 against the Chiefs. I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves with the Chiefs. And
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think so. And like the Lions, I think are going to be able to consistently put up points in this game. Can the Chiefs keep up? We'll see if they can do that. So I'll take the Lions +2.5. And I'm going against Ike again. I'm taking the Jags and the Fighting Liam Cohens +1.5. I'm in on Liam Cohen.
I am too.
You gotta get coaches with bad press conferences.
Yes,
they
that's
always
the key.
turn into the best coaches.
All right, so there we go.
That's a good point.
There are the picks. Use at your own discretion.
Yes.
Remember, everybody that calls this hour is registered for a pair of tickets to the Allen Iverson Misunderstood Book Tour this Tuesday at the TLA on South Street. Each ticket gets a copy of Iverson's new book. If you want to buy tickets, Ticketmaster.com. 215-592-9494. Angry Ted in the Northeast. You're on WIP. What's up, Angry Ted?
What's going on, Spike, man? Listen, bro.
Man, long time no hear, Angry Ted.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, but I've been listening, man. Just been running around with the family. You know how that go, right, man?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you know what I mean? All the married brothers. I don't know if you married Jack, but if you are,
He
you know
is.
how it goes.
He's been married longer than all of us.
I got 2 kids.
Oh, well, so then Jack, you know how I go. But, hey, Jack, man, last night, bro, was a gut punch. It just brought back memories. And I hate to say this, bro. It brought back Joe Juravicious running down the sideline.
Yeah, I feel
It
you.
brought back Mitch Williams throwing that pitch to Joe Carter, bro. How could you not just throw the first base, man?
Yeah.
I don't want to be too bad on him because I know people take sports serious. And I'm one that I take it serious, but I understand reality in real life, too. But please, man, you have to throw the first base, bro. Come on. And then last night, the ultimate gut punch, the Eagles, like, we forget our identity? Like, what is this, man? Like, what is this? We run the ball. We run the ball to set the pass. We brutalize people. So now we just going to forget who we are? And then the Flyers, man, you know, you didn't mean it. You just caught up in the web. What they say, you get the strays.
Yeah, they're getting
Nobody's
strays.
expecting anything out of y'all, but you know, you tried last night against the champs. You know what I mean? But it was just that thing last night, man. I ain't gonna talk to nobody till next week, bro, man. I just wanted to get this off my chest, bro. I can't, man. I just say this for all those fans that are new to this and not true to this. This is what it feels like to be a Philadelphia fan. This is what it feels like to earn your stripes. So until you go through this type of pain, you can't understand where we're coming from. Thanks for letting me vent, guys. Have a great day, man.
All right, Angry
We'll
Ted.
do this together, bro.
We will.
Yes, sir.
We will.
It's a great point, too. Like, you guys know, well, you don't, Fritz, because you're young, but Spike, you've been here longer.
Oh, we expect this.
Yeah, well, you grew up around disappointing losses, right? And this is sort of how you build your calluses and get your tough skin to be a Philadelphia sports fan.
Our favorite teams were the ones that lost.
Yeah, go ahead, Fritz.
Yeah, look at the audacity, Mr. It's Cincinnati born. I mean, come on, man. I've been living and dying with these teams 31 years.
I've been here 28 years.
Yeah, so his whole life.
Yes, I've been here pretty much your whole entire life.
I know heartbreaking losses. I get it. Like it's actually, part of it's like good to be back.
Yeah, it feels like home.
To be back.
We got a little too chesty with all the Super Bowl nonsense. Like the Phillies are here to humble us.
And the Eagles humbled us.
Looking at this?
Yeah.
Well, I thought in true sicko way, and when Kerkering threw it away, I was like, that's going to be something I'm going to vent about for 25 years.
Oh, you talk about it
that's
forever.
not going anywhere. Yeah, that's one that's going to stay.
Like, I'm going to be hosting on this station. I'm not 2050.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be like, do you remember when Kerkering?
Yeah. And whoever you're hosting with in 2050 is going to be, will you make a reference from the last 2 decades?
Yeah, will you make a reference from the last decade?
Yeah. Can't wait for that transition.
Yeah.
That's going to be a transition in my life. Are
When
you
you're
kidding?
the old guy?
Wow,
Yeah.
2050. That's a wow. That's
It's only 20. It's only
25 years away.
Yeah. Well, I'll be cooked by then.
Well,
74. Are you kidding me?
Ew.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll be cooked.
Yeah.
Ew, I don't
totally
like that. I don't
cooked.
like that at all.
Yeah.
I'll call in though.
Yeah. What are you gonna say?
I'll be Herb.
Yeah.
Rod will be trying to get me to retire by offering to put me on the Hall of Fame wall or whatever.
Please do it.
We'll put you right next to Ike.
Yep.
I'll be.
You only need 56.
56.
Yeah.
Barely older than us.
Yeah. Look at that.
Holy moly.
A lot of runway.
Yeah.
It is. You keep the seat warm.
Yeah, I was going to say, so don't worry about it. Be so touchy about everything.
Yeah,
Everything.
Oh, I don't need allegations of being touchy.
Oh. Mario in L.A. You're on WIP. What's up, Mario? Mario or Mario?
Either one. You guys say Mario. Other people say Mario. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries. I'm from LA. I am a huge everything LA except Eagles. Growing up, everybody was a Niner fan, Cowgirl fan, Packer fan. I wanted to be an Eagle fan. Wow. Let me start baseball first for you guys. You guys are the better team. You guys destroyed us. You guys had the unicorn looking human. You had Freddie Freeman, the superstar from last year, looking like nothing. I'm mad as a Dodger fan that Andy Baez even took an interview. I would be disgraced. Kirk, whatever that relief pitcher's name is.
Kerkering.
Kerkering got you the ground out you needed. Does it suck for him? Yes. Does he need to get flack for it? I understand as a fan, it hurts you guys. But the guy did what you needed him to do. It just sucks that he couldn't complete it. Now to the Eagles, because I want to spend the time on the Eagles because it kills me. Patulo's got to go. His defense gets a pass on me, gets a pass from me on this one because they're the ones that have been holding us in the game, them and special teams. Aside, obviously, from Ringo and Adoree Jackson, who are just it's awesome wall style. It's disgusting. I can't believe they're there, and we didn't even pay for them. Jalen Hurts is not playing elite, but he's playing good enough. I just wanted to call and give you
serious?
guys, you Philly people. I was just there, my first time ever on the East Coast in November for work. I loved it. I wish I could live there.
Hey Mario, how did you end up as an Eagles fan as an Angelino? How does that happen?
So here at that time, I was born in '89, so I'm 36. At that time, there was really no LA team. So if you come to LA, so I know Eagles fans, and I try to carry that over here. Here I have to fact check people. Here I have to fact check people on their teams, kind of like the Texas guy called and needed somebody, because in Philly, nobody has to fact check us. We watch every minute, every single game, and we can tell you exactly what play should have been called or which one shouldn't have been called, or why are we running these little. They're not going anywhere. Saquon's getting every first down turns into 2nd and 14 because we're not getting any gains on anything. So obviously you're going to have a tough third down every single time. And if Jalen can't drop it in the bucket like he does every other time, then it's like, oh my God, the sky's falling. It's the play calling, but it's because there was no team around here that I didn't want to go for what everybody else was going for. I didn't have an LA team at the moment. And really it was Westbrook, Donovan McNabb, Dawkins.
I agree.
Those were the players that I grew up with that was like, wow, these guys are cool.
Whatever
and
happened
it turned
to
out really cool because my stepson is autistic. You know, the Eagles Autism Foundation. It's really got my wife to sell into the team, and she watches it just as much as. And last thing, she is actually the glue. She didn't watch the game yesterday, and we got destroyed. She didn't watch the Broncos game. We got destroyed. I keep telling her she keeps missing these games. We're going to keep losing. I don't know what it is, but she has that thing. Thank you, guys. There's big love for the Eagles in LA. For the longest, I was the only one here. So appreciate you even taking my call.
Oh, thank you, Mario.
You'll be at the Chargers game then, right? You going to the Chargers game?
Yes, December 8th. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow, on it.
Definitely gonna go. Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah, I was just there for 2 months for work, so I got to go to the stadium for the first time. Cried like a baby. You know, it was my dream. But just know that as a Dodger fan, I don't feel proud that we won. Like, I feel like the Eagles form of baseball where we have the team, but we're not performing like we're supposed to, and we're just squeaking by with these wins.
All right, man. Well, it actually, thank you for the call, brother. It doesn't make me feel any better that a Dodger fan said, yeah, you guys are the better team.
Yeah.
Well, that makes me feel worse.
Yeah, I can't tell the Dodgers, like, players and Dave Roberts were, like, trying to set Phillies fans up, but they kept acting really afraid of the Phillies.
Oh, so just in their comments?
Yeah, they kept saying, we don't want to wake them up. We don't want to wake them up.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I mean, there's a Nightingale thing before the series of, like, the Dodgers view this as their World Series. Like, there seems to be a lot of respect.
I believe that.
There seems to be a lot of respect from the Dodgers side for that Phillies team.
Well, I'll
and
tell
that
you,
doesn't mean anything now, which sucks.
No, it doesn't. I'll tell you this: whoever they play in the NLCS, I would put up on the bulletin board that the Dodgers thought the Phillies were the World Series.
100%.
You know,
sure.
that was my only here in Dreamland where the Phillies win this series. My concern was that this series was so big that whatever happened after this series,
we would go flat after this series. Yeah.
Not that it would
I
be
thought that was
easy.
gonna happen.
That there was going to be a letdown.
100%.
Yeah.
And there would have been.
Yeah.
You thought they were going to fly through the playoffs?
No.
Yeah, they would have lost the next series.
Well, they won one total playoff game, so not worried about flying through the playoffs. What do you
Maybe
think?
next year.
What do you think? Yeah, well, there's always next year. We'll be at spring training in March once again. And we have the All-Star game here next year.
Yeah.
Maybe it was meant to be.
Maybe it's the year.
Maybe it's the year.
It's too early to start talking ourselves into that, yes.
Oh, boy. Who do you think wins, Brewers or Cubs?
I'd still be surprised if the Brewers lost it. I really would be, because then they're a good team.
At home.
Yeah, I hope the Cubs make it.
Yeah,
I like Cubs Dodgers.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who I want to win the World Series. I think the Blue Jays, so everybody forgets about it.
Sure.
Yeah, I want Detroit to win it all.
Of course, yeah.
Would be funny if they collapsed and then won the World Series.
Detroit?
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Rangers.
Yes, the Rangers did the same thing.
They lost 10 straight.
Yeah. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
It's the peak of irony for Nick Costas' favorite team to be the Giants. What's next? We find out Joe DeCamara is an athletics fan? Nailed it! Alex in Lancaster.
Get it? Because Nick Costas is short.
Yep.
I did not get it.
Okay.
Now I do.
Now it's funny.
And even the Joe joke makes sense now. Yeah, it all makes sense. Yes.
Yep. I could tell the second time I did the short stuff with Costos, I could tell he didn't like it very much, so I backed off a little bit.
They never do.
No.
Yeah, they never do.
Short
Been
games.
hearing it all their life.
Yep.
Yeah.
We got
Yeah. It's like Teeks. You don't want to hear that.
No. Or the 3-win football team. I wish I had easy, since my production mail's hard to get to. I still have this old TK drop of him just stumbling through an update.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the best.
Would love to hear that.
That was a great drop. That was a great drop.
I'll try to find it after the text
Okay,
line.
what's next?
What the f***? The Delaware Valley when Elliott made sense on the Phillies.
It was... Elliott just said he changed his mind.
Exactly.
I've never heard anything like it.
It's like when he disarmed you with the... didn't he have some Jalen thing that he said?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a few weeks ago. He said that Jalen's not playing well or something like that. And I said, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
so he's found a new tactic coming in here now. He's trying to disarm us. Is that what he's doing?
He said, I'm more confident in bringing this. Now, I know what his angle is on the run it back thing. Is that he's become a Castellanos guy.
Yeah.
And he wants Castellanos back.
You and Elliott, Casty guys.
I appreciate what Casty brings to the team.
Yeah, I do sometimes.
Yeah.
When he gets a big hit. Then I'm like, you know what? That's our guy.
Yep. I felt good about it last night.
I gave him a big Casty last night.
I was fired up. Yeah. By the way, here's the Tom Kelly drop.
As well.
Missed the updates, man.
Yeah.
Get them stumbling over there.
Yeah,
we had a serious debate one time, and he didn't know this was early when I was just a prick to everyone.
Yeah.
But must win or can't lose.
Oh yeah, I love that.
And we got in a serious argument about it.
I remember it. That's one of my favorite Fritz bits.
Must win or can't lose.
Yeah, is it a must-win game or a can't lose? And every time you ask somebody that, they say that's stupid. They're the same thing, and then they have an opinion on which one it is.
But they got to win.
As well.
It's like hurt or injured.
Yes. What's next?
Can I give you 15 more seconds on the Eagles? If they can get Tank Bigsby even more involved in kickoffs, they'll be fine. Nick Costa still making it clear he does not watch the Eagles play.
Yeah.
Just ass takes to close out his little segment today.
Yeah, but and he wanted more time for it.
Yeah.
To get nice Jacorian Bennett take.
Yeah. We never heard of that guy.
Ooh.
Give us betting tips.
Do your little Eagles takes on other stations.
Yes, they don't know.
He's like the Jacorian Bennett guy they traded from the Raiders with.
That guy? Oh, thanks, Nick.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
I know you do a lot of hits on Fridays, but this one's in Philadelphia.
Hey, welcome to the big leagues, pal.
Yeah. What's next?
The Phils scored more runs, so they are obviously the better team. Fantasy owner Spike Eskin.
I didn't even say that.
You wanted to. They scored more runs, so they obviously should have won. Should have won the series.
It's not even what I said.
That's going to be too talked about. By the way, it was one game.
The runs.
Yeah. But it was the one game that wasn't tight.
Yeah, they didn't have one game like that.
Yeah, they didn't have a game that way.
I get it.
Yeah.
I like your point, Ike.
Could have saved a few.
I'll keep it in the holster then when people keep crapping on them. They score more runs than the Dodgers. Isn't that what you wanted?
More hits, too. More stolen bases.
And more stolen bases.
Fewer
strikeouts.
Yes, more home runs.
No, I think same amount of home runs, right?
No, more home runs.
They had 2.
Schwarber hit 2. Who hit the third?
JT.
Yes. Also all in one game.
Yes.
Yes, all in one game.
Well,
yes.
That's who they are. You know? What's next?
Not happy with a show-wide applause for a measured Phillies take, Elliott settled back into character, begging the Phils to keep Casty and hire Jimmy Rollins as the manager. Frank in Ardmore.
I forgot.
He threw us a curveball, with the Casty and the J-Roll.
Yes.
Yeah, the manager thing.
Yeah, they should bring back They should bring J-Roll in as the manager.
Only guys they fire Thompson for, in my opinion, would be Bochy and Tony Vitello.
Dude, I read all
was
about
that?
Tony